Chapter 1. Pass me that damn ball. 100:89. 61 seconds. The score and time on the arena's large screen were glaringly bright. The ongoing match was Game 6 of the 2015 NBA Finals, featuring the Warriors against the Cavaliers. With the Warriors leading the series 3-2, the significant score gap seemed to strip the game of its suspense. The Warriors fans at Oracle Arena were fervently celebrating, their joyous shouts echoing as victory appeared to be within their grasp. Friends and family of the Warriors players, seated courtside at the Quicken Loans Arena, wore smiles, having come to witness the team's first championship since the 1974-75 season. In stark contrast, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere enveloped the Cavaliers' bench, where all players sat in silence, acutely aware that closing the gap seemed insurmountable. And the championship was slipping away. LeBron James, breathing heavily, wore a cold expression. Since the absence of Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving, he had anticipated this outcome. Yet as the moment drew near, he could not suppress his discomfort. Meanwhile, a player of Chinese descent seated at the far end of the bench, observing the unfolding situation, shook his head with a wry smile. His name was Maiko, a time traveler and fan. A year prior, during the NBA draft, he had tragically collapsed at his workstation from overwork. The original host, devastated by not being selected, had drowned his sorrows in a bar and inadvertently succumbed to a drunken stupor. Thus, the two Maikos seamlessly merged into one. At the age of 21, he had represented Stanford University thanks to his father's generous donations for 4 years in the NCAA. In his senior year, he played 37 games, averaging 11 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 assists, with a three-point shooting percentage of 45. Therefore, being undrafted left him quite disheartened. With dreams of basketball still ignited, he participated in summer leagues and persistently attended tryouts with various teams. When he arrived at the Cavaliers, Rich Paul and LeBron just happened to be watching at the court. His exceptional three-point shooting ability caught LeBron's attention. His striking looks, yellow skin, and latent commercial potential piqued Rich Paul's interest. In a moment of camaraderie, they decided to keep him on the team. Through hard work, he achieved a staggering 65 three-point shooting rate in several preseason games, earning a modicum of trust from both the team and LeBron. He subsequently signed a two-way contract and soon transitioned to a standard contract as the regular season commenced. However, the one-year contract left him feeling perplexed. It was possibly, perhaps, related to LeBron's one-plus-own contract situation. He dared not voice his thoughts or inquire further. Regardless of how the Cavaliers season concluded, he knew he would have to seek a new team next season. Undoubtedly, Maiko was now engulfed in melancholy. Should he return home to inherit the family business? Or continue to wander in the NBA? He was utterly lost. "Maiko, the coach is calling for you." Suddenly, Center Mozgov approached, clapping Maiko on the shoulder and shouting loudly, in the 6th game of the finals at such a critical moment, how could one possibly lose focus? This young man truly possesses remarkable composure. Mozgov pondered, while McCaw gradually regained his senses, noticing the chief assistant coach, Tyronn Lue, gesturing for him to come over. McCaw hurriedly approached Tyronn Lue, bending down slightly. "McCaw, be prepared to enter the game when the timeout is called." "What? At such a pivotal moment, you're calling me onto the court? Are you a tactical genius, or what?" Throughout this playoff season, up until tonight, I played a mere 9 minutes, scoring only a single point from free throws. What gives you such confidence? McCaw was utterly dumbfounded. Just then, a sweet, melodious voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you are about to step onto the NBA final stage. The three-point God system is now activated. Ding! A beginner's gift package is now available. Would you like to claim it?" Upon hearing this voice, McCaw was momentarily bewildered. After a year of traversing time, the system has finally arrived. It seems my dream of returning home to inherit 58 hotels is destined to shatter. With this system, the myriad records concerning three-pointers on the NBA stage will be within my grasp. Is it too much to confidently dominate against elementary schoolers? McCaw stood there, wide-eyed, and then a look of wild joy spread across his face. "Claim the reward," he declared without hesitation. He then felt a luminous screen descend upon his mind, revealing a flurry of information. System, three-point God. Level, LV1. Host McCaw. Height, 198 centimeters. Weight, 99 kilograms. Wingspan, 211 centimeter. Overall ability, 58. Achievement points, 0. Earned amount, 0. Items, 1 Tracy. McGrady Moment Experience Card, Task 001. Lead the team to victory in this match. Staring at the new player gift in his inventory, McCaw stood frozen in place. 35 seconds, 13 points, 4 3-pointers, including 131, and a near buzzer beater with 1.7 seconds left. Most importantly, lead the team to a comeback victory. The pinnacle miracle of the white horse and long spear. This is an explosive skill package right from the start. Ecstatic beyond measure, McCaw quickly inquired, what do achievement points and earn amounts mean? The system explained. The host earns 1 achievement point for every 3-pointer made in an official match, along with a corresponding monetary reward. The higher the level, the more money earned. The money is not virtual currency. It is directly deposited into the host's bank account. Current host level, LV1. For every 3-pointer made, a reward of 3,000. For every 31, a reward of 30,000. Friendly reminder. The outcome of the game does not affect the earning rate the host can continue to score and reap rewards. What? The reward for hitting a 31 is 10 times that of a regular 3-pointer? This is utterly absurd. It seems I need to learn from Harden about the art of drawing fouls on 3-pointers. Huh? Ahem. Learning leads to progress. And that's how one earns big money. Beep. The referee's whistle snapped McCaw back to reality. He cast a glance at the unfolding match and realized that J.R. Smith had sunk a 3-pointer, leaving the score at 192. With the Cavaliers trailing by 8 points, the Warriors had also utilized their final timeout. The head coach immediately grasped the tactical board, commencing to sketch and strategize. The players gathered around, with McCall joining the huddle. He exuded an invigorating confidence, eagerly anticipating the chance to perform a miracle. Yet, as the timeout concluded, David Blatt did not even spare him a glance, let alone grant him the opportunity to enter the game. This was indeed quite frustrating. Time ticked away, and as LeBron James executed a shot, Curry converted one of his 2 free throws. James seized a rebound, prompting the Cavaliers to call their last timeout. At that moment, the score stood at 101-94, with merely 36.7 seconds remaining. In this dire situation, McCall felt compelled to take a bold risk that he recalled the time when the Spurs had a 7-point lead against the Rockets, and T-Mac began to unleash his prowess. All sharing the surname MC, with just over 30 seconds left. What a fortuitous alignment of circumstances. Coach, LeBron, I need to get on the court. McCall fervently shouted to David Blatt and LeBron James. Everyone around him fell silent. Even Tyronn Lue gazed incredulously at the youngest rookie on the team. He had just been contemplating the audacious idea of utilizing this young man, feeling that a comeback was unlikely, given Shumpert's 6 fouls, viewing it as a desperate gamble. Worth taking. However, the circumstances had drastically changed. JR had just made 2 consecutive 3-pointers, and LeBron had scored a basket. If they resorted to foul tactics, it was conceivable that they could equalize or even surpass their opponents. What was the point of him trying to be a hero now? Had he not noticed the murderous intent in LeBron's eyes? Honestly, I still aspire to become the head coach, you know? What on earth are you doing? LeBron, seething with anger, managed to restrain himself as the team leader, yet spoke in a chilling tone. Trust me, LeBron. You have to believe in me. We will definitely win this damned game. Just give me that damn basketball. Chapter 2. Green. What nonsense are you up to? Just give me that damn basketball. McCall spoke urgently, even repeating himself, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. Yet he clenched his fists, his gaze brimming with an unprecedented resolve and confidence. It was an insatiable longing for the court, for victory, that LeBron paused for a moment, casting a cold glance at McCall. At that instant, a figure and a scene inexplicably surfaced in his mind. It was Ray Allen in 2013, the man who had salvaged his entire career. At that time, the Heat were also down 2-3 at home. With just 12 seconds remaining, the score was 92-95 in favor of Spurs. He attempted a 3-pointer from a 45-degree angle, but it clanged off the rim. Then, Spoelstra leaped high from the crowd, snatching the offensive rebound and tossing it to Allen in the corner. He caught the ball, leaped into the air, and with a swift motion, launched a 3-point shot that swished through the net, leveling the score. In the end, the game proceeded into overtime, and the Heat claimed that arduous victory. Ultimately, the Heat triumphed in securing that coveted championship. Now, as circumstances mirror those of the past, a subordinate dared to speak to him with such resolute conviction. Could the wheels of fate be turning once more? In the grand scheme of the universe, am I destined to receive assistance from a benefactor? Oh God, I shall gamble on him. With 2 of the big 3 missing, it is a formidable challenge. Winning even 2 games is no small feat. Should it come to a decisive Game 7, it would be an extraordinary triumph. If we were to lose this time, I could linger with the Cavaliers for a few more years, and surely no fans would berate me, as they did previously. With determination, LeBron declared emphatically, "Everyone, get on the court. set screens for this kid, execute pick and rolls, and create space. Though his teammates were still incredulous that their leader would utter such words, they responded in unison. Understood. Then, LeBron firmly patted Maiko's shoulder, as if imparting unspoken encouragement. Maiko instantly felt a surge of strength, wincing in pain. Goodness, his grip is incredibly strong. As the timeout concluded, Maiko, equipped with a Tracy McGrady moment experience card, stepped onto the court with a peculiar smile. He bounced a few times, swung his arms, and soaked in the atmosphere of the home crowd. He knew he would be unstoppable. He sensed that his moment of glory was imminent. In the arena, upon seeing a yellow-skinned player enter, both the Warriors' coaching staff and bench were utterly bewildered. This was entirely beyond their expectations and strategies. Kerr furrowed his brow before revealing a dismissive gaze, maintaining an air of indifference. Meanwhile, on the court, Curry, Green, Barnes, Iguodala, and Livingston appeared somewhat disoriented. But as professional players, they instinctively knew how to respond. Livingston quickly closed in to defend Maiko. TV5 broadcasted the event live. The commentators for this match were Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping. Upon witnessing Maiko's entrance, LeBron inbound the ball, and Zhang Weiping's jaw dropped in astonishment. Yu Jia rapidly sifted through his notes, his mind racing. Friends, I am not mistaken. The Cavaliers rookie, number 6, our very own Maiko, has taken the court. Oh dear, this is unreasonable, exceedingly unreasonable. Is the Cavaliers' strategy to concede this match? Zhang Weiping scratched his sparse white hair, adding, it is indeed hard to believe at such a critical juncture. The coach has substituted out JR, who just made 2 3-pointers for Maiko, who has never played in the finals. Let's take another look and see how LeBron chooses to distribute the ball. It's to Maiko. Wow, he's daring to shoot. Oh, and it's good, it's in. It took merely 3 seconds, and the shot was executed with remarkable precision. Yu Jia, unable to contain his excitement, pressed his hands firmly on the table, continuing to shout exuberantly. The Warriors initiated the play, with McCaw closely monitoring. Livingston effectively disrupting his reception. Today, he seemed poised to unleash all the pent-up energy he had accumulated over the past year. Delhi collided with Curry, committing a full there's nothing to dispute. It was indeed a foul. The score now stands at a 4-point difference between the two teams. Zhang Weiping added, however, just a moment ago, Curry made 1 out of 2 free throws. Let's see what happens this time. At this moment, the score was 101-97. On the court, Curry continuously bit down on his mouthguard, slowly approaching the free throw line. McCaw yelled at Curry, waving his finger and taunting, come on, you can't make it. Amidst a chorus of boos, Curry confidently sank the first shot. As he took the second shot, the ball bounced twice off the rim and, against all odds, went in. McCaw was visibly frustrated at that moment. It was clear that both teams were overly focused. The tactic of trash-talking to apply pressure on the opponent was proving ineffective. The score had now risen to 103-97. The Cavaliers quickly pushed forward, with Delhi receiving the ball and handing it off to McCaw. He swiftly crossed half-court, facing the double defense of Livingston and Green, and with an almost impossible angle from the left 45-degree mark, launched the ball. The whistle blew as the ball went in, Green committing a foul as McCaw tumbled to the ground. Instantly, the entire arena erupted. LeBron sprinted from the backcourt, joining James Jones to help McCaw up. Once on his feet, McCaw smiled at the two and said, "Boss, just watch me." ABC was broadcasting live. The commentators for this match were Mark Jackson and Mike Breen, with guest Dwayne Wade. At that moment, all three stood up in excitement, gesturing animatedly and exclaiming, "Wow, wow. This miraculous kid from the East is simply unbelievable." Dwayne, during G2 and G3 when you were a guest, your old buddy won 2 straight games. If you were to score yourself a 10, how would you rate this kid? McCaw? Haha, I'd give him an 8. Wade laughed heartily, as both hosts incredulously inquired, "Why? If this kid can land another shot, I'd give him a 9. If LeBron hits a game winner, I'd give this kid a perfect 10. Haha, regardless of the outcome, I'd give this kid full marks. His finals debut has been absolutely flawless. Let's see how he handles his free throws," Mike Breen remarked, smiling as he glanced toward the court. At the free throw line, McCaw took 2 deep breaths. He dribbled the ball twice, taking less than 10 seconds. With steady hands, he made the shot, completing a 3-point play, earning 30-0-0-0, a perfect execution. At this moment, the score stood at 103-101, with the gap now narrowed to 2 points. Tyronn Lue, observing the score, could not help but applaud his recent bold idea, though a twinge of regret lingered for not suggesting McCaw enter the game sooner. David Blatt remained with his arms crossed over his chest. Warriors head coach Kerr paced anxiously along the sidelines. The once jovial group of friends and family had now turned tense. As the free throw concluded, Green initiated the inbound pass from the baseline to Iguodala that LeBron James and Tristan Thompson rushed into contest. Yet to their surprise, Iguodala's speed enabled him to swiftly pass the ball to Curry at his side. The two defenders pursued Curry once more, but he deftly returned the ball to Iguodala. Just as Iguodala received it, McGee lunged in from the left. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Iguodala had been knocked down, and McGee was called for a foul. With an impassive expression, Iguodala rose calmly, while McGee stood up with a grin. To Green, this was nothing short of a provocation that a mere unknown player, having made a couple of three-pointers, dared to act so brazenly in his presence. Did he not remember their previous encounter? Thus, Green rushed over, intent on locking McGee by the throat. But as he approached, he reconsidered, opting instead to engage in a show of strength. Muttering incessantly, he spewed forth a torrent of disparaging remarks, leaving Mike drenched in a cascade of spittle. Maiko, undeterred, continued to proclaim his superiority, exclaiming, "The advantage is mine." Ha ha ha. He hurled a verbal barrage at Green. In his heart, Green silently fumed. "You scoundrel! How dare you utter my thoughts aloud?" Chapter 3. Maiko. Truly a benevolent soul, the situation on the court was grim, prompting the onlookers to swiftly intervene and separate the two. As the situation did not escalate further, the chief referee, Foster, opted for fairness and refrained from issuing technical fouls, delivering only a verbal warning. With the whistle blown once more, the interruption came to an end. Iguodala approached the free throw line, successfully converting one of his two attempts. The score now stood at 104-101, with a mere 21 seconds remaining on the clock. Both teams had exhausted their timeouts, and the Cavaliers held the ball. With only a 3-point deficit, Coach Shang, how do you anticipate the Cavaliers will strategize this attack? Given Maiko's fiery form, I believe they will entrust him with the ball. Why is he initiating the inbound? LeBron sauntered across half-court, dribbling just beyond the 3-point line. He charged forward, penetrating the paint and drawing two defenders away. "Hey, pass it to Maiko. Give it to Maiko. Come on." It was evident he was barreling through. But indeed, the pass was perfectly timed. With vibrant commentary from Ujia and Zhang Wei, Maiko received LeBron's exquisite assist. Without hesitation, he leaped vertically in front of Curry, releasing the ball with elegance and precision. Swish. In that fleeting moment when Curry turned to look, the basketball traced a graceful arc, sinking flawlessly through the net, truly a sight to behold. His heart raced with exhilaration. As an elite three-point shooter, Maiko had sensed the outcome the moment he took the shot. For every movement, every detail was executed with such accuracy and professionalism, accompanied by an air of nonchalance and dominion. He couldn't help but reminisce about T-Mac. Could it be that defeat was imminent? Meanwhile, a surge of fervor coursed through LeBron's chest. He envisioned the dawn of victory. He realized that his gamble had paid off. Oh my goodness, what a magical night for the young prodigy, as he had effortlessly drained 3 consecutive three-pointers. Dwayne, surely this deserves a score of 9, right? Ha ha ha, a solid 9. With just 6 seconds remaining, the Warriors prepared for their final offensive play. Curry seized the ball. Would he make the game-winning shot? Or, beep, beep. Chief referee Foster called a foul on Maiko for a reach-in. Indeed, Mike committed the foul intentionally. It was not the referee's intervention. He glanced at the score, 104, and realized that the narrative was not unfolding as anticipated. If this situation continued, the Cavaliers would either face a devastating defeat or both teams would be propelled into overtime, jeopardizing his grandstanding scheme. Thus, he attempted to intercept the ball, extending his arm with sudden force, inadvertently sending the ball out of bounds while lightly brushing against little Curry. Consequently, "My apologies, Stephen, it was not my intention." Mike glanced down at Curry and, with a hint of embarrassment, spoke. Curry, rubbing his jaw, enunciated through gritted teeth, "Kid, I will remember you." With an awkward smile, McCaw stepped aside as Curry approached the free throw line. At that moment, the shadow in Adam's eyes vanished, replaced by a forced grin. He was aware that Foster had ultimately adhered to his plan. Oh, McCaw, so reckless. This is sheer folly. I believe McCaw is the most alert and astute player on the court. With only 7 seconds remaining, should the Warriors score, the Cavaliers would face a devastating loss. There would be no time for the Cavaliers to equalize. And now, there is no time. Curry might miss both free throws. Such recklessness, such imprudence. I have faith in our McCaw. He is attempting to replicate the legendary moments of Tracy McGrady, is he not? Foster deliberately took his time, handing the ball to Curry. Curry closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and readjusted before opening them again. In such moments, he felt the weight of tension. He pondered whether to intentionally miss one shot, allowing the second to bounce off the rim, resulting in a scramble for the ball as time expired, or to secure both shots for maximum assurance. Adam was equally anxious, contemplating the opportunity laid before him. If Curry seized it, he would instantly celebrate the championship, embarking on a new chapter as the NBA president. However, if he faltered, the only option would be to face the legacy of the old guard, LeBron James, once more at the Oracle Arena. The tension was palpable among all the Cavaliers players, except for Maiko. He remained composed, a fortunate child of destiny. He knew that regardless of Curry's actions, the ball would ultimately find its way into his hands. In that fleeting moment, he would perform a miracle. Fate had decreed that his legendary journey was on the brink of commencement. Soon, the outcome was revealed. Curry displayed his formidable resolve, sinking both free throws with unwavering precision. The score shifted to 106-104. This signified the arrival of the most critical 7 seconds of the entire 2014-15 season. At that moment, over 20,000 fans at the Quicken Loans Arena held their breath, their eyes glued to the actions of the 10 players on the court. They awaited, with bated breath, the conclusion they yearned for, James inbounding the ball from the baseline, with Green poised to disrupt. In the backcourt, Maiko darted about in a confined space, unable to shake off the double team from Iguodala and Livingston. Meanwhile, Delly and Curry were entangled in a tussle, while Barnes and Thompson engaged in friendly banter. Just as the 5-second violation loomed, LeBron caught sight of Thompson's finger pointing to the ceiling and promptly tossed the ball to an unoccupied area near the center circle. In that fleeting moment, the veteran James Jones seemed to regain a few years of youth. He swiftly dashed towards the ball's descent and secured it with poise. At that instant, Thompson obstructed Iguodala's path, allowing Maiko to slip through their grasp like an agile eel. Then, like a flash of lightning, he arrived before James Jones in the blink of an eye. The elder statesman handed the ball off to him with great care. Without hesitation, he leapt gracefully into the air, flicking his wrist delicately as the basketball soared toward the rim. Upon landing, he immediately pivoted and, with a beaming smile, struck a celebratory pose, Curry's signature goodnight gesture. His three-point shot was akin to the flames of hell. This was his moment of grandiosity. At that second, time appeared to stand still. The audience held their breath, their gazes following the trajectory of the soaring basketball. In that fleeting moment, Maiko glimpsed legends along the sidelines. Jordan, Kobe, Shaquille, Magic, Bill Russell, Larry Bird. When the ball swished through the net and the buzzer sounded, the score frozen at 106-107. The arena erupted into a cacophony of deafening cheers, applause roaring like a tidal wave. It was breathtaking. Absolutely breathtaking. Oh my God. They had just witnessed yet another T-Mac moment. Surely, they could boast about this for a lifetime. At that moment, the surrounding teammates were radiating joy, celebrating with wild enthusiasm. LeBron, brimming with excitement, lunged towards him, delivering a hearty chest thump, exclaiming, "I knew you could sink the damn ball. Ha ha ha, you're still the maestro of passing." "My friend." Mike shrugged and smiled faintly. "Those who understand will understand. My friend, you were truly remarkable. I was a bit upset when you were substituted." J.R. Smith approached, shaking Mike's shoulder with excitement. "Ha ha ha, thanks to the unpredictable maestro." Observing J.R.'s drowsy demeanor, Mike sincerely expressed his gratitude. After a jubilant celebration with teammates and coaches, he wished to exchange a few words with some Warriors players. However, they had already departed, their expressions filled with dejection, leaving him no opportunity to rub salt in the wound. A pity indeed. Oh well, for the sake of young Curry, I shall indulge in this thrill after Game 7. Alas, I am truly a benevolent soul. Mike couldn't help but exclaim to himself, then turned his gaze towards the numerous fans who remained. He approached an exceptionally beautiful woman, whose figure was strikingly exquisite, and inscribed LeBron's illustrious name upon the front of her jersey, emblazoned with the number 23. Alas, I truly am a paragon of generosity. Maiko once again affirmed himself. Chapter 4, the legendary three-point card, lifetime usage rights, TV5 Live. With a flawless buzzer beater from beyond the arc, Maiko etched a classic moment into the annals of the NBA. This was a breathtaking match, part of a grand series. I consider myself fortunate to have witnessed it live. Yu Jia, with a slightly hoarse voice, excitedly commented, then inquired, "Coach Zhang, how would you evaluate this game and Maiko's performance?" It can only be described in 2 words, perfection. Zhang Weiping searched the court for Maiko's presence, eager for a direct interview. There he is. Maiko is signing autographs for female fans. 3 minutes later, he approached. First of all, congratulations, Maiko. You are the first Huaxia individual to play in the NBA Finals. And you scored 13 points in the final moments, culminating in a three-pointer that defeated the Warriors. Could you share your feelings at this moment? Yu Jia, brimming with emotion, raised the microphone. I'm thrilled, absolutely exhilarated. During his inaugural live interview on the official channel, Maiko, anxious about making a misstep, opted for simplicity in his responses. Xiaomai, when the coach called you to the court, did you anticipate such a frenzied performance? Zhang Weiping had initially prepared a question, but was promptly interrupted by Yu Jia. As a professional player, I am always ready to take the court. As for my performance, it largely hinges on luck. After a moment of contemplation, Maiko scratched his head and earnestly remarked, Xiaomai is quite modest. It seems the entire team is coordinating tactics for you. Even LeBron is facilitating plays for you. This time, Zhang Weiping finally seized the opportunity to chime in. I am grateful for the trust bestowed upon me by the coach and my teammates, especially LeBron. We are playing a collective form of basketball. As the game concluded, I noticed LeBron rushing towards you. What did he say to you? Zhang Weiping once again took the chance to inquire. Maiko gently caressed his handsome visage and responded with a smile. He said, I truly am quite dashing. Following this, he fielded a few inconsequential questions with ease. After the trio exchanged contact information, they agreed to a post-final interview invitation from TV5. As ABC aired the game, the remarkable Maiko and his exhilarating performance resurrected the legendary moments reminiscent of Tracy McGrady. He played a pivotal role in the Cavaliers' triumphant escape from despair, earning him the title of Cleveland's hero. LeBron ought to pay his respects to this young man, Mark Jackson passionately remarked after the game. Indeed, that final shot will undoubtedly become an iconic image in the NBA, akin to Jordan's The Shot. Dwayne Wade, unreserved in his admiration for Maiko, exclaimed, it absolutely deserves a perfect score of 10. Yet internally he mused, with you bringing up Jordan, how could I possibly give anything less than a full score? Are you trying to set me up for failure? Not a chance. Haha. It seems Maiko has indeed won you over in just 36 seconds, Dwayne. Maiko Breen chuckled while looking at Wade. To speak candidly, this kid shares my traits as a clutch player, which is why I've been utterly captivated. I look forward to his performance in Game 7. Wade added a compliment of his own. Speaking of Game 7, Mark Jackson inquired, LeBron has triumphed in his last 3 decisive games. Do you think he can secure victory once more? With Kevin and Kyrie absent, the fact that the underdog 7 Samurai managed to win 2 games is already beyond expectations. Now, with the addition of the formidable Maiko, their chances of victory have increased slightly. Considering Game 7 will be at Oracle Arena, I would say both teams stand at about 50-50, Maiko Breen articulated, though he had much more to convey. The X factor is Maiko. If he continues to shine, LeBron will undoubtedly clinch the championship. I stand by my words. Wade stated earnestly, placing immense trust in his longtime teammate. Are you coming for Game 7? LeBron has won 3 in a row while you've been in the audience. Mark Jackson seized the opportunity to extend an invitation to Wade. Then it's a deal, Wade contemplated for a moment before agreeing. Internally he thought, looking at it this way, I truly am LeBron's lucky charm. In the Warriors' locker room, a palpable sense of exhaustion enveloped the players. Coach Kerr, seething with rage, clenched his fists and struck the wall in frustration. The coaching staff had spent the entire night before the game poring over footage of the first 5 matchups, meticulously analyzing LeBron James, Tristan Thompson, Mozgov, Shumpert, and Delly. They scrutinized every significant role player, including J.R. Smith and James Jones, and even delved deeply into last year's 33rd overall pick, Joe Harris. Yet, they had grossly overlooked a mere undrafted player, a seemingly inconsequential waterboy, Maiko. This was a monumental oversight by the entire coaching staff. Tomorrow morning, I want to see every detail about Maiko and all game data. Kerr's voice resonated, deep and authoritative. The head coach was furious. The entire Warriors team and staff shared his indignation. With just 1 minute remaining, they had held an 11-point lead. How could they possibly have lost? The championship, so tantalizingly within reach, had slipped away, thwarted by an unforeseen adversary. In a mere 36 seconds, the opposing team scored 13 points, mirroring the iconic McGrady moment, and secured a buzzer-beater victory. Tomorrow, the world would know they had become mere background figures. A disgrace, an utter humiliation. Green, fueled by anger, resolved to take drastic measures. In stark contrast, the Cavaliers' locker room was alive with laughter and joy. The recently relaxed Maiko sat quietly in his seat, listening intently to the soothing voice of the system. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully made 3 3-pointers, earning 9,000. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed a 3-point play, earning 30,000. What a delightful surprise. Previously, his contract, after taxes and agent fees, had only netted him 150,000 a year. Now he had earned 39,000 in a single game. The system was truly remarkable. Ding. Congratulations on completing Task 001. You have received a surprise gift package. Ding. A divine 3-point card has been issued. Please check your inventory. As the gentle voice faded, a unique energy coursed through Maiko's cells, causing him to shudder. System, please elaborate. I do not comprehend this sensation. Can't you check it yourself? Your system, have other matters to attend to? Wait, what? Is your system quite playful? Hey, hold on, are you a girl system? After inquiring thrice without receiving a response, Maiko took it upon himself to inspect the system panel. System, 3-point god of basketball level, LV1 upgrade progress, 4100 host, Maiko height, 198 centimeters weight, 99 kilograms wingspan, 211 centimeters overall physical condition, 58 achievement points. For earnings, 39,000 items. 1 expired Tracy McGrady moment experience card, no longer displayed. Items, 1 supreme 3-point card, lifetime usage rights. Task 001, lead the team to victory in this match. Completed, no longer displayed. Upon opening the detailed information of the 3-point card, Maiko was astounded and exhilarated. His heart soared with joy, and he felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria. He couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Wow." Chapter 5. This is explosive news. You rascal, this fellow's delight startled me. Hearing Maiko's voice, James, who had been meditating nearby, instantly opened his eyes, his face a canvas of confusion. Hey, boss, please continue your meditation. McCoy, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, replied. As an undrafted rookie, his locker was situated adjacent to LeBron's, and serving the team star was an unspoken rule in the locker room. McCoy had previously established his position with clarity. Moreover, as a newly signed client of Rich Paul, he was expected to be LeBron's little brother. There was no denying this. Was there? Thus, he was well aware of certain behaviors exhibited by LeBron. Once LeBron closed his eyes again, McCoy turned his attention back to the system panel's contents. The legendary 3-point card, an exclusive card of this system. The host who acquires this card will attain the highest 3-point shooting percentage in the history of basketball. Regardless of the shooting form employed by the host, the accuracy will remain unchanged in any official match. The details of LV1 are as follows. 1. Corner shooting percentage, 72. 45-degree shooting percentage, 63. Top of the arc shooting percentage, 64. Half-court line shooting percentage, 50. Friendly reminder 1. The host's overall capability is 58, limiting their playing time on the NBA court to a maximum of 28 minutes, 48-0. 58, or they will face penalties. Friendly reminder 2. Each time this card is utilized, the host must predefine the number of 3-point attempts from different positions during the game. However many they set, that is the number they must take, or they will incur penalties. After a thorough examination, McCoy understood it completely. Take Curry as an example. If he averaged a 50 shooting rate from the top of the arc throughout the season, he might have games where he went 1 for 10 one night and 9 for 10 the next, fluctuating wildly. McCoy, however, was different. In any game, as long as he communicated with the system before the match, if he decided to attempt 10 shots from the corner, he would undeniably make 7. Even if he missed the first 3, the subsequent 7 would all find the net. How's that for consistency? How's that for reliability? The system was indeed a godsend for 3-point shooting in the basketball realm. Yet, the limitation of only being able to play for 28 minutes was quite vexing. A purely health-conscious approach. And what was this penalty nonsense? Was the system truly so authoritative that it feared intimidation? It was rather perplexing. Wait, what if he forgot the number of attempts during the game? Oh no. McCoy, join us for the post-game press conference. Coach David Blatt approached, stating calmly. As Mike observed James rising to his feet beside him, he too stood up, anticipating his participation in the press conference. He was nonetheless exhilarated upon the actual revelation of this circumstance. Just a moment prior, he was but an obscure figure, and now he had transformed into a pivotal player. Truly, life is filled with unpredictable twists and turns. Soon, the trio arrived at the venue. Upon entering the spacious room teeming with journalists wielding cameras and microphones, a tinge of anxiety washed over Mike. Mike, with just 36.7 seconds left in the game, When the coach called you onto the court, did you have an inkling that you would create a miracle? The press conference had barely commenced when a radiant female reporter, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, directed her question at Mike. He had not expected the first question to be directed at him. Should he, the coach, or the team captain, have been asked first? A slight smile graced his lips as he jested, to be honest. I thought the coach was conceding the match, so I stepped onto the court quite relaxed and managed to score a few points. Upon hearing this, David Blatt's inner thoughts screamed, "You're joking. I did not concede." The journalists exchanged incredulous glances. Scoring by chance? They were not buying that. Clearly, all the players had been maneuvering around him, with even King James creating opportunities. LeBron, what were your thoughts at that moment? Did you have faith in this benchwarmer? A reporter posed a pointed question. To be frank, I didn't even notice the coach had made a substitution until he hit that first three-pointer. However, once he was on the court, I had complete faith in the coach's strategy and in Mike's capabilities. James seemed to see through Mike's little ruse, engaging the reporters with a deftness akin to Tai Chi. Meanwhile, David Blatt was sweating profusely, internally lamenting, "You're misrepresenting. I did not orchestrate that. LeBron, you amassed an impressive 32 points, 18 rebounds, and 10 assists, while Mike scored 13 crucial points to seal the victory against the Warriors. Who do you believe had a greater impact on the outcome of the game?" A scruffy journalist posed an even sharper question. As journalists, they had to stir the pot to capture attention, right? Undoubtedly, it was Mike. Without him, we would have been home fishing. The reporters widened their eyes, clearly taken aback by this response, which was decidedly uncharacteristic of LeBron's usual demeanor. Mike seized the opportunity to interject, undoubtedly affirming, "I believe the boss is right, huh?" He sincerely added, "So, coach, for the next match, I would like to start, if that is permissible. This is my final game under contract, and I wish to exert every effort for the Cavaliers championship." The journalists were utterly dumbfounded. This young man from Huaxia is undeniably audacious. Not only does he seek a starting position, but he also desires a lucrative contract. He has single-handedly concocted an explosive piece of news. They certainly had less to worry about, yet David Blatt could hardly contain himself. "All right, you two wish to play this way, do you? Undoubtedly, you have earned my trust. However, my word is not the final one." With that, he promptly rose and exited the scene. Regardless, tomorrow's headlines would surely be rich with material. As Mike prepared to depart, the first question posed by a captivating female journalist was accompanied by a tender gesture as she discreetly slipped a note into his hand. Stealing a glance, he discovered it contained her contact information, which brought him immense joy. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean in Huaxia, various news websites and social media platforms buzzed with reports about Mike. A particular basketball forum experienced a sudden surge in activity. In an instant, Mike's reputation soared to unprecedented heights. Penguin Sports heralded him as the foremost figure in Chinese basketball, exclaiming, "Mike scores an astonishing 13 points in just 36 seconds during the NBA Finals." The miraculous emergence of the prodigious player, McCoy, heralds a promising future. In a single battle, he has ascended to greatness, equalizing the score and conquering LeBron with his prowess. Lang Sports, is he the new hope for the Chinese men's basketball team? He astounded the world during the NBA Finals. The three-point buzzer beater reappeared, salvaging LeBron's career. His name is McCoy. Astonishingly, McCoy scored 13 points in just 36 seconds. His celebration was uniquely captivating. Poo-poo Forum, the three-point barrage. McCoy's 13 consecutive points led the Cavaliers to a last-second triumph over the Warriors, crafting a miracle. The Chinese player McCoy delivered the most audacious performance in the NBA, connecting with LeBron. LeBron, glancing back, assisted McCoy in nailing a three-pointer. Is this a power play? At the press conference, McCoy boldly demanded a starting position, exclaiming it was exhilarating. After the game, McCoy exchanged knowing glances with LeBron. In a modest 40-square-meter rental apartment, a somewhat disheveled young man, with stubble adorning his face, was fiddling with his phone, preparing to film a video about McCoy. Although his social media following was meager and interactions were nearly non-existent, his passion for basketball was unwavering. He was articulate and aspired to create a personal media account, believing he could achieve success akin to McCoy's. "Welcome to Yushua Sports, I am Whale. This is my first video and my first appearance on camera. I hope you won't mind my less than ideal looks. In this episode, I will discuss McCoy. Firstly, McCoy possesses striking good looks. To what extent, you ask? If I were a woman, I would eagerly pursue him and want to bear his children." Chapter 6, Leading Kobe, overwhelming LeBron. Amidst the growing buzz of news and commentary, McCoy was intently engaged in a one-on-one competition. After a fervent celebration with his teammates, he sought out the beautiful reporter who had left him a note. The TNT reporter, named Christine, had been waiting impatiently at the hotel. Can you believe it? Upon their first meeting, they were still somewhat unfamiliar with each other, and the warm-up was leisurely. However, as McCoy showcased his impeccable ball-handling skills, the female player could no longer contain her excitement and shouted in response. As both became increasingly heated from the exertion, McCoy removed his jersey, prompting the female player to widen her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming WTF. She had not anticipated such extraordinary talent from someone of Chinese descent, rivaling that of her Western counterparts. Nevertheless, she adapted quickly, mirroring his actions and impressing McCoy with her skills. At this point, the true competition intensified. By halftime, McCoy's stamina far surpassed hers, leaving her utterly exhausted. Yet, she was not one to concede easily. After a brief respite, the female player provocatively challenged him, eager to catch up. But McCoy would not relent, escalating his performance. In desperation, the female player repeatedly begged for mercy. Under the relentless pursuit of Maiko, the female player found herself utterly overwhelmed, her defenses crumbling in defeat. In her moment of distress, she resorted to tears to express her grievances, yet her lips betrayed her with incessant exclamations of frustration. Damn. Damn. Witnessing her plight, Maiko, unable to bear the sight, decided to relent. However, the female player remained unsatisfied. She sought to rally her friends for a collective challenge. Thus, both parties agreed to reconvene for another match following the G7 summit. The next day, upon Maiko's arrival at the Cavaliers training facility, a basketball came hurtling towards him. Hey, let's go one-on-one, proclaimed J.R. Smith, his tone laced with a hint of indignation. Maiko took the basketball, momentarily stunned. What was happening? The post-game press conference had concluded. Hadn't he just explained in the locker room that his desire for a starting position was merely a ploy to mislead the media and confuse the Warriors? LeBron and the head coach were clearly in cahoots. Yet this provocateur took it seriously? Young man, were those three-pointers you made yesterday mere flukes? I am eager to witness your true caliber. Are you willing to compete? J.R. Smith seemed intent on further provoking Maiko. The winner would secure a starting role. Upon hearing this, Maiko was instantly intrigued. Just as he was about to agree, he had a realization. Throughout the 6 games of the finals, J.R. Smith had achieved an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 50. Without the aid of a divine three-point card, the likelihood of him besting his opponent was slim. Nevertheless, it was just practice. After all, he needed to shoot threes. Why not give it a try? How about each position taking 10 shots with defensive pressure? Upon hearing Maiko's acquiescence, a cunning smile spread across J.R. Smith's face. He himself was merely a bench warmer. His words held little weight. Ah ha ha. Let us go. As the two finished warming up, Tyronn Lue arrived, seamlessly stepping into the role of ball boy. After the first group completed their shots from the left corner, J.R. chuckled. Kid, are you even capable? Did you exhaust yourself last night? So many airballs. Exhausted, you say? This is truly my level. Maiko retorted. Don't celebrate too soon. You've only made 6 more than me. Keep going. At this moment, the starting 5, LeBron, Deli, T.T. Thompson, Mozgov, and Shumpert, arrived at the training facility and gathered around. Upon realizing the situation, Maiko was left in disbelief. They were indeed the starters. Yet, having committed to the task, he resolved to see it through to completion. Thus, the second group, the third group, the fourth group, and the fifth group gradually concluded their efforts. Observing the outcomes, James, David Blatt, and Tyronn Lue all wore expressions of delight. JR, you two are faltering. The further you go, the weaker you become. TSK, 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 I've surpassed you by 4. Haraha. At that moment, Maiko entered a mode of playful mockery. Only 4? You think that that's something to be proud of? Keep it up if you can. JR, already exhausted and panting, wiped his brow, took a sip of water, and retorted, I have every right to be proud. Scoring 4 more three-pointers means we VE won the game. The collective thought among the others, this guy certainly knows how to flaunt his achievements. All right, let us commence the group scrimmage. With Coach David Blatt's directive, the training session officially began. Later that evening, after everyone had departed, Maiko and Joe Harris engaged in extra practice. Both were rookies who had entered the NBA in the same year and shared a particularly close bond within the team. Maiko, congratulations. Your performance last night was absolutely phenomenal, remarked the typically reserved yet fiercely dedicated Joe Harris with evident admiration. Thanks, buddy. To be honest, your three-point shooting isn't too shabby either. Had you been on a lesser team, you'd surely hold a starting position. Maiko was not merely flattering. He vividly recalled Joe's performance during his time with the Nets. As a starter, his regular season three-point shooting percentage was impressively high, with the most three-pointers in the franchise's history. We're quite similar, aren't we? By the way, what gave you such courage back then? Joe too longed for the grand stage. However, within a team of 3 superstars competing annually for the championship, and under the auspices of LeBron James, opportunities for a rookie like him were exceedingly scarce. It was bestowed by fate. Mike pointed to the sky and, with a hint of melancholy, inquired, having secured the championship, I must bid farewell to the Cavaliers. What are your plans? Joe was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts immediately drifting to Mike's contract. Indeed, his contract was for just 1 year, and with such a stellar performance, numerous teams would undoubtedly extend lucrative offers during the off-season. Leaving the Cavaliers seemed inevitable. But what about himself? He felt trapped, bound to remain with the Cavaliers for another 2 years. Well, staying here isn't too bad. Perhaps next year we might clinch another championship. According to the typical timeline, the 2016 NBA championship was claimed by the Cleveland Cavaliers, who, after trailing the Warriors 1-3, staged a remarkable comeback to etch their names in history. However, with Mike's arrival, everything could transform. This is the essence of the butterfly effect. What about you? Which team do you most desire to join? Joe asked Mike earnestly. As of now, I find myself quite impoverished, so naturally, I shall go wherever the money leads me. However, deep down, I yearn to join the Lakers. I wish to win another championship alongside Kobe, ha ha ha. Mike spoke with poise and confidence. According to the conventional timeline, the 2015 to 2016 season marked Kobe's farewell tour, during which the Lakers endured a dismal record of 17 wins and 65 losses, the worst in their history. In the twilight of Kobe's career, the team was undergoing a rebuild, filled with inexperienced players. If he were to join the team, he could play alongside his idol and, leveraging his talent, potentially secure a significant voice in the team's hierarchy. Is that too much to ask? You wish to join the Lakers? Joe's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice rising in pitch. Who knows, perhaps next year both the Lakers and the Cavaliers will reach the finals. Just imagine the spectacle of a 24 versus 23 showdown. The thought alone sends shivers of excitement through me. As Mike spoke, he found himself lost in a reverie. In the past, he had eagerly anticipated witnessing such a scene. Regrettably, during the 2 seasons that seemed most promising for their encounter, LeBron faltered. In the 2008 to 2009 season, LeBron claimed his first regular season MVP, only to be eliminated in the Eastern Conference Finals by Dwight Howard's Magic. That year, Kobe secured the championship and was awarded the Finals MVP. In the 2009-10 season, LeBron repeated as the regular season MVP, yet fell short in the semifinals against the Celtics' formidable trio. Once again, Kobe emerged victorious, clinching the championship and the Finals MVP title. Subsequently, LeBron embarked on a journey of camaraderie basketball, while the Lakers began their decline. Now that this opportunity has finally arisen, how could it possibly be missed again? The thought of leading Kobe to triumph over LeBron is simply exhilarating. As Maiko pondered, an involuntary smirk crept across his lips. Indeed, he was eager to witness the spectacle. Yet the Lakers' lackluster lineup left much to be desired. Suddenly, a cold splash of reality struck him. Chapter 7. The decisive Game 7. Maiko takes the floor on June 20th. The NBA Finals were poised for an electrifying Game 7. On this star-studded evening, the entire San Francisco Bay Area buzzed with palpable excitement and fervor. Outside the Oracle Arena, throngs of fans surged, creating an unyielding sea of humanity. Within the arena, the atmosphere glittered with luminaries, each a testament to the grandeur of the event. Tonight, all eyes of basketball aficionados around the globe were fixated on this venue. Across the ocean, countless fans in China eagerly gathered before their televisions and clutched their smartphones, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Game 7. In preparation for this monumental clash, Pupu had even established a dedicated discussion forum. Can Make secure a starting position? Will he continue to excel? How many points will he score? He represents a new beacon of hope for Chinese basketball and undoubtedly deserves to start. Is it merely wishful thinking? Does he truly merit it? After all, he has only enjoyed a single meal of dumplings, yet the hype surrounding him is overwhelming. Does the matter of starting or not truly hold significance? Make has already achieved a remarkable feat, and thus, regardless of his performance this game, I shall support him unconditionally. In the previous match, he managed to sink 3-pointers. But that was merely because my team failed to defend him adequately. Will he start this time? I would even consider uploading a video of myself indulging in something absurd. Goodness, your enthusiasm is indeed overwhelming, yet I find it rather delightful. I wholeheartedly support you. Speaking of which, Make is quite the handsome figure. Are there no female fans to show their admiration? Let us see some lovely photos. It appears to be a mere fade, with an array of individuals laughing heartily. I too am curious. My brother is the most handsome in the world and must start. If he scores 33 points or more, I shall share a bikini photo. You. An older man, pretending to be a woman. If Make exceeds 20 points, I shall post a picture of my wife during her midday break. She was my desk mate in middle school, and I secretly had a crush on her back then. Oh my, is the person above for real? When a stunning girl from a dormitory at Shaman University, standing at 170 centimeters, shared a youthful profile picture of Make. The entire discussion forum erupted with inquiries about her connection with him. Soon, this photo spread like wildfire across the internet. Meanwhile, in the TV5 Huaxia live studio, host Yang Jian and guest Su Kun were passionately engaging in pre-game discussions. Make, once an undrafted player, may have gone unnoticed by many until his dazzling performance in the last game catapulted him to fame. Su Kun, what are your thoughts on this young man's performance? Glancing at the in his hand, Su Kun elaborated, since he entered the NBA, I have been closely monitoring him. After all, he is the only player from our nation left in the NBA since Yao Ming. He participated in 34 regular season games and only once in the playoffs, primarily during garbage time. However, his three-point shooting is impressive. He made 32 three-pointers with a remarkable 60 shooting percentage during his limited time on the court. This likely explains why the coach decided to give him a chance. It is evident that Make possesses a tremendous competitive spirit, and next season, various teams will likely vie for him. Quite promising. Yang Jian nodded enthusiastically and inquired with a smile. Do you think he will start tonight, Su Kun? Although Make is our compatriot and I genuinely hope he starts, given David Blatt's tendency for caution, I suspect he will maintain the original starting lineup. One must be careful with their words, as it could lead to embarrassment. Su Kun's response remains somewhat ambiguous. Teacher Su, the 2015 Asian Championship is approaching. Do you believe, given Make's capabilities, that he can secure a place in the national team? The outcome ultimately lies in the hands of our coach's selection. Yang Jian has already observed Su Kun perspiring, and upon hearing the reminder through his earpiece, he hastily proclaimed, Dear viewers of TV5, the match is about to commence. Following a brief advertisement, let us shift our focus to the scene at the Oracle Arena. At this moment, the players of the Cavaliers are preparing to step onto the court, one by one. The home fans within the arena are collectively expressing their disdain, creating a formidable wave of sound that threatens to rupture eardrums. The previous humiliating defeat has left them engulfed in extreme anger and dissatisfaction, eager to unleash their pent-up frustrations. LeBron, accustomed to various scenarios, furrows his brow at this moment. The seasoned veterans of the NBA, confronted with the cacophony of boos, take a deep breath, feeling the immense pressure. In contrast, Make displays an unexpected demeanor. Far from being nervous, he is quite exhilarated and thoroughly enjoying the moment. After all, he has truly made the starting lineup. Moreover, he had devised a strategy with the coaching staff and LeBron prior to the game, pledging to his teammates, I shall sink over 10 three-pointers tonight. I intend to pierce through the Warriors with my shots and astonish the entire league. This is the inner monologue of Make. The lad possesses remarkable composure. My judgment of character is indeed accurate. This is the thought process of Tyronn Lue, who finds himself increasingly fond of Make as he observes him. Soon, the arena lights dim. A spotlight illuminates the entrance of the players' tunnel. As LeBron and the other four starters make their entrance, the name of Make is announced by the arena DJ. The fifth player to emerge is a grand spectacle. He clutches the list in his hand, pausing for a full 3 seconds before continuing. Number 6 hailing from Huaxia, Make. Instantly, a thunderous chorus of boos resonates throughout the arena, audible even 5 miles away. With a captivating smile that could enchant anyone, Make skipped onto the court, deliberately placing his hand beside his ear. He shouted to the fans, louder. I can't hear you. The fury of the home crowd was ignited, their roars escalating, many of them spilling their beers in the process. James exclaimed, You little rascal, you're really asking for it. If we lose, I swear I'll make you pay. As Make took the court, all live streaming platforms began to buzz with excitement. TV5 is broadcasting live. Ladies and gentlemen, Make is starting. He is starting. Remember this moment. for he is making history once again. Even before the game commenced, Yu Jiao had begun to shout with fervor. Wow, Make is truly impressive. Zhang Weiping, unable to contain his excitement, spoke with a slight tremor in his hands. Maike's starting position signifies that he has gained the trust of everyone within the Cavaliers organization. After calming himself, Yu Jiao remarked, indeed, the young man appears quite relaxed. Zhang Weiping gradually fell into a steady rhythm. In the discussion forum, wow, Make is starting. What about those who said he didn't deserve it? Are they still barking? Our Make is indeed remarkable. What about that person who filmed the eating video? Did they rush to the restroom? Ha ha ha, get ready for the bikini and afternoon photos. Oh yes, with Make starting. The chances of scoring 20 or even 30 points have skyrocketed. Wow, I'm drooling. That person from the afternoon photos, your wife is stunning. I remember her well. And thus, the game officially commenced. The matchup, 5 greats versus 5 smalls. The Cavaliers starting lineup, Moscow, Shumpert, James, T.T. Thompson, Mozgov. Warriors starting lineup, Curry, Thompson, Barnes. Green, Iguodala. Chapter 8. Once again, a remarkable 13 points, leaving Kerr in disbelief. Utilizing his height advantage, Mozgov dominated Green in the jump ball, granting the Cavaliers the initial possession. James advanced the ball across half court and, from the arc, spotted the moving Shumpert. Shumpert drove forward, executing a seamless interior pass to Mozgov, who then relayed the ball to the waiting Maiko in the corner on the left. As Maiko received the pass, he faced Green's formidable defense, leaping into the air to release a remarkably swift shot. Alas, it was a complete miss. The rookie's performance elicited laughter, with taunts suggesting he was unworthy of a starting position. A smirk of derision curled at the corner of Green's mouth, while a deafening roar of cheers erupted from the crowd. McCormick silently counted to 1, immediately transitioning into a defensive stance. His target was none other than Curry, a goal established prior to the game. The primary reason for this focus was that Curry stood 10 centimeters shorter than him, with an arm span 20 centimeters less. More importantly, he intended to outshine Curry with 3-point shooting and then unleash some playful banter to rattle the young star. As Curry received the ball, McCormick launched his offensive. Hey there, little Curry. Let's see who can sink more 3-pointers. He taunted while closely guarding him. However, as everyone knew, the Warriors excelled in executing moving screens. Barnes set a pick, allowing Curry to slip away. Unimpeded, he took his shot, only to miss the 3-pointer. Thompson seized the rebound and promptly passed it to LeBron, who swiftly advanced down the court, using his physicality to bulldoze past Green before unleashing a thunderous dunk accompanied by a fierce roar. Mac gently patted his backside from behind as a gesture of encouragement. This singular action caused James to widen his eyes in anger, instilling fear. As the saying goes, one should never touch a tiger's backside, and Mac certainly experienced this firsthand. The delay between the two on the offensive end left the defense vulnerable, allowing Thompson to receive a pass from Curry and effortlessly sink a 3-pointer. On the sidelines, David Blatt abruptly stood up in disbelief, exclaiming, "What is this kid doing? Damn it, 20 attempts and not even 10 3-pointers? This is infuriating." The excitement was palpable among the ABC commentators, with Mark Jackson laughing heartily. Oh my, Mac actually patted LeBron's backside. What a sight to behold. Dwayne, would you dare to do such a thing? Wade shook his head, admitting he had never done so. He couldn't recall any such moment. Nevertheless, next season might be an opportunity to try. He was indeed playing with fire. Neglecting defense after such antics could lead to dire consequences. Shaquille O'Neal grinned widely, glancing at his former teammate. Pats on the backside are quite normal. We used to do it all the time, right? Wade chuckled in response. Back in their prime, they were of similar stature. What level was Mac at now? This was his inner monologue. He wasn't foolish enough to voice such an offensive remark about Shaq during a national broadcast. As the Cavaliers commenced their offensive round, James treated himself to a moment of glory, taking the ball and attempting to navigate through the defense but found no opportunity to shoot. With only 21 seconds left, he passed to Mac, who expressed gratitude for the trust bestowed upon him and launched a furious 3-pointer. Old LeBron followed suit, returning the favor with a playful pat on Mac's backside. In a surprising turn, Mac stumbled and fell. Fortunately for the Warriors, their offensive attempt failed, and James seized the rebound, executing a long pass to Mac, who was completely unguarded. In a bewildering move, Mac deliberately drifted back to the left baseline. Was he out of his mind? A fast break could have easily secured 2 points. This was not merely James' question. It echoed the confusion shared by all players and fans present. Just as everyone was left puzzled, Mac unleashed a three-pointer with an unorthodox, almost comical shooting stance. Damn it. Tyronn Lue could not contain his expletive. The game had barely begun. This kid was merely fooling around. Did he think he was Reggie Miller, Ray Allen, Tracy McGrady, or Kobe? Soon after, the ball traced a beautiful arc, soaring directly into the hoop. The Warriors bench, who had just been mocking him, now wore expressions akin to having swallowed something foul. Damn, this is humiliation. This is pure, unadulterated humiliation. The unexpected play elicited a light chuckle from James. The numerous commentators on-site erupted in laughter, further heightening the excitement. They found a myriad of points to critique and comment on regarding this young talent from Huaxia. The formidable Shaquille O'Neal from ABC remarked, "This kid certainly possesses comedic flair. Does he think this is an all-star game?" Dwayne Wade candidly stated, "In the finals, no one would dare to play like that. He might have incited the wrath of many." However, Mike Breen offered a differing perspective, questioning whether that fall impacted McCoy's arm. Under normal circumstances, a player would never shoot like that, especially in the finals. On-site commentator Yu Jia could hardly contain his amusement. McCoy executed a rather unconventional shooting stance, sinking his second three-pointer of the match, bringing the score to 8-3, with the Warriors trailing by 5 points. Coach Zhang, what is your take on this shot? Zhang, waping, but taken aback, raised his thumb in approval. Unreasonable. This shot is exceedingly illogical, yet it went in. Regardless of the color of the cat, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. McCoy's finish was truly spectacular. In the discussion forum, comments flowed in. "Ha! McCoy, did you come from the monkeys to entertain us?" I'm about to burst with laughter. McCoy has 6 points already. Is 20 points too far-fetched? Your brother's wife is stunning. I can't wait for McCoy's explosive performance. I've got my tissues ready. My brother is so handsome. He can score from any angle. I adore him. The discussion veered off course, while the Warriors' coaching staff remained focused. Kerr quickly called for a timeout. "Bodog, you're going in to assist against McCoy. Remember, he loves shooting from the left corner. Be prepared to seal him off at all times." "Coach, I understand." Bodog was already irked by the antics of this yellow-skinned monkey. Now was the time to confront him. As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, Curry took control of the ball, with McCoy closely guarding him. "Little Curry, are you going to shoot like that too? If you make it, I'll give you $1,000. Curry scoffed, dismissing the rookie. "You think you're something special just because you made a couple of threes? Oh, really? Did he just call him a little dog? Can that really insult him? No way. Go ahead, shoot. I want to defend you." As McCoy uttered those words, his hands were far from idle. Just as Curry was poised to make a pass, McCoy, with swift reflexes, executed a steal. He galloped across the half-court line, stepped on the boundary, and unleashed a powerful shot. Goodness, that rascal just made another audacious play. He confidently secured 2 points. Was that not delightful? Indeed. 2 points do fall short by 1 compared to 3. At first, James sought to express his eloquence, but after the ball swished through the net, he found the situation remarkably gratifying. As the offensive transition unfolded once more, Curry, wary of McCoy's relentless pursuit, began to move without the ball from the outset. Beep, beep. Referee Crawford called a foul on McCoy for pushing. Although McCall appeared bewildered, he remained unfazed. Whether to cheer or not was inconsequential after all. It was a home game. Green initiated the play, lofting the ball to Bogut beneath the basket, who aimed for a dunk, while Mozgov was equally eager to deliver a block. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul for hitting the hand. Bogut's free throw skills were as dismal as his character, resulting in 2 missed attempts. Mozgov seized the rebound and passed it to James, who advanced into the front court, subsequently handing the ball back to McCall. At this juncture, Make had darted to the left corner, waiting for Iguodala to arrive. After an initial feint that bore no fruit, he leaped for a powerful 3-point shot, landing on the floor with a flourish. Swish. The basketball sailed effortlessly through the net. The referee, observing with keen clarity, confirmed that Iguodala had indeed committed a foul by striking the arm, and thus had no choice but to call it. Following Make's successful free throw, the score ascended to 15-3. Witnessing this young talent from Huaxia scoring 13 consecutive points left Kerr utterly flabbergasted, prompting him to call another timeout. Chapter 9. 3 consecutive misses. Is the magic gone? This is our home. This is our territory. What are you all doing? Are you in a daze? Engage in the contest. I demand you to fight fiercely against them. Double team. I want you to suffocate that Huaxia player. Kerr's spittle flew as his anger surged. Remember, we are the strongest team. Go forth and fight with all your might for that coveted championship. Yes. The players roared in unison, their spirits ignited instantly. Just before they took the court, Kerr subtly exchanged a knowing glance with Bogut, who quietly signaled an OK gesture. As the game resumed, both teams maintained their lineups. However, this time, the Warriors intensified their defensive efforts against Maiko, rendering him nearly incapable of obtaining the ball. Fortunately, he became an excellent point of distraction. Under the leadership of the king of Game 7s, LeBron, the Cavaliers expanded their lead over the next 3 minutes, the score now standing at 22-7. Subsequently, the Cavaliers head coach, David Blatt, called a timeout, intending to provide LeBron with ample rest for the grueling battles ahead. This decision, by conventional logic, was sound. Yet, who could have anticipated the extraordinary Maiko? After the timeout, the Cavaliers lineup consisted of Maiko, Dellavedova, J.R. Smith, Shumpert, and T.T. Thompson. Soon, he entered a mode of reckless shooting. Once the ball was in his possession, it was destined to stay there. It was a solo endeavor. He dribbled the ball, and just as he crossed the half-court line, he launched a shot that was bound to miss. The Warriors regained possession, and Curry immediately sank his first three-pointer of the game, showcasing his sharp-shooting prowess. Then, from the right corner, amidst a double team from Green and Iguodala, he attempted another shot, only to be swatted away by Iguodala. Green seized the ball and rushed down the court for a thunderous dunk, releasing his pent-up frustration with a roar towards the sky. After scoring, Green made a point to stride over to Maiko, raising his arms in triumph. "You're out of luck, yellow-skinned kid. You want to score another three-pointer in this game." "Ha-ha." McCoy shrugged indifferently, choosing to ignore the situation. In the next round, he received the ball and attempted another shot from the right side at a 45-degree angle, only to be swatted by the defending Bogut. The ball was passed to Curry, who, in a rare display, executed a dunk. Within a mere 2 minutes, the Warriors scored consecutively 3 times, transforming the score to 22-14, instantly uplifting the atmosphere in the arena. LeBron was utterly bewildered. Just as he had caught his breath and taken a sip of water, this young player had unleashed 3 three-pointers. What was happening? Did he think he was the leader of this team? Enough was enough. The Cavaliers coach, witnessing the narrowing score, promptly called a timeout. "What the hell is going on? Can't you see your open teammates? If you don't want to play properly, just stay on the bench. LeBron, how is your rest going?" Hee. During the timeout, commentators across various platforms launched into a frenzy of criticism. On the ABC broadcast, after 3 consecutive shots, 1 missed and 2 blocked, the so-called water cooler manager had completely revealed his true self. Mark Jackson, with a mocking tone, inquired, "Dwayne, how would you rate his recent performance?" "Ha-ha." Wade, visibly disdainful, responded, "Oh please, that was just a pile of garbage. He doesn't deserve a score from me. If the Cavaliers lose this game, he'll be the villain of Cleveland." Shaquille O'Neal shook his head with a sigh. This kid must be out of luck. His antics are quite amusing to me. Unfortunately, aside from Yao, China still lacks a competent player." Mike Breen, however, offered his unique perspective. Although McCoy was indeed a bit selfish earlier, did you notice? When LeBron is on the court, he understands teamwork and even refrains from shooting. Why is that? Upon hearing the mention of selfishness, O'Neal perked up. "You know, it's true. Kobe would definitely appreciate this kid's personality. Perhaps next season, we might witness them teaming up?" The group responded, "Seriously? You're still trying to trip up Kobe even after his retirement? Can't he just enjoy finishing out his contract?" In the TV5 broadcast room, Ujia felt a bit awkward. He had previously been enthusiastically praising McCoy's miraculous comeback. After 4 consecutive hits followed by 3 misses, Director Zhang, "What do you think?" Zhang Weiping sighed repeatedly. This is quite unreasonable. I'd even say each shot was more outrageous than the last. It seems McCoy is feeling the pressure today." Ujia attempted to defend him, stating, "Actually, McCoy's stats are still decent. If you look closely, he has a 3-point shooting percentage of 50, which is quite impressive." Zhang Weiping earnestly replied, "Playing must be rational. This way, McCoy can grow quickly." "Yes, I believe in McCoy. His fiery touch will return soon." As Ujia spoke, he cast a glance towards the distant Maiko, as if he believed that the far-off figure could hear him. The discussion forum was in an uproar at that moment. In the previous match, Maiko had merely experienced a stroke of luck, a fleeting moment of brilliance. How could a mere water cooler attendant be hailed as the savior of the Knights? Such a notion was preposterous. What a foolish thought. It was utterly absurd. A performance of catastrophic proportions. What happened to those who had been vociferously cheering just moments ago? Victory is ours. The championship belongs solely to the Warriors. With Make's impending departure from the game, it seemed unlikely he would return. Alas, I had hoped to witness the bikini in the afternoon photos. My tissues are at the ready. Your brother's wife is quite beautiful. Why not share a glimpse in advance? Perhaps, with a little luck, Make would become a sensation. Get lost. Make won't even step onto the court. Why would I bother sharing anything? Upon the return of the game, both teams resumed their familiar formations. It was a back-and-forth contest. Intensely competitive. Meanwhile, what was Make doing on the bench? He showed little concern for the unfolding events on the court. Instead, he closed his eyes. Initially, his expression was one of despondency. This was due to the pre-game statistics displayed on the system panel. 10 shots from the corner, 5 from the 45-degree angle, and 2 from the half-court line. In this match, he was projected to make a total of 11 three-pointers. Why set such parameters beforehand? The intention was to obfuscate his shooting points from the Warriors, rendering their defense ineffective. Particularly, those 2 shots from the half-court line. If he could make those, surely his success rate from the arc would be even higher. Others would likely think so, but he deliberately chose not to shoot from the arc. He was being willful, playing a psychological game. By the time he left the game, he had successfully made 4 three-pointers while missing 4. This meant that he would subsequently achieve a remarkable 9 out of 7, with 4 out of 5 from the corner and 3 out of 4 from the 45-degree angle. He had initially intended to miss 2 more, but the coach prematurely substituted him, thwarting his carefully laid plans. Such treachery from the foreign coach was truly vexing. However, his expression soon shifted to one of anger upon hearing the system's notification. Ding! The system has detected that the host is participating in the NBA Finals Game 7, and hereby issues Task 002, lead the team to victory. Ding! The system has detected that the host has been maliciously tripped on the court, and presents a special gift package. Would you like to claim it? While on the court, McKay was utterly oblivious. However, it is not difficult to surmise that it was undoubtedly the handiwork of Badok. This scoundrel has finally resorted to underhanded tactics against him. He has engaged in various unsportsmanlike behaviors on the court, including tripping, choking, and brawling, truly embodying the essence of a dirty player. Much like Bowen from the Spurs and later Zaza Pachulia from the Warriors, he is universally despised throughout the NBA. Off the court, he is equally insufferable. Maiko scoffed at such individuals, and if given the opportunity, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson, even going so far as to incapacitate him, relegating him to a life of mediocrity. The pressure was mounting. He was seething with frustration. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have received a Steel and Iron Indomitable Foot experience card. Please use it with caution. What the hell? Steel and Iron was one thing. But this Indomitable Foot, what connection did it have to Wong Fei Hung's shadowless kick? Was it meant for combat? Sister Tong, please provide a detailed explanation. He chuckled, acknowledging that this was the last match of the season for Sun Tze, and he, as the host, would elucidate the matter personally. Soon, Maiko would come to understand. This Steel and Iron would not only enhance his strength and explosiveness on the court, but also bolster his combat effectiveness on the vessel. The Indomitable Foot, however, was not a martial art. It would allow his ankles and feet to become momentarily supple and formless when faced with unpredictable dangers, with the ability to automatically restore themselves within 2 minutes. How absurd. Was it specifically designed for a single misstep? Not entirely, after all. This experience card was valid for 24 hours. Once the match concluded, he couldn't help but feel elated. Sister Tong, you are indeed mischievous. I kneel in gratitude. Aha. As for Sun Tze, he could rest easy while he continued his pursuit of companionship. Otherwise, what nonsense. This host was indulging in such frivolity. When he opened his eyes again, the first quarter was nearing its conclusion, with only 11 seconds remaining and the Cavaliers in possession of the ball. The score had shifted to 30-30. This meant that after his departure, the Cavaliers had been outscored 16-8. The pioneers of the small ball era were indeed formidable. At this moment, LeBron James dribbled the ball a few times before executing a high lob pass to the well-positioned J.R. Smith beneath the basket. J.R. was confident he could complete this final offensive push. Let me handle this. Maiko was unaware of when Bogut had been substituted in. He only saw him roar before immediately rushing to defend J.R. Smith. Bang! J.R. unexpectedly pivoted, slightly breaking away from Bogut's defensive grasp, preparing to shoot. Realizing the precarious situation, Bogut would not allow him to succeed. Having already been faked out once, he could not bear to watch J.R. Smith score again. No way. A fierce expression crossed Bogut's face as he seized J.R. Smith's shooting arm with determination. with a sudden downward tug while his body surged upward. It was a clash of forces. J.R. Smith suddenly cried out in pain, and then he fell to the ground. J.R. lay on the ground, grimacing in agony as he clutched his right shoulder, his body curled in a protective manner. The anguished cries echoed hauntingly, unsettling even the photographer stationed beneath the basket. The referee Crawford promptly halted the game. LeBron James and Tristan Thompson rushed to his side, inquiring about J.R.'s condition. "My shoulder, it might be dislocated." J.R. Smith trembled as he spoke, while the Cavaliers' medical staff hurried to assess the situation. Meanwhile, Bogut remained indifferent, his ears deaf to the commotion. He had long grown numb. Fully aware that this was merely his way of playing, the means by which he survived in the league, McCoy was seething with rage. He immediately approached the wretched creature, issuing a menacing provocation. "You think you can get away with this? Do you dare to challenge me, you yellow-skin mutt?" Bogut, brimming with defiance, displayed an audacious demeanor, seemingly unafraid of the impending confrontation. Sensing McCoy's readiness to escalate the situation, the substitutes on the Knights bench, along with coach Tyronn Lue, swiftly intervened to restrain him. Having already lost J.R. Smith, the prospect of losing McCoy, a formidable player, would be an insurmountable setback. An exchange of one Bogut for two of their key players would spell inevitable defeat. Amidst the anxious waiting, the team physician assessed the situation, confirming that J.R. Smith had dislocated his shoulder and needed to return to the locker room for a reset attempt. Whether he could return to the game would depend on further examination. When Mike learned of the news, he breathed a sigh of relief. The ability to reset indicated that the situation was not dire, otherwise it would have been rather unfortunate. After J.R. Smith, with a pained expression, returned to the locker room accompanied by the team physician, the referees repeatedly reviewed the footage before rendering their final decision. Bogut was suspected of intentional force, resulting in a flagrant foul and a warning. "Oh, fine," Bogut nonchalantly replied, secretly pleased that he was not ejected. 5 minutes later, the game resumed. 2 free throws and 1 shot. James made one of his 2 free throws. Subsequently, during the sideline inbound, Maiko, who had just entered the game, launched a 45-degree three-point attempt. His three-point shot fell short, clanging against the rim once more. The first quarter came to a close. On the ABC broadcast platform, viewers globally counted in the billions watching this Game 7. Andrew's crude and unsportsmanlike conduct severely tarnished the NBA's image. I recommend imposing a significant penalty. Adam, did you hear that? Such fouls often injure star players, and I'm still playing here. First, it was Love's injury, then Irving's. And now JR is hurt at this critical juncture. The Cavaliers are truly beset by misfortune this year. The scales of victory have tilted towards the Warriors, and LeBron's chances of winning the championship have plummeted. If it weren't for Maiko, we would have been home fishing after the last game. So, ISNT there still Maiko? What if he erupts once more? In the TV5 studio, director Zhang, what is your perspective on Bogut's recent actions? His behavior was comparable to tripping. It was clearly intentional. However, the referee's judgment was not without merit. In the final moments, Maiko obtained a pivotal rebound but ultimately missed the shot. Do you think his handling of that situation was justifiable? It was not justifiable. Yet with less than 2 seconds remaining, time was of the essence. Missing was to be expected. In the discussion forum, damn that Bogut. That scoundrel has caused us to lose JR. Adam should just hand the championship to the Warriors. Why go through all this trouble for such trivial matters? The NBA is inherently a commercial league. They can promote whomever they choose. This year, my LeBron is deprived of the championship. Woe is me. As if you could win just because you have Love and Irving. Brother, basketball still requires skill. Does one need to form a super team to claim a title? I believe it's just fate. Get lost. We still have Maiko. I believe we can create miracles. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? You're delusional. He is merely at the level of a water cooler. Even as a water cooler, my brother is superior to you, more handsome, you keyboard warrior. I just want to see bikinis and photos of Ma. Your brother's wife is the most beautiful. Chapter 11. Rihanna, why are you exerting yourself so much? As the second quarter of the match commenced, the score stood at 31-30, with the Cavaliers leading by a single point on the road. Following JR's unfortunate exit due to injury, the Cavaliers once again transformed into a band of underdogs, albeit with one member replaced by Maiko, the man who had achieved the miraculous. At this moment, he appeared even more formidable, having activated the experience card known as Steel and Iron, Invisible Feet. As he concentrated, a warm surge coursed through his body, a sensation both peculiar and exhilarating. After a brief tremor, everything returned to normal. However, upon clenching his fists again, he sensed an overwhelming surge of power bubbling within him, a strength that seemed to eclipse even that of LeBron, rendering two of him mere trifles. Meanwhile, the Warriors' coaching staff could not afford to underestimate the situation. It was this young talent from China who had humiliated them in their last encounter. It was this undrafted rookie who had caused them to fall behind by 12 points right from the onset of the game. Hence, they summoned Bogut onto the court, preparing for any eventuality. As the second quarter unfolded, the first possession belonged to the Warriors. Curry advanced the ball into the front court, while Maiko, like a clingy sprite, stayed closely attached to Curry's side, brushing against him without any intent to foul. He incessantly taunted, "Curry, why don't you shoot? I'm just a backup to the backup. And I've missed so many, I'm itching to throw one up. What are you scared of? Go ahead, shoot one, and give me the chance to block you." Despite the height difference, Curry maneuvered several times but struggled to shake off Maiko completely. "Shit, bro," Curry retorted succinctly, calling for Bogut to set a screen. Bogut braced himself against Maiko, discreetly shoving him aside. McCoy collapsed to the ground, having activated his experience card. No one could easily contend with him, leaving only the option to act. Yet the referee remained indifferent to this slight physical altercation. Internally, he thought, "Get up, what are you acting for?" Meanwhile, Curry seized the moment, distancing himself from the scene by a couple of meters, and launched a mid-range shot. Moskov, positioned under the basket, inadvertently provided him with a rejection. The ball fortuitously landed before McCoy, who, quick-witted and nimble, seized it and tossed it forward. James, understanding the cue, hastened to the ball, executing a four-step layup culminating in a thunderous axe-like dunk. Toot-toot. Iguodala attempted to pull a player from behind but failed, resulting in a foul. James converted the ensuing free throw, bringing the score to 34-30. It was once again LeBron, managing to achieve a 2-1 even while being closely guarded. His physical prowess was utterly captivating. On the sidelines, Rihanna gazed adoringly at her superstar idol, utterly entranced. "You've become infatuated," she mused. After Game 1, she spent 10 minutes alone with LeBron in the Cavaliers' locker room. What transpired? Melissa, Rihanna as confidant and manager, playfully brought up her heartbreak. What else could happen? He didn't dare. He must maintain his image as a good man. Alas, so disheartening. With that, Rihanna wore a love-struck expression as she watched James sprint across the court. "I think McCoy is rather impressive. He's quite handsome. Perhaps you should give it a try, haha." Melissa jested, prompting Rihanna to fixate on McCoy. She nodded in slight approval, remarking, "He seems so fragile, yet he attempts three-pointers. He must be rather weak." The two friends whispered among themselves as possession of the ball shifted to the Cavaliers. James held the ball at the arc, scrutinizing the movements and matchups of both teams. Upon noticing McCoy squatting in the right corner, he felt a surge of frustration. "You've never made a shot from that position, not once. You've missed 4 consecutive three-pointers. Do you even dare to run and set a screen for me?" He sighed, "Fine, I'll trust you one more time." Yet, it soon became evident that James had miscalculated this gamble. Mike effortlessly caught the ball, with Green standing merely a meter away. "Kid, I can guard you with just my gaze, and you still won't make that shot. Do you believe it?" "Of course I do. Your technique is simply extraordinary." As Mike made his shot, he indeed executed a jump shot. Meanwhile, Green remained utterly unmoved, merely turning around to witness the ball striking the head of a certain female celebrity on the sidelines. 5 consecutive misses, ha ha ha. Green laughed mockingly. "You've really messed up now. Do you even know who that is?" "Rihanna." At the ABC commentary booth, Wade cradled his head in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment at Mike's miraculous attempt. "Oh no, Mike is completely out of sorts. The coach should substitute him, or else LeBron will be quite displeased." That earlier gesture of his was clearly an expression of dissatisfaction. Mark Jackson concurred, noting, with such poor shooting, and still taking wild attempts, he is simply wasting LeBron's brilliant passes. "Dwayne, how many points would you give him for that?" In response to the question, Wade chuckled but refrained from answering, feeling somewhat insulted in his intelligence. Shaquille O'Neal seized the moment, chiming in, "I'd give him full marks." In such a tense situation, to remain capable of performing theatrics, what a sheer entertainer. I love it. Mike Breen, who had consistently praised Mike, reflected on Shaquille's words. "Shaq, you were right before. The more I watch Mike, the more he resembles Kobe. That stubbornness, shooting despite misses, he simply cannot back down." They would undoubtedly complement each other well. At the TV5 commentary booth, the two commentators exchanged awkward glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Yu Jia shook his head and ultimately offered an honest assessment. "Clearly, Mike's decision-making in this instance was quite unreasonable. Zhang Weiping countered, "Actually, I find it quite reasonable." At that moment, there was little defense against Mike. And when an opportunity arises, a shooter must take the shot. One cannot lose confidence. Yu Jiao internally mused, "Indeed, you are the most qualified to comment on what is reasonable." As the crowd erupted in laughter and jeers, Mike dashed to the opposite sideline. Unbeknownst to him, with his increased strength and explosiveness, a shot taken with his usual force could easily send the ball out of bounds, potentially striking the renowned singer Rihanna. What a blunder. Upon reaching Rihanna, he sincerely apologized. "I'm so sorry. My mistake." Rihanna rubbed her forehead and scoffed. "Why did you throw it so hard? You nearly injured me." LeBron, with arms outstretched, was left speechless. "It's Mike who hit you. What do you want me to say?" After a sincere apology from McCoy, Rihanna chose to let go of the incident. After all, watching a game on the sidelines of an NBA court entails the risk of being struck by a flying ball or colliding with players, and the athletes bear no responsibility for such occurrences. With this episode concluded, the match resumed. From this moment onward, Maiko was certain that every three-point shot he attempted would find its mark. However, LeBron and the rest of the team remained oblivious to this newfound confidence. In the subsequent plays, Maiko's presence was primarily felt in his defense against Curry, a task he executed with remarkable success, rendering the young player scoreless. Yet, it seemed as though the Cavaliers, under Maiko's influence, had also succumbed to misfortune, failing to score as they clanked shots off the rim. The score stood at a tie of 34 as the game entered an official timeout. When play resumed, no one could have anticipated the events that would soon send shockwaves through the basketball world. Chapter 12. My God, he has broken Jordan's record. Boss, I believe I have discovered the Z0 any state from the last moments of the previous game. Maiko interjected unexpectedly while the coach was outlining strategies. What? Everyone turned to Maiko with skepticism. It was difficult for them to fathom. Just moments ago, he had missed 5 consecutive shots. How could he make such a bold claim? Are you certain? LeBron fixed his gaze intently upon Maiko, as if searching for any hint of doubt in his eyes. Yet, what he saw was resoluteness, composure, and the unmistakable aura of a leader. It instantly reminded him of the last 36 seconds of Game 6. Had it not been for Maiko's timely intervention, LeBron would have been on the proverbial banana boat days ago. Absolutely, boss. I would never jest about my career. I still aspire to secure a substantial contract this summer. A rookie, that kind of statement is perhaps best left unspoken in this context, don't you think? Upon hearing these words from Maiko, both the coach and the players inexplicably felt a sense of ease wash over them, instilling a profound confidence within their hearts. It was unclear what mystical force had bestowed this feeling upon them. Could it be the enigmatic power of the East? Very well, let us embrace the challenge. The offensive front shall be entrusted to you, while we shall fortify the defense. No, I shall also partake in the defense. Let us strive to render the Warriors utterly ineffective. Haha. Wait a moment. Have you two truly made such a joyful decision? Is being a head coach truly this effortless? Tyronn Lue's mind raced as he discovered the secret to winning as a head coach. As the commercial break concluded, the match resumed. Dellavedova held the ball at the top of the arc, with T.T. Thompson stepping up to set a screen. Dellavedova executed a seamless drive to the free throw line, and as Green moved to provide help defense, Dellavedova adeptly delivered a bounce pass through the legs to Maiko. Positioned at the right corner, Mike smiled faintly. Green, how audacious of you to underestimate me. He calmly adjusted his stance, and then, with a sudden intensity, launched the ball once more. The astute female fans on the sidelines covered their heads, fearing another unfortunate incident. Swish. The basketball sailed effortlessly through the net. 37-34. Green's pupils constricted slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. He hadn't anticipated the Cavaliers placing such unwavering trust in this young talent from China, entrusting him with the ball time and again. Nor had he expected this fellow to actually score this time. Fortune seemed to favor him. Kid, with me not defending you, you finally managed to land a shot. Ahaha. Oh yes, yes, yes. Now let us see you do it again. McCoy retorted sharply, initiating a defensive engagement with Green. On the court, Delly found himself matched against Curry. At that moment, the ball landed in Klay Thompson's hands, yet Shumpert shadowed him closely, much like in previous games, making him exceedingly uncomfortable and awkward. Just as Thompson aimed to seize an opportunity to shoot, James unexpectedly darted in, intercepting the ball and swiftly advancing it up the court, casting a glance at McCoy's position. At that moment, McCoy was entangled with Green in the low post. Possessing both strength and explosiveness, he was hesitant to exert too much force, fearing an offensive foul call from the referee. After a gentle nudge against Green, McCoy created space to receive the ball, and James immediately capitalized on the moment, delivering the pass. McCaw initially intended to race to the perimeter for a three-pointer, but suddenly decided to attempt a dunk instead. He backed down Green, gradually maneuvering closer to the basket, and then pivoted with the ball, gliding past Green with an impressive display of agility. Thud! A thunderous dunk. The basketball hoop trembled in response. 39-34. McCoy's scoring this time was astonishing. His takeoff speed was remarkable, his movements fluid, and his power formidable, leaving Green utterly unprepared as he stumbled and fell to the floor. However, upon regaining his senses, a look of perplexity crossed his face. Wasn't this kid only capable of shooting three-pointers? Damn it, what a lack of sportsmanship. The players on the court were taken aback, and the fans on the sidelines could scarcely believe their eyes. The commentators in the booth were equally ecstatic. Oh my God, who would have thought that McCoy possessed not only the ability to shoot three-pointers, but also the capacity for thunderous dunks? It was utterly explosive. After McCollum scored 5 points, Wade also changed his demeanor and complimented him with evident enthusiasm. It appears that McCollum possesses numerous scoring techniques yet to be discovered. Dwayne, how would you rate his dunk? Mark Jackson posed a question he was particularly adept at asking. 9 points, as I am eager to witness his next dunk. Wade responded decisively. Shaquille O'Neal pondered the recent play. In my estimation, McCollum seemed to hold back on that dunk. If he were to unleash his full strength, I reckon the backboard could shatter, and the hoop might even topple. The other three expressed disbelief. No way. Ever since you shattered the backboard, the league has reinforced them. Can McCollum's physique even compare to yours? O'Neal chuckled. I'm merely speculating. Ha ha ha. My curiosity about this young man grows. Mike Breen returned to commentate on the next possession. Let us see what other surprises he has in store for us. Kid, I was careless just now. If you have the skill, come at me again. I will surely block you. Green expressed his dissatisfaction with his previous defense and offense, continuing to guard McCollum one-on-one. Weren't you just chased down by LeBron? Ha 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 ha. McCoy retorted with a casual disdain. When it comes to the art of trash talking, he has never been bested. Green, consumed by rage, seized McCoy's arm with force. Upon feeling that strength, McCoy merely smiled with contempt. Then, with a sudden gasp, he fell to the ground, clutching his arm. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul by Green. Maiko lay on the ground for a moment, then was pulled up by his teammates, offering a faint smile. Meanwhile, Green continued to incessantly chatter with the referee. The possession remained with the Cavaliers, and LeBron quickly prepared to inbound the ball. Dellavedova received the pass and handed it to Maiko, who stood at a 45-degree angle. With defenders closing in, he leapt high into the air. Sensing the opportunity, Green sprang up, extending his arm in an attempt to block the shot. However, he was a moment too late. Maiko effortlessly released the basketball, while Green's hand struck his arm. Swish. The score read 42-34, and the entire audience displayed exaggerated expressions of astonishment. Mika's leaping ability surpasses that of Green by an extraordinary margin. The referee's whistle once again pierces the air, signaling a remarkable three-point play. With a playful intention to provoke Green further, Mike asked with a smile, "What about the hat I promised you?" Green clenched his fists, feeling the intensity of the moment. Yet this time, fully aware of having breached the rules, he exhibited notably restrained behavior. He recognized that any further disputes with the referee could lead to an additional technical foul, which would be a considerable detriment. Consequently, he let out a cold snort before being summoned by Kerr to the sidelines. Max stood at the free throw line, preparing to shoot. Yet the ball did not find its mark. However, in an instant akin to lightning, he dashed beneath the basket, seized the ball, and smoothly glided towards the left corner. Without a moment's hesitation, he released the shot with exquisite fluidity, a truly magnificent display before either Iguodala or Barnes could react. Even LeBron furrowed his brow in momentary astonishment, silently marveling at the execution. Swish. The score now stood at 45-34. The Cavaliers bench erupted in jubilation, wildly waving towels in celebration. The Warriors, feeling the blow to their morale, promptly called for a timeout. Meanwhile, the commentators at the ABC desk were beside themselves with excitement, witnessing history unfold once again. Ladies and gentlemen, Mac has etched his name into the annals of history once more. He has shattered the record set by Michael Jordan 33 years ago. Mike Breen, gazing at his notes, bellowed with fervor. Oh, what record might that be? Mark Jackson chimed in. playing along with the theatrics. Meanwhile, Wade and O'Neal appeared bewildered, as guests unfamiliar with such historical statistics. That is, Mike Breen paused for effect. Chapter 13, Two Cries of Agony. Is Mac severely injured? In the 1992 NBA Finals, Michael sank 6 three-pointers in the first half, a record that had stood unbroken for 23 years. At this very moment, Mac, hailing from Huaxia, has surpassed the basketball deity Michael with an astounding 7 three-pointers. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Mac for yet another miraculous achievement. Mike Breen exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Wade and O'Neal, poring over the data, were increasingly astonished. The notes revealed that Kenny Smith had made 7 three-pointers in Game 1 of the 1995 Finals, hitting 7 out of 11 attempts, while Scottie Pippen matched that feat in Game 3 of the 1997 Finals. Ray Allen had also achieved 7 three-pointers in Game 6 of the 2008 Finals, making 7 out of 9 attempts. And Danny Green did the same in Game 3 of the 2013 Finals, again going 7 for 9. Mike Miller had his turn in Game 5 of the 2012 Finals with 7 out of 8. And Ray Allen had set the bar even higher in Game 2 of the 2010 Finals with 8 out of 11. This meant that Mac was now just one shot away from equaling Ray Allen's record for three-pointers in NBA Finals history, if he were to make 2 more. It would be utterly astonishing. My goodness, and there is still time left in the second quarter. Are we likely to witness greatness once more today? Both men inhaled deeply, filled with anticipation. Congratulations to Mac, the undrafted player who has delivered us so many surprises. Dwayne, what score would you give him now? After a flurry of banter among old partners Mark Jackson and others, a pivotal question emerged regarding their exclusive topic. Despite a commendable score of 9, if the Cavaliers fail to clinch the championship, no matter how impressive his statistics may appear, they will amount to naught, rendering him merely a backdrop for the Warriors. Wouldn't you agree, Shaq? Wade promptly turned to inquire of O'Neal. How can McCallum secure victories without impressive statistics? Currently, he stands as LeBron's most significant ally, and the Cavaliers' championship prospects hinge upon McCallum's performance. O'Neal articulated the fundamental issue of the match. Live on TV5, the reactions of these two guests were evidently a beat slow. Only upon hearing their counterparts at ABC passionately proclaiming that McCallum made history did they begin to sift through their prepared notes. Subsequently, Eugia's eyes glistened with emotion, her voice quivering with a hint of tears. Dear viewers, just moments ago, McCallum sank his 7th three-pointer of the game, surpassing Jordan's record from 23 years ago and establishing a new benchmark for three-pointers in the first half of an NBA Finals. Henceforth, this record belongs to McCallum. Emblematic of our Chinese players, those who aspire to greatness must possess not only extraordinary talent but also unwavering resilience. I firmly believe that the miracles belonging to McCallum will continue to unfold. Zhang Weiping expressed his profound agreement, nodding incessantly. He beheld a new hope for Chinese basketball. Remaining silent, in a dedicated discussion forum on sports. McCallum, the foremost figure of Chinese men's basketball, who agrees, who disagrees? McCallum, my McCallum. I bow down. I kneel. From this moment forth, I declare my unwavering support for you alone. My brother is remarkable, both handsome and skilled. I wish to bear him children. I am off to the United States. Brothers, await my news. Mother inquired why I was kneeling while gazing at my phone, and with tears brimming, I replied that I had witnessed the divine. She swiftly delivered a reprimanding slap, and I whimpered. Speaking of which, McCallum has already amassed 24 points. Your brother's wife is the most beautiful. Where are the photos of your wife's midday stroll? What about the one suggesting to film culinary mishaps? Why the rush? When I say I will post, I shall post. Just wait. Amidst the anticipation of the masses, your brother emerged to share his thoughts. Upon his words being spoken, many indeed held their breath, incessantly refreshing the page to glimpse the photos they longed to see. 10 seconds later, when the photo was finally revealed, everyone's eyes widened. Jaws agape. Goodness, your brother actually fulfilled his promise? When the image was magnified, it was indeed a private photo, an unedited glimpse, and remarkably uncensored. However, your brother's wife is the most beautiful. Are you jesting? Is your wife a husky? And a male at that? The implications are unmistakable, my friends. Those who understand, understand. What does that mean? I am still but an elementary student. Alas, my brother, the situation appears to be unresolvable. Upon returning to the game, McCoy became the target of scrutiny. However, due to his formidable presence beyond the three-point arc, the Cavaliers' offense flowed with the fluidity of Mercury. James executed fast breaks. Jones unleashed three-pointers, and Delhi penetrated defenses, while even Tristan Thompson thrived in the paint. In stark contrast, under McCoy's defensive pressure, Curry managed a dismal 1 out of 5 attempts, garnering a mere 2 points. The previously impressive Iguodala, having thrived in recent games with a modified lineup, struggled to find his rhythm today, relying solely on free throws for a solitary point. With just 2 minutes and 16 seconds remaining in the game, the score stood at 53-37, with the Cavaliers enjoying a commanding 16-point lead on the road. It was at this juncture that the atmosphere in the arena shifted dramatically. Bodog stepped onto the court with a sense of purpose. "Coach, don't fret. 16 points may seem substantial, but we have ample time. With me on the floor, there is nothing to worry about." This was Bodog's whispered assurance to Kerr before making his entrance. He was prepared to make a significant impact. Upon receiving the ball in the low post, Bodog charged forward, disregarding all caution, determined to overpower Thompson with sheer tenacity. The fierce confrontation was merely a fade. Clandestinely, he delivered a few elbows to Thompson, who found himself momentarily staggered by the unexpected blows. Seizing the opportunity, Bodog unleashed a thunderous two-handed dunk, igniting a cacophony of applause from the home crowd. The beleaguered Warriors, needing this robust offensive surge to uplift their spirits, were left reeling. While the referees remained oblivious, Thompson simmered with irritation, forced to endure in silence. Yet, he noted Bodog's unsportsmanlike conduct, preparing to retaliate in kind. However, the unfolding events in the next sequence compelled him to momentarily abandon such thoughts. At that moment, James set a screen, allowing McCoy to receive the ball on the right side at a 45-degree angle. After dribbling twice, he readied himself for a shot. Bodog, lurking near the free throw line, surged forward, his expression stoic, eyes gleaming with a cold intensity. Mike anticipated that the upcoming defense would surely be unsportsmanlike. Yet with that experience card in hand, he was unyielding. Upon meeting, it was time to engage. This time, he aimed to secure a retirement, to render his opponent incapable of self-sufficiency. In a fleeting moment, Mike leapt high into the air, while Bodog advanced, positioning his foot directly beneath Mike's imminent descent, subsequently adopting a symbolic gesture of attempting to block. The basketball swished through the net. 56-39. However, at the very instant Mike landed, 2 chilling cries pierced the air. Mike fell heavily to the ground, clutching his right ankle, his face contorted in excruciating pain, instantly turning ashen. In an effort to portray his agony convincingly, he rolled on the floor twice. "Oh, no." The photographers and reporters near the basketball hoop erupted in gasps of shock. Many in the stands involuntarily rose to their feet, their eyes wide with disbelief. LeBron rushed over, crouching beside Mike, his expression filled with urgency and concern. The other Cavaliers players were seething with anger, eager to confront someone. Tension mounted between the teams, an impending confrontation looming. After a frantic search, they discovered the instigator, Bogut, writhing on the ground in distress. "Damn it, Bogut. What are you playing at?" Thompson, consumed by rage, bent down and unleashed a torrent of invective towards Bogut. Chapter 14. LeBron, you little rascal. At that moment, chaos reigned on the court. Referees and staff swiftly intervened, separating the players who were poised for conflict. The medical teams from both sides promptly entered the fray, conducting initial assessments of the injuries. Soon, the Cavaliers' medical staff carried Mike off the court on a stretcher. Meanwhile, Bogut, clutching the upper part of his thigh, ambled back to the locker room behind the medical team, a palpable sense of sorrow enveloping him. Once the court was stabilized, the referees turned to the replay monitor. In slow motion, it became evident. As Mike leapt, Bogut had deliberately shifted his foot, an intentional act of obstruction. As McCall landed, his ankle exhibited a stark 90-degree twist and deformation. The injury sustained by Bogut, struck in the groin, was a consequence of McCaw's instinctive attempt to maintain his balance while falling, a natural reflex of self-preservation, entirely unintentional. The referees scrutinized the replay repeatedly, displayed prominently on the large screen. The home crowd of Warriors fans, aware of the gravity of such a dangerous play, exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern. They certainly wished for no such incidents within the confines of Oracle Arena. However, since it had occurred and seemed to favor their team, a fleeting sense of relief washed over them. Who could say what might come next? The Cavaliers' coaching staff and players, upon witnessing that harrowing scene, clenched their fists in unison, their fury palpable. 2 of their key players had fallen in the second quarter. Meanwhile, the Warriors had merely lost a substitute. That scoundrel Bogut deserved the harshest of penalties. The fervor in the discussion forums was intense. How could one not express disdain for Bogut, who had incapacitated two pivotal players of the Cavaliers, resorting to violence when unable to succeed in the game. It seemed the Warriors had lost their integrity. One's personal actions should not be conflated with those of the team. Thank you very much. Such incidents must have been orchestrated long ago. Consider the past with the Spurs and Bowen. Utterly disgraceful, all of it. My brother has been injured, and my heart aches. I yearn to fly to the United States to care for him during this troubling time. Discussions and condemnations abound across various forums in Huaxia. McCoy scored 24 points in the first half, while Bodog faced a setback. The moment of Mike's injury. The incident involving McCoy has surged to the forefront of trending topics on social media. Numerous NBA players who have previously suffered from such underhanded tactics have come forth to express their condemnation of Bogut and the Warriors. Vince Carter stated that Andrew Bogut's despicable actions warrant a lifetime ban from the league. Ray Allen remarked that, while he has long despised Bruce Bowen for his penchant for tripping, he now adds Bogut to that list. Kobe Bryant declared, "The next time I encounter Bogut, I will not hesitate to confront him physically, for I detest such underhanded players, and I stand with McCoy." During a live broadcast, two commentators observed the slow-motion replays in silence, grappling with their emotions. Ujia felt an overwhelming anger that he could not outwardly express. With tears welling in his eyes, he lamented, "Bogut's tripping maneuver is utterly vile and perilous, clearly aimed at injuring McCoy's ankle. I, on behalf of myself, vehemently denounce such reprehensible behavior and hope the NBA swiftly imposes a fitting punishment to deter similar actions in the future." Zhang Weiping was acutely aware that such a severe injury could potentially derail McCoy's burgeoning career. He had envisioned McCoy as the next leader of the Chinese national basketball team, following in the footsteps of Yao Ming. Now, just as the young player was beginning to rise, he was cruelly sidelined by Bogut's reckless actions, leaving Zhang feeling deeply frustrated and sorrowful for McCoy. The unforeseen incident on the court caught the Cavaliers off guard and could cast a shadow over the future of Chinese basketball. Let us pray for McCoy, believing that fate will favor him and hoping for some good news to emerge. Yu Jia made a concerted effort to suppress his sorrow and redirected the conversation back to the game. The focus shifted to the referees and their ruling. After an extensive review of the footage and deliberation, the three referees finally reached a decision. Bogut was assessed a flagrant foul of the second degree and ejected from the game. The Cavaliers were awarded 2 free throws, in addition to McCoy's recent three-point play, resulting in a total of 3 free throws. The game resumed, with the Cavaliers players fueled by a desire for retribution on behalf of McCoy. The atmosphere on the court intensified. A determined LeBron James took it upon himself to lead the offensive charge, repeatedly driving to the basket and executing thunderous dunks. He channeled his frustration and anger towards Bogut through his performance. By halftime, the Cavaliers led the Warriors 63-42, boasting a commanding 21-point advantage. During the intermission in the Warriors' locker room, the coach rallied the team. "Come on, guys. We still have 24 minutes to play. Although we are trailing by 21 points, the Cavaliers are running on fumes. With both JR and McCoy out, LeBron is left with a depleted squad, and they will not stand a chance against us. If we can establish our rhythm, that 21-point deficit is insignificant. Let us triumph over the Cavaliers on our home turf and seize that coveted championship. Come on. Let us rally." Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Cavaliers' locker room is distinctly unusual. When the coach and players returned, their expressions were grave. They were utterly taken aback to find that Maiko had not been taken to the hospital. Curiosity piqued, the others quickly gathered around, incessantly scrutinizing Maiko's foot in an attempt to comprehend the situation. "For heaven's sake, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. The team physician has examined me several times already." After McCoy finished speaking, he leaped and bounded about to demonstrate his vitality. The onlookers turned to the team physician for confirmation, who stated, after McCoy returned, he engaged in some movements on his own. I assisted him with a massage and conducted an examination. Indeed, he is perfectly fine. He can take the field. How could this individual, having sustained such a severe injury, be entirely unscathed? It is nothing short of a miracle. Is it the mystical powers of the East that are safeguarding him? Goodness, I must journey to China during the off-season. Let us pay our respects. Upon learning that McCoy could play, everyone broke into smiles, fully aware that the 2015 NBA championship was destined to be theirs, belonging to the Cavaliers and to Cleveland. Subsequently, McCoy shared a few hushed words with James. After listening, James gave McCoy a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You rascal, you truly are a mischievous one." McCoy responded with a laugh. "Thank you for the compliment, boss, haha." Just 3 minutes into the third quarter, the Cavaliers found themselves on the receiving end of an 8-2 run, prompting an immediate timeout as the score shifted to 65-50. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the arena. Spectators turned their heads in unison to witness a familiar figure bouncing into view. It was McCoy, the Cavaliers' number 6. The crowd was initially taken aback, but soon erupted into deafening boos. How could the traitor from their own team treat McCoy with such malicious fouls? It was one thing not to applaud his return, but to express such disdain? McCoy was back. McCoy continued to incite the fans. The louder their clamor grew, the more anxious the Warriors coach and players became, for their strategies had once again faltered. Soon, McCoy re-entered the court, radiating an aura of dominance. This time, his countenance was filled with a fierce determination, intent on dismantling the Warriors' defensive framework with his three-point prowess. The Cavaliers players wore expressions of fierce resolve, driven to conclude the 2014-15 season with a championship. Chapter 15. As for the punishment, well, upon resuming play, the Cavaliers regained possession. LeBron handled the ball, signaling to his teammates, and immediately sought out McCoy. McCoy, finding an open space at a 45-degree angle on the left, seized the ball without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the defenders attempting to close in. With unwavering determination, he took the shot. Thud. The basketball struck the rim, producing a resonant sound. It then ricocheted, hitting the backboard and danced precariously on the rim before finally settling into the net. 68-50. While others awaited the outcome of the shot, McCoy had already located Curry, gearing up for the next defensive play. Yet, he could not do so without a defender, prompting Green to sprint alongside him. Kid, I'll stick to you like gum. Making you cry like a little girl, Green taunted, his words lacking aggression. Oh really? Then I'll shoot until you're silenced. Curry retorted. Why don't you try making a few shots yourself? Huh? McKay brought 2 individuals along, and he unleashed a barrage. Wow, that three-pointer heralds the triumphant return of the three-point king. He remains the unparalleled sharpshooter, sinking 8 three-pointers, thereby equaling Ray Allen's record for the most three-pointers made in NBA Finals history. OMG, little McKay, from now on, every three-pointer you make deserves a perfect 10. Please continue your dazzling performance, won't you? If only I hadn't retired early. Otherwise, teaming up with McKay, we would be invincible both inside and out, and a six-peat would be within our grasp. The 4 commentators from ABC Sports on the sidelines were utterly ecstatic. On the court, McKay was in a frenzy, ceaselessly sprinting and fiercely defending against Curry. If they can stifle Curry, who averages 26 points per game, the Warriors will struggle to secure a victory, right? In the next play, Green attempted to pass to Curry, but a slip of the hand sent the ball out of bounds, resulting in a turnover. Man, you should really step off the court, with you on the floor. The Warriors can't catch up. McCall understood the pivotal role Green played within the Warriors, thus he sought to provoke him, to unsettle his mindset, aiming to incite him into earning a technical foul. Huh, you brash young man, do you dare to challenge me? I could easily make you regret it. Green kept pace with McCall, retorting, shit, bro, if you have the guts, come at me. McCall, with a playful grin, stood his ground. During this offensive surge from the Cavaliers, McCall engaged solely in verbal sparring. James, wishing to assist him, found no opportunity, and as time dwindled, he was compelled to drive toward the basket himself, drawing a shooting foul, making one of his free throws. The score stood at 69-50. The rebound was snatched by Mozgov, showcasing the clear rebounding advantage of their formidable lineup. With a swift pass, he discreetly maneuvered to the left corner where McCall awaited the ball. He halted abruptly, leaped, lifted his arm, flicked his wrist, and released the shot in one fluid motion. The series of movements executed by Maiko flows seamlessly, reminiscent of the silky texture of Dove chocolate. Whoosh! The basketball glides past Green's outstretched hand, tracing an arc of orange beneath the spotlight. Swish! It finds nothing but net. 72-50. As McCoy signaled for a three-point shot, a subtle smile graced his lips. Oh my goodness, 9 three-pointers. 9 three-pointers. McCoy has surpassed Ray Allen, once again etching his name in history. Words fail to encapsulate McCoy's brilliance. The only phrase that comes to mind is, extraordinary. I believe that in the near future, he will ascend to the status of the greatest three-point shooter in NBA history. I would rate McCoy an 11 if he lands another shot. May I increase that score by 1? Please refer to him as the God of McCoy. Thank you. The 4 esteemed commentators at ABC have commenced a new wave of accolades. Our 2 esteemed hosts at TV5 are equally enthusiastic. 20 minutes prior, McCoy faced malicious retaliation, yet. Just 20 minutes later, he returned to sink 2 consecutive three-pointers, shattering Ray Allen's NBA Finals record with a total of 9. Ujia's emotions are a whirlwind, filled with excitement and a plethora of sentiments. From obscurity to the limelight, McCoy achieved this in just over 2 quarters of play. Coach Zhang, given the current state of the game, how many more three-pointers do you think McCoy will make? Zhang Weiping's face is adorned with a broad smile, as his previous concerns have vanished. The more, the better, he chuckles, but given the substantial score difference, McCoy may reduce his attempts. In a certain girl's dormitory at Xiamen University, a girl exclaimed, "Wow, hurry and watch the NBA Finals. Our McCoy is so handsome, and his looks are absolutely stunning. So handsome, just my type. I think I'm in love. Woe is me. Huh? Do you even think you stand a chance? My McCoy just set the NBA Finals three-point record. Did you know? He is both charming and talented. Destined to earn a fortune in the future, a quintessential rich and handsome man. Perfect for me. Oh, come on, McCoy, please, open your heart to me. It belongs only to you. Scram, you little flirt. I can just gaze at him and feel elated all day long, haha. Hey, aren't you all supposed to be taking graduation photos today? Hurry up and get ready. Wang Yilin listened to her roommate's lewd banter while watching the game on her computer, her face slightly flushed. At this moment, Green watched McCoy, who was reveling in applause and celebration, feeling utterly dejected. After all, he had been selected for the all-defensive first team. Under his defense, McCoy had hit yet another 2 three-pointers. For Green, it felt like an affront to his pride. This was intolerable. He needed to reclaim his dignity. As Curry dribbled past half-court, Green stepped forward to request the ball, then executed 2 feints before attempting to power through McCoy, but he was unable to break through. As Maiko exerted a slight force from behind, Green lost his balance and the ball slipped away. Subsequently, James seized the opportunity to swiftly execute an effortless dunk. The score now stood at 74-50. Observing Green's reckless behavior and the widening score gap, Kerr felt the tension rise, his forehead pulsating with veins, prompting him to call a timeout. Draymond, have you lost your mind? Are you incapable of playing the game now that Maiko is on the court? Damn it. Kerr launched a fierce tirade at Green before firmly placing him on the bench. He then summoned Livingston, David Lee, Barnes, Curry, and Thompson to devise a new strategy. Meanwhile, Maiko obtained statistical data about himself from Tyronn Lue, a matter he had specifically arranged prior to the game. After 19 minutes and 33 seconds on the court, he calculated that with a 24-point deficit, the challenge ahead seemed daunting. However, facing the formidable Warriors, known for their explosive runs in the third quarter, he dared not underestimate the situation. Should he continue playing now, or wait until the final 8 minutes of the fourth quarter? The frustrating system imposed a punitive mechanism, leaving him perplexed. What to do? Can I temporarily add a few three-pointers, system? You set the pregame parameters too low. What does that have to do with me? Get lost. He retorted. What about exceeding 28 minutes of playtime? Your stamina only supports 28 minutes. However, having used the experience card, perhaps you could give it a try. As for the punishment, oh dear. Realization dawned upon him. The time limitation was intended for his physical well-being. The system truly was a considerate guardian. Thus, he resolved to give it his all, for the championship, for his lucrative contract, and to hear that iconic line from LeBron. Chapter 16, 11 three-pointers, teams in a frenzy. The return of McCoy has disrupted the offensive and defensive rhythm of the entire Warriors team, resulting in a significant shift in the dynamics of the game. Upon resuming play after a timeout, Curry and Thompson attempted a series of three-point shots in a bid to quickly close the gap, yet all their efforts proved fruitless. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers' offense found itself momentarily stalled. Iguodala's suffocating defense rendered McCoy nearly breathless, while LeBron struggled with his shooting, missing several attempts. Consequently, both teams engaged in a battle of missed shots, neither able to score, which consumed an excessive amount of time. An advantageous scenario for the Cavaliers, but a devastating blow for the Warriors. The players' confidence began to waver. The more they faltered, the more chaotic their play became. Seizing the opportunity, McCoy capitalized on a long rebound after another missed shot by Curry. He quickly advanced, finally shaking off Iguodala. With the ball in hand, he swiftly changed direction twice, orchestrating the play with an array of feints. Suddenly, he executed a step back and effortlessly sank a three-pointer. The ball arched perfectly through the air, his 10th three-pointer. 77-50. Iguodala stood frozen in disbelief, feeling an explosion of frustration within, shaking his head in resignation as his composure threatened to shatter. How on earth can we compete? While our team struggles to score, McCoy effortlessly nets 3 points. How are we to catch up? My God, is this really a rookie? Damn it, this guy has gone insane. He has just hit 3 consecutive three-pointers. Who can contain him? If this continues, who the hell can step up for us? It would have been better if we had just taken out this young Chinese player earlier. The fans were already restless, unable to bear the sight of the score. On the court, McCoy directly intercepted a visibly frustrated Curry and passed to a sprinting LeBron. LeBron steadied himself, and as McCoy circled around to the left corner, he promptly returned the ball. Mike catches the ball, glancing at the approaching defender Iguodala, and unleashes another three-pointer. Swish. The 11th three-pointer finds the net effortlessly. 80-50. McCoy's shot was a lethal strike, taking the score difference to a staggering 30 points. Iguodala's lips curled in disappointment, his heart heavy with bitterness. The Warriors players were utterly demoralized, their heads hung low. Wow. McCaw has already sunk 11 three-pointers, and his remarkable performance continues. Mark Jackson was utterly captivated by McCaw's display from beyond the arc, at a loss for words to describe his extraordinary feats. My God, in this highly anticipated Game 7, it is not LeBron of the Cavaliers, nor Curry of the Warriors, who rules the game, but rather the previously unheralded waterboy, McCaw. He has once again etched his name in history. Mike Breen felt his soul tremble with pride. Indeed, he had not misjudged McCaw. From this moment forth, he would be McCaw's most ardent supporter. Is this three-pointer the dagger that seals the game? Can anyone tell me what the largest comeback in NBA Finals history is? Wade, filled with joy, was curious if he could pop the champagne early. 24 points. In the fourth game of the 2008 Celtics-Lakers showdown, the Celtics pulled off a monumental comeback, ultimately winning 97-91. Mark Jackson sifted through his notes for a while before responding. Unless the Warriors conjure up another miracle, luck seems to favor the Cavaliers, especially with McCaw on their side. Shaquille O'Neal already felt the championship slipping away. Meanwhile, team owners and managers, situated in various VIP boxes, were equally exhilarated. Heat president Pat Riley, cigar in hand, remained composed, his gaze piercing. After LeBron announced his return to the Cavaliers last year, the Heat still boasted the dynamic duo of Wade and Bosh, yet Bosh was sidelined for the season, and the team didn't even reach the playoffs. Are the Cavaliers on the brink of a championship? Is LeBron poised to win once more? He could hardly contain himself. Chris, what do you think of this young lad McCaw from China? Bosh exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. His three-point shooting is remarkably precise. He doesn't require the ball much. And he possesses a tremendous heart. He is an invaluable piece for any championship contender. Pat Riley subtly nodded, stating, well, I shall reach out to Rich Paul in hopes of bringing him to the East Coast. Bosh, brimming with excitement and a tinge of urgency, remarked, once the finals conclude, McCaw will become a free agent. The entire league will surely be clamoring for him. You're so composed. What else with the facade? I'll go find Dwayne, and we can both embark on a recruitment mission together. What do you think? Pat Riley smiled and nodded in agreement. The Knicks owner, James Dolan, was quite forthright. He was primarily interested in the commercial value that McCoy brought, showing little concern for the team's performance. With only 17 wins this season, languishing at the bottom of the Eastern Conference, how much worse could it get with McCoy on board? Phil, go secure McCoy. No matter the size of the contract he demands, I will fulfill it unconditionally. Whatever status he desires within the team, I shall accommodate. Since Phil Jackson took on the role of team president, the team's performance had plummeted, and he was eager to achieve some success. Boss, we have Carmelo on our roster. If this kid wants to take the lead, it's of no consequence. If Carmelo objects, we can trade him. The owner's boldness impressed the Zen master, who gave a thumbs up, exclaiming his admiration. Daddy, I want McCoy on our Kings. Anjali rushed to her father's side, clinging to his arm and playfully pouting. Aren't you a fan of Stephen Curry? Just moments ago, you were cheering for him on the sidelines. And now you wish to say this? Teased Vivek Ranadive. Well, McCoy is taller, more handsome, and a better player. Can't I change my idol? Anjali replied, her expression brimming with infatuation. All right. I've already instructed someone to contact Rich Paul. However, we are a small market team, and he likely won't come. Vivek shook his head, chuckling at his daughter's demeanor. Then I'll personally take matters into my own hands. I want to believe that my charm cannot sway this young man from the East. Anjali clenched her fist, determined to succeed. She was confident that her beauty could win over this Eastern lad's heart and mind. A similar discourse unfolded in another room, when Anjali's friend, Malloy, suddenly expressed her desire to watch the game in the VIP lounge. She saw right through Anjali's intentions and promptly followed suit. Who doesn't he aspire to have a father who owns an NBA team? Daddy, the Kings have already begun pursuing McCoy. Shall we join in? Wesley Edens contemplated his daughter's words and understood. Huh. I reached out to Rich Paul right after G6 concluded. Our head coach, Jason Kidd, will personally speak with McCoy shortly. With a smile, Malloy complimented her father's keen insight, then grinned. May I join you? Wesley Edens gently tapped his daughter's forehead, saying, It's up to you. After all, we will need you to manage the Bucks in the future. Chapter 17. For the sake of ratings, referees give their all. The two teams above had young and beautiful women eager to recruit McCoy, but the Lakers were distinct. They had Aunt Jeannie Buss at the helm. Kobe was aging and had suffered significant injuries. Our Lakers required a fresh face, and McCoy was an excellent fit. I have a great admiration for this young man. General Manager Kupchak readily concurred. Shall I accompany Kobe to persuade him and bring him to Los Angeles? Yes, at any cost. Everyone on the team can be traded. Except for Kobe, including this year's draft picks. Jeannie Buss spoke with urgency. The previous season, the team had only managed a dismal record of 21 wins and 61 losses. The worst since the franchise relocated to Los Angeles in 1960. She needed to enhance the team's performance swiftly to secure a championship and silence certain critics. What about the contract amount for McCoy? Kupchak was somewhat bewildered. If everyone was on the trading block, his workload in the upcoming summer transfer market would be immense. Striving to assemble another trio or quartet of superstars and create a new dynasty was not out of the question. There is no cap. As long as it aligns with league regulations, we can sign any contract, and we can pay the luxury tax. This young man from China was exceptionally handsome and charismatic. With a vast market potential, a few games could recoup the investment. The more Jeannie Buss spoke, the more her excitement grew. Indeed, Kupchak's enthusiasm matched her own. The Buss family was finally willing to spend. Having the financial means to act was nothing short of exhilarating. Meanwhile, Clippers owner Steve Ballmer also joined the fray. This season marked his first year in charge of the team. They had soared to third place in the Western Conference during the regular season, yet astonishingly. After leading 3-1 in the Western semifinals, they were reversed by the Rockets. Frustrating, wasn't it? Was it due to poor coaching by Doc Rivers? Did the trio of Paul, Griffin, and Jordan lack the necessary power? Neither. What the team truly lacked was a player with the immense heart of someone like McCoy. If they could secure McCoy, a championship would surely follow, Ballmer mused. As time passed, 3 quarters had concluded, and the score stood at 87-58. The Cavaliers held a 29-point lead. TV5 was broadcasting live. Coach Zhang, McCoy has scored 36 points and hit 11 three-pointers in 3 quarters. How should we praise this performance? Yu Jia wore a proud expression. Initially, it was unexpected, but later it became anticipated, when the Wheat was injured and left the field, then returned victorious. I believed he could create history once more. It must be said, Wheat has truly brought honor to us, the people of Huaxia. At this moment, Zhang Weiping was beaming with joy, his aged face radiant with delight. Now that the Cavaliers have gained a significant advantage, can we dare to proclaim, the Cavaliers are champions? Yu Jia rubbed his hands together, filled with excitement. I believe it is practically a foregone conclusion. Zhang Weiping nodded in agreement and added, however, we must not let our guard down. LeBron possesses vast experience and will undoubtedly remind everyone of this. In the discussion forum, someone exclaimed, wow, 11 three-pointers. Our Wheat god is magnificent, truly impressive. In this decisive Game 7, the brightest star is our Huaxia player, Wheat Dakai. Let us loudly declare 5 words. Cavaliers are champions. Wait. Is this your way of jinxing it? Speaking of which, Wheat has already scored 36 points. What about that beauty who mentioned bikinis? Do you think you stand a chance? I have already sent my bikini to Wheat through Weibo. Oh my goodness, Wheat has a Weibo account. You fake fan. He has already gained one. 28 million followers in 3 days, alright? Guys, look at the score. Do you truly honor the support of the home fans? Do you respect your efforts throughout the entire season? To defend our dignity, let us summon all our strength for these final 12 minutes, okay? Go. Show your fervent desire for the championship and leave no regrets. At this moment, devising tactics seems superfluous. Kerr could only encourage his players. Yet, within him, there was an overwhelming frustration that could not be expressed. The Warriors had not won a championship in 40 years. And this group of players had never tasted the sweetness of a title in their careers. When the opportunity was right before them, they had lost it once. Tied at 3, 3. With home court advantage, they found themselves trailing by 29 points after 3 quarters. The championship seemed utterly out of reach for them. And to shatter their dreams of glory was not just LeBron, but rather an unexpected player from Huaxiao, an undrafted talent, which felt profoundly humiliating. This was absolutely unacceptable. Everyone, let's be fierce. Let's amplify our actions. We will stage a comeback. Kerr spoke of a comeback, yet inside, he felt utterly uncertain. Meanwhile, on the Cavaliers' side, the team leader, LeBron, delivered the final rallying speech. Guys, the Warriors have reached a dead end. In the fourth quarter, they will retaliate fiercely. Therefore, we cannot afford to relax, not even for a moment. Let us charge forward and give our all for these final 12 minutes. Together, let us seize that damn championship. He possesses the experience of a champion and is acutely aware that his teammates' mental state may shift at such pivotal moments. Thus, he roars with fervor, inspiring each member of the Cavaliers. My friends, do not seek stability. Defend with all your might, attack with unwavering resolve. Let us extend the lead to a staggering 58 points. Merely maintaining focus is insufficient. It does not guarantee a definitive victory. Numerous teams, upon establishing a significant lead, tend to become complacent, only to witness their advantage dwindle to around 15 points, which incites panic and disrupts their play. The more anxious they become, the fiercer their opponents retaliate, making a comeback all the more plausible. Maiko was resolute in his determination not to relinquish the championship that was within his grasp. When he uttered these words with a fierce glare and an aura of menace, his teammates were instantly taken aback. They recalled the moment in the second quarter when Maiko had been maliciously tripped, understanding that he yearned to humiliate the Warriors on the court. With this in mind, they charged forward with the fervor of rabid dogs, willing to fight for every second of the remaining 12 minutes. Thus, the Cavaliers' momentum surged, making them appear as though they were the ones trailing. Every player's eyes blazed with intensity, their voices raised in passionate roars, their desire for the championship reaching an unparalleled crescendo. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. The referees, intent on narrowing the score for a more captivating spectacle, striving for higher viewership and to provide accountability to Adam, diligently blew their whistles. Just 4 minutes in, the Cavaliers had already accumulated a full complement of fouls, and the deficit had swelled to a daunting 20 points. 93-73. What a spectacle. McCoy could not suppress his expletives, the spirit of a rabid dog about to erupt. In the ensuing play, he utilized T.T. Thompson's screen to break free, receiving a pass from Dellavedova at the top of the arc. Just as everyone anticipated a three-point shot, McCoy opted for a driving layup. However, Iguodala and Green lunged at him with ferocity, striking his arms simultaneously from either side, sending McCoy crashing to the ground. The impact was tremendous as he fell. His body collided with the floor, producing a dull thud. Beep. The referee finally called the Warriors' first foul. Rising to his feet, McCoy flexed his biceps, roaring in defiance, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. Yet, Iguodala and Green were taken aback. Their arms were numb, stunned by the sheer force emanating from McCoy. Chapter 18. Another three-point shooter? The entire arena stunned. Oh my goodness. The thrill was palpable, too exhilarating. Who would have thought that it was only in the fourth quarter we would witness such a frenetic display of physical confrontation? This game was mesmerizing. One side reluctant to concede too much and the other eager to resolve the suspense, both teams battled fiercely, with more time still left on the clock. The referees had become the focal point of the game, and indeed, there was still play to be had. However, during this stretch, McCoy seemed to have faded into the background, his presence minimal. Perhaps it was intentional, otherwise, he would overshadow LeBron's brilliance. In stark contrast to the serious commentary on the court, fans across the ocean in China expressed themselves with much more flair and fervor. Look at McCoy's muscles. Show me more. Goodness, they're enormous. Hit me, brother. I can take it. On the scene, McCoy sank both free throws, steadying the team's morale. 95-73. In the next possession, the Warriors attacked. Green, positioned at the top of the arc, became cautious upon noticing McCoy defending him. After dribbling a few times, the entire team executed their renowned elevator doors play, passing the ball to Curry, who decisively launched a three-pointer. Clang. A miss. This was a true reflection of Curry's shooting form tonight. When opportunities arose, he simply could not convert. What could be done? The Cavaliers secured the rebound and handed it to James, the cerebral force on the court. Meanwhile, McCoy ran alongside Curry, smiling encouragingly. Keep shooting, little Curry. I believe your touch will return. Curry's chest was ablaze with fury. He felt utterly ridiculed. How much could a person endure? Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength and shoved McCoy. Mac was taken aback by the unexpected maneuver of the young prodigy, yet in that fleeting moment, he found himself once again performing. He retreated 3 steps before tumbling to the ground, arms outstretched, appealing to the referee for a whistle. The referee, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of helplessness. Though he yearned to aid the Warriors, the foul was glaringly apparent. Stephen, reluctantly, he blew the whistle. The referee's call echoed through the arena. Curry had committed a pushing foul. Green and Iguodala were incensed, their mental state gradually warping, teetering on the brink of collapse. How could this lad, who had been dominant in their confrontations, be toppled by the slender Stephen? It was utterly inconceivable. This was undoubtedly a feint fall. Their fury surged as they approached the referee to argue their case. However, the official provided clarification. Mac had been running alongside, with no physical contact with Curry, who had initiated the push. Left with no recourse, the two glared at the seemingly unfazed Mac. The Cavaliers regrouped for another offensive, and this time, LeBron showcased his formidable physical prowess and ability to overpower beneath the basket, driving towards the rim and drawing a foul from David Lee. After completing a 3-point play, the score escalated to 98-73. The gap widened once more, and the pace of the game appeared to intensify. The Warriors' confidence in orchestrating a comeback was rapidly dissipating. The situation was growing increasingly dire for them. This outcome would surely not satisfy Adam. The referee immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. As the Warriors found themselves in a critical moment of do or die, the officials began to gamble everything, refusing to concede even a fraction. At 6 minutes and 12 seconds, Maiko was called for a hand-check foul, marking his 5th foul. Curry converted all 3 free throws. At 5 minutes and 54 seconds, James was assessed an offensive foul, accumulating his 4th. Green made 1 of 2 from the charity stripe. At 5 minutes and 34 seconds, Thompson was penalized for a rebounding foul, also his 5th, prompting the Cavaliers to substitute Mozgov. David Lee made 1 of 2 free throws. At 5 minutes and 15 seconds, Shumpert committed a foul while attempting to steal from Thompson, his 5th, leading to the entry of James Jones. Thompson sank both free throws. At 4 minutes and 56 seconds, James missed a graceful fadeaway jumper, and Dellavedova was called for a rebounding foul, his 5th, resulting in Mike Miller taking the court. Iguodala made 1 of 2 from the line. In the span of just over a minute, the Cavaliers were struck by an 8-0 run, bringing the score to 98-81. The series of calls from the referees caused the game to become disjointed, igniting a flicker of hope for the Warriors' comeback. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers players grew increasingly restless, their expressions grave. Head coach David Blatt was drenched in cold sweat. Despite leading by nearly 30 points entering the 4th quarter, with what seemed like an impending victory, the gap had narrowed to just 17 points with 5 minutes remaining. If the referees maintained this level of officiating, the Cavaliers would soon find themselves without any players left to compete. Should they ultimately succumb to a comeback, both he and the Cavaliers would be forever branded on the annals of disgrace, unable to recover. He quickly called a timeout. "Boys, do not panic," he urged. "The Warriors are closing the gap solely through free throws. Our strategy remains sound. We still possess a significant lead, so let us maintain our composure. We will secure this game and claim the championship." Upon hearing the coach's words, James felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, you acknowledge the referee's shortcomings yet remain silent. Failing to confront them and apply pressure? Wandering aimlessly along the sidelines is futile. Brothers, let us stabilize our rhythm, waste time, and focus on high-percentage plays. When the next opportunity arises, take the shot without hesitation. The seasoned James stepped forward to clarify the team's approach. "Maiko, if you have a chance, keep shooting those threes." Shooting threes? McCall had hoped to score more, but the pregame setup was insufficient. Had he known the referee would officiate in such a manner, he could have easily tallied 60 points on his own. "Coach, my esteemed leader, I propose we bring in Joe Harris, adding another reliable 3-point shooter. Much like in Game 6, we could catch them off guard once more. As for that second-round pick, his 3-point shooting percentage is certainly commendable, youthful and energetic, but compared to Mike Miller, his lack of playoff experience might hinder him. Yet, who could have predicted McCall's explosion in Game 6? It wouldn't hurt to give him a couple of possessions to see how he performs. Thus, the coaching staff and LeBron made yet another audacious decision. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. When the Warriors players encountered a fresh face on the court, they were momentarily taken aback. Following Game 6, they had meticulously analyzed the Cavaliers' new player, including Joe Harris, and thus felt no trepidation. During a Cavaliers' offensive possession, LeBron controlled the ball, taking his time to survey the dynamic movements on the court. With 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he initiated his drive, charging towards the basket to draw the defense of Iguodala and David Lee, before distributing the ball to McCall in the right corner. Mika feigned a shot, prompting Green and Barnes to rush in, before distributing the ball to the open Joe Harris at the 45-degree angle. Joe made a slight adjustment, leaped, and released the ball. The basketball soared through the air, tracing an elegant arc clang. A misfire. Then, the ball bounced back up, only to descend again. Swish. A three-point shot succeeded. 101-81. The anxious heart of Joe Harris finally found solace as he exhaled deeply. Macaulay immediately dashed to his side, exchanging a celebratory high five, and they shared a knowing smile. Bro. I told you, your three-pointer isn't half bad. Thank you, my brother. James observed the two, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. In this year's finals, it seemed the heavens had been favoring him all along. Meanwhile, the coaching staff and players of the Warriors were left in utter disbelief. How could this be? Every rookie stepping onto the court managed to sink a three-pointer, creating miracles? What had become of their team? Chapter 19. Cavaliers crowned champions. LeBron weeps, OMG. This 33-year-old rookie, Joe Harris, mirrored Macaulay's performance from a few days prior, sinking a three-pointer right upon his arrival. It caught the Warriors completely off guard. One must commend the Cavaliers coach for his audacity to deploy newcomers at any moment. Frankly, this is a lesson our local coaches ought to learn well. I would rate him a solid 9. This shot further disrupted the Warriors' strategy and the referee's calls. The scales of victory had decidedly tilted in favor of the Cavaliers. Indeed, the fans at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse could begin their celebrations early. On the sidelines, the 4 commentators from ABC expressed their insights, and the situation on the court reflected their words. Warriors coach Kerr paced nervously, his anxiety palpable. With 4.5 minutes left to chase a 20-point deficit, the task seemed daunting, if not nearly impossible. Furthermore, the Cavaliers were clearly managing the clock, exacerbating the difficulty of narrowing the gap. No, a methodical approach to offense would not suffice. Rapid three-pointers and drawing fouls were essential for quick scoring. Kerr made a resolute decision. Glancing at the statistics and noting the short and long timeouts remaining, he promptly called for a brief timeout to devise a strategy. Upon returning, Curry noticed the opposing team wasn't applying tight defense, and he seized the opportunity. With conviction, he launched a three-pointer from the arc. The catch, the jump, the shot, like a scene from a textbook. The execution was seamless, fluid as water. Clang. A miss. James secured the rebound, dribbling at the arc to manage the time. With only 5 seconds left before a 24-second violation, he broke towards the basket, executing a challenging fadeaway jumper. Swish. It went through cleanly. 103-81. On the next play, Curry passed the ball to Thompson, who attempted a shot from the corner. Swish. It found the net perfectly. 103-84. The offensive play unfolded in a mere 12 seconds. The Warriors players wore solemn expressions, unable to celebrate as they swiftly returned to defense. The Cavaliers initiated their attack, with LeBron James meticulously managing the clock. With 9 seconds remaining, he executed a series of deft dribbles, penetrating the paint. Just when everyone anticipated a forceful shot, he unexpectedly delivered what would be hailed as the finest pass of the match. In an aerial behind-the-back maneuver, he set up Joe Harris, who lay in wait at the corner. Harris made his first basket, his confidence soaring. He disregarded the defense and launched a shot. Swish. 106-84. A response in the form of a three-pointer. Oh my God, Joe can indeed sink threes. Truly remarkable. This extraordinary substitution extinguished the last flicker of hope for the Warriors' comeback. Who could have foreseen that the rhythm of this game would be orchestrated by the two rookies, McCaw and Harris? With just over 3 minutes remaining, the Warriors might contemplate fielding their substitutes, aiming to maintain a semblance of dignity in defeat. The 4 prominent commentators from ABC pinned the conclusion of this contest. The entire arena fell into a profound silence, many fans' eyes brimming with tears. Numerous supporters remained reluctant to accept the prospect of a Warriors' defeat, clinging to a final glimmer of hope for a miraculous turnaround. However, the Warriors players seemed to have already grasped the futility of a comeback, their aspirations of victory crumbling. Though they did not surrender, their final struggle appeared painfully futile. Green, Curry, and Thompson all found themselves with open three-point opportunities, yet only Thompson managed to convert one, a mere drop in the ocean. With 1 minute left in the game, the score stood at 109-87. It was time to yield. It was time to lay down arms. When Kerr substituted the trio, they stood side by side, a palpable sense of melancholy enveloping them. In the final moments, LeBron held the ball, his eyes reddened as he watched the seconds tick away. As the final buzzer echoed through the arena, he gently set the basketball down, a smile breaking through his emotions. 111-94. Soon, the entire team surged towards LeBron, encircling him in jubilation, their voices rising in a collective roar of celebration. Shortly thereafter, nearly every media camera focused on LeBron. At that moment, he knelt on the floor, concealing his face in tears for an extended period. This moment represented the fulfillment of his promise to his hometown. The Cavaliers clinched the NBA championship in 2015 with a colossal 17-point advantage. It marked the franchise's first championship in 45 years. Additionally, it ended Cleveland's 51-year drought in professional sports titles. When he finally rose, he was the first to rush to LeBron James Jones, embracing his elder brother tightly. Meanwhile, Maiko found himself enveloped by several teammates, a camaraderie so profound it threatened to overflow. His emotions surged to an unprecedented peak, as if the very essence of his being was ablaze. The exhilarating sensation of standing atop the pinnacle of success and the profound fulfillment of clinching the championship electrified his nerves. Such a magnificent feeling can only be truly understood by those who have experienced it firsthand. Of course, after a few more encounters, one might find it less overwhelming. Wouldn't they? After celebrating with his teammates, he sought out Curry, who remained on the sidelines, and they embraced. "Mike, congratulations. Your three-pointer brought us to our knees." Curry, his eyes glistening with emotion, conveyed his admiration for Maiko. "Thank you, Stephen. Your three-pointers are equally formidable. Keep pushing forward. Perhaps soon you'll catch up with me." Mike patted Curry on the back, offering words of encouragement. "You, my friend, possess quite the talent for banter. Even now, you cannot offer me a word of solace?" Curry appeared to express his displeasure towards Mike, abruptly slapping him on the back. "Man, you are a warrior. My consolation would be rather trite. I look forward to our meeting in the playoffs next season." Maiko released Curry and responded earnestly. After Maiko departed, Curry sensed something. "See you in the playoffs next season?" rather than "see you in the finals." This suggested that Maiko would not be signing with the Cavaliers, did it not? "I must urgently inform General Manager Bob Myers. Perhaps the team has a chance to secure this prodigy." The court was preparing for the award ceremony, while various commentators passionately discussed the series. ABC was broadcasting live. "Congratulations to the Cavaliers for winning the 2014-15 NBA championship. They accomplished a remarkable comeback, overcoming a 2-3 deficit to claim victory. Undoubtedly, the greatest contributor to the Cavaliers' success in the final two games was Maiko, this extraordinary player who had been overlooked in the draft. He made a staggering 15 three-pointers across 2 games, setting 2 historical records, truly astonishing." Mike Breen was ecstatic, lauding Maiko's performance. Indeed, in Game 6, Maiko executed a T-Mac moment in the final moments, leading his team to victory. From the outset, the rhythm of the game was firmly dictated by Maiko's three-pointers, 3 consecutive in the first quarter, 4 in the second, and another 4 in the third, stretching the lead to an impressive 29 points. Chapter 20, Juncture. "Appa, I desire your autograph." One cannot deny that Maiko was favored by Lady Luck, and the Cavaliers were blessed by divine providence. Yet sometimes fortune is indeed a facet of skill. Mark Jackson reflected, feeling a complex mix of emotions, both sorrow for the Warriors and relief for the Cavaliers. Speaking of luck, Maiko's near mishap involving a dangerous fall was truly terrifying. It sent chills down my spine. In such instances, the chances of a player escaping injury are exceedingly slim. However, it seemed as if the heavens had bestowed upon Maiko a miraculous recovery device, as he returned to the court unscathed, utterly defying expectations. Thankfully, he was unharmed. Otherwise, the championship's outcome would have remained shrouded in uncertainty. Mike Breen recalled the impact of that fall and couldn't help but critique the situation. Such is the allure of competitive sports. Until the final moments, one can never predict what will transpire during the game. Maiko was injured. JR also faced an injury. And then there were the referees. Well, suffice it to say that the Cavaliers' journey was fraught with challenges, yet the result was nothing short of perfect. Mark Jackson contemplated mentioning the referee's evident bias, but restrained himself. "Dwayne, how many points will you give Maiko? Who will be the finals MVP?" Wade had long anticipated such a turn of events, and without hesitation, he replied, "McCallum scored 12 points. His performance completely exceeded my expectations, and the Cavaliers clinched the championship. As for the MVP, it is undoubtedly LeBron." Shaquille O'Neal grinned mischievously and added, "In my heart, the MVP is McCallum. What do you both think?" There was no need for speculation. After the commercial break, the answer would be revealed. Wade merely rolled his eyes and remarked casually. He intended to seize the commercial interval to give James a hug and to discuss with McCallum the prospect of joining the Heat. In the TV5 live broadcast studio, they've done it. "Champions, our McCallum has secured his first NBA championship," exclaimed the elder Zhang Weiping, brimming with joy. "Let us congratulate McCallum. He has become the first person from Huaxia to grace the final stage, and he started as a starter, delivering an astonishing performance. In Game 6, he scored 13 points in the final 36 seconds, achieving a three-point shooting percentage of 100, leading the Cavaliers to a comeback and leveling the series. In Game 7, he amassed 38 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals, with an impressive 11 out of 17 from beyond the arc, setting records for both halftime and full-game three-point shooting in the NBA Finals, ultimately guiding his team to victory in the championship. Everything was simply perfect. Yujia's eyes brimmed with tears, and she could not help but feel a swell of pride. "Indeed, McCallum has truly brought honor to us, the people of Huaxia." Zhang Weiping smiled. "Now, I am increasingly looking forward to the Asian Championship hosted in our hometown this September. With McCallum's addition, claiming the championship and securing a direct path to the 2016 Rio Olympics should be quite effortless. At that time, we shall once again transcend history and achieve remarkable feats." Zhang Weiping spoke with fervor, expressing the aspirations of many Chinese basketball fans. Of course, he was also somewhat compelled to voice this, having received a message from a certain leader before the game, indicating that this wave of public sentiment could compel McCallum to join the national team for the Asian Championship. What could an old man like him do? He simply complied. "Absolutely, I have immense faith in McCallum. This young man, when he finally takes flight, will undoubtedly soar to unimaginable heights. With him, our Huaxia men's basketball team has found a cornerstone once again, following the era of Yao Ming. I am unsure if I ought to say this, but it is what I most wish to express at this moment." Tears glistened in Yujia's eyes, her voice now completely hoarse. "He is indeed the absolute cornerstone, who in the entire Chinese basketball realm can rival McCallum's prowess." The elder Zhang Weiping exclaimed in excitement. Let us once again examine James's statistics in the 7-game finals." Yujia awkwardly shifted the topic. Hupu has crumbled once more. Fortunately, the programmers have proven to be quite impressive. The comments section of the entire forum has erupted with excitement. What an astonishing performance. With 11 three-pointers and a total of 38 points. My goodness, the prowess of the MVP is simply remarkable. Without this extraordinary player, the Cavaliers would have long since returned home to fish. The Warriors did not lose to LeBron James, but rather succumbed to our illustrious MVP. Who else could rival him? The collision of Mars with Earth pales in comparison. MVP, you are unparalleled. The sweetness of Nongfu Spring is a mere hint. To not admire our MVP would be quite precarious. MVP, the foremost figure in Chinese basketball, dare to challenge this assertion. As a devoted fan since 2013, I find myself shedding tears of joy. At last, a Chinese player has shone brilliantly on the grand stage of the NBA Finals. I had expected it to be Yao Ming, yet it is indeed MVP, and I am overwhelmed with emotion. After just one season, securing an NBA championship. Is it not premature to declare him the best in Chinese basketball? Must we not maintain a sense of humility? Fans, let us not become overly boastful. But yes, remain humble if you must. I can hardly contain my exhilaration. Speaking of which, the Cavaliers have claimed the championship, and MVP has unleashed his full potential. Where are the bikinis? Ladies, I'm a devoted fan of the MVP and the Warriors. What do bikinis have to do with this? I am filled with disdain. Brothers, she is mine now. Tonight, I shall drown her in my adoration. Beyond mere bravado, all major Chinese news portals have prominently featured the updates on MVP. The Cavaliers are champions. Maiko scored an impressive 38 points. Maiko made 11 three-pointers. McCollum sets 2 remarkable records. The night of the divine revelation of the Maiko. The first NBA championship of McCoy has gradually ascended numerous entries onto Weibo's trending searches, with an astonishing 16 entries related to him within the top 50. In just a few short hours, McCoy's Weibo followers surged to over 5 million. However, McCoy remains blissfully unaware of this phenomenon, engrossed in celebrations and social engagements. After exchanging pleasantries with a devoted Warriors fan, he was about to return to the court when a petite beauty, seemingly only 160 centimeters tall and clad in Curry's number 30 jersey, approached him with a playful grin. "Hey, MC, could you please give me your autograph?" Maiko observed her, noting her dark hair and fair skin, which evoked a sense of warmth and familiarity. Especially when she stood before him, Maiko found himself with an impeccable vantage point. This was undeniably a blatant allure. Yet, why did this girl not speak Chinese? Are you not of Huaxia descent? Jessica was momentarily taken aback. After all, their girl group, Girls' Generation, was renowned as the premier K-pop ensemble, immensely popular across Asia and boasting a multitude of fans worldwide. To think that Maiko had no understanding of them at all, or even failed to recognize her, left her in a state of surprise, or rather disbelief. "No, my name is Zhang Xiuyan, but you may call me Jessica. Don't you know me?" Upon hearing Zhang Xiuyan deliberately call out Appa in a playful tone, Maiko felt a sudden jolt and promptly shook his head. Although they were unfamiliar before, surely after tonight they would become acquainted, the goddess Jessica. Gazing at the charmingly rebellious Maiko and listening to his subtly loaded dialogue, Zhang Xiuyan scoffed lightly. "Well, if someone wishes for Appa's autograph, can you grant me one tonight? Of course, I'll give you a grand one, and I assure you, you'll be thoroughly satisfied." Mike responded with great pleasure. Zhang Xiuyan cast a glance at a certain area, her cheeks flushed. She took out her phone and added Mike's contact information. Then she sought out her sister, Zhang Shuijing, and the two of them departed joyfully. Chapter 21. Adam's Little Flower. Do you dare to openly recruit Mike? Just as Jessica left, Angela appeared beside Mike. "Hey Mike, I am Malloy. Was that girl just now your girlfriend?" Before Mike stood a vision of beauty, possessing porcelain skin, a regal nose, a voluptuous figure, and striking features, complemented by a pair of deep, captivating eyes that sparkled with allure. As she spoke, her gaze was enchanting, reminiscent of a seductive fox. Swallowing hard, Mike awkwardly responded, "No." She asked, "Just a friend. Would you like an autograph?" "Of course. By the way, may I ask if we could meet tonight?" Goodness, how direct are Western women. She was far more forthright than Jessica had been earlier. "I'm afraid tonight won't work. Our team will likely celebrate all night long. Perhaps another day." Mike had directly declined, for he did not wish to contend with two individuals this evening. Having played numerous games, his body could no longer endure the strain. "Indeed. I shall await your message tomorrow, if that is acceptable. I wish to engage in a profound discussion about basketball and life." Malloy gazed intently at Maika, a hint of trepidation lingering as he feared rejection. "Certainly, it would be my honor to date a goddess such as yourself." Without the slightest hesitation, Mai readily agreed. Just as the two had exchanged contact information, another stunning beauty, possessing a devilishly alluring figure and an angelic face, approached. Upon her arrival, she immediately confronted her friend. "Malloy, I didn't expect you to act even faster than I did. Surely, it was your father who sent you here." Maiko was taken aback to discover that the two were acquainted. However, what did it signify that her father had sent her here? "Aren't you also here at your father's behest?" She retorted playfully. "Let's call it even." Malloy interjected, wrapping his arm around Anjali's, then teasingly added, "Maika, this is Anjali, the daughter of the king's team owner." Anjali, undeterred, boldly laid her cards on the table. She is the daughter of the Bucks owner, hoping to recruit you. As for me, I simply admire your playing style. I'm fond of you, and wish to take you out on a date." Ah. So it turned out that both were cherished daughters of team owners, each employing their charm to entice him. Maika found this tactic ineffective against him. "I see. You both intend to recruit me under the guise of a romantic outing, do you? Then I trust you, and your teams will present the utmost sincerity." "Of course. I can showcase that for you shortly," Anjali replied, puffing out her chest with an unmistakable air of pride, nearly causing Maika to lose his composure. "My apologies, but I cannot this evening. Perhaps another time?" Anjali glanced at her friend, who bore an awkward grin, concluding that the opportunity had been seized by someone else. "All right. I'll await your message. I'm available at any time." Maiko extended his hand in an okay gesture, only to be summoned by his teammates to the center of the court. "Ah, who would have thought? This lad Maiko has quite the charm with the ladies." We hardly had the chance to exchange a few words with him, Wade observed as Maiko dashed to the podium and remarked to Kobe beside him. "Isn't that the truth? Being handsome certainly has its perks." In just a moment, three beautiful women had already rushed over. I recognized the first one. She is a member of Girls' Generation, quite popular. Kobe, now bound by his commitment to Vanessa, reflected on the limitations that come with it, recalling the Eagle County incident. Thus, he expressed his envy and inquired earnestly, "Dwayne, are you hoping to recruit Maiko?" Wade replied succinctly, "Aren't you as well?" The two exchanged a friendly pat on the shoulder before parting ways. With everything in place, the awards ceremony was about to commence. All players, coaches, and the owner of the Cavaliers donned their championship t-shirts and caps, taking their positions at the center of the stage. Before them stood the gleaming Larry O'Brien trophy. The radiant hostess, Doris Burke, opened the event with an impassioned introduction before handing the microphone to Adam Silver. Amidst a cacophony of applause, a pale and dazed Adam Silver took the spotlight, delivered a few words, and handed the trophy to the Cavaliers owner, Gilbert, who raised it high with palpable excitement. He then passed the trophy to LeBron James, who cradled it, kissing it fervently, tears streaming down his face. When the trophy reached Maiko, it bore the remnants of countless men's saliva. He merely embraced the trophy, unable to bring himself to take a bite. After interviewing the owner and the head coach, the microphone was once again handed to Adam Silver. A year prior, he returned to his hometown, promising to bring home a championship trophy, and today he fulfilled that promise. Throughout the 7-game NBA Finals series, he averaged an impressive 35, 8 points, 13, 3 rebounds, and 10 assists, dominating both offense and defense. Today, we present the Finals MVP award to him, the Cavaliers star player, LeBron James. Adam Silver offered a few more words, smiled, and directly handed the trophy to James. Standing beside James was the legendary Bill Russell, looking quite discontented. "This trophy bears my name. What is the meaning of handing it over directly? Look at your predecessor, David Stern, and how he handled it. You invited me here just to be a mascot on stage, Adam Silver." As the Lord of the Rings observed James triumphantly raise the MVP trophy, he couldn't help but internally critique the absurdity of the moment. At that instant, host Doris Burke began her interview with James. "LeBron, congratulations on securing your 3rd championship and 3rd Finals MVP. What are your feelings at this moment?" James passionately replied, "This victory is not solely mine. It is the culmination of our entire team's relentless efforts. I am elated to have played a part in this historic achievement, and I cannot wait to return home." With fervor, he shouted, "Cleveland, this is for you." The arena erupted with chants of MVP, while fans outside the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse expressed a mix of laughter and tears. The camera shifted, and the host inquired, "LeBron, how would you evaluate your opponents, the Warriors, and your teammate, Mac's performance?" James paused, sensing the host's attempt to stir controversy. The Warriors are an exceptional team, boasting remarkable players like Steven, Draymond, and Clay. I believe their style of play will influence the future of the NBA. Regarding Mac, he stated, "We all know that without him, we would likely have been heading home after Game 6. His performance was crucial for us, and I am incredibly grateful for him. I hope that next season, we will have the opportunity to continue fighting side by side in the NBA Finals." After these words, a glint of mischief sparkled in James's eyes as he glanced at the smiling Mac. Adam was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? It sounded as if he was publicly advocating for Mac's re-signing with the Cavaliers. That simply wouldn't do. Next season, he would have to keep LeBron and the Cavaliers in check. Chapter 22, Champagne, Cigars, and Rewards. I want it all. Wow. LeBron's words are quite astute, hinting at a desire to win hearts. Mark Jackson remarked with surprise. Mac had only signed a 1-year contract with the Cavaliers, and after the season, he would become an unrestricted free agent. At that point, I suspect all 30 teams in the league would be vying for his services. LeBron is clever. He has already articulated his wish to continue collaborating with Mac, gaining the upper hand in the impending free agency battle. Mike Breen, a new admirer of Mac, was also curious about his future. Would he remain with the Cavaliers? If so, the Cavaliers would still be the frontrunners for the championship. Once Kyrie and Love returned from injury, the lineup would be formidable and remarkably balanced. James, Kyrie, Mac, and Love represent a true quartet of stars. With just one additional center, the Cavaliers could undoubtedly reclaim the championship title. However, the Cavaliers' salary cap is already stretched thin. How could they possibly retain Mac? If McCall were to choose a new team, which one would it be? The Heat? A triumvirate of Wade, Bosh, and McCall could certainly stand against the Cavaliers. The Knicks? With Anthony and McCall, the commercial market would be expansive enough to please Dolan immensely. The Lakers? Joining Kobe and McCall would only squander his prime years. The Rockets? With Yao Ming as a persuasive ally, it's not an impossibility. Regardless of McCall's destination, his professional career is destined to be radiant. On the court, the large screen captured McCall amidst the crowd. Clearly, the director had an astute understanding of visual storytelling. Host Doris, having finished her interview with LeBron, approached McCall and inquired, "McCall, as an undrafted player and a representative of Chinese heritage, you have ascended to the grand stage of the finals and secured your first championship. What emotions are you feeling at this moment?" "Firstly, your words carry a heavy undertone of discrimination, and I could file a complaint against you." McCoy replied with a hint of jest, stating that he needed the NBA to validate his prowess, while the NBA required him to penetrate the Asian market, particularly the Chinese market, and tonight both objectives were achieved. Thus, he was elated. "I am certain that Commissioner Adam Silver shares in this joy. Ultimately, this championship is merely the beginning. I firmly believe more undrafted players and more individuals from China will realize their dreams in the NBA through their relentless efforts." What a surprise. The previous figures like Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian have never spoken so boldly. This is entirely at odds with the humble and cautious demeanor typically associated with the Chinese. The host was left astonished, as were the players, coaches, staff, and the remaining fans present. Adam Silver's perspective instantly broadened. Next season, he must ensure favorable calls for this young man. NBA owners watching the finals understood that no matter the cost, they must vie for talent this summer. The Chinese fans observing the awards ceremony erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Look at McCoy's words. He is so charismatic. Chinese players are incredible. Wow." McCoy's remarks were refreshingly candid. "This young man possesses a great heart on the court and an unruffled demeanor off it, once again reshaping my perception of the Chinese." Mark Jackson was profoundly astonished. "When one possesses talent, every word is justified, and I eagerly anticipate McCoy's performance next season." Mike Breen was thoroughly captivated by McCoy's personal charm, even contemplating learning Chinese to accompany him and explore China further. McCoy himself remained unfazed. If one does not flaunt their skills while playing, what is the point of competing? If one remains modest after winning a championship, what is the essence of the sport? At this moment, confidence and boldness are paramount. Otherwise, where would substantial contracts come from? Where would endorsements arise? The most disheartened individual at this juncture was undoubtedly Cavaliers general manager David Griffin. He had initially envisioned that re-signing McCoy would be a straightforward task, ideally securing him with a mid-range contract worth several million annually, thereby minimizing luxury tax while maintaining maximum competitiveness. However, now he was eager to engage McCoy in an open discussion regarding the contract. Moreover, the alarming reality was that other teams were not oblivious. They would undoubtedly pursue McCoy fervently, and he was uncertain of retaining him. After some contemplation, he resolved to speak with McCoy as soon as they returned to the locker room, aiming to clarify McCoy's intentions that very night to avoid prolonged uncertainty. Once several players had delivered their championship speeches, the awards ceremony concluded. Yet, the celebration for the Cavaliers was just beginning. Upon returning to the locker room, all staff erupted in cheers, expressing the fervor of their victory. "Champions! We are champions! Who else is there? We are the best in the world. Unmatched in the league." The players roared with exuberance while the staff had already prepared the champagne. At that moment, the air was filled with a cascade of champagne showering everyone, enveloping them in a rich aroma of alcohol. LeBron James was drenched to the skin. Mac was drenched from head to toe. JR wept with joy. Joe Harris shed tears of happiness. Subsequently, under the scrutiny of hundreds of media reporters, Mac, with a victorious cigar clenched in his mouth, posed for a champion photograph with everyone. The lovely TNT reporter, Christine, even directed her camera towards Mac, capturing several personal shots of him. After finishing the photoshoot, he appeared quite satisfied, displaying an adorable smile. Once the group photo was completed, Mac stylishly took a few puffs from his cigar, languidly exhaling smoke rings, his face radiating enjoyment. At that moment, a sweet voice echoed in his mind repeatedly. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for scoring 10 three-pointers, rewarding 30,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making one three-point play, rewarding 30,000. How delightful, earning 60,000 from a single game. Ha ha ha. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing task 002, receiving a surprise gift package. Ding! The gift package has been dispatched. Please check it at your convenience." "Check it at my convenience? Oh, system sister, am I not your little darling anymore? Have you grown too lazy to utter a single word to me? Boo-hoo. Get lost, it's late at night, and I, your system lord, am busy with important matters." "Wait, what? Am I interrupting you, system sister? Maiko ceased his idle chatter and began to examine the system panel. System, 3-point god of basketball level. LV1 upgrade progress. 15100 host. Maiko height, 198 centimeters weight, 99 kilograms wingspan, 211 centimeters overall physique. 58 achievement points. 15 earned amount, 99. 000 USD items. 1 supreme 3-point card. Lifetime usage rights. 1 LeBron James chase down block skill card. Lifetime usage rights. Item. 1 steel like bone invisible foot experience card. Already used. Will no longer be displayed. Task 002. Lead the team to win the championship. Completed. Will no longer be displayed. LeBron James chase down block skill? Indeed. It is exceptionally impressive and commanding, embodying a form of violent aesthetics that elevates team morale. For instance, during Game 7 of the 2015-16 NBA Finals, LeBron's chase-down block on Andre Iguodala was so astonishing that it left spectators questioning their very existence, igniting an exhilarating fervor among fans. It remains one of the most significant blocks in NBA history. However, in regular games, such a maneuver is entirely unnecessary. Could it be? Might the system have ulterior motives? Chapter 23. The reporter stirs things up. Maiko the cricket. Ulterior motives? After a moment of contemplation, Maiko skillfully integrated the skill card. Instantly, he felt a surge of extraordinary power coursing through his entire being. A series of relevant data flashed in his mind, alongside countless iconic moments of James executing breathtaking chase-down blocks. After several viewings, Maiko's began to grasp certain insights. His vertical leap during physical testing measured a mere 74 centimeters, while his leap with a running start reached 83 centimeters. In contrast, SGA, of the same height, achieved a vertical leap of 80 centimeters and 92 centimeters with a running start. Kobe, also of equal stature, recorded a vertical leap of 94 centimeters and 103 centimeters when running. Jordan, similarly sized, boasted a vertical leap of 98 centimeters and 109 centimeters with a running start. The disparity in physical attributes was striking. James's chase-down blocks epitomized his instantaneous judgment on the court, embodying a perfect amalgamation of strength, speed, and vertical elevation. The most significant impact of this skill card on him seemed to be the enhancement of his jumping ability. Could it potentially elevate by 20 centimeters? Perhaps even more? With this thought, Maiko's felt a rush of exhilaration. The celebratory activities in the locker room persisted for over half an hour before the players began to shower and change. Subsequently, James, Maiko's, and David Blatt attended a post-game interview. Upon entering the interview room, nearly 200 journalists turned their attention towards them. Maiko's, you have just set 2 historical records and helped your team secure the championship. What is your greatest takeaway from your first finals experience? How would you grade yourself? Asked TNT reporter Christine, eagerly directing her question at Maiko's. Mike gazed at her, a smile gracing his lips. Was this stunning beauty deliberately trying to steal the spotlight? After all, LeBron was the true protagonist here. My predominant realization is that the Warriors underestimated my capabilities, affording me ample opportunity to showcase my talents. Mike pondered for a moment and sighed. I would rate myself a 9. We could have secured a more effortless victory in Game 7. It's all my fault for setting a lower number of 3-point attempts for myself beforehand. The reporters were left in a haze of confusion. What? A more effortless victory in Game 7? And he set a pre-game target for 3-point attempts? One could hardly believe their ears. Where was the humility? The modesty? The art of subtlety in his exchanges with the press? Yet, as they recalled that Mike had indeed not attempted a single 3-pointer in the fourth quarter, they gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, LeBron, seated in the center, contemplated this matter. Prior to the game, Mike had assured that he could make over 10 3-pointers. However, when the team found itself in a foul crisis during the fourth quarter, I opted not to have him shoot threes, instead bringing in rookie Joe Harris. What was the reasoning behind that? Did he imply that by merely setting a higher target, he could make more? Was he truly so confident in his 3-point shooting? One reporter, particularly irritated by pretentiousness, boldly inquired. Yes, I have confidence, for I have a system. A systematic approach to practice. McCoy nearly let slip a secret. But they wouldn't comprehend it anyway, so it matters little. McCoy, we are all aware that LeBron secured the MVP title. However, during the crucial moments of these 2 games, he appeared to fade into the background. Game 6 was marked by your remarkable comeback, and in Game 7, it was your 3-pointers that propelled the team to the lead. If you had played all 7 games, do you believe you would have claimed the MVP? Goodness. This reporter is stirring the pot. His question insinuates that James's finals MVP title may not be deserved. There is an undertone that could incite discord between James and McCoy. For McCoy, responding to such a question is challenging, as it could easily be misinterpreted. With the media's coverage, a single sensational headline could distort the narrative, unleashing a torrent of public opinion. Upon hearing this question, James's expression shifted momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. He is a man of high basketball IQ and emotional intelligence, not easily swayed by the media. He cast a half-smile at McCoy, awaiting his response. After contemplating for a moment, Mike earnestly remarked, "My friend, you seem to have overlooked a crucial fact. In both of those matches where I performed admirably, our leader was present. The moment he departed, my performance faltered. Thus, your inquiry is rather evident. My current capabilities do not merit the MVP award. It is our leader who rightfully deserves that accolade." The interview room seemed to be enveloped once more in the memories of those two matches, and it appeared that Mike's assertion held considerable weight. Nevertheless, as my professional journey has only just commenced, I firmly believe that in the coming years, I shall undoubtedly attain this prestigious honor. McCoy confidently added, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the reporters. Could it be that his self-assurance has surpassed all bounds? After merely 2 commendable games, has he become overly lofty? Does he truly believe he is on the cusp of superstardom? Even Kobe Bryant, throughout his illustrious career, secured just 2 finals MVP trophies. What grounds does he have to boast? Perhaps he should first lead his team to the playoffs and then to the finals before making such declarations. McCoy, your contract is nearing its expiration. Have you contemplated your next destination? Will you remain with the Cavaliers or seek a new team? A reporter from the Knicks inquired with keen curiosity. I haven't given that much thought yet. I'm not in a rush. The most important thing is to relish the present moment. Mike chuckled softly. His choices were abundant, truly a coveted prospect in this summer's market. It was the general managers of the teams who should feel anxious, not him. Although he had internally settled on a destination, he still needed to await the offers from other teams. A little price inflation wouldn't be unreasonable, would it? The journalists, unable to extract an answer from Mike, felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that the suspense would only be resolved after the free agency market opened on July 1st. LeBron, your proclamation after winning the championship, Cleveland, this is for you, is likely to become a classic phrase in the annals of the NBA. May I inquire if this was a premeditated remark, or did it arise spontaneously? At this juncture, a local female reporter from Cleveland began to pose her questions to LeBron. James smiled faintly. During halftime, Mike encouraged me to contemplate this. Fortunately, it all culminated in a hearty laugh. Oh my goodness. Mac truly dares to uncork champagne at halftime, confidently predicting that the Cavaliers will clinch the championship. His unwavering faith in his own prowess, in LeBron's capabilities, and in the Cavaliers as a cohesive unit is evident. When reporters glanced back at Mac, their perspectives had shifted significantly. LeBron, your contract with the Cavaliers is a 1-1 deal. Given your desire to secure a championship for your hometown this year, will you extend your contract with the Cavaliers? A reporter with a penchant for stirring the pot inquired of James. I have yet to contemplate that. For now, I intend to rest well, James succinctly replied. LeBron, have you finalized the date for the championship parade? I wish to arrive in Cleveland ahead of time. This question brought a smile to James's face. The 22nd, please follow the Cavaliers' official account for specific times and routes. Goodness, is the timeline truly that tight? Surely, none of the Cavaliers' players, staff, or their families will be chartering a flight back to Cleveland tonight, will they? How then can I get Jessica's autograph this evening? And how will I manage to meet with Anjali and Malloy tomorrow? In the heart of Mike, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Chapter 24, Absurdity, 3 Women. 3 Messages. David, as a rookie coach in the NBA, you led your team to clinch the championship in your very first year. How do you feel about this achievement? When the question finally reached head coach David Blatt, he appeared genuinely exhilarated. I must say, this is undoubtedly the most illustrious moment of my coaching career. I am overjoyed that we possess exceptionally talented players, a remarkable coaching staff, dedicated personnel, and of course, a fantastic owner. It is precisely due to this harmonious team synergy that we have attained success. This response felt rather official, lacking substantial newsworthiness, leaving the reporters somewhat dissatisfied. In the fourth quarter, when the team found themselves in a foul crisis, you opted to reintroduce rookie Joe Harris. What were your thoughts at that moment? Is it a crime to pose a pleasant question during such a joyous occasion? David Blatt scratched his head and candidly admitted, to be honest, it was Mike's suggestion. The entire team was well aware of Joe's three-point shooting capabilities during practice, so we all believed he could emerge as a pivotal player. Upon hearing this, the reporters were left utterly astounded. Was this a jest? They glanced at David, then at LeBron, and finally at Mike, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Indeed, as the coach stated, Mike and Joe frequently practiced their three-point shots together. Being contemporaries, they understood each other well. Thus, when Mike proposed this suggestion, we unhesitatingly placed our trust in him and in Joe. LeBron reiterated the coach's words. The reporters were completely bewildered. This was utterly preposterous. Simply because of Mike's suggestion, LeBron believed, and the head coach did as well. Moreover, Joe Harris indeed sank 2 three-pointers on the court, further widening the score gap. It was nothing short of miraculous. With Mike and Joe, an extraordinary synergy emerged. It seemed the basketball gods would not allow the Cavaliers to leave without the championship. Meanwhile, in the Warriors' interview room, the atmosphere was somber and stifling. Coach Kerr, accompanied by Curry and Green, bore expressions of distress, their eyes swollen from tears, clearly having wept. "Steve, did you ever imagine this series would conclude in such a manner?" A reporter inquired. "Not at all. With 1 minute remaining in Game 6, we were leading by 11 points, and we were even preparing to celebrate our championship victory. Yet reality struck us like a thunderbolt. Mike miraculously emerged to save the match point and equalize the score. We were fully prepared for Game 7. However, Mike's three-pointer once again shattered our confidence. To be honest, even now, I can scarcely believe that all of this truly transpired, as our strength was undeniably superior to that of the Cavaliers, who were led solely by LeBron." Kerr's voice was deep and hoarse, imbued with a tinge of bitterness as he delivered his final words. "In your inaugural year as head coach, you led the team to the finals. Although the championship eluded you, it was nonetheless a commendable achievement. Our star players are in their prime, and having endured this setback, I am confident that next year they will rise again, determined to seize that elusive championship." The local Bay Area reporters refrained from posing questions, instead offering solace to Kerr. "Indeed, this painful lesson will catalyze our rapid growth, and next year's Warriors will create a miracle." Kerr spoke with unwavering confidence, albeit with gritted teeth. A reporter then seized the opportunity to inquire about the player McCall. "He is a sharpshooter, possessing a staggering three-point accuracy. Perhaps he harbors even more concealed talents. I believe he will emerge as a rising star in the league, a true superstar." While Kerr extolled his opponent, his heart ached with silent anguish. It was profoundly painful. "Draymond, I recall a moment in Game 6 where you faced off against McCall. Why did you refrain from taking action?" The reporter's question was incisive, fully aware of Green's temperament. Reflecting on that moment, Green felt a surge of anger and instinctively clenched his fists. Had he engaged in confrontation, he would have faced a mere suspension, and the Warriors might have claimed the championship. He felt a deep sense of regret. He could not comprehend why he had remained composed in the face of McCall's provocation. Only now did he grasp the meaning behind McCall's words about having the advantage. "My friend, I choose not to respond to your question. How would you evaluate McCall as a player?" The reporter persisted with inquiries about McCall. "Just a brash kid from China, full of trash talk. Next season, I will dominate him." Green's countenance darkened as he issued an early challenge. "Stephen, McCall made 15 three-pointers over the 2 games, completely overshadowing you. How do you assess his three-point capabilities in comparison to yours?" A reporter directed the question towards Curry. "In these 2 games alone, he outperformed me. However, given the limited sample size of his participation, we must observe further to draw conclusions. I have faith in my own abilities." Curry responded with honesty and humility. "At the conclusion of the game, I noticed you two embraced and conversed for quite some time. Could you share what was discussed?" Christine, the TNT reporter, inquired with curiosity. "I'm afraid that remains our secret." Curry was unaware whether McCall had spoken to the media about this, but as a man, he must remain tight-lipped. Subsequently, the reporters posed a few more questions before concluding the interview. Upon returning to the locker room, McCall familiarized himself with the team's arrangements. They would be lodging in the Bay Area tonight and taking a charter flight back to Cleveland at 10 a.m. the following day, which instantly lifted his spirits. "McCall, I have received numerous calls from teams eager to recruit you. Our Cavaliers general manager has also reached out to me, and I wish to understand your true feelings so we can make subsequent arrangements." It was entirely normal for Rich Paul, a steadfast ally of LeBron James, to enter the locker room at this juncture. He drew McCall aside to a corner, inquiring with utmost seriousness. "Rich, those still in the Bay Area are genuinely interested, so please arrange for me to meet them directly. I prefer to cut through the clutter swiftly and hope to finalize this matter tonight. Rich Paul gazed incredulously at the young man before him. You shoot threes with such precision and speed, and now you make such a significant decision just as swiftly? This is simply astounding. I have never encountered a client so easily satisfied. All right, I will make the arrangements. Rich Paul quickly began contacting various teams. While McCall sent messages to 3 women. Jessica, I'll send you the hotel information. I'll come by at 2 a.m. for your autograph. Mallory. Our team is flying to Cleveland at 10 a.m. tomorrow, so our date will have to be postponed. Kristen, have you missed me? Remember to head to Cleveland early to wait for me. As for the other beauty, Angela, he had not managed to exchange contact information in time, which left him somewhat frustrated. However, both Mallory and Angela could represent their respective teams at the recruitment meeting. That was indeed splendid. They could engage and gain insights upon meeting. Chapter 25, Recruiting Hardened in Reverse? Rich Paul was stunned. In the luxurious presidential suite of the Hyatt Hotel in Union Square, San Francisco, Mike and Rich Paul sat side by side, facing Riley, Wade, and Bosch. Mike, congratulations on winning the championship. Wade was the first to speak, smiling as he congratulated Mike. Thank you, Dwayne. You are my idol. I truly appreciate the 9 points you gave me. Mike made a jest, and both parties erupted in laughter, drawing closer together. Riley, without any circumlocution or pretense, straightforwardly displayed his championship ring. Bosch and Wade exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing that Boss was employing his tried-and-true tactics once again. Mickey is also aware of this amusing anecdote. At that time, Riley directly presented the 2006 championship ring to Bosch, employing the art of persuasion, personal accolades, and charisma to entice both James and Bosch, thereby forming the illustrious trio. One must concede that this tactic may have been effective for him in the past. However, for his present self, it holds no allure whatsoever. Moreover, he is acutely aware of the disheartening actions Riley later took towards Wade, which are indeed quite chilling. If he can exhibit such ruthlessness towards a team as stalwart, how favorable could the outcome be for an outsider like himself? Sir, I had already secured a championship ring during my rookie season, before reaching the age of 22. If memory serves me correctly, that was several years prior to your own accomplishment. Mike smiled faintly and said casually. Riley initially intended to take the initiative but found himself outmaneuvered instead. With an awkward expression, he withdrew the ring and solemnly declared, for years, 80 million. I offer you a maximum contract and grant you veto power over any trades. Together with Dwayne and Chris, you shall form a new triumvirate to contend for the championship. It was simple, direct, blunt, and immensely tempting. Coupled with his magnetic voice, it was truly difficult for most to resist. Even Rich Paul, accustomed to the tumult of the league, could not help but take a deep breath. He had never anticipated that Mike would command such a price, estimating his value to be between 8 to 10 million. Both Bosch and Wade displayed astonishment as well. $80 million over 4 years. That would place him among the top 10 salaries in the NBA, wouldn't it? Would it really be serious to offer such an exorbitant contract to someone who had only performed commendably in 2 finals games? Moreover, to bestow upon him trade veto rights? In the entire history of the NBA, merely 7 individuals have ever possessed such a privilege. What an explosive opening. Macau was indeed taken aback. How could this miserly businessman suddenly display such generosity? The crux of the matter is that his appetite has been significantly whetted, leaving other teams to ponder how they might place their bids. Sir, the terms you have presented are undeniably enticing. However, to speak candidly, I must express my desire for a 1-1 contract with a player option for the 2nd year. What? A 1-1 with a player option? Do you fancy yourself as LeBron James? Young man, has your head been turned after merely 2 games? Riley, perplexed, pondered the situation. A man who has navigated the NBA for years was betting on Macau being worthy of a 4-year max contract. Unexpectedly, Macau, a rookie who went undrafted, was daring to gamble, believing he could secure an even more lucrative deal in the 2016 season. Whether this stems from excessive confidence or a misjudgment of his own potential remains unclear. Rich Paul was at a loss. This kid was playing by his own rules. Even with the impending activation of lucrative broadcasting contracts, leading to an influx of substantial player contracts, such bold declarations could easily offend others, did he not realize? Mr. Riley, I previously advised Macau to sign a long-term deal, but he remains resolute in his stance. Thus, I find myself without recourse as the client is paramount. He may have been a bit too forthright. Please bear with him. Observing Riley's prolonged silence, Rich Paul stepped in with a jovial demeanor to diffuse the tension. McCall couldn't help but give Rich Paul a thumbs up. After a moment of contemplation, Riley remarked, "McCall is quite straightforward. I truly appreciate his character. A contract worth $20 million per year, without a 1-1 clause. How does that sound? Logically, this contract is exceedingly generous. However, McCall is acutely aware that one of the big three, Bosch, is on the verge of a significant injury. Sir, your offer is exceedingly tempting, yet I must ponder it thoroughly. Especially since there are several other teams waiting for my attention as well. What do you think?" Maiko was smiling politely as he spoke. This time, he was somewhat more restrained, showing respect to the elder, which also served to safeguard his own reputation. The NBA is not solely about fierce competition. It is also a realm of human relationships. Naturally, I believe they would not offer me a contract of such magnitude. Riley chuckled softly as he departed the room with Wade and Bosch. What followed was rather unexpected. The general manager of the Rockets, Morey, along with their star player, Harden. "Hey, man, your performance in the finals was nothing short of miraculous. It truly amazed me." Harden greeted Mike with a warm embrace. Mike was filled with joy. Deng's character is exceptionally approachable and he is particularly friendly towards his teammates, making him an outstanding partner. It is a pity he has gone to the Rockets. Should I attempt a counter-recruitment? Deng, it is a pleasure to meet you. You are my idol. The two exchanged pleasantries, and at that moment, Mo spoke up. "Hey buddy, I just got off the phone with Yao. Would you like to say a few words to him?" "What the hell? Are you trying to play games with me?" Mike's expression instantly turned frosty, yet he accepted the call and began conversing with Dayo. "My friend, first and foremost, allow me to congratulate you on securing the championship title. I must add, however, that my participation this time was somewhat obligatory." Dayo's tone conveyed a sense of resignation. "Thank you for your kind wishes, Brother Yao. Once I return to the homeland, shall we meet up?" Mike chuckled and remarked, "No problem at all. You are quite the sensation at home. I see you have amassed 6 million followers on Weibo. Haha. You began to speak about Mike's influence in the country. Oh, is that so? I have hardly engaged with Weibo, ha ha ha. Our domestic fans are truly passionate." McGrady was taken aback for a moment, then responded to Yao with a hearty laugh. "Let us get down to business. From my personal perspective, the championship hopes for the Rockets seem rather dim, commercially speaking. Houston pales in comparison to New York and Los Angeles. You understand what I mean, right? I will support whichever team you choose to join, and I will unconditionally back any decision you make." With his wealth of experience in the Rockets, Yao's candid remark was instantly comprehended by McGrady. Of course, even if Yao had not voiced such sentiments, the Rockets were not a consideration for him. The contemptible Morey made him want to throw a couple of punches. Perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future. "Got it, Brother Yao." After hanging up the phone, McGrady directly said, "James, are you interested in leaving the Rockets? Shall we play together? WDF?" Morey and Harden exchanged bewildered glances. They were there to recruit McGrady for the Rockets, and before even getting to the main point, he had turned the tables on them. Rich Paul was once again left speechless, marveling at the extraordinary McGrady, the remarkable Eastern man, and his peculiar thought process. Harden paused for a few seconds and replied, "McGrady, you're quite humorous. I like it." McCott disregarded Mo's pleas, expressing heartfelt apologies to James. "We can collaborate. But it must be with a team other than the Rockets," he declared earnestly. Chapter 26, The Team Leader? A Pact with Kobe. Upon hearing McCaw's words, Mo stood frozen in disbelief. He rubbed his ears, convinced he had misheard. "MC, I haven't even made an offer yet, and you're dismissing the Rockets outright?" Mo found it hard to fathom that he had been so summarily rejected. Did Yao's influence within the Rockets and the broader Chinese basketball scene hold no sway over this young man? "Indeed, your offer pales in comparison to that of the Heat." Thus, Maiko spoke coldly, while at that moment, Mo had regained his composure, his gaze somewhat somber. "Maiko, I hope you will not come to regret your choice." With that, he stormed out in a fit of anger. Harden was left speechless, wondering about the situation. "James, you should consider finding a professional agent to meticulously plan your career. Perhaps one day we might collaborate." As they parted ways, Maiko embraced Harden once more and whispered softly in his ear. Harden paused momentarily before leaving the room. "Rich, have any representatives from the Lakers arrived?" As fatigue crept over McCoy, he stretched lazily and inquired of Rich Paul. "Of course, they are next." "Ah, how delightful. I can hardly wait to meet Kobe." "Hiki." "Hello, big man. You are my idol." The moment Kobe and his companions entered the room, McCoy immediately rushed forward, embracing him tightly with a beaming smile. Embodying the essence of an adoring fan, Rich Paul, observing from the side, was taken aback. This kid certainly had a plethora of idols. Would he soon express similar sentiments to Anthony and Kidd? Noticing McCoy's exuberance, Kobe responded with a warm smile. McCoy, I was truly impressed by your performance in the finals. Shaq was right during the commentary. I genuinely admire your character. How about we join forces? Kobe, in his forthright manner, brought up O'Neal, astonishing McCoy. Once Genie Bus, Kupchak, and Kobe were seated, Kobe inquired again, could you divulge what terms the Heat have offered you? For years for $80 million, McCoy replied. But I only desire a 1-1 contract with a player option for the second year. So they proposed 1 year at $20 million. Rich Paul interjected, revealing their hand. If the terms were acceptable, they would proceed. If not, they would not squander anyone's time. Well, Riley, the astute businessman, had indeed extended such a lucrative contract. A rarity indeed. However, this price fell well within her acceptable range. Genie Bus and Kupchak exchanged glances before joyfully declaring, to demonstrate our utmost sincerity, I have decided to raise the offer to 2 years for $42 million, with a player option for the second year. Additionally, given Kobe's age and last season's injury, upon your arrival, you will be our primary offensive option, while Kobe will support you. Goodness. The conditions set forth by Aunt Jeannie were nothing short of a game-changer. This meant that the actual leader of the team would be Kobe, while McCoy would take the reins on the court. This was indeed explosive. He had secured a substantial contract and gained a prominent standing within the team. Excellent. Truly perfect. Big man, are you sure you can play the supportive role? Don't deny it later. Mike jokingly remarked, you rascal, I'm still in recovery. The specifics of next season remain uncertain. It may very well be my final season. So, as long as you are prepared to assume the role of the team leader, I shall willingly step aside for you. Kobe's words carried a tinge of melancholy. According to the conventional timeline, he indeed embarked on a farewell tour the following season, ultimately choosing retirement. Yet, who can predict the future? With my joining the Lakers and becoming teammates with Kobe, the butterfly effect on him has been maximized, potentially rewriting many events. This includes the tragic day of January 26th, which left countless fans in tears. Well then, with your words, I shall strive to become the team leader next season. Mac revealed his pearly white teeth, a beaming smile adorning his face. What? Kupchak was taken aback, feeling quite superfluous as the recruitment was concluded with mere casual exchanges. Rich Paul chimed in. I too feel redundant. Upon hearing Mac's affirmative response, Jeannie's face lit up with uncontainable joy, her gaze fervent, as if she wished to devour him whole. Splendid, Mac. This is a sagacious decision. Jeannie promptly rose, approached Mac, and gently placed a couple of kisses on his cheeks. Do you have any further requests? Do not hesitate to voice them. Mike felt quite embarrassed. Indeed, I have my reasons, but I fear you may still harbor doubts about my trustworthiness. We are all family here. I place my complete trust in you. Please, share your thoughts with us. Jenny took a seat next to Mike, gazing at him with excitement as she inquired, Rich, could you inform the teams? Perhaps divulge my decision? Mike did not respond to Jeannie. Instead, he earnestly turned to Rich Paul, seeking his assistance. Of course, it is my duty. Rest assured. You may stay here tonight. But remember to meet up with the team early tomorrow morning. Rich Paul, being a shrewd businessman, undoubtedly grasped the underlying message in Mike's words. Having said this, he quickly departed. Boss, do we have a clear target for the draft on the 25th? Kobe inquired, glancing at Kupchak, who in turn looked towards Genie Bus. Has this kid already begun to meddle in the team management affairs before we even signed him? Surely, it could not be the case. Look, we're supposed to be a family, I remarked. Yet when I ask this question, you all fall silent. Mike spread his hands, wearing an expression of melancholy. The three exchanged glances. Mike, please express your thoughts candidly. We are still uncertain, Kobe remarked, considering Mike's feelings. Mr. Kupchak, may I have a look at the list of participants for this year's draft? That is entirely public information and can be readily shared, he replied. Kupchak intended to retrieve the documents from his briefcase, but found them marked and annotated. Thus, he took out his phone, located the list, and handed it to Mike. Mike meticulously searched for familiar names. After a considerable time, he lifted his head and inquired, Mr. Kupchak, which picks do we have for this summer? There was no need for concealment, as Kupchak readily replied, the second overall pick, the 27th pick in the first round, and the 4th pick in the second round, totaling 3 selections. As Mike perused the list, he murmured, without a doubt, the first overall pick will be Karl Anthony Towns. Consequently, we could select Kristaps Porzingis with the second pick, rather than opting for D'Angelo Russell. At the 27th position in the first round, we we could acquire Montrezl Harrell. And in the second round, we might seize the opportunity to secure Norman Powell. These are merely my personal suggestions. I'm just sharing my thoughts with you. Genie Bus. Kupchak and Kobe displayed expressions of astonishment. What was happening? Max seems to possess a profound understanding of the trio. Yet, none of them are on the shortlist. After careful consideration, we were inclined to select D'Angelo Russell, so why did he outright recommend against it? Could it be that Mac is privy to more intricate details? Chapter 27. The friendly match with Zhang Xiuyan has commenced. Kupchak, as a professional manager, has dedicated 15 years to the Lakers, leading the team to 5 championship titles, a testament to his undeniable achievements. He considers his vision both far-sighted and astute. Is it possible that he is now being questioned by a youth from China? Could you elucidate why he suggested we consider these particular individuals? Mike turned to Kupchak, a confident smile gracing his face, and casually remarked, I was able to step onto the court during the final 36 seconds of Game 6 because I advocated for myself, earning the trust of LeBron and the coach. In Game 7, when the Warriors were frantically closing the gap in the fourth quarter, I suggested introducing Joe Harris. And once again, LeBron and the coach placed their trust in my judgment. It has been proven that my recommendations yielded favorable outcomes. Mr. Kupchak, do you require any further justification? These words detonated like a bomb, creating tumultuous waves in their minds. The 3 prominent figures of the Lakers were utterly astonished. After a prolonged silence, Kobe was the first to regain his composure, saying, So, your post-game interview with LeBron after Game 6 was deliberate, intended to throw the Warriors off the scent. As for Game 7, realizing something, he quickly pulled out his phone to check the post-game interview and then handed it to the other 2. Genie Bus gazed at Mike with an increasingly fervent look. Little Mike, are you the savior sent by God to rescue me, to rescue the Lakers? Kupchak was now equally unsettled. A player who went undrafted, a young man from China, possessed such remarkable confidence that even a team leader like LeBron was swayed. He exhibited a colossal heart on the court, paired with an astute eye for talent off it, showcasing immense trust in his teammates. The Lakers, oh the Lakers, we have indeed struck gold this time. Mike, I choose to place my unwavering trust in you. At the draft, let us proceed as you suggest, but what if those 3 are selected by others first? Selected ahead of us? Highly improbable. The Lakers' performance during the 2014-15 season was abysmal, resulting in a plethora of advantageous draft positions this year. Yet, with the butterfly effect, nothing is certain. To hedge against any eventualities, Mike glanced again at the list. Well, there are indeed 2 high-ranking prospects. Devin Booker possesses explosive scoring ability, but with the team's salary cap situation, he isn't a necessity. Jamal Murray, having won a championship with the Nuggets as a point guard, is worth consideration. As for the lower-tier prospects, Norman Powell has won a championship. Montrezl Harrell has claimed the 6th Man of the Year award, while the others have been rather mediocre. Kevin Looney has secured a championship with the Warriors, and Josh Richardson has had a respectable tenure with the Heat. Besides Jamal Murray, Kevin Looney, and Josh Richardson, there is no need to delve further. Ultimately, Mike recommended 3 more players. Excellent, excellent. I shall prioritize assessing these individuals, Kupchak exclaimed with excitement. With Mike's intellect guiding him, the draft process became significantly easier and immensely gratifying. Little Mike, rest well. We shall handle the remaining matters. Ginny Bass spoke kindly. After a brief and cheerful exchange, they exited the room in a state of elation. Maiko, you have made a decision without even allowing me a glimpse of your face? Upon learning that Maiko had reached a verbal agreement with a certain team, Malloy bombarded him with a barrage of phone calls, all of which went unanswered. How could she endure this? She was furious. Typically, it was others who vied for her attention, so when had she ever endured such indignity from a man? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Maiko called her back. Wasn't it time for her to vent her frustrations? We were just on our way to find you when we received a call from your agent. Did you know that? If you don't wish to meet with the various teams, or us, you might as well give us a heads up, you thick-skinned crab. Mike awkwardly shook his head. Oh, there is nothing I can do. Your team arrived too late, and the others have offered too much. I can only comply. His words were candid, yet he exuded an air of indifference. What did it all mean? Wasn't it just that she had taken a leisurely bath at the hotel, causing a delay of over 30 minutes? Wasn't her intention simply to present herself well? And now, she was placing the blame on others. At that moment, Malloy was together with Anjali, both indulging in some quiet drinks, slightly tipsy. Well, just wait. I'm coming to find you. No, please. I must retire early tonight. I have to catch an early flight home tomorrow. Let us reschedule for another day. Maiko firmly rejected the proposal, but she had made an appointment with Jessica. Perfectly timed. Serendipitously, they both resided in the same hotel. No, I must see you tonight. Tomorrow, you can fly back to Cleveland with me on my private jet. Another refusal? She is, after all, a stunning heiress. To be turned down twice by the same man in one evening. After declaring this with a domineering tone, Malloy decisively hung up the phone, pulling Angela along as they strode out. McKinnon felt an ominous sense of foreboding. After all, the number of his hotel room was known to several teams. If that girl truly arrived, it would completely jeopardize his plans. Thus, he made a decision. After a quick shower, he descended the stairs and knocked on Jessica's door. Appa, are you done? Zhang Xiuyan, clad in a silk bathrobe, her cheeks flushed, shyly welcomed McKinnon into the room. Yes, I met with several teams and had some discussions. It's more exhausting than playing the game itself. Upon entering, Maiko fixed her gaze upon Zhang Xiuyan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Truly, she is the third most popular idol star in the foremost girl group of Korea. Though her height is merely 162 centimeters, her figure is exquisitely proportioned. Her long, alluring legs exude an irresistible allure. Every gesture she makes radiates an enchanting charm, reminiscent of an otherworldly seductress. Jessica, en route to the hotel, I conducted a search on your name and discovered that you are a member of Girls' Generation. Zhang Xiuyan was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Maiko was previously unaware of her identity. I'm currently embroiled in a lawsuit with my company and should soon be released from my contract. Released from your contract? Maiko, who typically pays little attention to K-pop and the entertainment industry, was naturally oblivious to this matter. Very well, what are your plans for the future? I am uncertain. I will likely be blacklisted, as my company wields considerable influence. Thus, my approach to you on the court was merely an attempt to ride the wave of your popularity. Zhang Xiuyan returned to her seat at the table and poured 2 glasses of red wine. What the heck? Have I become her pawn? The cunning of those in the entertainment industry is indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, her straightforwardness is commendable. Ah, I see. Do you require my assistance in promoting anything? I assure you, I will exceed your expectations. Mike settled next to Zhang Xiuyan, drawing close to her and inhaling her scent. He spoke in a teasing tone. Zhang Xiuyan immediately felt a wave of warmth and excitement coursing through her, her heart racing uncontrollably. After downing the glass of red wine in one swift motion, she bit her lip and murmured, "Actually, I had tea planned to be with you tonight." Suddenly, Mike pressed a quick kiss to her lips and chuckled. How about now? Do you desire my autograph? Their eyes locked, conveying unspoken emotions. Soon, an international friendly match commenced. Half an hour later, a disheveled Zhang Xiuyan lay against Mike's chiseled abdomen. With an innocent yet alluring expression, she playfully pouted, "Appa, I really can't take it anymore. Please, spare me." Mike gently caressed her flowing hair, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Little Pak Choi, go don Curry's number 30 jersey. I shall grant you an authentic signature." Before long, the second friendly match commenced. Observing Zhang Xiuyan clad in the number 30 jersey, Mike intensified his efforts in the competition. In less than 5 minutes, he had once again left her utterly defeated. How could this possibly be acceptable? As of now, Maiko has yet to successfully sink a 3-pointer into the hoop. 30 minutes later, after completing her first autograph deep within the soul of Zhang Xiuyan, Maiko felt a profound sense of satisfaction. "Appa, I truly adore your vigorous playing style on the court," Zhang Xiuyan remarked softly, her voice laced with admiration. "Oh, you prefer a more tenacious approach to the game, do you? Then you shall be in for a treat in the future." Mike embraced Zhang Xiuyan as he strode towards the bathroom, assertively declaring his intentions. At that moment, Zhang Xiuyan nestled against Mike's shoulder, feeling an overwhelming sense of sweetness. She had come to understand what it truly meant to feel as if she were soaring. She realized that happiness could indeed be so uncomplicated. In comparison to Mike, her current boyfriend seemed utterly inadequate, and she contemplated ending that relationship without delay. "Appa, what do you mean by that? Next season, I will be playing in Los Angeles, which will afford us more opportunities to meet and make things more convenient." Mike was aware that Zhang Xiuyan hailed from San Francisco, although it was a considerable distance of 500 kilometers to Los Angeles. The expanse to Cleveland was an astounding 3,500 kilometers. Los Angeles, you say? I frequent that place quite often, hehe. Zhang Xiuyan, being an astute individual, refrained from inquiring about the specific team Mike was referring to. Naturally, she had not contemplated this matter either. On your next visit, you could bring along your teammates. Yuna and Tion. I surmised they would also appreciate my playing style. With a playful remark, Make provoked a huff from Zheng Xiuyan. Soon, a fierce battle reignited, continuing until both parties were utterly exhausted. The following morning, the news of the Cavaliers' triumph in the 2015 NBA championship had completely swept across the United States and the globe. In the realms of sports, entertainment, and various sectors of society, it ignited immense discussions. News related to the nail-biting Game 7 and Make proliferated. The Cavaliers secured the championship, ending Cleveland's 51-year humiliation of being titleless. An unprecedented performance saw the young sensation Make from China sink 11 three-pointers, solidifying his legendary status once more. With a total of 15 three-pointers across 2 games, this undrafted talent redefined the essence of the three-point shot. Is there a rookie on the rise? Make has become the Cavaliers' undeniable lucky star. Whom will he choose after his contract expires? Countless netizens fervently discussed, searched, and scrutinized every detail about Make. Yet, the entirety of the American internet offered scant news or information about him, primarily focusing on Games 6 and 7. This clearly indicated that he had previously been an obscure player on the fringes of the NBA. Yet, this unassuming young man from China performed miracles with his three-point shooting, vanquishing the Warriors. It left countless fans in disbelief. As they scrolled through comments and news, another bombshell report emerged. A revelation from WJ quickly soared to the trending section on Twitter. On the night of the championship, Make met with the owners of 8 teams, and his next destination has been confirmed. As fans flooded the thread with frenzied inquiries, WJ opted for silence, only to tweet once more. A $20 million max contract. This young man from China has once again created a miracle. Upon hearing this news, fans were left astounded. A mere undrafted player, having excelled in just 2 games, was deemed worth $20 million? It was not solely his talent that was being recognized, but the commercial market behind him. This young man from China was merely average. For heaven's sake, with $20 million, one could easily sign Rose, Wade, or Paul. Which foolish team, which Navi owner committed such a blunder? I suspect it's the Knicks, with their clueless yet wealthy owner. Ha ha ha. While American fans discussed, their words were predominantly laced with disdain and sarcasm. They believed that the transformation from Crow to Phoenix could never happen to a Chinese player. Their deeply entrenched belief was that, aside from the top draft pick Yao Ming, no Chinese player could ever establish a foothold in the NBA. However, when this news reached the platform of Hoopu, all basketball enthusiasts in China erupted with excitement. Wow, $20 million, that's equivalent to 10 of my meals. I'm sold. Make has completely won me over. Can someone tell me what the highest annual salary for Yao Ming was? Brother, you have hands. Your left hand is typing while your right hand is engaged in some activity, right? Can this news truly bring you joy? Haha. I shall indulge you with the fact that in 1769, due to an injury, the great Yao Ming played only 5 games. Can you believe it? That amounts to $6 million per game. I must encourage my son to pursue basketball. Wake up, brother. Your girlfriend is merely your right hand. The excitement is palpable. The Asian Championship is on the horizon, and I eagerly await the opportunity to see my idol, the Mike God, in Star City. Oh dear, I almost forgot. My home is indeed in Star City. Ladies, let us go watch the games together. While they were discussing the Cavaliers championship and McCollum's potential max contract, McCollum made a timely return to join the team. Almost all his teammates and staff regarded him with peculiar expressions. LeBron approached him with a smile. Congratulations, MC. Thank you. Boss, this is the last time I'll address you that way, huh? McCollum was not the least surprised that LeBron was aware of his specific decision. After all, the relationship between Rich Paul and LeBron is well known in the basketball world. Now that he has returned to Cleveland, he should relish this championship parade, young man. It will be quite challenging for you to reach the finals in the future. What? As the leader, could you not be a bit more magnanimous? Is it too much to say, see you in the finals? Watch out, for I might just outshine you and compel you to reunite. Yet, reflecting on LeBron's words, there seems to be some truth in them. The Western Conference is wild. The Lakers are in disarray, and with Kobe in the twilight of his career, it will be no easy feat for the Lakers to even reach the playoffs, let alone the finals. When that time comes, I shall indeed dominate you, LeBron. Mike responded with a smile. Well, this guy, his verbal skills surpass even mine. James immediately embraced Mike's shoulder and inquired discreetly. Did Kobe truly tell you that you could vie for the position of team leader? Surely not, right? One could reasonably suspect that James was probing for insider information, ever ready to make a swift move to Los Angeles. Having secured a championship for his hometown, he might indeed feel unburdened enough to consider it. Heavens, LeBron. You wouldn't be contemplating joining the Lakers too, would you? James replied, I'm merely inquiring. What are you implying? I'd have to wait until Kobe retires. Then I could rightfully assume the mantle of team leader. Doesn't that sound appealing? You, with your extraordinary logic, I'm utterly impressed. Chapter 29, 2-on-2 or 3-on-3 basketball. The two men laughed heartily, concluding their private conversation. Then Mike noticed two stunning models striding toward him. Who else could it be but Malloy and Angela? Hey, what brings you here? As soon as Malloy reached Mike's side, an expression of anger crossed her face, and she exclaimed loudly, What do you think? Where were you last night, you heartless scoundrel? Why didn't you show up at the hotel? Malloy's words instantly froze the atmosphere around them. Curiosity piqued. Everyone turned to look. The Team S reporter promptly displayed his professional acumen, snapping photos with fervor. Teammates wore expressions of delight, reveling in the unfolding drama, whispering among themselves. What on earth is happening? Did Mike stand up two stunning beauties? Is he perhaps unable to handle them? If so, I can certainly step in. Do you dare? The one who just spoke is the daughter of the Bucks owner, and the other is the daughter of the Kings owner. What the heck? Mike, you truly are incredible. Upon hearing the words faithless man uttered regarding Malloy, Meg felt a buzzing in her head. How dare this young lady tarnish his reputation? A faithless man must first possess a heart to betray, yet I have none. With a cheeky grin, she nonchalantly shrugged and added with audacity, Besides, did I not explicitly tell you not to seek me out last night? I forewarned you, yet you came anyway. Who is truly at fault? The onlookers were left astounded. Anjali was taken aback, and Malloy was bewildered. Finally, with a hint of a sob in her voice, she said, You are shameless. We both are flying to Cleveland with you today. How outrageous. Such a privileged young lady, resorting to this method for amusement. It was said that she would reconsider. Yet here she was, chasing him to the airport. I am with my teammates. Our flight is already fully booked. It is quite inconvenient. You ought to. Before May could finish, a loud voice interrupted. You lot. Hurry aboard the plane. We have 2 chartered flights, and there are seats available. Malloy, having succeeded, flashed a gentle smile and pulled Meg forward. Anjali shook her head, following the two, pondering, what does this dear friend hope to achieve with such a spectacle? Thus, the 3 of them boarded the plane, settling in together. Meanwhile, as Meg was flying back to Cleveland, in an office in Yanjing, Xian Lancheng lounged with his legs crossed, engaged in a phone conversation. Deo, have any of our people managed to contact Meg yet? Upon receiving the call, Deo anticipated what was to come. Director Xian. It was shortly after Meg had just finished his match, around midnight on their end. I did manage to speak with him for a minute. Xian Lancheng perked up immediately. Oh, did you mention returning to the country for the Asian Championships? Deo's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. I don't even have his phone number. Last night, it was the Rockets general manager, Mo Go, who called me to convey a few words to Meg, urging him to join the Rockets. Xian Lancheng felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over him. Deo, you could have finished your sentence, saving me from this unnecessary excitement. Haha. I recall that Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping were present during the match for TV5. Surely they have Meg's contact information? Please inquire with them and have them return my call. Deo, indignant, thought to himself, with a bunch of incompetent people like you in the Basketball Association. What hope does the Chinese men's basketball team have? Let me ask them then. 10 minutes later. Director, this is Yu Jia. Yu Jia and her team rushed in, breathless and weary. Hello, Yu Jia, can you reach Meg? Xian Lancheng went straight to the point. Not just yet. He was on a flight to Cleveland, where tomorrow they would celebrate their championship victory. Coach Zhang and I would also make our way there, and we would see him by tonight or at the latest, by tomorrow morning. Yu Jia, of course, was aware of what Xian Lancheng wished to inquire. He added, Director Xian, rest assured. We will bring up the matter of returning to our home country for the Asian Championships. That's excellent news, excellent indeed. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Xian Lancheng chuckled as he hung up the phone, his joy evident. A few hours later, as the Cavaliers landed and LeBron raised the championship trophy, the airport erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Once their bus departed from the airport, thousands of fans had already gathered along the roadside, waving banners and raising their arms in celebration. Undoubtedly, this Cavaliers team was the hero of Cleveland. This grand reception marked the beginning of their championship celebration. While tomorrow would truly be a citywide festivity, Mike sat on the bus, waved goodbye to the fans outside the window, and then closed his eyes to rest. He was utterly exhausted, having been stirred up throughout the flight by those two stunning girls. They bombarded him with questions, chattering incessantly. Before disembarking, Anjali even mentioned her desire to travel around China this summer and requested him to be her guide. What on earth was that about? Time flew by. And soon it was 10 p.m. All the players returned to their homes, seeking the company of their wives. Mike felt quite helpless. As every hotel in the city was fully booked, he could only purchase some basic toiletries before returning to his rented accommodation with two burdensome companions. The one-bedroom apartment was modest in size. The two of them shared the bed while he took the sofa, which was just about right. "Oh, Mr. 20 million. You reside here?" Malloy remarked disdainfully upon observing the untidy state of the room. "I earned over 100,000 last season, you know? Do you think everyone in the world is as affluent as the two of you?" Mike haphazardly tidied up before collapsing onto the sofa. Malloy curled her lip. She had endured Mike's barbs all the way and seemed to revel in it. "All right, this time it's my fault. I'll go freshen up first. A day of flying has worn me out. By the way, I'm stepping outside for a smoke and to call home. So you all carry on with the washing." Mac's statement stemmed entirely from the clear sound of bathing resonating throughout the living room, creating an atmosphere of undeniable awkwardness among the three individuals. Had it been just one person, such an uncomfortable predicament would have been non-existent. Without waiting for a response from the others, one person discreetly exited. Subsequently, a phone call was made to his parents, informing them of his impending return home in a few days. He also returned a call to Yu Jia, and the two engaged in a conversation regarding recent developments in the Chinese men's basketball team, allowing Mac to glean the sentiments of various parties involved. Upon re-entering the room, the ambience had notably shifted, infused with a hint of ambiguous fragrance. Fortunately, Mac managed to maintain his composure. Of course, losing that composure was not an option. This time, engaging in a doubles match was impractical, and a 3-on-3 basketball game was even less feasible. Thus, time fast-forwarded to 2 a.m. At this hour, Anjali awoke. Or perhaps she was simply restless in an unfamiliar bed, having been unable to fall asleep. She cautiously stepped out of the room, gently closing the door behind her. Approaching the sofa, she gazed at the slumbering Mac. Soon, faint sounds began to emanate from the room. Chapter 30, The Championship Parade, Mac's Daring Maneuvers at 4 a.m. Retired teacher Margaret Wilson from Akron occupied the front row of the city square, clutching the quilt she had meticulously sewn, adorned with the number 23. Her canvas bag contained a scrapbook filled with clippings from the 1964 championship victory. This time, she was determined to witness the championship banner rise with her own eyes. The elderly woman tenderly brushed her fingers over a photograph of her late husband, tears glistening in the morning light, reflecting a half-century of vigilance. At 5 a.m., pizzeria owner Nick Carolino directed his staff in moving 30 ovens to the street's edge. The aroma of freshly baked cheese mingled with the still-drying championship slogans, weaving together a unique tapestry of urban celebration. By 6 a.m., seasoned Sheriff Tom Harper observed the surging crowd on the surveillance screen, chuckling wryly into his radio. Goodness. The warmth of this crowd exceeds that of the G7 finals by 2 degrees. When the alarm clock rang at 7 a.m., Mac awoke, ready to embrace the day of the championship parade. He was eager to experience what it meant to be a champion, to savor the treatment afforded to the heroes of the city. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly roused the other two, then spent a moment primping in front of the mirror, even applying hairspray to achieve a polished look. "Anjali, why do you look so haggard? Did you not sleep well last night?" observed Malloy, who had just washed his face and noticed her dark circles. Anjali, hearing his remark, felt her cheeks flush. "Well, I'm just not accustomed to this bed. I tossed and turned until nearly 4 before drifting off in a daze. That explains the faint noises I heard. I had a suspicion it might be you. So, what were you up to?" Pausing in the midst of brushing her teeth, Anjali's face grew warm. I was just watching a few episodes of Game of Thrones. But in reality, she and Mike had been lost in a fervor on the sofa, in the bathroom, and even outside that door for an interminable time. Unable to shout, she felt an overwhelming discomfort. Her arms and legs grew weak, and she was utterly fatigued to the point of being unable to stand. Though the experience was exhilarating, the outcome was profoundly satisfying. Yet there were some shortcomings. This was her predominant sentiment. Thus, after their game, the two made a new pact. "Dear ladies, please hasten your makeup. We must arrive at the arena promptly." Maiko interrupted their conversation, casting a teasing glance at Angela. Before long, the three of them were ready. Mac donned his sunglasses and drove his second hand forward to the stadium. Finally, that exhilarating moment, the moment that drew throngs of people, had arrived. The Cuyahoga River erupted with an explosion of golden confetti. On either side of the riverbank, 2,000 fans simultaneously set off confetti cannons. 8 gleaming Harley motorcycles led the way, followed by over 60 championship vehicles slowly emerging from the underground tunnel of the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. The trophy, the O'Brien Cup, shimmered with the luster of liquid gold behind the windshield of the lead car, poised to illuminate the entire city of Cleveland. As LeBron James, accompanied by his family in a Rolls-Royce convertible, passed the Case Western Reserve University Medical Center, he suddenly knelt on one knee, gesturing a crowning motion towards the young fans in the children's section of the hospital. This moment, captured by 50 smartphones, soon ignited a social media storm under the hashtag #KingForKids. Upon reaching the corner of East 4th Street, James leaped from the convertible and spontaneously began to perform a war dance on the 8-meter-wide street. This epic scene was instantly immortalized by cameras from major media outlets and the smartphones of hundreds of thousands of fans. Kyrie's convertible was overflowing with stuffed toys hurled by fans, a teddy bear clad in a miniature number 23 jersey fortuitously landing beside his championship trophy. He picked up the toy and mimicked a dribbling motion towards a little girl by the roadside, inciting a wave of cheers that lasted 3 minutes. Kevin Love, with a cigar in his mouth, flaunted 2 WWE Championship belts, while Tristan Thompson continued to shower the fans on either side with specially made chocolate coins. JR, bare-chested, proudly displayed his intricate tattoos. And what of Mac? He, too, with a cigar in hand and sunglasses perched on his nose, alternated between sharing laughter with his 2 companions and engaging with fans along the roadside. When he encountered a group of Chinese fans who shouted, "Mac, you're incredible," he would strike a shooting pose. Upon hearing beautiful fans exclaim, "I love you," he would promptly reply, "I love you too." When a fervent Chinese female fan yelled, "Mac, I want your autograph," he paused for a moment and exclaimed, "Oh my, are you a heron? No, wait, are you Bai Mingyan?" Bai Mingyan was left utterly bewildered. Did the esteemed Mai really recognize me? Could it be? Has he taken note of my performance in the Grand Showcase? Overwhelmed with excitement, she chased after the vehicle, calling out, My, I am Bai Mingyan, Bai Mingyan." When Mai confirmed that this girl was indeed the yet-to-be-famous Bai Lu, he immediately leapt from the car, instructed the security to allow her entry, and then pulled her into the vehicle. "Mai, why did you just tell them I am your girlfriend?" Once inside the car, Bai Mingyan felt as though she were in a dream. It took her a considerable time to calm her racing heart before she finally posed the question. Mai gazed at the charming Bai Mingyan before him, filled with delight, and instinctively mimicked her signature laughter, a hearty ha-ha-ha. At that moment, she was an innocent and adorable girl with a round face, possessing a pair of expressive eyes and a lively little canine tooth. Her radiant smile exuded vitality and purity, utterly captivating. Would they dare to let you in if it weren't for that? By the way, what brings you to Cleveland? Oh, it's a graduation trip. Since I'm majoring in English, I decided to explore America for a bit. Just a few days ago, my parents and I watched you play at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. My dad used to be a fan of LeBron James, but now he's a fan of yours, haha. No way. The whole family came. If you whisked someone's daughter away, wouldn't the consequences be quite severe? How careless. So, where are your parents? I haven't seen them. Bai Mingyan laughed heartily, unrestrained, and said, "Don't worry about them. They saw me get in the car, and I'll just give them a call later, haha." McCatan found himself at a loss for words. The girl was remarkably naive. "All right then, enjoy yourselves in the car and take plenty of photos." Bai Mingyan immediately pulled out her phone, fervently snapping pictures, including selfies with MCK. Soon, Angeli and Malloy joined in on the fun. As the parade neared its conclusion, on the steps of the city hall, James suddenly turned around while receiving the key to the city. Under the gaze of 80,000 fans, he held the basketball aloft in one hand and charged towards the makeshift hoop, executing a thunderous slam dunk. The basketball hoop trembled, sending golden dust swirling, as he knelt to kiss the emblem of the Cavaliers. This moment was captured by a photographer from the Cleveland Honest Man News, becoming a timeless classic. In the background, an elderly man with white hair raised a handmade sign reading 1964 to 2015, perfectly framing the city's half-century of anticipation. As everyone gathered in the central square, the host's brief opening remarks concluded. LeBron James, the hero of the city, commenced an impromptu speech lasting 16 minutes. He expressed his gratitude to the city, the fans, the coaching staff, and every player on the team. Sincere, heartfelt, genuine. During the time, applause and cheers erupted continuously, with enthusiastic fans fervently chanting MV. 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 Chapter 31, by Mingyan. MCK is my idol as the sunset painted the sky in shades of champagne. The massive LED screen at the City Hall began to loop the championship moment. To everyone's surprise, the crowd turned towards the east. There, Cavaliers fans and MCK supporters from China illuminated the night sky with 800 drones. The words Cleveland, champion spanned the river, resonating with the championship banners at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. The chant of McNobility gradually arose, eliciting hearty laughter from MCK. With great reluctance, this celebration, which lasted 8 hours and 37 minutes, concluded with 51 blasts from the steam whistles at the Cuyahoga River Harbor. The sound waves created ripples on the lake, lingering until dawn. When the first cargo ship sounded its departure horn, the captain inscribed in the logbook, "Today's wind direction, north-northwest, wind speed, champion level, wave height, historical high." In the dimension of the city's memories, the golden tide of summer 2015 had already become an eternal pulse flowing through the veins of Clevelanders. In MCK's realm of recollection, every sight and sound of that day was deeply etched in his mind. That day, he officially embarked on his legendary journey across the ocean. In the dimension of Chinese fans, summer 2015 marked the inaugural year of Chinese men's basketball domination on the world stage. The wild day drew to a close. After bidding farewell to Maiko and Anjali Malloy, Bai Mingyan joined her parents, following a brief exchange of pleasantries and a few photographs together. The quartet made their way to Chuan Hot Knot, a quintessential Sichuan restaurant. Once in the private dining room, while awaiting the arrival of their meal, Maiko took the initiative to spark a conversation. "Uncle, Auntie, I heard from Bai Mingyan that she is now a fashion model. 3 years ago, she aspired to become a trainee in Korea. Is that correct?" The couple appeared somewhat taken aback, surprised that their daughter would so openly share her ambitions with outsiders. "Indeed. However, I was not selected at that time, which led me to explore the modeling industry. I am merely dabbling in it now," Bai Mingyan explained. Her father had initially resisted her entry into such circles, believing them to be treacherous and that their daughter, being so innocent, might easily fall victim to exploitation. However, ultimately conceding to her wishes, he agreed to let her experiment with this path. "While you are young, it is beneficial to explore various opportunities," he added. Mike Sten remarked. Noticing their enthusiastic nods, particularly Bai Mingyan's fervent agreement, he continued, "A couple of days ago, I was discussing with a friend the prospect of establishing a film and entertainment company in our country. I wonder, Bai Mingyan, would you be interested in singing or acting in television dramas? If you are willing, we could sign you on as our second artist." Bai Mingyan's parents were immediately taken aback. After just a few hours of acquaintance, they wished to sign their daughter? What were their intentions? Moreover, the company had yet to be established, and she would already become its second artist? Bai Mingyan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that true? Really? I can sing. My handwriting is exquisite. And, wait, why am I the second artist?" Maiko took a sip of the cool tea and remarked softly. "The company's first artist is Zhang Xiuyan. You must be familiar with her, right?" Bai Mingyan's eyes widened in surprise, revealing her small canine teeth. "Zhang Xiuyan? The one from Girls' Generation?" Mike nodded with a smile. Wow. Mike, you are amazing. How did you come to know her?" Bai Mingyan exclaimed, her excitement causing her to dance about. Upon noticing her parents' expressions, she quickly added, "I got a little carried away. Sorry, Mom and Dad. She is a fan of mine, which is how we became acquainted. Recently, she encountered some issues with her company and may face a ban from the Korean side. After our in-depth discussions, she felt that developing her career here in China could provide a viable path forward, and thus agreed to my proposal for a contract." Make spoke in a measured tone, weaving his narrative with ease. Bai Mingyan, deep in thought, was well aware, as a devoted fan of Korean culture, of the troubles that had arisen between Zhang Xiuyan and her agency. However, it appeared that no formal contract termination had yet occurred. What an impressive feat for Make. To persuade a member of the foremost girl group to pursue her career in Huaxia and join his nascent agency is truly remarkable. Does the influence of basketball extend this far? Make, may I have a word with Sister Zhang Xiuyan? Perhaps a video call? Of course, he replied, promptly dialing Zhang Xiuyan's WeChat video. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Xiuyan greeted him with a flirtatious glance, playfully uttering 2 words. "Let me show you a beautiful girl. I'm considering signing her to our company. What do you think?" Mike cut straight to the point, interrupting her attempts at flirtation. He then directed his phone's camera towards Bai Mingyan. Isn't she the girl you pulled up on the float during the victory parade? She must be famous worldwide now." Zhang Xiuyan merely cast a fleeting glance at Bai Mengyan and was left in a daze. What do you mean she is famous globally? What on earth is happening? Maiko was perplexed. Could her influence truly be so profound? You two converse first. I shall peruse the news, she suggested, as she handed her phone to Bai Mengyan. The latter gazed across in astonishment, her thoughts coalescing into a single heartfelt declaration. Yoni, I adore you. Meanwhile, Maiko took the opportunity to check the trending topics on Weibo using her device. The remarkable antics during the championship parade. Who was the girl beside Mike? Miki's girlfriend. The topics surrounding Mike and Zhang Xiuyan have unexpectedly surged into the top 30 of trending searches, which is quite astonishing. His Weibo followers have now skyrocketed to an impressive 11 million, which is even more remarkable. Once Bai Mengyan and Zhang Xiuyan concluded their conversation, the meal was served in its entirety, and Mike encouraged everyone to eat and chat. Mike, do you think I've gained some popularity now? Should I seize this moment and post something on Weibo? Well, I am not well versed in the workings of the entertainment industry. If you believe it's a good idea, then go ahead. As a basketball player, I am usually not in the country, so it doesn't significantly affect me. If you wish to create a buzz, I can cooperate with you. Mike spoke indifferently. Upon receiving Mike's approval, Bai Mengyan began to edit the Weibo content, entirely neglecting her meal. Mike, I admire you. Take a look. Hiki. Bai Mengyan's laughter was far from genuine, lacking the essence of sincerity. Upon noticing the phone extended by Bai Mengyan, Mike cast a fleeting glance at her nickname, Egret. Your nickname is quite suitable for an artistic persona, he remarked with a chuckle. Isn't it? I thought so too. It reflects a discerning eye. Bai Mengyan, with her laughter, truly embodies the essence of an egret. Charming and delightful. I also posted something, tagging you, and I suspect your fan base will surge dramatically. Subsequently, Mike offered a piece of advice. Hence, it would be wise to eliminate any content that pertains to your privacy, as it serves as a safeguard for both you and your family. After all, despite having lived two lives, they may not grasp the intricacies of the entertainment industry. Yet they are acutely aware of the profound impact that online harassment can inflict on an individual. Indeed, Mike is right. I shall take a moment to delete some things, Bai Mengyan replied. Wait, why did you mimic exactly what I just posted? Upon opening the message, her cheeks flushed with color. Mike's message read, This is my goddess, ha ha ha, Egret, while her earlier post declared, This is my god, ha, Mike. Primarily, I aim to align with you. Secondarily, I was simply too lazy to think of something original. Mac's response elicited an eye roll from Bai Mengyan, who couldn't help but scoff. TSK, claiming ignorance of the entertainment industry when he is far more adept than I am? It is no wonder that you, Mac, have the audacity to establish a film company? Chapter 32. Mac joins the Lakers, team's 12-man roster. As the delightful meal drew to a close, the atmosphere remained lighthearted. Upon confirming Mac's intention to launch a film company and noting his good rapport with Zhang Xiuyan, Bai Mengyan's parents could only feel a mix of excitement and trepidation as they witnessed their daughter's unreserved trust in Mac. Xiaomai, thank you for your hospitality and for everything you have done for Yan Yan. We have truly enjoyed today, Bai Mengyan's father expressed candidly. Regarding your suggestion for Yan Yan to join your esteemed company as an artist, we shall contemplate it further, if that is agreeable. Of course. I brought this up in your presence to assure you that I am no charlatan, Mac replied with a chuckle. This was also the reason Mac had accepted Bai Mengyan's invitation to dine with her family. We have taken note of everything, and should the opportunity arise, we hope to meet again domestically. All right, Mac, we shall reunite in our homeland, Bai Mengyan said as she departed. The championship parade had come to an end. Mike embarked on a brief and mundane existence, during which he took the opportunity to dispose of all his belongings in Cleveland, including that second-hand automobile. What Mike was unaware of was that the two posts he shared with Bai Mengyan swiftly ascended to the trending topics list, igniting fervent discussions among Chinese basketball fans. On June 25th, the NBA draft commenced at the Barclays Center. Kupchak extended invitations to both Kobe and Mike, yet they both declined. Kobe's reason was to recuperate and spend time with his family. McCoy's rationale was that he had not yet truly become a Laker and thus could not make an appearance. However, under McCoy's influence, the current draft exhibited notable changes. Towns remained the first overall pick, selected by the Timberwolves. The second pick transformed into Porzingis, chosen by the Lakers. The 75th pick saw Okafor selected, while the Knicks utilized the fourth pick to draft Russell. The Lakers secured Harrell at the 27th position and Powell at the 34th. In a typical timeline, the Lakers would have selected Larry Nance Jr. at the 27th pick, who is now taken by the Rockets at the 32nd. At the 34th pick, they would have chosen Anthony Brown, who was subsequently selected by the Bucks at the 46th. Essentially, everything else remained unchanged. Upon witnessing Kupchak's maneuvers, McCoy was filled with elation, as this reflected the immense trust he had garnered from the team's management. Next season, playing would be exceedingly comfortable. As the calendar turned to July 1st, the NBA free agency officially commenced. Immediately, the Lakers announced the signing of free agent McCoy to a 2-year contract worth $42 million, featuring a player option. In doing so, McCoy etched his name into NBA history, becoming the first player to earn a salary of $21 million in his second professional season. This news sparked considerable debate and thoroughly disrupted the free agency landscape. The pool of marquee free agents that summer was already limited. LeBron James and Kevin Love opted out of their contracts, yet everyone anticipated they would re-sign with the Cavaliers. Thus, DeAndre Jordan and LaMarcus Aldridge became the coveted stars of the market. After negotiations with the Mavericks, Lakers, Knicks, and Clippers, Jordan initially reached a verbal agreement with the Mavericks for a 4-year, $80 million deal. However, the Clippers dispatched a star-studded delegation, including Ballmer, Rivers, Paul, Griffin, and Pierce, to his doorstep, ultimately persuading him to renege on the verbal agreement and sign a 4-year, $87.6 million contract with the Clippers. Consequently, the Clippers retained their formidable trio of Paul, Griffin, and Jordan for the upcoming season. Conversely, Aldridge met with the Lakers, Rockets, Spurs, Suns, Mavericks, Raptors, and Knicks, ultimately swayed by the enticing vision painted by Popovich, leading him to sign a 4-year, $84 million contract with the Spurs. Thus, the Spurs assembled a luxurious lineup featuring Duncan, Parker, Leonard, Aldridge, and Ginobili. One might assert that the Lakers were mere bystanders in these recruitment endeavors, never truly in contention, merely contributing to the commotion. Their primary target remained Rondo. When Kupchak, Kobe, and McCoy convened with Rondo, he found himself in a state of indecision. His initial interest lay with the Kings, where he could join his Kentucky compatriot cousins. However, the Lakers had proactively sought him out, with Kobe himself extending a heartfelt invitation. It was McCoy's compelling assertion that ultimately swayed Rondo. Next season, our Lakers will astonish the league with our performance, and your statistics will soar, leading to lucrative contracts that will be well within your grasp. Ultimately, on July 4th, Rondo secured a 1-year contract worth $12 million with the Lakers. After signing Brandon Bass with a 2-year, $6 million deal in the free market, the Lakers roster for the 2015-16 season comprised 12 contracted players, including Kobe, who had 1 year remaining on his contract. Maiko signed a 1-1 contract. Rondo signed a 1-year contract. Porzingis in the first year of a 4-year rookie contract. Randall in the second year of a 4-year rookie contract. Clarkson in the second year of a 2-year rookie contract. Harrell in the first year of a 3-year rookie contract. Powell in the first year of a 3-year rookie contract. Nick Young in the third year of a 4-year contract. Brandon Bass signed a 1-1 contract. Ryan Kelly, 1 year remaining on his contract. Robert Saker, 1 year remaining on his contract. Mack observed the roster with a satisfied nod. Apart from the rookie contracts, there were only 1-year deals, with Nick Young being the sole long-term player. This scenario afforded the team greater maneuverability for the upcoming season. The summer of 2016 boasted an abundance of marquee players in the free agency market, with Durant reigning supreme among them, as lucrative contracts were being offered indiscriminately, creating an atmosphere of reckless spending. Presently, the oldest player on the team was the 37-year-old Kobe, followed by 30-year-olds Bass and Young, and 29-year-old Rondo, while the rest of the roster comprised youthful talents. This demographic provided the team with considerable agility and flexibility. Although most players lacked extensive game experience, the regular season could serve as an opportunity for development. However, one issue that troubled Mack was the current head coach of the Lakers, Byron Scott. Upon his arrival in 2014, it was clear to all that the Lakers were embarking on a rebuilding phase. This was largely due to his reputation as a master of mediocrity. During his prior tenure with the Cavaliers, he managed to secure 2 number 1 picks and a 4th overall pick, selecting Kyrie Irving, Anthony Bennett, and Tristan Thompson, respectively. Following his appointment with the Lakers, the team acquired 2 second overall picks, selecting D'Angelo Russell and Brandon Ingram, according to the conventional timeline. The win-loss records for both teams during those years were dismal, to say the least. Over his 15-year coaching career, Scott not only exhibited a low winning percentage, but also displayed a lack of tactical acumen and on-the-spot decision-making skills. He consistently found himself among the ranks of the NBA's most criticized coaches. Nevertheless, his connection with Kobe, who supported him, played a significant role in his hiring by the Lakers. On his first day in office, he made a jaw-dropping announcement. He appointed Kobe as an official assistant coach, complete with a salary. He also declared that Kobe would have the authority to assume the head coach's responsibilities during games, effectively allowing Kobe to issue commands as if he were the coach himself. One must ponder the extent of this man's sycophancy, wouldn't one? Yet now, with Mac's arrival, how would this individual respond? Chapter 33, dominating 3 rookies in one-on-one matchups. Fast forward to July 12th, Kobe, Rondo, and Mac arrived in Las Vegas to witness the NBA's Summer League, instantly causing a stir. The players gazed at Kobe and Rondo with expressions of reverence and admiration, while the looks directed at Mac were far more complex. The undrafted and lower-tier players mostly regarded him with fascination and adoration. They recognized Mac as a paragon of learning and a source of motivation for their aspirations, regardless of the draft position. As long as one dedicates oneself to relentless training and strives on the court, there will invariably be an opportunity to secure a lucrative contract. Conversely, the high-ranked rookies often experience envy, jealousy, and discontent. They perceive their own talents and abilities to far surpass those of the undrafted player from Huaxia. They question why. Merely due to a couple of commendable performances, he should be awarded a contract worth $20 million. Maiko remained indifferent to these matters, as he regarded them as mere novices, hardly worthy of his attention. Upon arriving at the Lakers' training facility, Maiko exchanged a handshake with head coach Scott, both sharing a knowing smile, marking their first official meeting. General Manager Kupchak observed from the sidelines, deep in contemplation. Although the Summer League was not initially intended for the head coach to take the helm, he decided to accompany Scott to assess Maiko's judgment in selecting players. He sought to gauge Maiko's attitude toward the head coach. If their rapport proved satisfactory, all would be well, but if there was a lack of chemistry between the two, he would have to reconsider Scott's position. However, from this initial encounter, Kupchak gleaned little. Subsequently, the trio greeted the players on the team. When Maiko first laid eyes on Porzingis, Harrell, and Powell, he found them to be quite striking. He yearned to engage in conversation with these 3, as they could potentially become his allies in the future. Unfortunately, the crowded setting made it difficult to initiate dialogue, so he lingered for a while before departing. Kupchak, with his keen insight, accurately assessed the situation. After the training concluded, he deliberately retained the 3 young men. "Gentlemen, you are now acquainted with Maiko, but there is something you may not know," Kupchak announced, clapping his hands and glancing at Rondo and the 3 rookies. "Kristaps, Montrezl, Norman, you were not initially on our draft list. It was Maiko who recommended you. The owner, myself, Kobe, and the head coach all place our complete trust in Maiko, which is why we selected you for the Lakers." Rondo was taken aback, while the 3 rookies were left in disbelief. They had long harbored expectations regarding their draft positions, with media predictions circulating prior to the event. Thus, they were perplexed to have been chosen earlier than anticipated, especially Harrell and Powell, who had been projected to be selected in the latter half of the second round. To be chosen at the 27th and 34th positions was unexpected. Everyone understood that the disparity in draft positions translated to significant differences in annual salaries. Being selected by a storied franchise like the Lakers signified an increase in exposure, attention, and income. In that moment, both young men felt a surge of gratitude toward Maiko, while Porzingis experienced a newfound clarity. Mac's standing within the team is exceedingly elevated, arguably second only to Kobe. Therefore, to a certain extent, you should express your gratitude towards Mac. However, joining our Lakers also signifies that you will face an immense increase in pressure. If you find yourselves unable to accept this, feel free to openly vent your frustrations towards Mac. Haha. Kupchak jested, and the atmosphere lightened considerably as everyone chuckled. "So, Mac, was it your suggestion that I join the Lakers?" Rondo inquired with curiosity. Well, there is indeed a slight connection, I suppose." Rondo immediately grew unsettled. Goodness. How does it seem that Mac's influence within the Lakers management surpasses even Kobe's? Damn. I initially thought I would be the second in command, but now I find myself relegated to third. Forget it. For the sake of securing a lucrative contract, status matters little. After all, I was once the 5th option with the Celtics. In that case, I owe you my thanks. I shall make it a point to deliver you several splendid assists. Rondo smiled as he spoke. That is absolutely acceptable. I shall convert all your passes into points, and I guarantee that in the upcoming season, you will seize the title of assist leader from Paul. Maiko spoke with such fervor that it left Kobe, Rondo, the coach, the manager, and the rookies utterly bewildered. His remarks bore an uncanny resemblance to a post-championship interview, imbued with confidence yet tinged with arrogance, leaving little room for immediate rebuttal. I believe Platinum could indeed contend for the Rookie of the Year title, and both Montrezel and Norman might also secure spots on the All-Rookie second team. Do you believe it? After painting a bright picture for Rondo, Maiko continues to sketch aspirations for his younger comrades. He has meticulously planned it all out. Under the directives of the team leader, he can only manage to play for 28 minutes, and even with an increase in the upcoming season, it is unlikely to surpass 30 minutes. Meanwhile, Kobe, with age and significant injuries, must have his playing time restricted to around 25 minutes, with occasional rest days arranged. Consequently, the three rookies, along with second-year players Randall and Clarkson, will have ample opportunity to showcase their talents. Their rapid development will undoubtedly foster greater confidence, enabling them to shine when the playoffs arrive. McCoy's words served as a potent catalyst for the three newcomers, instantly igniting their ambitious spirits. "Hey, McCoy, how about a one-on-one?" Harold exclaimed eagerly, flashing a broad grin. "Oh, you're quite bold, young man." Kobe chuckled, arms crossed. Rondo and the coach, along with others, wore expressions of spectatorship, keen to witness McCoy's three-point shooting prowess in action. No problem. Mike was also curious about how much his jumping ability had improved since acquiring James' shot blocking skill. Thus, the two engaged in a street-style one-on-one duel, with victory awarded to the first to reach 11 points. Harold initiated the offense, cautiously probing from beyond the three-point line before seeking physical confrontation. Mike offered a slight resistance before retreating, intentionally positioning himself to allow Harold the opportunity to drive past. Sensing an opening, Harold took 2 steps forward, attempting a mid-range floater. With swift agility, Maiko dashed forward, leaping high to execute a formidable blocked shot. Upon landing, he deftly secured the ball and launched a three-pointer. Clang! It hit the iron. Noticing that the shot had not gone in, Harold rushed for the rebound. But how could Maiko allow him that opportunity? The moment he released the ball, he accelerated towards the basket. Just as Harold was about to make contact with the ball, Maiko had already taken off, leaping to his highest point, seizing the ball and slamming it through the hoop. What a spectacular play! A chase-down block followed by an emphatic dunk. Is Maiko's leaping ability truly this formidable? Such a display was absent even in the finals. Yet here it is showcased for a rookie. What a daunting challenge. This must be a newly developed skill of Maiko's, revealing that he possesses more than just a three-point shot. In this exchange, Harold could only shake his head in disbelief. Subsequently, Maiko's three-pointer, even without the support of his teammate, proved to be formidable as well. Ultimately, he triumphed in this confrontation with a score of 11-2. Montrezel, you played admirably. Your physique, jumping ability, and agility are all commendable, making you well-suited for the center position in a small ball lineup. With our assist leader by your side, you can feast on opportunities in the paint. After the game, Maiko offered some reflections, exuding the aura of a team leader, almost resembling a coach. Quite impressive indeed. Chapter 34, Marlowe, you truly are a little sprite. Upon hearing Maiko's insights, Coach Scott and Rondo were instantly captivated. Indeed, this young man not only plays fiercely and shoots accurately, but also possesses an exceptional basketball IQ. He quickly discerns players' strengths and weaknesses, exploiting them adeptly. Truly a rare talent. Yet, how could he have gone undrafted? It is perplexing. Following this, Maiko engaged in one-on-one matches with Platinum and Powell, achieving scores of 11-5 and 11-3 respectively. This mini-tournament concluded, significantly strengthening his rapport with them and establishing a measure of respect far beyond his initial expectations. It was simply splendid. As night fell, the vibrant lights of Las Vegas illuminated the city. Kobe and Maiko, donning masks and sunglasses, arrived at a certain casino. As Mike stepped inside, it was as if he had entered a fantastical maze. The opulent and extravagant designs, resplendent in their golden hues, left him in awe. Witnessing the simulated volcanic eruptions and the swashbuckling battles of Caribbean pirates, he felt a thrill of trepidation. The hall was filled with an intricate web of thousands of machines. Their dull whirring and the clinking sounds of coins cascading through the air created a dizzying atmosphere of indulgence. Indeed, this place was a veritable paradise for the hedonistic, a realm of revelry and vice. Mike, you ought to refrain from frequenting such establishments. I fear you may lose your way, Kobe cautioned, observing his slightly bewildered companion. Understood. Boss, I've never been here before. I merely wish to see it for myself. After all, I am as broke as they come, haha. Although Make has signed a lucrative contract, the funds have yet to reach his hands. As the regular season approaches, he will continue to receive his salary bi-weekly. While an annual salary of $21 million appears substantial, after deductions for various taxes and agent commissions, he will only take home a little over $9 million. The state tax in California is exceedingly high. Just a couple of days ago, he rented an apartment near the Staples Center. Thus, he truly finds himself short on cash, unable even to afford a car. While Make laments his financial situation, he suddenly receives a call from Rich Paul. Make, is this a convenient time? There has been new progress regarding the commercial endorsement. Not really. I'm at the casino with Kobe, having a great time, haha. Before McCoy passed by, an enchanting beauty caught his eye. Why does this silhouette seem so familiar? Wait a moment. Is that not Marlowe? How could he possibly focus on Rich Paul's incessant chatter now? Moreover, the brand representatives are anxious, yet he remains unconcerned. He is acutely aware of his future commercial value, which has yet to be fully realized. The offers from the current brands are simply inadequate. Just the other day, they made a proposal, and now they're raising the stakes? Come to Las Vegas. I've been here lately, and we can discuss matters face to face. I have other commitments, so I must hang up for now. Rich Paul is equally perplexed by McCoy's nonchalance, while other athletes eagerly seek to negotiate endorsements. McCoy is a different story. He doesn't engage in dialogue. He simply declines outright. Is this behavior typical? How much money might he be losing? Well, there are indeed two exceptional opportunities. Perhaps you should consider them? As he stared at the disconnected call, he realized that his previous remark was utterly futile. Then he exclaimed, "A splendid gift indeed. Hey, Marlowe, is that you?" Mike took 2 quick steps and chased after Malloy. "Thick crab, is that you, Mike?" What a surprise. Malloy turned around, scrutinized him for 2 seconds, and then enveloped Mike in a warm embrace. "Ha ha ha, this is fate. What brings you to Las Vegas as well?" Mike inquired with a smile. "Come and witness the Summer League. My father has entrusted me with this responsibility." "What about you? Why have you not invited me?" Malloy asked, blinking curiously. Just then, Kobe approached, stating, "I came along with him as well, to observe the game." Mike raised his hand and pointed towards Kobe, saying, "Look." Malloy instantly recognized Kobe, nodding with a smile, though appearing somewhat indifferent. Kobe, ever perceptive, glanced at his watch and remarked, "Mike, you two carry on with your conversation. It seems my time for a date with your sister-in-law has arrived." "Wait, what? Your sister-in-law? Vanessa? I didn't even see her on the flight to Las Vegas. Are you chatting with someone else?" "All right, boss, then I wish you a delightful date. Just remember not to be too forceful," Mac uttered in a rather dismissive tone. Kobe tapped his forehead and exited the casino. At that moment, Malloy inquired once more, "Why have you not asked me out on a date?" Well, he certainly wished to. Lately, he had been either accompanying Zhang Xiuyan, Orange Jelly, or searching for a residence in Los Angeles. Where would he find the time? After all, he had just signed with the Lakers, and his schedule had become quite demanding, with the coach consistently guiding him through rigorous training. Mac had lied without any preliminary thoughts. "Well, I forgive you. Will you accompany me on a shopping trip? I lost money at the casino today, and my spirits are rather low." Without further ado, Malloy took Mac's arm. Mike basked in the warmth of the moment, feeling quite content. He was enamored with the exuberance and vivacity of American women, their carefree spirit allowing them to act as they pleased, utterly unconcerned with the opinions of others. However, he made it clear that he had no money at the moment and that she would have to cover her own expenses. Strangely, despite his intentions, he found himself ensnared in the conventional mindset that men should always pay, casually remarking, "Why would I need you to pay? I can buy for you instead." As they conversed, they arrived at the Caesars Palace Shopping Center. After a delightful spree of shopping, Malloy was in high spirits, thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Mike found himself in a rather dismal state, burdened with bags and seated in the rest area, utterly exhausted and reluctant to move. It was quite frustrating. At that moment, it seemed all women were the same. "Malloy, what did you buy for me? Am I merely a tool for you, you deceiver?" He usually felt no fatigue while playing basketball, but accompanying a woman shopping made his legs and feet ache inexplicably. Can anyone with a girlfriend or wife explain why this is? He pondered. "I offer you myself. Isn't that a more splendid gift?" Suddenly, Malloy leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly, "Goodness, this intimate gesture, typically reserved for when I flirt with women, is now being employed by a girl on me? I must not react. This is a public place. It would be improper." After a brief pause, they made their way to the presidential suite of the MGM Grand Hotel. The air was charged with anticipation. McCoy immediately launched an offensive. Sensing the impending danger, Malloy swiftly fortified his position, and soon transitioned from defense to counterattack. Under the sudden surprise, Maiko exclaimed, "Ah, you truly are a delightful spirit." Amid such a confrontation, Marlowe unexpectedly regained his composure and led Maiko towards the bathroom. After a day of frolicking outdoors, how could they play without a refreshing wash? It would be detrimental to their well-being. When Marlowe beheld Maiko's exquisite physique, the conversation veered off course once again, as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Maiko, your figure is absolutely stunning. You would be perfect as a CK spokesperson." Chapter 35, The Supermodel Ayaka Songi, Priceless Endorsement. 2 hours later, the 4 quarters of the match concluded, with Maiko emerging victorious. Marlowe wrapped his arms around Maiko's waist, tilting his head slightly upward, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "My dear, do you know what the finest relationship is?" "What are you talking about?" "Why dwell on emotions? It's rather sentimental, isn't it? Weren't you just so carefree before? After indulging in a couple of delightful meals, why do you seem like a different person?" Mac contemplated for a moment and responded, "Is it akin to us? A serendipitous connection that both parties have seized?" He mused, "Well, perhaps, yet not entirely." Malloy nodded, then shook her head. "What, then, is it?" Mac inquired, perplexed. With a mischievous giggle, Malloy slightly twisted her body and continued, "The finest kind of relationship, of course, is one that evolves from childhood play to mature companionship, and then back to playful innocence." Mike felt that he was still too naive. However, while words may be spoken, actions evoke a certain discomfort. "Little fairy, would you like to maintain this connection with me?" Marlowe smiled mysteriously. "Of course. I am going to tease my dear best friend." Hee. Uncertain of her next course of action, Mero took out her phone and dialed Anjali's number. "Hey, Mero. Where are you?" Upon hearing Anjali's voice, I hurriedly grabbed a towel and dashed towards the bathroom. "This is a disaster. I'm going to be exposed." As she showered, her mind raced with thoughts of what to do next. "Think fast. If we both get wet, it will surely cover up everything." Resolute in her decision, Mai wrapped herself in the towel and boldly emerged. "Darling, Mai is here. Let me show you my physique. I must say, it's simply stunning." As Maiko made his entrance, Malloy's camera lens immediately focused on his chiseled 8-pack abs. Meanwhile, the onlooker, Anjali, gazed for a mere 2 seconds before her countenance turned ashen. Subsequently, the camera captured her turning away, tears cascading down her cheeks. With a subtly trembling voice, she managed to utter, "Wow, it's no surprise that our Maiko is magnificent. Such a physique deserves to be featured in a CK advertisement." "Ha ha ha, isn't that right? I just told him the same thing. Truly, we are kindred spirits, sharing the same discerning eye." Malloy erupted into raucous laughter. At this moment, Mike took his phone. Opposite him, Angela did not gaze at the camera. Instead, she forced a smile and remarked, "Well, I too wish to touch Mike's abs. What should I do?" "Then why don't you come over? I'll be here waiting for you." Maiko has completely given up. Since everyone is already aware, why not be a bit more shameless? After all, miracles can happen. Thick-skinned crab. And Jiali couldn't hold it together and hung up the phone abruptly. Mike offered an awkward smile, while Malwa cast a flirtatious glance and bent slightly at the waist. The following day, Mike met with Rich Paul. "Mike, I have received 7 endorsement offers from various brands. Allow me to elaborate." Rich Paul feared that a brief pause might bring their conversation to an abrupt end. Regardless of Mike's expression, he continued, "One of the offers is from an automotive brand, Toyota." Maka's expression darkened momentarily, but he soon realized the prospect of earning a modest income while contributing taxes to China was indeed quite appealing. "How much?" Rich Paul, noticing Maka's burgeoning interest, replied, 2 years for 20 million Chinese yuan. You can inform them that it's 30 million US dollars over 2 years. I am in. Furthermore, the contract must be signed in China. That is non-negotiable." What the hell? The price had escalated astronomically. This was a clear indication of a desire to avoid collaboration. Rich Paul made a note on the paper and continued, "All right, I understand." Additionally, there's a lingerie brand, CK, offering a 2-year endorsement fee of 24 million US dollars. This type of endorsement is at the pinnacle of pricing. You would be unparalleled globally. Goodness, Anjali and Marlowe truly possess extraordinary insight. Mike nodded and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Have they signed on any female celebrities?" "Hey, can we focus normally here?" Rich Paul once again remarked, saying, I'm not certain about that, but based on experience, such brands typically seek both a male and a female at the same time." I see." After Mike finished speaking, he gestured for Rich Paul to continue. The other 5 contracts pertained to sneaker endorsements, Nike offered a 7-year deal worth $20 million. Adidas proposed an 8-year agreement for $30 million. Under Armour presented a 7-year contract valued at $25 million. And Li Ning extended a 3-year offer of 50 million Chinese yuan. The most sincere proposal came from Anta, which included a 3-year deal for 60 million Chinese yuan, along with signed sneakers and a commission of 5%. Mike listened attentively and then asked Rich Paul to disclose the endorsement fees of several renowned athletes. It became evident to him that Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and Li Ning regarded him with utter disdain. LeBron James secured a staggering $90 million deal with Nike over 7 years in the early 2000s. Similarly, Damian Lillard's endorsement with Adidas amounted to $100 million over a decade, commencing in 2014. In 2013, Stephen Curry's contract with Under Armour was valued at $4 million annually, which was later adjusted in 2015 to include a base fee of $5 million plus a 4.5 share of signature shoe sales, culminating in an impressive 11-year deal worth $215 million. Klay Thompson, in 2014, signed with Anta for $18 million over 6 years, which was revised in 2017 to a 10-year contract worth $80 million. Thus, considering Anta's current offer, it is comparable to Klay's 2014 agreement, albeit with a shorter duration. Matt contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding, inform Anta of a sum of 40 million Huaxia coins for a duration of 2 years. Should I earn the regular season MVP within this time frame, the amount will escalate to 60 million. If I attain the finals MVP, it will elevate to 80 million. The sales commission shall remain at 5, unchanged. They consented, and I shall finalize the contract upon my return to the country on August 1st. If they refuse, they may await the commencement of the new season, at which point their offer will likely double. I am in no rush. As Rich Paul listened to Mac's discourse, he became increasingly astonished and reflective. This young man, possesses an unwavering confidence in his abilities. Moreover, his intellect is truly remarkable. He is undoubtedly cut out for the business world. Fortuitously, he was born a decade or so earlier. Otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity to collaborate with LeBron James. Once the annotations were completed, Rich Paul lifted his head and remarked, "Allow me to organize this, and I shall promptly send them an email." "Excellent. Thank you very much." "Dear Rich, Macoma is about to don a new facade. Will you take me out for some merriment? Since my arrival in Las Vegas, I have yet to indulge in any spending, and I find myself short on funds." "You lack money? Did you not just agree to a contract worth $24 million with CK for 2 years? You ought to take me out to celebrate, don't you think? My friend, please wait until I finish my tasks." 10 minutes later. Ding. I received an email. I have confirmed with CK that there is a female model involved, named Ayaka Yamaji. The shooting date has also been established for the 15th in Los Angeles. Ayaka Yamaji? I have not heard of her. Mac immediately began his search and discovered that the model was merely 19 years old, a sweet young girl brimming with collagen. In Mac's eyes, every smile and gesture of hers was delightfully charming. She possessed an alluring balance of slenderness and curves, embodying both sensuality and innocence, the epitome of an ideal physique and appearance. "Come on. Why are you dawdling? Hurry to catch the flight." "Oh my God. This young lad from Huaxia is even more shameless than I am. I am utterly speechless. What to do?" Rich Paul silently lamented. Chapter 36, Has Little My Awakened? Everyone stood in awe on July 15th, in a photography studio in Los Angeles, after signing the contract. CK Company promptly transferred the endorsement fee for the 2015-16 fiscal year into Mac's account. After deducting various taxes and the agent's commission, he received the largest sum of money in his life, $7,200,000. At that moment, he felt as if the sky was extraordinarily blue. Upon seeing the short-haired model, Shanjikaiwa, Mac suddenly realized that the sky was, in fact, a tapestry of vibrant colors. "Look, men truly are a capricious species." Vanica Leone, the manager of the CK advertising department, approached to introduce the two rising stars of Asia to each other. Subsequently, Mac graciously shook hands with Shanjikaiwa and greeted her. Vanica Leone smiled politely and remarked, "Mr. Mac, Ms. Shanjikaiwa, we at our company are honored to collaborate with both of you and look forward to a mutually beneficial partnership." Mike chuckled, "Of course, I will cooperate to the best of my ability." The charming Sanji Cauliflower beamed a sweet smile. "So will I." Monica Leone politely expressed her gratitude and then gestured toward the nearby sofa. "Why don't you two get to know each other first? We will begin with solo posters and videos, followed by a few duo shots." The two nodded in agreement, and soon they found themselves enveloped in a quiet, awkward atmosphere. This is my first shoot," and I know nothing about it. I hope you will be patient and guide me through it. Finally, the older gentleman, Mike, took the initiative. That's great, Mike. I've watched your NBA Finals broadcasts. Sanji Cauliflower exclaimed with a radiant smile. Oh, really? If you ever wish to come to Los Angeles to watch a game, let me know in advance, and I will secure you the front row tickets. Without a moment's hesitation, Mike answered, and then Shanjikaiwa posed a profound question. All right. So, do you know who I am? I didn't know you 2 days ago. However, after conducting a search, I agreed to collaborate with CK. Therefore, you are the primary reason I signed with CK. Is indeed a remarkably honest child. His unfiltered words flowing forth. Gazes at with her sparkling eyes, her enchanting look seemingly piercing through the man's heart beside her. Then, with an elegant smile, she adds, It is truly my honor. Hiki, during the shoot, I kindly ask for your guidance and patience. My angel, please refrain from calling me. It creates a distance between us. Makako revealed her fangs, while Sanchi's face flushed slightly. Did you call me, Oni-chan? Certainly. Before, Mike often watched films about everyday life, understanding that this was his brother's intention, and it felt quite endearing. As Maiko gazed at the adorably enchanting expression of Shanjikaiwa, a wave of joy blossomed within his heart. Very well, my angel, he mused, from this moment forth, our relationship shall draw significantly closer. After 10 minutes, the two began their makeup. 5 minutes later, they were both ready. Wanaka Leone furrowed her brow, expressing some dissatisfaction towards the staff, and inquired of the makeup artist, usually, an hour is insufficient. Why the swiftness today? The makeup artist chuckled awkwardly and explained, both of them possess extraordinary beauty and impeccable skin. We merely touched up a bit, and I even refined Maiko's eyebrows. I would even suggest that for the next shoot, let them appear without makeup. It's authentic and perfect, a match made in heaven. Upon hearing this, Wanaka Leone's concerns dissipated. The assistant presented the pre-prepared outfits, leading Shanjikaiwa to the changing room. Mr. Maiko, as you lack experience in shooting, observe how Miss Shanjikaiwa conducts herself. You shall learn from her, Wanaka Leone remarked with a playful glance at Maiko. Understood. I truly appreciate your efforts and consideration on my behalf. Mike scratched his head. And Wanaka replied, this is what we ought to do. When the stunning Shanji Cauliflower adorned in CK's latest lingerie collection graced the audience's sight, all present were left in awe, murmuring their admiration. Miki stared in astonishment at the delicate skin, elongated legs, and proud peaks before him, instantly filled with a sense of reverence. Veronica Leone nodded in satisfaction, having meticulously selected a model who epitomized the aesthetic ideals of the East. Turning her gaze back to Miki, a wave of triumph washed over her. She was certain this advertising campaign would yield remarkable results, surpassing all expectations. Shanjikaiwa, a consummate professional, executed her expressions, movements, and poses with impeccable precision. The female photographer, among the world's elite, continuously directed the shoot, capturing moment after moment with her camera. Before long, the solo sets featuring Shanjikaiwa were completed, and it was now Miki's turn to take the stage. He felt a surge of embarrassment, as this was his first experience in such a setting, clad in but a single garment before a sea of strangers. To make matters worse, there were male staff members present, which added to his discomfort. After considerable mental preparation in the fitting room, Mikri finally emerged. As he stepped out, he instantly felt the penetrating gaze of numerous women, their eyes ardently focused on him, scrutinizing every detail. Did they not grow desensitized to such stares given their profession? Their unwavering attention made him blush. Veronica Leone, sensing his unease, pursed her lips and commanded the onlookers to disperse. With a firm shout, she cleared the area, awakening the female photographer from her trance, her eyes filled with a ravenous desire. Shanjikaiwa, observing from the sidelines, whispered, how intimidating. Veronica, maintaining her composure, clicked her tongue, pondering whether the model had truly awakened. No wonder the daughters of the two owners had flocked to her during the victory parade. What woman could resist such a lure? Though surprised, Veronica was also intrigued. With so many eyes upon them, what could possibly provoke such a reaction in Mikui? Was it shyness? Excitement? Unable to decipher his emotions, she chose not to dwell on it, feeling rather pleased with his current state, as it would enhance the shooting's effectiveness. Now, let the shooting commence. Why are you still dawdling? Move. Ah, right. Understood. After the female photographer composed herself, she set about capturing images. However, McCoy, lacking any experience, required her to frequently approach him, taking the opportunity to adjust his poses and provide hands-on instruction. Yet, she had overestimated her own psychological resilience. Gazing upon McCoy's strikingly high visage, athletic build, well-defined muscles, and captivating features, she found herself mesmerized and distracted, her lips growing parched. The pace of the shoot was noticeably slow. Fortunately, McCoy was quite photogenic, yielding exceptional results. She even captured dozens of close-ups, motivated by personal desire, intending to secretly cherish them for future use. Surely, this was not excessive? After a brief period of reflection, some content has been altered. I encourage everyone to provide feedback and engage more. Thank you, dear friends. Chapter 37, The Duo Poster Shoot, Anjali's Self-Strategy once McCoy's solo shoot concluded. Veronica approached to review the results and was thoroughly pleased. With a smile and a nod, she remarked, "Wonderful, it turned out splendidly." The female photographer shook her head, saying, "Veronica, it's not due to my skill. McCoy is simply too photogenic. He looks fantastic from every angle, surpassing even the young Leonardo." Haha. But Leonardo is only 180 centimeters tall. Can he truly compare to our McGod? Veronica chuckled heartily. She then turned to the two ambassadors, cheerfully asking, "Mr. McCoy, Miss Yamaguchi, shall we proceed with filming the duo poster video now?" Both Maiko and Shanjikawa nodded in agreement. However, when the actual filming commenced, they soon realized the task was more challenging than anticipated. For the first shot, as they exchanged glances with one another, Maiko managed to maintain composure while Shanjikawa appeared quite adept. Yet, for the second shot, where Shanjikawa was to rest one hand on Maiko's shoulder while the other encircled his waist, Maiko truly awakened to the moment. McGrady felt a sudden unease, his face flushing abruptly. Upon noticing this change in his complexion, Shanjikawa instinctively lowered her gaze, her heart racing, palms sweating, and her own cheeks warming with color. Is this truly his peak condition? A terrifying thought suddenly crossed her mind. Forgive me, I must excuse myself to the restroom." Maiko hurriedly covered himself and, after finishing his conversation with Shanjikawa, prepared to leave. The female photographer, having overheard, frantically pressed the shutter, enhancing her collection of benefits. The female staff members' desire for Maiko reached a fever pitch. They were almost ravenous in their longing for him. Meanwhile, some of the male staff fell into a deep sense of inferiority, overwhelmed by the realization that they were being overshadowed by a person from Huaxia. Wanaka, having observed everything, silently swallowed hard, engulfed in profound shock, contemplating how wonderful it would be to share a moment with Maiko. Just like this. Wanaka suddenly shouted, "Photographer, hurry and take more pictures." At her command, Maiko was rendered momentarily speechless. The subsequent shots grew bolder. For instance, Shanjikawa nestled against Maiko's thigh, wrapping her arms around his neck. In another moment, she leaned into his embrace as he encircled her waist from behind. In essence, the ensuing photographic session was steeped in ambiguity and tension. After what felt like an eternity, the session finally concluded. "Mr. Maiko, Miss Shanjikawa, thank you for your cooperation. The results of this shoot are exceptionally promising, and I anticipate tremendous market feedback once the promotional posters and videos are released." Shanjikawa smiled at Maiko, seemingly awaiting his response. After contemplating for a moment, Maiko proposed, "Vanica, to maximize the promotional effect, I have an idea. You should first release the solo posters and videos, while the dual poster featuring Miss Shanjia and myself can be unveiled after my first home game of the new season. At that time, I will invite you to Los Angeles to watch the game, and I shall score 50 points, once again setting a new record for three-pointers in the NBA." Vanica had initially planned to promote the solo first, followed by the duo, but she certainly did not intend to delay it for so long. However, upon hearing Maiko's suggestion, she felt a stirring in her heart. The thought of Maiko breaking records on the grand stage of Los Angeles, under the spotlight, would undoubtedly capture global attention and generate tremendous buzz. "Maiko, your suggestion is fantastic. I will discuss it with the higher-ups at headquarters." Shanjia looked at Maiko with newfound admiration. "Oni-chan, you are truly impressive. Ahem, you are quite the professional too." Maiko couldn't help but cough twice, while beside him. Veronica discerned that the striking couple seemed to have ignited a spark. Initially, she intended to invite both of them to dinner, but now she decided not to intrude upon their rendezvous. Shanchi's delicate face flushed with color. Maiko jested, "Vanica, you are indeed our benefactor. Would we dare to refuse your invitation?" However, Vanica did not attend the dinner. Maiko and Shangi Cauliflower merely had a meal together, indulging in nothing more. On July 20th, CK officially announced their endorsement collaboration with Maiko and Shangi Cauliflower on their Twitter account. Shortly thereafter, CK uploaded 6 promotional photos of Mike endorsing their new line of underwear. Not long after, Mike shared the same content across his Instagram, Twitter, and Weibo platforms. Upon release, international netizens engaged in fervent discussions. What on earth am I seeing? This size. Can someone tell me if this is real? Is this for real? How could this possibly be a person of Asian descent? No way, absolutely impossible. Why is my boyfriend so much smaller? Oh my goodness, Mike is captivating not just for his appearance, but for his inner qualities as well. He truly embodies the perfect male idol. Oh God, Mike excels on the court, and off it, he is equally imposing. How can one not fall in love? Lakers female fans, don't even think about snatching the season tickets from me this year. Meanwhile, female netizens from China went even crazier, sending the fans into a frenzy. They not only commented under Mike's Weibo but also flooded Meng Yan's Weibo with enthusiastic comments. Such looks, such physique, such size, I can't believe it. This is a level unattainable by foreigners, I can attest to that. Oh Mike, I implore you, you are my idol too. I wish to meet you privately. Whatever you desire, I am willing. Let us have a passionate date. Even if I have to beg and plead, I am wholeheartedly willing. Mike, don't move. I'll take the lead. Oh Mike, please come play at my secret hideaway. Of course, many male netizens scoffed at the situation. What kind of endorsements is he accepting? Isn't this embarrassing? Is he that desperate? After just a couple of good games, he takes on such an endorsement? What about his standards, his taste, his dignity? This tarnishes the image of Chinese men internationally. I call for his Weibo to be banned. A seasoned designer remarked, the traces of editing are quite evident. Everyone disperse. It is indeed edited, showcasing how insecure and self-conscious Mike must be, haha. A few photos sparked a tremendous uproar, igniting boundless imagination. Meanwhile, the central figure, Mike, with his actions, once again drew the attention of Anjali. You scoundrel! You stole our king's desired rondo, and even slept with my friend Marlowe. After their confrontation, Anjali's anger subsided significantly as she playfully pounded on Mike's chest, scolding him, you little rascal, knowing you're a scoundrel still coming to find me? All because of a few photos? Mike appears quite indifferent. Humph. It is because I have come to a realization, you seldom frequent bars or nightclubs. Refrain from smoking or substance use, and maintain a pristine lifestyle. My acquaintance with Malloy is well established, so there is no fear of contracting any ailments. What the hell? This self-strategizing approach is rather unique. Maiko has certainly avoided a great deal of trouble. Next time, let us see who among you two possesses greater resilience. You can leave me alone. I can hardly bear it. Anjali playfully nipped at Maiko's chest. Chapter 38. Let him be strong. Are you Nick Young? The following day, Maiko returned to China. He first met his parents, whom he had never truly encountered before. He was greeted by his dashing and affluent father and his elegant, graceful mother. They were both remarkably wonderful individuals. However, the most striking remarks that resonated with Maiko during those 2 days were, Son, we are not lacking in money. Why did you take on such an endorsement? And oh, son, if this endorsement goes well, it's evident that you've completely inherited my strengths, haha. He then went to Xiqing to register a film and entertainment company. With a registered capital of 10 million Chinese yuan, managed by his parents. Subsequently, he visited Longqing, where he met with Bai Megan. She expressed a strong desire to sign a contract, yet his parents remained unconvinced, so the matter was temporarily shelved. However, when she learned that the company was named Yin Yin Entertainment, her heart skipped a beat. Maiko, is that photo you endorsed real? Bai Megan asked in an exceptionally soft voice, her face flushed with embarrassment and anxiety. It was the boldest question Maiko had heard that day. He merely smiled mysteriously and refrained from answering. Currently, he had no intention of engaging with domestic celebrities or artists. The mindset of girls in China and abroad differ significantly, and the public opinion environment is also distinct. To avoid unnecessary complications, it is wiser to keep a distance from them. By August 1st, Maiko picked up Rich Paul from the airport and then went to Xiqing to sign a sneaker endorsement contract with Antam, securing 13 million yuan. After completing the promotional photo shoot, Antam promptly announced on Weibo, Maiko has signed a 2-year endorsement contract worth 40 million with the company, and his signature sneakers will be released on an unspecified date. What day will that be? It is likely to take a considerable amount of time, as the design and production process is inherently lengthy. This news has caused quite a stir on various professional sports forums. By August 3rd, Zhang Xiuyan, who had completely severed ties with her previous company just days earlier, flew from South Korea to Shanghai to meet with Maiko. Subsequently, Maiko announced on Weibo that Yin Yin Entertainment had signed the former member of Girls' Generation, Zhang Xiuyan, who will now have her global commercial endorsements and music and film performance ventures managed by Yin Yin Entertainment. This significant announcement has sparked widespread discussion in both China and South Korea. Netizens even uncovered several photographs of Maiko and Zhang Xiuyan on their dates in Los Angeles. Many accused Maiko of being the interloper, claiming he was a third party, as Zhang Xiuyan had not yet ended her relationship when they first began dating. In response, neither Maiko nor Zhang Xiuyan offered any comments. On August 5th, Maiko met with the Baiminyan family, and the two parties swiftly reached an agreement for a 3-year contract worth $3 million, with a penalty clause of $30 million for breach of contract. Baiminyan was granted an unprecedented 50-50 revenue split, a privilege rarely afforded to newcomers in the industry. Shortly after, Maiko announced on Weibo that Yin Yin Entertainment had signed by Liu to be known by her stage name. These consecutive signings have kept Maiko trending on Weibo's hot search list. Many criticized him, questioning why a mere basketball player would so swiftly begin paving his way into the entertainment industry, deeming it a distraction from his primary vocation. Others urged him to return to basketball practice, as the Chinese national team was counting on him. On August 6th, Maiko appeared at the final stop of Kobe's tour in China, Yanqing. He then dined with Yu Ming and Kobe Bryant, and met with officials from the Chinese Basketball Association. Under Maiko's firm stance, Xian Lanqing ultimately conceded, agreeing to allow him to rejoin the team for practice the day before the Asian Championship. On the 7th, after exchanging brief greetings with his teammates from the national team, Maiko departed for Los Angeles alongside Kobe, as the Lakers training camp for the new season had commenced. In the Lakers training facility, the sound of basketball striking the floor echoed distinctly. "Boss, why are you here so early?" MC arrived, pulling 2 suitcases, and called a halt to Kobe's shooting practice. "I didn't expect to see you so early. What do you have in those boxes?" Kobe inquired, turning to face MC after wiping the sweat from his brow for the 24th time. "These are specially prepared gifts, a token of appreciation for all the brothers and younger siblings. However, I'm certain you, boss, wouldn't be particularly interested." Kobe had visited China numerous times, traveling to various cities and becoming quite familiar with our local specialties. Maiko was acutely aware of this, thus he preemptively prepared Kobe, ensuring that his expectations for the gift remained grounded. "You sly fellow, employing such tactics to win hearts right from the start?" Kobe quipped after taking a sip of Gatorade. He then, with utmost seriousness, asserted, "Let me tell you, being the leader of the team relies not on these trivialities, but on prowess, sheer prowess." Maiko patted his chest and exclaimed, "Thank you for your earnest guidance, boss. I shall cherish it deeply." He then jested, "I shall strive to impress you in the very first match of the new season, compelling you to willingly assist me. Ha ha ha." Kobe greatly admired Maiko's bravado. It reminded him of his own competitive spirit when he faced off against the basketball deity, Jordan, in his youth. Both were fiercely competitive and rebellious, each believing themselves invincible. However, he would never concede defeat. "Shall we engage in a one-on-one right now? Just watch how I overwhelm you." No. You should focus on recuperating first. If I were to dominate you now, it would feel somewhat unearned. Ha ha ha. McCoy continued to act recklessly. Kobe, filled with rage, picked up the basketball from the ground and tossed it to McCoy, implying that he should cease his meaningless chatter and join the game without delay. Maiko took the ball and hurled it directly towards the hoop. Subsequently, the coaching staff, teammates, and Kupchak arrived one after another. What did they say? Each individual, upon encountering Maiko, instinctively glanced at his stature. In that moment, Maiko felt an immense sense of satisfaction within. He was not one to boast, nor did he care for the opinions of others. Yet, there lingered a hint of pride that arose when one surpassed another, particularly in terms of size. Once everyone had gathered, Maiko retrieved items from the box, a panda folding fan, adorned with his autograph, the finest Westlake Dragonwell tea, a bottle of 6 God floral water, adored by the locals, and Lao Gan Ma, a beloved condiment among those in the know, as well as Wei Long spicy strips. While none of these items held significant monetary value, they were tokens of goodwill. After distributing them, smiles illuminated their faces. For most of the team members were young and had never set foot in Huaxia. These gifts were quite novel to them. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks our first day of assembly, and there are no special training tasks planned. Let us engage in individual practice to find our rhythm," Scott announced loudly once the players settled down. "Mick, shall we compete in 3-point shooting?" As soon as the coach finished speaking, Nick Young approached Maiko and issued a challenge. "Oh wow, you're bold, Nick Young. To dare challenge me right off the bat, you truly are. I see you haven't lost your flair for not passing the ball to Kobe." I may lack a system boost, but I can still triumph over you, you joker. Perhaps? Swaggy, your skills are somewhat lacking. Honestly, I don't wish to compete with you. However, for the sake of recruiting you as my little brother, I shall engage. McCoy initiated an intense confrontation. Nick Young, with a perplexed expression, questioned the situation. In Chapter 39, the blonde remarked, I am an ardent admirer of McCoy. Is my skill level inferior? Do you wish to recruit me as your subordinate? After playing merely 2 commendable games, securing a championship ring, and signing a $20 million contract, you flaunt such arrogance? Upon hearing McCoy's veiled jabs, Nick Young felt a surge of determination. You've spoken enough nonsense. Let us settle this matter directly. The seasoned Lakers, Kobe, Randall, Clarkson, and 2 others, were all smiles, reveling in the moment. Meanwhile, the newly joined Rondo, Base, and 3 rookies were filled with anticipation. The coaching staff maintained an observer's stance, as this was a contest between the old and new factions. The victory of Make has enabled all newcomers to expedite their integration into the team. If Maiko were to falter, the 3 principal players, Randall, Clarkson, and Nick Young, might harbor feelings of discontent and disrespect towards him. While this could potentially affect the team's training efficacy to some extent, it is certain that Maiko would strive even harder to validate his worth. Regardless, this situation presents an opportunity for growth. The rules of the contest are straightforward. Both sides will take turns attempting 100 3-point shots from the arc's apex, competing solely on the basis of shooting accuracy. On the first attempt, Nick Young missed, displaying an indifferent expression. McKenzie successfully made the shot, then celebrated with a playful twist of his hips. Ah, such is the essence of swag. Today's young ladies seem to be enamored with this flair. As he spoke, he formed a heart shape in the air with his 2 fingers, while his purple socks slid down to his ankles with each playful movement. Laughter erupted from everyone in the training facility, for it was well known that this was a signature celebration of Nick Young. 67. This shot was executed using the toilet bowl shooting technique he had displayed during the finals, a style reminiscent of the one Sakuragi Hanamichi taught Haruko. The basketball circled the rim 3 times before finally descending into the net, accompanied by a comical sound akin to a flatulent release. With the ball through the hoop, McKenzie flashed a rock-on gesture to everyone in the venue. Gatorade sprayed everywhere from Kobe's grip. Nick Young squinted, feeling the pulse at his temples as his molars clenched. Kid, you've successfully riled me up. After seizing the ball, he suddenly lowered his center of gravity, leaping high into the air. In that moment of his backward jump shot, time seemed to stand still, the arc of the basketball traced with precision as though drawn with a compass. Swish. It found its mark with unwavering certainty. He then resorted to his signature celebration, striking a pose as if peering through binoculars. Mac refused to be outdone. After sinking the next 3-pointer, he transformed his left hand into a gun, aiming it at his shooting right hand, and bellowed at Nick Young. Nick wiped the sweat dripping from his hair tips, his orange headband askew at a 45-degree angle. Kid, you're messing with my mentality, he exclaimed. Haha, Nick, your shoelaces are undone, as Mike shouted unexpectedly during Nick Young's shot. Nick stumbled upon landing, causing the ball to ricochet off the back rim and land 3 meters away. The training facility was so quiet that one could hear the soft hum of the air conditioning. The crowd erupted in laughter, clutching their stomachs at the absurdity. On his 100th shot, Nick attempted a pull-up jumper, prematurely turning to celebrate while the ball was still soaring through the air. Alas, the shot did not find its mark, leading to yet another moment of embarrassment. Conversely, Mike was fortunate, celebrating his 10th successful shot with a flourish of magnesium powder as the ball swished through the net. Head coach Scott glanced at the scoreboard, noting with a hint of amusement. Nick had scored 74 points, while Mike had 66. Wow, you only won by 8 points. Your skills are truly lacking, he chuckled. Maiko shamelessly proclaimed, as if he had deliberately lost. Do you know how many shots Curry can make out of 100 during practice? The maximum is a remarkable 96. You still have much to strive for, young Young. Uffed. Everyone was utterly defeated by Maiko's audacity. Nick Young shook his head, yet a radiant smile graced his face. Ha ha ha, you boast even more than I do. I, Swaggy, acknowledge you as a friend. With that, he approached Maiko, and the two exchanged a handshake and a shoulder bump. The coaching staff breathed a sigh of relief. They had not anticipated this scenario. Maiko's entertaining nature mirrored that of Nick Young to a T. With these two lively spirits around, the team's atmosphere would undoubtedly remain untroubled. After the training concluded, phew, Mike let out a heavy sigh, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed onto the ground in a sprawl. After a considerable pause, he rose and addressed the crowd, saying, In honor of young hero Yang's fortuitous victory over me, I have decided to host a celebration tonight. Let us all revel at the nightclub. Is there anyone who wishes to decline? In order to swiftly integrate with his teammates, Make resolved to take comprehensive action. After all, he is the second highest earner on the team and its vice-captain. It is his duty to set an example. Ultimately, during the inaugural team-building event organized by Make, everyone attended except for the coaching staff. Although Kobe was initially reluctant to join, he received a text from Vanessa urging him to return home and fulfill his familial obligations. Upon hearing that the leader would not attend, Mike could not acquiesce. He promptly dialed his sister-in-law, and after repeated assurances, she reluctantly consented. As for the other 10 team members, they were either unencumbered by relationships or their significant others were not present. The vice-captain, having graciously offered to cover their expenses for a night of revelry, they had no reason to decline. Thus, a lively group made their way to a nightclub, a premier establishment in Los Angeles, recommended by none other than Kobe himself. Nestled behind the Hollywood Walk of Fame, it resided in a nondescript parking lot. Is there truly a nightclub here, and are there indeed many attractive women? I find it hard to believe. As Mike surveyed the unremarkable parking lot and learned that the nightclub lay within, his fantasies immediately diminished by half. Shut it. You've rambled on enough. Kobe cautioned the young man from China, reminding him to tread carefully in the depths of the nightclub's intricate allure, a stark contrast to the towering Yao Ming. I've been here a few times before. I'm quite familiar with the place. It's quite splendid, filled with numerous alluring women. Clarkson chimed in, playing the role of the comic relief. A group of naive novices, lacking worldly experience, followed the seasoned veterans with eager curiosity. Soon, they arrived at the extravagant nightclub, Exchange, where elegance meets the pulsating rhythm of the dance floor. The entrance was abuzz with excitement as Kobe and Mike's party made their appearance, stirring quite a commotion, albeit briefly. After all, this establishment frequently hosted celebrities and renowned figures, rendering their presence a mere commonplace occurrence. Approaching them was a scantily clad, voluptuous blonde, eager to offer her introductions. With a smile, she cast a glance at Kobe, acutely aware that it was now the Lakers leader who would dictate the evening's arrangements, table selection, drink choices, and services galore. Tonight, it's on you, Kobe simply stated, glancing back at Mike. The blonde, momentarily taken aback, stepped forward to scrutinize Mike more closely, her realization dawning upon her. Wasn't he the one who endorsed CK? The young man who had joined the Lakers for over $40 million in 2 years? Her excitement surged as she drew near, exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, you're Mike. I'm your fan. I'm a fan of Little Mike." Despite her lack of interest in basketball, she often kept up with trending news and had saved the viral CK endorsement photos on her phone, dreaming of such glamour. "Could you give me an autograph?" Kobe chuckled. "You're more excited to see him than you are to see me?" The group exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging that ultimately, it was the aesthetically pleasing that captivated women. This nightclub was clearly beyond their reach. Chapter 40. Jenna, you don't understand Mike's true prowess. Upon entering the nightclub, Mike felt as though he had stepped into a fantastical realm. Laser beams wove flowing cages through the haze, while high-frequency electronic sounds pierced the eardrums like neurotoxic darts. The vibrations from the bass resonated, causing ripples in the champagne tower. Sultry neon dancers twirled amidst the steel beams, and the LED floor erupted with mesmerizing sparks underfoot. The air filtration system struggled to contain the mingling vapors of hormones and tequila, the scent reminiscent of an entire Times Square's worth of advertisements liquefied. Mac is feeling the moment. Meanwhile, the quintessential American teammates are involuntarily beginning to sway their bodies. "Mac, my brother. Tonight Swaggy is going to unleash his full power," Nick Young remarked as he patted Mac on the shoulder. He then sauntered over to a voluptuous black girl, ready to revel in the night. Indeed, Nick Young's charm is undeniable. He quickly made her laugh, and they began to engage in lively conversation. Gradually, he wrapped his arm around her waist, all the while casting playful glances at Mac at the bar, as if to say, "Take notes on my flirting techniques." Clarkson, too, is a dandy, swiftly identifying his own target. In stark contrast, the rookies, especially Porzingis, appeared timid before Kobe, speaking little. Yet, once they arrived at the nightclub, they completely let loose, eagerly chatting up the attractive women. Meanwhile, Mac, Kobe, and Rondo, cocktail glasses in hand, ascended to the VIP area on the second floor. Notice the booth at 11 o'clock. 3 blonde beauties are casting glances our way. This is the prime opportunity, Kobe remarked, taking a sip of his drink. "Boss, this is a nightclub, not a basketball court." Mike bit down on the straw, his sunglasses perched precariously on the tip of his nose. Moreover, your tactical board is reversed. My approach here makes scoring significantly easier. He glanced in another direction. An orange, ultra-short slip dress. At 3 o'clock, undoubtedly a supermodel. Kobe shifted his seating position and directed his gaze towards the 3 o'clock mark. He then remarked, "Indeed, a supermodel, Jenner, from the Kardashian clan, surely you must recognize her? The Kardashian family? The epitome of the NBA's best defensive lineup. Jenner has also been linked with several renowned basketball stars, such as Parsons, Clarkson, Griffin, Simmons, Kuzma, and Booker. As for the specifics of the timeline, why not just inquire? Haha, I hold a rather unfavorable impression of the Kardashian family and have not followed the modeling scene, so I truly do not know this Miss Jenner." As Mike raised his glass towards Jenna, they clinked their cups from a distance. Soon, a waft of Chanel No. 5 mingled with the scent of tequila enveloped the air. Jenna, poised in her 10-centimeter stiletto heels, halted before the table. Kobe's glass toppled with a clatter, amber liquid spilling onto Mike's sneakers. "Do you need help cleaning that up?" Jenna inquired, bending to retrieve a napkin just as Rondo choked on the sip of his drink, his eyes widening in surprise. "Hey, Kendall," Nick Young suddenly burst forth, striking a muscular pose. "Do you know how I built these biceps? I shoot 500 three-pointers every day." Before he could finish, Clarkson yanked him aside, retorting, "Spare us. How many days did your video of the top 5 fails trend last year?" Kobe pulled out his phone, feigning to check messages. But the screen lingered on a selfie, for in the morning in Los Angeles, "Wait, it's only 11, I should head home to find my wife." He rose to leave. But Jenna interjected with a light laugh, "Mr. Bryant, do mind the zipper on your trousers." In that moment, the DJ switched the mix, the beat reverberating through the crystal chandelier. Jenna leaned in to whisper something in Mike's ear, causing him to freeze. Meanwhile, she walked away with the grace of a model towards the restroom. "Is this really happening? If I don't join, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the men of Huaxiao?" McKay made a resolute decision. "Keep up." Kobe shook his head in self-deprecation. "And that lad McKay truly possesses an undeniable charm. It's time for me to head home." Witnessing this spectacle, Nick Young pulled out a small mirror to touch up his lipstick, muttering, "Surely, my matte shade today is lacking in allure." Clarkson, filled with envy, remarked, "Oh my goddess, I've yet to utter a single word to her, and already, I need a drink." Finally, Rondo broke his silence, suggesting, "You two could go over there and greet her. After all, beauty tends to attract more beauty." Nick Young and Clarkson responded with a puzzled expression. "It's still about the brotherhood. Men, wealthy men, why hang oneself on a single tree?" Upon their return, their spirits were further dampened. What could be the reason? They too were handsome, dashing figures. I must learn the art of charm from McKay. Both harbored this thought simultaneously. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the talents of the team departed from the nightclub. However, in contrast to their arrival, 2 individuals were notably absent, Clarkson and Nick Young. Well, the 2 heartbroken boys are destined to have a splendid evening tonight. Ah, the vibrancy of youth. Kobe couldn't help but lament the relentless passage of time, expressing both envy and self-deprecation. Upon learning of McCollum's situation, the other teammates revealed expressions of astonishment. Right there in the nightclub, engaging in such wild revelry? Another hour? Is the duration truly that lengthy? Their sense of inferiority was palpable. My possesses not only an exquisite exterior but also an innate talent, rendering him unnecessary to actively pursue romantic interests. Without comparison, there is no harm. Listening to his teammates murmuring, Maiko shrugged and chuckled softly to himself. He had merely engaged in casual conversation about life, nothing more. Yet, it was clear that others would hardly believe that, so he chose to let them misunderstand him. After all, the title of NBA Iron Waist needed to circulate through their lips. Soon, everyone returned to their respective homes, while Jenna and her friends continued to fervently discuss Maiko's astonishing talents at the hotel. "Kendall, did you really just observe without pursuing further? That is not like you." Gigi questioned Jenna with skepticism. "Come on, honestly tell us, where did you go, and what did you do for that entire hour?" Haley echoed, equally incredulous, doubting that any man could resist Jenna's allure. "Oh, I told you. He is too innocent, and a neat freak. I could only use my hands and charm." Jenna seethed at the memory of Maiko's rejection, her mind wandering to the fantasy of competing against him in a formal match. "Listen, you finally admitted it. Haven't you? You did speak up." Gigi laughed as she leaped towards Jenna, tickling her sides and armpits. Haley joined in, urging, "Come on, give us the details." "It was like that, you know. I've decided to take the initiative to pursue him." Jenna reminisced, a delightful smile gracing her face. Wait, you can't be serious? You want a Chinese guy as your boyfriend? Gigi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Seriously, just try it once and that should be enough. Why take it seriously? Haley advised directly. You don't understand Maiko's exceptional qualities. He is worth it. Jenna insisted, a mischievous glint in her eye. Having not yet truly captured his heart, she was not about to let go easily. Chapter 41. Did the supermodel confess? Maiko did not accept the following day. At the Lakers team practice, the coaching staff observed the players' lackluster performance with stern expressions. Particularly, Clarkson and Nick Young appeared sluggish, as if they were in a daze on the court. Scott and Kupchak easily deduced that several players had likely indulged themselves the previous night. Of course, as professional athletes, their hormones ran higher than the average person's, which was somewhat understandable. Moreover, it was Maiko's first team-building experience with his teammates, so a bit of indulgence could be tolerated. However, why was it that Maiko's performance remained wholly unaffected? After the training concluded at noon, the general manager solemnly instructed everyone to rest well in preparation for the upcoming season. In the afternoon, the team welcomed a former Lakers player, Carlos Boozer. At the age of 33 last season, he appeared in 71 games for the Lakers, starting 26, averaging 12 points and 7 rebounds. However, he is yet to be signed by any other teams. Consequently, the Lakers offered him a minimum salary contract, aimed at bolstering the depth of their power forward and center positions, while also benefiting from his veteran experience to mentor Portsy and Harrell. Additionally, the team introduced a new member, Royce O'Neal, an undrafted player this year. In a typical timeline, he would have spent 2 years playing in Europe before being signed by the Jazz in 2017, thus entering the NBA. However, due to McCoy's interference, a butterfly effect ensued. Kupchak noticed O'Neal's performance during the Summer League and subsequently signed him to a 1-1 contract. With this, the team now has 14 players under contract. Once the introductions were complete, the team engaged in their first scrimmage. The coaching staff meticulously evaluated the players' conditions, the team's playing style, and the starting and substitute lineups. As the training neared its conclusion, McCoy approached Nick Young. Hey, Young, shall we continue our three-point shooting contest today? Nick maintained his cheerful demeanor but retorted playfully, MC. You see I'm not in my best form today, trying to seize the opportunity to beat me? No way. Are you up for it? There's a camera recording us. You know. Mike wiped the sweat from his forehead with his wristband, his peripheral vision catching sight of the camera from the Lakers' domain. With a mischievous grin, he declared, Let the competition begin. Who dares to back down? The loser shall polish the winner's sneakers for a month, using nothing but their tongue. Nick Young, feeling a surge of bravado, boldly presented a daunting wager. Very well, considering your physical limitations, let us settle this with a challenge of 20 shots to determine the victor. McCoy was not one to suffer in silence, and he immediately raised his voice in a spirited shout. Soon, the competition commenced, with Kobe as the referee and a crowd of spectators surrounding the scene. Bang! Swish! The first 5 shots traced the same graceful arc. As the 6th basketball swished through the net, McCoy suddenly began to spin in place. Hey, boss, check this out. Out of nowhere, he produced a rainbow pony headband, placing it atop his head and launching into a dance reminiscent of horseback riding. The 3-point shots fell like sweet donuts, spinning and landing perfectly in the hoop. Coach Scott struggled to contain his laughter, nearly causing his tactical board to tremble. Meanwhile, Nick Young missed his 8th shot, the ball circling the rim thrice before McCoy swooped in for a rebound. Technical foul, Kobe exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Boss, that was Young's creative shot. As the 15th shot approached, Nick Young suddenly dropped to the floor, imitating a seal and clapping. McCoy, however, launched an outrageous air ball that soared directly toward a female reporter stationed by the sideline camera. In a remarkable leap, Nick Young caught the ball and turned to toss it back to McCoy. Hey, I'll have the lady upload that 3-pointer of yours to Instagram and Twitter. With the final shot looming, McCoy knew that making it would secure his victory, while a miss could allow Nick Young to equalize. He steadied his breath as Nick Young gestured animatedly to Kobe with his hands behind his back. Let it go. Nick Young suddenly burst into an off-key rendition. Yet it did nothing to disrupt McCoy's focus. The basketball sailed through the hoop with unerring precision. The ever-smiling McCoy's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness. Witness history. My friends, this move is called the Nick Young musical assist, and I'm applying for a patent. Instantly, the arena erupted with laughter. I must admit, I won quite by chance. Oh, how fortunate I am, he exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter. Mike raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. Look at you gloating. Tomorrow awaits. From that moment on, the training ground became a stage for the exhilarating three-point contests between Mike and Nick Young, their occasional displays of skill blossoming into a wellspring of joy for the team. As the competition reached its conclusion and the players prepared to depart, an unexpected guest graced the arena. Jenna. At the instant, this 20-year-old, towering at 180 centimeters, world-class supermodel made her entrance. Gasps of awe echoed throughout the venue. With a radiant smile, she approached the court and stood before Mike, presenting him with a bouquet of fresh flowers while playfully gesturing. Here, for you. This moment shattered Nick Young's heart. Clarkson's heart lay in complete ruins. The envy and jealousy of all present reached unparalleled heights. Mike was momentarily taken aback, then responded. With a warm smile, she inquired, "Thank you. What brings you here?" Her expression was not deliberately crafted, merely a natural display of politeness. Yet it emanated a gentle warmth akin to the finest jade, wielding a remarkable impact. Jenna's heart soared with elation. Her bold and unabashed approach, so openly executed in a public setting, had indeed borne fruit. She understood, profoundly. The memory of the previous night's fervor cast a slight blush upon her cheeks. "I've missed you, Mike. Would you consider being my boyfriend?" Nick Young wished to disappear, while Clarkson longed to find a crevice in the ground to hide. Yet their insatiable curiosity held them rooted in place. The rest were left utterly astonished, as if struck by a thunderous bolt. "This is incredibly shocking. This is rather sudden. May I take a moment to contemplate?" Mike appeared to be quite astonished, yet internally he was brimming with joy. Just imagine having a goddess proactively present you with flowers and profess her affection. Who could possibly resist such an allure? Surely, one would not hesitate for a second before whisking her away to a hotel. However, he was not like others, handsome, wealthy, and equipped with an extraordinary system. He could not forsake an entire forest for just one woman. The prospect of gathering a multitude of stunning beauties from various nations was undeniably enticing. Upon hearing Mike's lack of immediate agreement, Jenna experienced a fleeting pang of disappointment, but it dissipated almost instantaneously. Maiko is of Chinese descent. They have only known each other for a day, which is undoubtedly too swift and inconsistent with their values and beliefs about love. Of course. Can you accompany me for dinner tonight? Jenna's words were utterly astonishing to those present. This is simply unbelievable. The allure of Mai is truly astonishing, isn't it? Even supermodels like Jenna are so fervently drawn to him. This world is utterly insane, far removed from their perceptions. My mind and body have been bombarded by countless blows. Very well, whatever you desire to eat, it shall be my treat. Mac was genuinely inquiring about the matter. However, Jenna was less innocent. The scene from last night still vivid in her mind. She immediately blushed and wrapped her arms around Mac's right arm, urging him to leave. As they stepped out of the arena, she whispered, "I really want to eat some wheat. Hee hee." Chapter 42. A dinner and a dominant contract. As the delicate fragrance of Jenna enveloped him, Mac's heart raced and his thoughts wandered. He resisted. "I am truly famished. I must first indulge in a hearty meal to replenish my energy." Jenna, well aware of the rigorous training demands placed on players, had already made reservations at a Chinese restaurant. "How about we go to Deer Garden? I've heard many Chinese celebrities frequent there. It must be delicious." Feeling the tremor radiating from her arm, Mac eagerly agreed. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Jenna chuckled softly, and together they proceeded towards her Ferrari 488. The reporters from the Los Angeles Entertainment Journal seized the opportunity, their cameras clicking fervently. How could Mike possibly know that he was being recorded? When he arrived at the restaurant with Jenna, he was utterly bewildered. The place was filled with Chinese patrons. Surely he would be inundated with requests for autographs. However, this concern proved to be rather unfounded. "Mike, welcome to our establishment. You are a source of pride for our Chinese community," said the proprietress, who then escorted him to a secluded table. During their meal, they were undisturbed by anyone other than the attentive staff. As Maiko savored his Kung Pao chicken, he curiously inquired, "Kendall, could you enlighten me about the source of your NBA rookie contract?" Her NBA rookie contract? Jenna initially wore a face of confusion, reminiscent of a white question mark, before recalling her previous boyfriend, a star in the NBA. She then comprehended the essence of Maiko's question. "Chandler Parsons, does it bother you?" Jenna inquired candidly. "Not at all. Just a curiosity," he replied. "So, do you wish to sign your next contract with me?" "Well, if you are inclined, I could propose a lifelong contract," she responded, her gaze imbued with 3 parts flirtation, 7 parts allure, and 10 parts intent to recruit Maiko. Isn't it a tad premature to discuss a lifelong contract? The transfer market is ever-changing, and one can never predict when a trade might occur. The NBA is unequivocally a commercial league. As long as we enjoy a pleasant collaboration during the contract period, it is indeed a delightful aspect of life. Is it not? Jenna, using her chopsticks with fervor, struggles to grasp the peanuts, which persistently slip from her grasp. It appears that merely 2 chopsticks suffice to effectively thwart you. Mike chuckled softly and took a seat beside Jenna. He then patiently guided her in the art of using chopsticks, while I could navigate the Milan Fashion Week with my eyes closed. I still struggled to wield the magical one of the East with grace. Jenna's ears flushed a delicate shade of crimson. At last, she managed to grasp a peanut. Yes, just like that. Isn't it splendidly done? After a round of compliments from Maik, the two of them finished their meal in a flirtatious atmosphere. Upon leaving, Maik noticed a collection of photographs featuring renowned Chinese artists such as Jay Chou, Deng Ziki, and Xue Kaiki adorning the walls of the establishment. He then requested a photograph with the proprietress, who graciously presented him with 2 fortune cookies as a parting gift. Mike tore open one of the slips of paper and recited, "The God of Wheat shall forever be triumphant. The Lakers are the 2016 champions." As his words hung in the air, Jenna's slip revealed the message, "Tomorrow, your dress size will be increased by 1. The two were momentarily taken aback before simultaneously grasping the implication. The following day, when Mike arrived at the training facility, all eyes were upon him. Filled with envy. "Mike, you're incredible. You've been with my goddess for 2 days straight. Mike, could you teach me? I'm not exactly young myself. From this day forth, you shall be my Mike." "Mike, with so many supermodel friends like Kendall, could you introduce us?" Clarkson, Rondo, Nick Young, Porzingis, and others gathered around, chattering excitedly. Upon Kobe's arrival, he coldly remarked, "Mike, you've made the trending topics on Twitter." The crowd immediately dispersed. Kobe then added solemnly, "You need to be more mindful of your personal life from now on, understand? Don't let it interfere with your training and competition." Mike nodded, acknowledging his superior. "I understand, boss. I know my limits and assure you I will remain unaffected." With that, he opened his phone to check the news. To his surprise, photographs of him and Jenna exiting the training facility, getting into a Ferrari, and entering and leaving a restaurant and hotel had been captured. The headlines proclaimed the Lakers star Mike's romantic entanglement with the supermodel Kendall, propelling it into the top 30 trending topics on Twitter. Furthermore, these images had made their way onto domestic platforms such as Weibo and Huya, swiftly ascending the trending charts. However, due to the intervention of a mysterious figure, this sensational news was soon retracted. Mac observed the trending topics on Twitter and smiled. Last night, he skillfully maneuvered past Jenna's defense with a single-handed dribble. He then employed a series of intricate moves, including a standing prayer and a back-to-the-basket shot, launching a fierce assault on the paint. Confronted with Jenna's staunch defense, he managed to sink the ball into the hoop for the first time. However, as an NBA defensive powerhouse, Jenna was not easily defeated. Both players were well acquainted with each other's styles, and Mac utilized the speed, strength, and explosiveness derived from LeBron's signature chase-down block technique to relentlessly penetrate the interior. Despite Jenna's attempts to hold him back, she was unable to thwart Mac's extraordinary vertical leap, resulting in a spectacular dunk and a successful 2-1 play. Jenna, convinced that the play was not a foul, remained unyielding, but Mac once again soared above her to complete another dunk. At this point, a weary Jenna raised her hand in a gesture of surrender. McGrady was relentless, as he had yet to showcase his exceptional three-point shooting ability. With an impressive range and formidable intimidation, how could he not live up to the Kardashian family's Denoy legacy? Thus, during the overtime of the match, McGrady delivered a breathtaking long-range three-pointer, decisively defeating Jenna. She was utterly captivated, brought to tears, and transformed into a fervent admirer of McGrady, fervently cheering for him. Consequently, after the game concluded, Jenna signed a contract, albeit a short-term one lasting merely 3 months, which included a 30-day probationary period. Should her performance during this period falter, McGrady had the authority to release her at any moment. Upon the contract's expiration, McGrady would possess the priority to renew it, and Jenna could not refuse. Faced with such stringent and demanding conditions, Jenna, after the competitive match, readily acquiesced. "MC, stop lounging around and join the scrimmage." A greeting from Kobe jolted McGrady back from the previous night's game. "All right, just watch me dominate you all today, haha." Time flew by, and before long, it was September 20th, a month and a half later. The team seamlessly progressed from scrimmages to 3v3 matches, then to 5v5 games. culminating in contests between the starting five and the substitutes as various training sessions unfolded perfectly according to plan. Kobe had fully recovered from his injuries, and the players' coordination grew increasingly harmonious, with the rookies gradually establishing their unique styles. However, during these days, McGrady had suffered a series of defeats in the three-point contests against Nick Young, and his shooting percentage during team training matches was rather mediocre. This sparked concern within the coaching staff. Many players speculated about the underlying reasons but refrained from voicing their thoughts, as McGrady's personal life was a delicate matter. Only Kobe, the spiritual leader and captain of the team, stepped forward to assert, "MC, if you don't sink 100 three-pointers in the Asian Championship, don't even think about returning to the team." In total, Maiko must participate in 9 matches to secure the championship at the Asian Championships, averaging a mere 11 points per game, which is exceedingly simple for him. He readily agreed. Chapter 43. Do not panic. Maiko will rest in the next match. September 22nd, 2015. Maiko returned to China and arrived at a luxurious 5-star hotel in Star City. This establishment served as the accommodation for the Chinese men's basketball team. Located less than 3 kilometers from the main venue, the Star City Minjin College Gymnasium, he greeted the team leader, Yao Ming, head coach Gong Luming, assistant coach Li Nan, and the other 11 members of the team with warmth. After exchanging pleasantries, Yao Ming inquired with a smile, "Mike, how does it feel to train with Kobe?" This was undoubtedly a genuine smile, yet it struck me as somewhat resembling an emoticon, which I found amusing. I must refrain from laughing. It's fantastic. Engaging in conversation with him, I have never encountered someone so disciplined. It is truly an honor to train and compete alongside him, and I am progressing rapidly. Maiko initially intended to speak ill of Kobe, but with so many young players present, such as Zhou Qi, Wang Zhilin, and Guo Ailuan, he restrained himself. He could not disparage the leader in front of others. Indeed, when it comes to casual conversations, basketball is everything to him. It is unfortunate that he suffered a significant injury last season. Yao Ming, reflecting on Kobe's injuries, may also be lamenting his own. How wonderful it would have been if you had teamed up with Kobe on the Lakers back in the day. Surely, you could have secured at least 2 championships. Maiko transitioned the conversation to the tale of Yao Ming and Kobe Bryant. He vividly recalled the 2 instances when Yao had the opportunity to join forces with Kobe. The first occasion was in 2005, when Yao faced a deliberate salary cap maneuver by the Rockets during his contract renewal, prompting the Lakers to promptly extend an olive branch with a max contract offer. Ultimately, the Rockets were compelled to raise their bid, and Yao reluctantly agreed to re-sign. The second instance occurred in 2008, when Phil Jackson and Mitch Kupchak once again extended an invitation to Yao, who declined yet again. Consequently, the Lakers acquired Pau Gasol and went on to secure back-to-back championships. Just imagine if a PQ Ming had united with Kobe. What a dream combination that would have been. Even if they hadn't clinched the championship, perhaps Yao's injuries would have been less severe, and his retirement might not have come so early. Thus, while the notion of one person, one city is indeed a beautiful story in the NBA, loyalty often results in personal detriment. After all, so many years have passed. Why not join forces and strive for a championship together? Yao Ming smiled and expressed his hope. Let us aim for it. The Lakers' current roster is quite impressive, haha. Maiko refrained from boasting in front of outsiders. Should he encounter unforeseen circumstances, his system would be rendered useless, making him a subject of ridicule. Maiko and Dayo engaged in a lively conversation, with teammates occasionally chiming in to inquire about Maiko's experiences in the NBA and to express their aspirations regarding the league. Particularly enthusiastic were Zhou Qi, Wang Zhilin, and Ding Yanyahang, all of whom harbored ambitions of entering the NBA and thus posed numerous questions. Ultimately, Maiko imparted 2 pieces of advice: to diligently practice their English and to solidify their fundamental skills. These 2 aspects remain elusive for most professional basketball players in the country, which is rather unfortunate. Consequently, in recent years, no one has managed to penetrate the NBA, leading to a significant decline in the Chinese national basketball team. After meticulously arranging accommodations, Maiko and his teammates conducted their first joint practice and familiarized themselves with the venue. The three-point line on the international court is shorter than that of the NBA, prompting him to take several shots to find his rhythm. With Tong Jie present, the challenge felt negligible. On September 23rd, at the Xingqing Minjin College Gymnasium, with an 8,000 seat capacity, the venue was filled to the brim, and the atmosphere was electric. The long-awaited 2015 Asian Championship was about to commence, much to the excitement of the crowd, who had come to see Maiko in action. In the opening match of the group stage, China versus Singapore, the starting lineup for the Chinese team included Mike, Yi Jianlian, Zhou Qi, Zhao Jiwei, and Ding Yanyanhang. Meanwhile, Singapore's lineup remained undisclosed. Good evening, viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 2015 Asian Men's Basketball Championship, began the commentator. Before Yu Jia could finish the opening remarks, Yang Jian interjected, "My goodness, Mike hits a three-pointer just 6 seconds into the game, assisted by Zhao Jiwei. Mike elevated from the top of the arc, and the opposing players were caught completely off guard. Yang Jian seemed somewhat exhilarated, as he had noted prior to the game. The opposing team consisted primarily of students rather than professional players, and several of their key athletes were absent due to academic commitments, resulting in significant defensive lapses. Yu Jia continued to provide an overview of the unfolding situation on the court. The fans had barely begun to applaud when Mike intercepted the ball and launched a fast break to the front court. From the top of the arc, he stopped suddenly and executed a three-pointer that arced beautifully through the air and swished through the net. The crowd erupted in cheers and gasps of astonishment. Yang Jian exclaimed, "Mike, doesn't he even need to warm up? His shooting touch is simply on fire." In truth, Mike could have sat out this match. It felt like overkill. Yu Jia quipped, "The fans are incredibly enthusiastic. Surely, a significant portion of them came just to see him play. He must take the court and put on a show to fulfill their wishes." Yang Jian, speaking from the perspective of the fans, continued, "Let us observe. Oh, the opposing team has assigned 2 players to defend Mike. However, Yi Jianlian sets a screen, allowing Mike to receive the ball in the corner. He leaps high and shoots again. Another three-pointer. In a mere 37 seconds, Mike sank 3 three-pointers, bringing the score to 9-0. The opposing coach, compelled by the circumstances, called for a timeout. Mike is on fire. Ensure you set him up for shots until he misses. Coach Gong Looming issued his tactical directive. Understood. The players replied. While Xiaoding chuckled to himself, hee, playing alongside brother Mike is such a breeze, haha. Upon resuming the game, Mike continued to dominate. First, he executed a serpentine run, launching a 0-degree angle shot that hit the backboard perfectly. Next, he received a long pass from Zhao Jiwei and, just 1 meter past the half-court line, released a shot that swished through the net. Following that, he feigned a shot to deceive his defender, sidestepped to the corner, and was fouled while making the shot, converting the free throw as well. The spectacle of Mike's performance did not wane as the game progressed. Receiving a pass from Xiaoding at the top of the arc, he attempted a three-pointer that clanged off the rim. Undeterred, he accelerated into the paint, snatching an offensive rebound over the opposing center, dribbling back to the corner, and executing a fading jumper that found its mark. He single-handedly orchestrated a staggering 22-0 run. The opponents were left dazed, hands on their hips, shaking their heads in disbelief. Meanwhile, teammates on the bench waved their towels and shouted, "Mike is incredible." The fans collectively buried their heads in their hands, exclaiming, "This is unreal. Such feats can only occur in a video game." The opposing coach, recognizing the inevitable defeat, called for another timeout, hoping to avoid a loss by 50 or 60 points. Yet, with a single player inflicting a 22-0 run, what could be done? A triple team? That would only open up the court further for the other players from Huaxia to exploit. It was a conundrum devoid of solutions. Ultimately, he could do no more than offer a few encouraging words to his players. "You're doing well. Don't panic. We will score. Perhaps after the timeout, he will come off the court." As the players returned to the court, they saw Mike still on the floor, alongside all 4 of the starting players who had not been substituted. They could only shrug and smile wryly. "Coach, what could you possibly gain from deceiving us?" Chapter 44. 10 three-pointers in a single quarter, triple satisfaction. After the game resumed, the opposing players remained in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Mike was busy enhancing his scoring record for the national team. In a Huaxia offensive possession, Zhou Qi made a passing error, but Mike soared to save the ball, redirecting it back into play. Zhao Jiwei seized the opportunity to pass it to the recently risen Mike. The shot from the corner by McGrady clanged off the rim, but he skillfully retrieved his own rebound and launched another three-pointer from the baseline. The ball spun gracefully through the air for a second before finding its home in the net. How on earth do you execute a serve? This is the arena. The arena. After making a three-point shot, Mike shouted furiously at Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi merely chuckled, displaying a rather indifferent demeanor. "Come on, Mike, it's just a minor mistake. We're ahead by so much." A minor mistake? Ahead by so much? Is this truly the kind of statement one expects from a professional athlete? No wonder this individual committed so many elementary errors during the 2019 FIBA Basketball World Cup. Mekong's fury surged from within, he was genuinely enraged. Witnessing the opposing player attempting to break through for a shot, he executed a ferocious chase-down block. Wow, did Xiaomai learn that chase-down rejection from LeBron? Absolutely astonishing. Yu Jia exclaimed with great excitement. It was the first time he had witnessed Mekong's emphatic block, and this moment would undoubtedly be replayed in highlights after the game. The young man from the opposing team should feel honored. Yang Jian commented from the perspective of the rival player. Meanwhile, on the court, after sinking his 10th three-pointer, Mekong elevated the score to 31-2. By the end of the first quarter, the scoreboard read 37-3. Maki accomplished his pre-match goal of 3-point shots, 10 from the corner and 5 from the top of the arc. In the subsequent matches, Maki did not participate, and the games turned into a training session for the men's basketball team. Ultimately, Huaxia's men's basketball team triumphed with a resounding victory of 112-42, defeating their opponents by 70 points, thus securing a triumphant start to the season. Notably, 5 players scored in double digits. Mac recorded 31 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists. Yi Jianlian contributed 12 points and 8 rebounds. Zhai Xiaochuan achieved 13 points and 9 rebounds. Wang Zhilin added 12 points and 5 rebounds. And Xiao Ding scored 10 points with 7 rebounds. In a post-match interview, Mac was questioned regarding a minor incident during the game, to which he responded, "Shou-Chi is remarkably young and is expected to enter the NBA next year, thus I have high expectations for him. I must admit that my remarks were indeed somewhat stern at the time, primarily aimed at instilling the correct competitive attitude in our players. Regardless of the opponent or the score margin, it is essential to respect ourselves and our adversaries." Shortly thereafter, several trending topics related to the match emerged on Weibo. In a stunning display, McCollum sank 10 three-pointers in a single quarter, leading the national basketball team to a resounding victory by a staggering 70 points. Mike stated that Zhou-Chi could enter the NBA, prompting fervent discussions among netizens regarding Mike's performance. After a brief refresh at the hotel, Mike proceeded to another 5-star establishment. "Oh dear, someone is yearning for you." As Mike entered the room, Zhang Xiuyan immediately leaped into his embrace. Enveloped by her delicate voice, intoxicated by her fragrant scent, and feeling her soft and tender form, Mike instinctively lifted Zhang Xiuyan into his arms. As he stepped further inside, another signed artist made an appearance. A flicker of delight surged within him. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Contemplating the prospect of even more vivid scenarios unfolding in the future, he decided to embrace the moment. After all, as long as he remained unembarrassed, it was others who would feel the awkwardness. "Did you not go to learn acting under teacher Lu Qianqi? How come you were here as well?" Mike did not set Zhang Xiuyan aside. Instead, he maintained this position and settled onto the sofa. Bailu was thoroughly flushed with embarrassment. She could hardly fathom that her idol was genuinely involved with Zhang Xiuyan, and moreover, he was unabashedly showcasing it before her. Furthermore, was he supposed to be dating the supermodel Kendall in the United States? How could she possibly accept this? It appeared that he was the one taking the initiative, which was utterly absurd. I initially intended to report my academic performance to you." In truth, she also wished to meet Mike. However, given the current circumstances, she could only suppress her feelings. "There's no rush. Yin Yin and I need to discuss business now. Would you like to watch the live broadcast?" Mike planted a kiss on Zhang Xiuyan's cheek and deliberately uttered the nickname Yin Yin. Both of them share the name Yin Yin. Surely, it must resonate with them. I shall take my leave now." Bai Lu, her cheeks flushed, hurriedly dashed out the door, only to soon enter another room adjacent to the first. "That scoundrel. I shall never harbor feelings for him again. Humph." She muttered to herself, then perked up her ears, attentively listening to the sounds from the neighboring room. Her body ablaze with heat. The battle on the side of Make was indeed intense, far more so than the recently concluded match. The two had met once at the beginning of August, and now, nearly 50 days had passed. It was only natural for the fervor to escalate. Zhang Xiuyan, this time, exerted her utmost efforts. During halftime, she unveiled an array of outfits from a box, transforming her attire. Adorned in black stockings and high heels with a lace mask, she performed a captivating dance routine with her group. Her enchanting gaze, sultry figure, and alluring movements left Make utterly spellbound. No wonder it is often said that cuteness pales in comparison to sensuality. Who can resist the allure of a beautiful woman dancing? It is simply irresistible. In the second half, Make entangled his opponents with a gentle approach, countering with a firm resolve, and after executing a precise 3-point shot into the basket, Zhang Xiuyan nestled against his shoulder and playfully remarked, "Next time, I shall leave you utterly defeated. Little brat, neither of you can withstand my prowess." Mike smiled and inquired. Yan Yan, your Chinese has improved remarkably. How is your acting training going? Has the company arranged any engagements for you? Speaking of her career, Zhang Xiuyan, who had felt weak, suddenly brightened. I specifically enrolled in a Chinese class, so of course, my progress has been swift. Over the past few days, I've been studying acting with Lulu, and it has been quite enjoyable. However, I believe my talent is rather average. Lulu is much more skilled than I am. Teacher Lu has consistently praised her. As for engagements, I have turned them all down. Didn't you say that if I wish to make a name for myself in the entertainment industry in Huaxia, I must first enhance my professional skills? Hehe, I have been very obedient and compliant, haven't I? Make is quite satisfied with the current outcome. Many foreign artists who come to perform in China exhibit a rather arrogant demeanor. They earn money from the Chinese populace while looking down upon us, often displaying a lackadaisical attitude towards their work. There are also a few retired NBA stars who participate in events in China, displaying an exceedingly haughty attitude, perpetually wearing a scowl, leaving one to wonder whom they are attempting to impress. It is truly detestable. Very good, very good. Should we reward you further? No. I can't accept that, as I have a match tomorrow. Zhang Xiuyan promptly declined. Mac, of course, would not impose, as there is indeed a match tomorrow. A competition against your team. Will you come to watch it live? No, I shall not attend. My presence would create quite a stir. I will await your return after the match. Zhang Xiuyan gently kissed Mac on his chest. Very well. You and Bai Lu shall remain in Star City for the next few days. We might be filming an advertisement. My American team is still in negotiations. Before returning home, Rich Paul has secured another endorsement, and the discussions have proceeded smoothly. Therefore, Mac decided to inform Zhang Xiuyan first, so she wouldn't have to make unnecessary trips. Oh, did you manage to secure a business endorsement for me as well, Appa? Zhang Xiuyan, having transitioned from her previous company to develop her career in China, has rarely appeared in the public eye, so she was quite astonished at the prospect of receiving an endorsement. Indeed, it is a substantial sum. Mike revealed a proud smile. Women, after all, are often drawn to strength and charm. If he could provide her with greater financial rewards, as well as more joy, material, spiritual, and physical, would she consider introducing Yune and Tion to him? Chapter 45, The Bat Never Requires Mobilization. Appa, you are amazing. I love you so much. Zhang Xiuyan exclaimed with excitement, prompting Mike to perform a hat trick. The following morning, despite toiling all night, Mike was invigorated, gazing at Zhang Xiuyan, who resembled a sleepy little bug, with a gentle smile. As Zhang Xiuyan groggily rose, Mike pressed a kiss on her forehead and said, I'm off to train for the competition. Zhang Xiuyan rubbed her eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. Mac gently reassured her, tucking her back into the warmth of the blankets before stepping outside. After a night filled with activity, he now yearned to wield the bat. Upon arriving at the training facility, he was met with curious gazes from his teammates. Having arrived an hour late, they couldn't help but wonder if, as an NBA player, he believed that excelling in his performance granted him the liberty to disregard rules and discipline. This was the unspoken sentiment among them. My apologies, everyone, he thought. I have spent the night studying the players with the bat, and now I possess an intimate understanding of their strategies. I shall not leave the court until we triumph over them by a margin of 50 points tonight. Mike crafted a flawless excuse for his tardiness. The coaching staff, hearing that Mike had diligently studied the opponent, felt a sense of satisfaction and overlooked his lateness. However, to claim a victory over South Korea by 50 points? Surely, that is a jest. In the annals of Chinese basketball, the largest margin of victory over South Korea was a mere 44 points, achieved during the 2005 Asian Championship, a time when we boasted the likes of Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and the seasoned Zhu Fangyu. They even showcased a remarkable quarter with a score of 29-2. Yet now, the current prowess of our Chinese team is rather comparable to that of South Korea. A win is possible, but it will undoubtedly not come easily. Why does this young lad, Mike, express such grand aspirations? Well, it is commendable that he possesses such ambition. Let us rally our efforts and strive for a resounding triumph over South Korea. Yao Ming reminisced about his youth and his matches, gathering everyone together as he passionately proclaimed. Once the fire within everyone surged forth, Mike turned to Shou-Chi and said, There is a center player named Lee Jong-hyun from South Korea who participated in this year's NBA draft but went undrafted. The media there lauds him as a prodigious center. Yet after watching several of his summer league games, I found him to be rather ordinary. These words ring true. He had noticed the Asian face on Kupchak's draft list and had naturally paid closer attention for a few minutes. Shou-Chi, do you have the confidence to dominate him? Absolutely, Zhou Qi replied with unwavering conviction. Ever since he heard Mike mention his potential to join the NBA, he had become Mike's staunch supporter. Even printing out his own words from the previous game, which he had uttered after a mistake, to remind himself constantly. Mike gently patted Zhou Qi on the shoulder and offered a smile as a gesture of encouragement. On September 24th, at the Sports Hall of Xinjiang University of Civil Affairs, with a seating capacity of 8,000, it was imperative that every seat be filled. This was not solely due to the presence of Mike and the Chinese men's basketball team, but also because the clash between the two teams has historically been the focal point of Asian basketball, often characterized by a charged atmosphere interwoven with fervent national sentiments. It aptly illustrates the notion that mobilization is never necessary when facing the adversary. Prior to the match, both sides' media had already commenced vigorous campaigns to rally support for their respective teams. The Korean Sports Association proclaimed, "The Chinese men's basketball team is in a transitional phase. This is the perfect opportunity for Korea to seize the championship. Let us wear down the Giants with our speed and unleash a barrage of three-pointers upon the Chinese team." The Korean Daily continued. Maiko? Merely a shooter who excels at three-pointers, hardly a cause for concern. Zhou Qi? Just a slender center, easily toppled. Yu Jianlian? Only a player of CBA caliber, lacking in substance. The domestic netizens are uniformly provocative and disdainful. Aside from height and the addition of Maiko, what does the Huaxia team possess? Their interior movement is painfully slow. We shall pierce through them with a barrage of three-pointers. Undoubtedly, within the FBA framework, our three-point shooting percentage can reach 40, the highest in Asia. Apart from Maiko, there is not a single competent player among them. It is truly laughable that within a population of 1 billion, they cannot select 5 individuals capable of playing the game. That fellow Zhou Qi, so lanky and resembling a mere twig. Does he even understand what physical confrontation entails? Li Zhongxian will surely dominate him tonight. The Huaxia men's basketball team lacks emotional resilience. By the fourth quarter, a habitual collapse is inevitable, so there is no need for concern. Haha, our team will surely prevail. Maiko has whisked away our ice princess. Woe is me. Let him suffer dearly. Goodness, my friend, I almost forgot. I saw her in Star City yesterday. Could she be secretly dating? Unlike the disparagement from our Korean counterparts regarding the Huaxia men's basketball team, our domestic media presents a much gentler tone. TV5 Sports. The home game cannot afford any losses. The men's basketball team must seek redemption against the Koreans. The illustrious McGrady leads the youngest basketball team in history as they prepare for a pivotal showdown against formidable opponents. With McGrady on the court, overpowering the adversary seems entirely within reach. The Twin Towers, Zhou Qi and McGrady, dominate the paint, poised to dismantle the opponent's undersized lineup. Can Maiko perform another miracle? Let us wait and see. Can the Chinese men's basketball team redeem themselves? Let us await the outcome. Through rational analysis of the data, we are confident in our victory in this match. Moreover, Hupu Sports has once again created a dedicated discussion area. By how many points can the Chinese men's basketball team triumph? How many three-pointers will Maiko make? In contrast to the media's reports, the fans are exhibiting far more fervor. If we don't win against the Koreans by 30 points this year, then what was Maiko's return for? Indeed, surely, Maiko can manage to sink at least 10 three-pointers, right? He managed 11 against the Warriors. What are the Koreans even worth? I wager 15. If I'm wrong, I'll share my wife's lovely photos. The Warriors are taking collateral damage, haha. My friend, your confidence is quite familiar. Your brother's wife is indeed beautiful. I remember that scoundrel. He posted something ridiculous the other day. Maiko with 50 points and 15 three-pointers, and we win against the Koreans by 50 points. I'm off to buy a lottery ticket, brothers. I admire your bravery, my friend. You are quite daring. If you're correct, I'll eat my words in a rather humiliating fashion. Maiko, I implore you. Bring over Yune, Tion, Jukhyun, and Su Young. I would kneel before you. If Maiko truly achieves this, I would gladly call him father. Just look at the goddesses Maiko dates. How could he possibly produce someone like you, huh? The online community is engaged in lively discussions, seemingly forgetting that this match is a battle against a rival. However, this precisely reflects their faith in the Chinese men's basketball team and their trust in Maiko. At 7:30 p.m., the second group stage match, China versus Korea. The starting lineup for the Chinese team includes Maiko, Yi Jianlian, Zhou Qi, Zhao Jiwei, and Ding Yanhua. The Korean starters are Yang Donggun, Zhao Chemin, Wen Taiying, Jin Zhangkue, and Li Zhongxian. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match officially commences. At the moment of the jump ball, Shochi taps the ball backward, and Maiko receives it in the logo area. Before the Korean guard Yang Dong-gun could even bend his knees, the red-clad number 6 had already soared into action. The basketball defies the laws of physics with its high arc and swishes through the net. 3-0. Good evening to our viewers on TV. Oh. Maiko sinks a three-pointer just 4 seconds into the game. Yu-jia astutely notes this, glancing up at the live action after his initial remarks. Why does Yu-jia say again? Because in the previous match, Maiko opened with a similarly outrageous three-pointer, and this latest shot came 2 seconds sooner. Yang Jian adds further commentary. The curses from the Korean bench are drowned out by the swish of the net. Meanwhile, the Korean coach immediately signals to his players with a gesture, indicating a lockdown play. Chapter 46. Little Shiba, what are you conspiring about? During the Korean offensive, Zhao Qingmin receives the ball, utilizes a screen to create space, and attempts a long two-pointer from just outside the key, but it clangs off the rim. Yi Jianlian secures the rebound and passes it to Zhao Jiwei, as Maiko found himself beset by a double team. He skillfully utilized the elevator door as cover to dash toward the left corner, arriving at the ball simultaneously. He executed a graceful three-pointer with his body inclined at a 45-degree angle. In the transition back on defense, he forcefully stomped his shoe against the floor emblazoned with the sponsor's logo, a prominent automobile brand. During the offensive play, the 34-year-old diminutive point guard, Liang Dongjin, expertly dribbled to the free throw line, then circled around, leaving Zhao Jiwei unable to keep pace. Noticing the lack of defenders, Liang Dongjin attempted a lean-back jump shot. However, Maiko swiftly intervened, swatting the ball away. It fortuitously landed in the hands of Xiao Ding, who then passed it to Zhao Jiwei. Zhao Jiwei dribbled to the left side, outside the 45-degree three-point line, completely unguarded. Yet, he chose not to take the shot, opting instead for patience. After a few dribbles to draw the defense, he passed the ball to Yi Jianlian at the top of the arc, who then relayed it to Maiko in the right corner. Maiko executed a dazzling series of 3 behind-the-back dribbles, then leapt gracefully into the air, launching a shot that swished through the net. 3 points scored. The score was 9-0. Do you dare to defend against me, you diminutive 37-year-old? Ugh. Although when Tai-ying could not comprehend Maiko's words, he discerned from his expression that they were far from cordial. As a seasoned veteran, he chose to disregard Maiko entirely and swiftly returned to contribute to the offense. Jin Zhongkue received the ball, mismatched against Zhao Jiwei, and attempted a delicate floater, but it clanged off the rim, only for Maiko to collect the rebound. As Maiko dribbled to the center court, he took a shot before anyone realized his intention. The ball clanged off the rim. Was Maiko out of his mind? The other players were in excellent positions, and he could have passed to them. Yang Jian's tone carried a hint of reproach. Yu Jia promptly announced the latest developments on the court. Oh. Zhou Qi secured the rebound and executed a thunderous dunk, while Li Zhongxin was called for a foul. N1. The Korean team requested a timeout. Coach, that Hua Xiao player only knows how to shoot threes. Should I send him back to the locker room like pickled vegetables? Li Qingxian from the bench asked menacingly. The coach shot him a glare, fully aware of his intentions. After all, the score was merely 11-0, and there was ample time left. It wasn't too late to employ some rough tactics by halftime. Stay patient. Right now, all of Hua Xiao's shots are in Maiko's hands. We will implement the B0x1 strategy. Understood? Li Qingxian, you will closely monitor Maiko and watch your movements. After issuing the tactical arrangement, the coach furrowed his brow. Even the defensive stalwarts like Green and Iguodala in the NBA struggled to contain Maiko. The only option was to lower his shooting percentage. As the game resumed, Shou-Chi missed his free throw. Well, that was quite typical of Shou-Chi and very much in line with the Huaxiao men's basketball team. However, taking advantage of his height, Yi Jianlian successfully boxed out, allowing Maiko to grab the rebound. He dribbled swiftly to the corner three-point line. And before the Korean strategy could be executed, Maiko launched another shot. The ball bounced off the rim 4 times, each bounce decreasing by 11 centimeters, until it finally fell straight into the net. Simultaneously, a charging Li Chengxian committed a foul, causing Maiko to tumble to the ground. Standing at the free throw line, Maiko took a deep breath, anxious about being affected by the Huaxiao men's basketball team's free throw percentage. Yet, the more he tried not to think about it, the more it seemed to manifest. The free throw, unsurprisingly, clanged off the rim. McCoy shook his head in helplessness. However, Shou-Chi seized the rebound with remarkable prowess. It was as if he were synchronizing with McCoy. He passed the ball to Guailuan, who was searching for passing opportunities from the perimeter. At that moment, the opposing team employed a tight defense, but McCoy saw through it effortlessly. By utilizing a strategic backdoor cut, he created a gravitational effect in the paint. As he suddenly sprinted toward the top of the arc, two defenders collided due to their own momentum. In that fleeting moment as they fell to the ground, McCoy received the ball and executed a one-handed push shot. The ball spiraled along the rim, completing 3 revolutions before finding its way into the net. 17-0. Mac's 5 3-pointers, coupled with Shochi's emphatic dunk, prompted the coach to call another timeout. The score gap was considerable, and the atmosphere among the spectators was electric. The teammates, having shed their psychological burdens, were thoroughly invigorated, each one eager and poised for action. Upon the resumption of play, Mac did not continue his relentless 3-point barrage as he had in the previous match. Instead, he constantly repositioned himself, drawing defensive attention and allowing his teammates the comfort of receiving the ball for seamless shots. Occasionally, he would miss a 3-pointer or deliver an assist or snag a rebound. The game progressed in this manner, with the score gap widening. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 36-13. This was the style of play Mac cherished most. First, he would utilize his precise 3-point shooting to create a significant lead, then generate opportunities for his teammates to score. Yu Jia, having observed Mac's 4 games, summarized the pattern. Indeed, look at our young talents, Shochi, Wang Zhilin, Zhao Jiwei, Guodailuan. They now exhibit audacity in their play and shooting. Their confidence has grown, allowing them to navigate the game with increasing finesse. Yang Jinyan's discourse brimmed with praise for the young players. Xiaomai, take a moment to rest in the second quarter. Everyone, let's crush them. If anyone dares to let up even slightly, I will bench them for the upcoming matches. On the sidelines, the coach of the Chinese men's basketball team, Gong Luming, clenched his fists and spoke passionately. He was bold enough to express this without fear. Knowing that their forthcoming opponents were significantly weaker, with Mac on the court, victory was assured, and benching a player or two would matter little. However, there was concern that if the players relaxed, they might be overwhelmed by a scoring surge. Therefore, it was crucial for Mac to rest adequately for the benefit of the team. The players, invigorated, shouted in unison, "Let us go! Let us go!" It was as if they were the ones trailing by a large margin. Wow, our players exhibited tenacity and spirit. This is the essence of the Chinese men's basketball team. After 5 minutes into the second quarter, Yu Jia observed the players on the court and glanced at the scoreboard, his heart filled with joy. Even without Mac on the court, we still maintained a 17-point lead. The young men were performing exceptionally well. Yang Jian couldn't help but continue extolling the newcomers. Mac raised his gaze to the scoreboard, which read 47-30, and smiled faintly. Although the team had only managed to score 11 points in half a quarter, while conceding 6 points, the spirit of each player was undeniably high. Their dominance in the paint was evident, with a clear advantage in physical confrontations and a resounding superiority in rebounding. However, their 3-point shooting ability left much to be desired, a skill that could not be easily acquired overnight unless one possessed systematic training. As Mac re-entered the court, the fans waved their arms and erupted into a frenzy of cheers. The commentators, brimming with enthusiasm, lost their voices in excitement. The 6th, the 7th, the 8th. Yu Jia's voice was nearly hoarse. Mac's screen sliced through the defense with precision, while the switches were stickier than a bowl of bibimbap. The big screen replayed Mac's recent offensive maneuver. He suddenly dashed back from the elbow, utilizing Zhou Qi's screen to evade the pursuing Li Qingxian, giving him a slight shove that sent him stumbling. As he caught the ball, he raised an eyebrow at the incoming center, Li Zhongxian. Just 0.2 seconds before the opposing player lunged at him, he leapt high and released the ball. "You think you can guard me, you little punk? Does your mother know you're embarrassing yourself here?" Li Zhongxian caught the insult and felt a surge of indignation. Infuriated, he approached Li Qingxian, and the two quietly conspired together. Chapter 47. Mac is struck, the universal injury remedy. As the game approached its halftime conclusion with just 0.8 seconds remaining, Mike was struck. His nasal bone fractured, blood gushed forth, staining the floor crimson. The Chinese men's basketball team's bench instantly surged onto the court, with Zhou Peng furiously hurling a towel towards the Korean coaching staff. Is this an act of violence or merely a game? Zhou Qi headbutt Li Zhonghyun, who appeared utterly innocent. Yi Jianlian and Li Sunghyun were entangled in a shoving match, while Xiao Ding grappled with Liang Donggan. Guodailuan attempted to throw an elbow but was urgently restrained by Zhao Jiwei. Just as the conflict was on the brink of eruption, referees and coaching staff intervened to separate the players. The scene on the court was chaotic, with team doctors rushing to staunch Mike's bleeding. Such foul play from the Koreans was not merely a breach of sportsmanship, it was criminal. Yujia slammed down the document in his hand, gritting his teeth and nearly toppling the microphone. Meanwhile, the Korean NBC commentator remarked calmly, "The exaggerated performance of the Chinese player following slight contact is a familiar tactic." On the other side, the Filipino commentator jested, "I suggest adding a boxing-basketball hybrid event in the next Olympics. The Koreans should easily secure a top-3 finish." Amidst the commentary, the irate fans awaited justice while the referees reviewed the play. The big screen replayed the moment Mike was attacked during the final offensive of the half. Mike encountered 3 defenders at midcourt. Zhou Qi set a high screen, executing 2 in-and-out dribbles to create a time advantage, leaping high with 0.8 seconds left on the clock to shoot. Did Lee Jonghyun aim to block? Or was it a deliberate attack? He forcefully slapped Mike's face. Lee Sunghyun, seeing Mike had already released the shot, discreetly shoved him from the side. Losing his balance, Mike fell heavily to the ground, a gash above his brow spilling blood, while nasal blood streamed down, creating a pool beneath him. He touched his nose and brow, wondering, would he be disfigured? This was his first thought amidst the anger. After all, the Koreans have always been known for their unsportsmanlike conduct. In basketball, soccer, short track speed skating, and every sport, their notorious style of play persists. With relentless fouls and despicable tactics, the world cannot tolerate the disgraceful nature of these athletes. Indeed, there exists a spirit of sportsmanship called the Koreans, and a championship defined by a score of 0-1. As players pushed and argued with each other, he smiled, a terrifying smile, for he finally heard the long-awaited voice of his system. Ding! Detection of the host participating in the Asian Championships. Task 003. Lead the national team to victory in the Asian Championships. Ding! Detection of host's nasal fracture and brow fracture. This system offers a special gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Task 003 was anticipated by Mike. Yet, the timing could not be more impeccable. If I were uninjured, would you have continued to lie low? However, it is not quite appropriate to collect it at the moment. Let us discuss it again once we return to the locker room. Sister Tong, do you still remember me? Please seek me out when I am alone. Tongzi remained silent. Well, he felt powerless. He rose to his feet, stretching his muscles and bones. A distinct pain radiated from his right arm. The team physician conducted a brief examination, administering a pain-relieving spray and a hemostatic cotton ball. Following the referee's review of the play, a common foul was assigned to Lee Zhongxian, while Lee Qingxian was penalized for an unsportsmanlike foul, resulting in Mike being awarded 1 free throw, along with an additional penalty shot, with Huaxiao basketball obtaining possession. The head coach protested. The Huaxiao players protested. The entire crowd expressed their vehement dissatisfaction, loudly booing the referee. Meanwhile, Mike appeared unfazed, eager to return and claim his grand prize. As he approached the free throw line, with cotton balls stuffed in his nostrils and blood-stained fingers pointing at Lee Zhongxian, he chuckled and remarked, "Does your plastic surgery clinic accept emergency cases?" Lee Zhongxian, taken aback, felt a sense of trepidation. After Maiko made 1 out of 2 free throws, the score stood at 66-38. As the halftime concluded, Maiko did not seek the medical team's assistance, nor did he return to the locker room. Instead, he proceeded directly to the restroom. "Sister Tong, I have arrived. What treasures await me?" Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 3 vials of the Universal Injury Remedy. Please utilize them at critical moments. What? Universal Injury Remedy? That sounds remarkably impressive. Sister Tong, could you elaborate? Hee. Given that this is your first time bleeding, I shall personally explain it to you. Before long, Maiko grasped the concept. This remedy could be applied externally or ingested internally. Moreover, it could be diluted at will. Diluting it 10-fold would reduce its efficacy by the same ratio, and a 100-fold dilution would diminish its effectiveness correspondingly. Severe injuries such as groin strains, back spasms, hand fractures, meniscus tears, and torn cruciate ligaments could be completely healed without a trace, ensuring no impact on performance on the court. Minor ailments like colds, fevers, nasal bone fractures, and brow bone fractures could be resolved with just a single drop for immediate effect. Astonishingly, even symptoms like temporary impotence could be treated. This is simply extraordinary. Sister Tong, I must have a vial. I cannot afford any scars on my face, as it would detract from my looks and hinder my charm with women. Sunze, you truly have such trivial pursuits, just like me. Ha ha ha. Here you go. Wait, what? Sister Tong, you are indeed quite frivolous. As Sister Tong's voice faded, Maiko found himself holding a 10-milliliter vial filled with a liquid that resembled water. The packaging bore the phrase Huaxia bless you in both Chinese and English, exuding an air of grandeur. If he were to use it on a teammate, wouldn't they be immensely grateful to Huaxia? Mike felt a surge of joy in his heart. He then uncorked the bottle and took a small sip. Almost instantaneously, the visible injuries on his nasal and brow bones began to heal. The aches and pains throughout his body dissipated, the effects of post-match ice therapy and massage proving far more effective than anticipated. Refreshed, Mike glanced into the mirror, admiring his handsome visage. With a grin, he exited the bathroom. In the locker room, when everyone beheld Mike's face, they were left in awe. How could it be that after a mere trip to the restroom, all his facial injuries had vanished? I just applied some makeup, ha ha ha. No mishap during the match can tarnish my splendid appearance. The coaching staff, along with Yu Ming, Yi Jianlian, and Shou Qi, were instantly amused by Mike's optimistic demeanor and his playful bravado. As long as you're fine, we're counting on you to hit 10 three-pointers in the second half, haha. Yao joked. Rest assured, I will make them understand the consequences of injuring me. McKinney glared fiercely, gritting his teeth. Hiss. The newcomers on the team felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. The expression on my GE's face is truly terrifying, isn't it? I dare not provoke him. Henceforth, I shall obediently follow his arrangements. I will be a compliant little brother, carrying his bags, heh. Chapter 48. Maiko scores 38 points in a single quarter, leaving the Korean fans in a state of fainting. At this moment, major online platforms in Huaxia are flooded with images and videos capturing the instant Maiko was struck. The professional master, Quan Mo, hastily uploaded 18 GIFs, titling the post Maiko being attacked, meticulously analyzing frame by frame whether Li Zhongxian and Li Chengxian acted with intent. In the first frame, he highlighted Li Zhongxian's expression when he struck Maiko's face with a blue trajectory. In the ninth frame, he marked Li Chengshuan's concealed and malicious pushing action with a red trajectory. Huang Mo concluded that Li Zhongxian aimed to seriously injure Maiko, while Li Chengxian intended to incapacitate him, rendering their actions even more reprehensible. The post was promptly pinned by Huapu, igniting a frenzy of discussions among netizens. The Koreans are truly despicable. Can they not handle defeat? Damn. The three elements of Korean sportsmanship, the ice skates of short track speed skating, the flying kicks on the soccer field, and the hidden elbows on the basketball court. A doctoral student in orthopedics analyzed the angle of the strike, declaring it an absolute act of intentional harm. Remember when the king was tripped by a Korean center? And now they resort to such tactics again. Damn those little Koreans. I suggest we install an octagonal cage on the basketball court, with commentary booths equipped with bandages and ice packs. Woe is me, protect my dearest brother. Li Chengxian could be dubbed the Korean massage expert. I propose that this action be preserved as cultural heritage. I recommend transferring Li Chengxian directly to the international court. Are you all overreacting? Just look at the various trips and dirty elbows in the NBA. The Huaxia netizens will wallow in self-pity. It's merely a nosebleed. Such a trivial injury. Does it warrant such a response? After two users, Pickled Cabbage Really Smells and Korean Handsome Guy, expressed entirely opposing viewpoints, the Huaxia netizens erupted in anger, escalating their insults. When a user shared the GIF on Weibo, discussions surged on that platform as well. Trending topics emerged one after another. Injury of Maiko, an analysis of unsportsmanlike conduct by Lee Sung-hyun and Lee Jong-hyun, a compilation of historical unsportsmanlike actions in Korean basketball. Tonight, we are all subject to nasal fractures. A cosmetic expert evaluates the risks of disfigurement for Maiko, an archaeological study of unsportsmanlike conduct in Korean short track speed skating. The statement from the Global Support Association of Make reveals that several athletes and artists have joined the chorus of condemnation against the Korean team. Short track speed skater Wang Meng expressed her reluctance to watch the video a second time, stating that athletes should not resort to unsportsmanlike conduct. Bai Lu commented on the unpleasant appearance of the Korean players, lamenting their dirty play. Zhang Xiaoyan expressed hope that the Korean team would play fairly in the second half of the match. As the halftime break concluded and the third quarter commenced, the Korean players were taken aback to see that Make appeared unscathed, which sparked a sense of apprehension among them. Meanwhile, the fans erupted in jubilation and cheers upon Make's return, chanting in admiration. As the referee's whistle blew, point guard Liang Dongjin received the ball, and Make immediately engaged in fierce defense. You little one, hand over the ball. With Liang Dongjin standing at 180 centimeters, he was 18 centimeters shorter than Make, making it a simple task for an NBA player to defend against a K-League player. Seizing the opportunity during Liang Dongjin's pass, Make successfully intercepted the basketball, launching a rapid counterattack and soaring to the arc for a three-point shot, which unfortunately missed. He retrieved his own rebound and then executed a thunderous dunk over Li Zhongxian. After scoring, Mei glared fiercely at Li Zhongxian, mocking, "Your jumping ability is lower than that of Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother." During the next offensive possession for the Korean team, Mei's defense slightly faltered as he exchanged words with Li Zhongxian. Taking advantage of the screen, Liang Dongjin drove to the basket for a layup. "Is this not an invitation for a block? I will deliver a crushing rejection that will leave you utterly disoriented." Mike took 2 swift steps, leaping into the air to execute a resounding block on the basketball, his second emphatic rejection of the game. After grabbing the rebound, he passed the ball to Mike, who dribbled to the 45-degree angle. Facing 2 defenders, he jumped and released his shot. Their defensive intensity paled in comparison to that of an NBA Finals game. Akin to paper easily pierced, the 2 shorter players simply could not reach the ball. Swish. The 10th three-pointer found nothing but net. 71-38. McCoy directed a gesture of triumph towards the substitutes bench, and the moment the ball swished through the net, a cacophony erupted from the stands, nearly threatening to topple the very roof of the arena. The broadcast captured the few loyal fans of the opposing team, clutching their cheering sticks with expressions as grim as if they had tasted something foul. From that point onward, McCoy was utterly unstoppable, fully immersed in a state of euphoria. Resembling a relentless deity of destruction, his tireless movements graced every corner of the court, from offense to defense, from thunderous dunks to three-point shots, from steals to blocks. He single-handedly assumed the burden of the game, akin to a merciless machine. The 15th, the 16th, the 17th, with each basket made by Maiko. The fans in the arena collectively chant a number, the total of Maiko's three-point shots for the evening. Amidst the commentary, the sound of shattering glass resonates as Yu Jia accidentally knocks over a cup, yet he remains oblivious, gripping Yang Jian's shoulder and hoarsely exclaiming, "This is the most exhilarating display of three-point shooting I have ever witnessed." Before Yang Jian can respond, Maiko strikes again, sinking yet another three-pointer, his 18th. The big screen replay reveals that this shot was executed with remarkable ease. The opposing players appear as if their minds have short-circuited, their defensive instincts lagging, as they stand helplessly watching Maiko dribble, leap, and shoot from just a couple of steps away. West 8, as Li Qingxian rises from the floor for the nth time. The scoreboard reads 104-45. His jersey could be wrung out for water, each defensive effort feeling like a struggle in a vat of pickles. Maiko, leisurely munching on his mouthguard, sauntered past, disdainfully remarking, "Your defense is even flimsier than that of 001. It's utterly insipid." Before long, the third quarter concluded. He single-handedly amassed 38 points in that quarter, culminating in a staggering total of 66 points over 3 quarters, including 18 three-pointers. Today, Maiko once again performed a miraculous feat. This stands as one of the most magnificent displays in the annals of human basketball history. Having witnessed Maiko shatter numerous records, commentator Yu Jia found himself shouting in excitement more than ever. At that moment, he could scarcely contain his exhilaration, tears brimming in his eyes, his voice trembling with emotion. Yang Jian was equally stirred. He gently patted Yu Jia's shoulder. "Maiko is the pride of our Chinese men's basketball team. This match signifies the awakening of our national basketball spirit." Meanwhile, at the commentary booth of the Philippine team, a retired basketball athlete chuckled and quipped, "Is Maiko an alien invasion on Earth? The FIBA should revise its rules for him. We Filipinos must not provoke Maiko. He is utterly terrifying." On the other side, the South Korean commentator pounded the table, roaring in outrage, his emotions running high. "Maiko's actions are a desecration of the sport. It's an affront to the South Koreans." Observing his players leave with ashen faces, the president of the South Korean Basketball Association looked on, disheartened. Meanwhile, Maiko gestured the number 18 to the camera, while the big screen displayed slow-motion replays. The audience erupted once more in a deafening roar, drowning out the commentators. A few South Korean fans wept. One elderly lady even fainted amidst the turmoil. Chapter 49. With 66 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, and 6 blocks, Maiko set 6 new records. In the fourth quarter, leading by 59 points, the Chinese men's basketball team showed no intention of substituting Maiko. Maiko, as ever, raced about the court with fervor. Yet this time he refrained from taking matters into his own hands. Instead, he served as a pivotal point, creating opportunities for his teammates. The opposing players, disheartened, had largely surrendered. Only Liang Dongjin continued to struggle. Time flew by, and with just 7 minutes remaining in the match, Maiko had played for 28 minutes and voluntarily requested to be substituted. Following this, the opposing team replaced their lineup entirely with substitutes, ceasing their resistance altogether. Consequently, the game transformed into a training session for the younger players. Wang Jilin, Zhou Qi, Xiao Ding, and Guo took turns showcasing their talents. When the referee blew the final whistle, the score settled at an astounding 124-66, a staggering 58-point margin. Some players from the opposing team stood frozen, staring at the scoreboard, while others shook their heads in disbelief, and some covered their heads with towels, perhaps wishing to forget this most humiliating moment in their basketball history or simply wishing it had never happened. Li Qingxian muttered incessantly, "What a monster. I should have never provoked him." Meanwhile, the star of the match, Maiko, held the game ball tightly in his grip, celebrating wildly with his teammates. Zhou Qi, equally exhilarated, had amassed an impressive 21 points and 8 rebounds, utterly dismantling the so-called genius center of the opposing team. A 58-point difference. Our Chinese men's basketball team has once again made history. Yujia was filled with excitement, initially for Maiko, but now more so for the Chinese men's team. This victory marks the largest winning margin against the opposing team, surpassing the previous record of 44 points set during the 2010 Asian Championships when our team featured the likes of Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi. Now, under Maiko's leadership, this young group has elevated that record by an impressive 15 points, heralding the true rise of our Chinese men's basketball team, unmatched across Asia. Yang Jin nodded emphatically. Indeed. With Maiko at 22, Zhou Qi at 19, Zhao Jiwei at 20, Wang Jilin at 21, and the likes of Xiao Ding and Guo at 22. This cohort of players is remarkably young, and the future of our Chinese men's basketball team is boundless. Yujia's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I find myself eagerly looking forward to next year's Olympics. Who knows, we may even break new ground and create history. Yang Jin chuckled. Let us take it step by step. Let us first secure the championship at this year's Asian Championships. In stark contrast to the joy of our Chinese fans and commentators, the opposing commentators monotonously recited the horrifying statistics displayed on the scoreboard. They quickly bid farewell, hastily packed their equipment, and left the arena in a rush. The commentary team from their side, however, remained lighthearted, praising Maiko from every angle and even reminding their players during the live broadcast, in future matches against Maiko, do not resist, just concede. In the post-match interview area, Mr. Mai, you have once again delivered a historically remarkable performance, astonishingly setting numerous records. What are your feelings at this moment? A female reporter from Penguin Sports seized the opportunity to ask the first question. You seem quite familiar. Are you Annie Ma? Is that correct? Mike did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he sought to confirm whether the enchanting beauty before him was someone he had admired prior to her journey through time. Little Yi's playful and adorable visage was etched with astonishment. She never anticipated that the illustrious Mike would recognize her and even be aware of her nickname. Yes, indeed, Mike. With a radiant smile, Little E replied, and Mike nodded in acknowledgement. As one of the inaugural female broadcasters for Penguin NBA, Little E possessed not only a charming appearance but also a profound knowledge of basketball, making her a true enthusiast, unlike the superficial figures that followed. During Kobe's retirement ceremony, she was present to provide live coverage. To speak candidly, I am utterly ignorant of these statistics. Could you enlighten me on the records I have established? Little E was slightly exasperated, urging him to share his sentiments directly. Given the multitude of platforms and even official media preparing for interviews, was it appropriate for them to engage in such casual conversation? Fortunately, she was well prepared. She presented the materials she had gathered, articulating each record one by one. 9 three-pointers in a single quarter, equaling Klay Thompson's record set on January 24th of this year when he hit 9 out of 9. 38 points in a single quarter, surpassing Klay Thompson's record of 37 points from the same game. 18 three-pointers throughout the entire match, exceeding Kobe's 12 three-pointers in 2003 and Marshall's 12 in 2005, and outstripping Anthony's 10 three-pointers against Nigeria during the 2012 Olympics. 66 points in total, surpassing Yao Ming's highest score of 39 points for the national team, which he achieved during the 2004 Olympics. Your astonishing statistics of 66 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 6 steals, and 6 blocks are truly unprecedented. Simultaneously, our Chinese men's basketball team triumphed over the Koreans with a margin of 58 points, a figure that also eclipsed the 44 points from the 2005 Asian Championship. Her lengthy discourse not only failed to annoy the journalists present, Rather, they lauded the professionalism of the beautiful reporter before them. They had not managed to compile such comprehensive data themselves. Mike listened to his results and smiled. So many sixes. Indeed, quite remarkable. It turns out I am rather impressive. Thank you, Andy. For me, these figures hold little significance. Records are merely for others to scrutinize. What truly matters is that the team emerged victorious. And with a resounding triumph over our rivals. Mike responded in a rather formal manner. His aunt chuckled softly, as if she were already aware of this standard reply. Subsequently, a reporter from TV5 inquired, Xiaomai, when you were maliciously injured by the Korean players, the entire nation held its breath for you. Could you share your thoughts and feelings at that moment? I noticed you were smiling then. Mike touched his handsome face and replied with a smile, at that time. I was terrified, afraid of being disfigured. After all, I rely on my looks for a living. The reporters erupted in laughter. Indeed, Mike was stunningly attractive. More than capable of thriving as a star in the entertainment industry. Mike subsequently shifted his expression and earnestly stated, what I just said was, of course, a jest. The truth is that they, the Koreans, have always been unable to bear defeat, and thus I intend to affix them to the pillar of shame. Should they refuse to accept this, I shall confront them with relentless ferocity every time we meet, until they dare not retaliate. A collective gasp ensued from all the media present, including the Korean reporters mingled among them. Subsequently, numerous media platforms, including Hwaxia Daily and Lang Lang Sports, posed their inquiries. Mike patiently provided his answers. After the interview concluded, the locker room resonated with laughter and merriment. Mac held the game ball in his hands, requesting signatures from the coaching staff and his teammates. When he approached Yao embraced him tightly and exclaimed excitedly, "My goodness, how can your three-point shooting be so precise?" Mike shrugged and glanced at Wang Jilin beside him. At least 300 three-pointers a day, rigorously practiced. Wow, my brother, you truly are remarkable. No wonder you have achieved such success. Yao Ming patted Mike's shoulder, expressing his admiration. Meanwhile, Wang Jilin was left in a state of confusion. Why does Mike regard me with such an expression? Although I may not have practiced extensively, I diligently shoot hoops 300 times each day. Complemented by a warm-up run and 3 sets of 15-kilogram barbell training for core strength. Isn't that quite substantial? Competing in the CBA would be a piece of cake. Chapter 50. Mike's subtle thoughts and the punishment from the supervisor. Following a staggering defeat by a 58-point margin against the Hwaxia men's basketball team, the Bangzi Evening News published 3 articles in quick succession, proclaiming that it was Mike alone who vanquished us, rather than the Hwaxia men's basketball team. It is certain that Maiko has engaged in doping. I urge the International Basketball Federation to conduct a thorough investigation. This marks a most disgraceful day for Korean basketball. One we must remember. Meanwhile, Korean netizens are in an uproar. Why isn't Maiko one of us? How dare he dominate us? I suggest that next time we encounter Maiko, we should incapacitate him. If he dares to come to Korea, I shall break his legs. Not to mention, before you act on that, the company that Zhang Xiuyan signed with is owned by Maiko. You know? What? He wouldn't he? Already? Oh my goddess. Our domestic fans, however, are engulfed in jubilation. The esteemed Hupu Dushin has crafted yet another remarkable post titled Maiko's 66-point technical breakdown, an analysis of shooting hot zones and the quantum entanglement of the Korean team's psychological defense. He employs a 3D heat map to illustrate the dilation of the pupils of Korean players with each of Maiko's shots. The conclusion drawn is that when the angle exceeds 56 degrees, the defender's retinal imaging is delayed by 0.3 seconds, which is precisely the golden window for Maiko to adjust his shooting angle. Yet, the comments below are utterly irrelevant to the post, as no one understands. Why complicate matters so unnecessarily? Maiko is simply phenomenal. Maiko is incredible. I can't even replicate such statistics in my 2K game. His 3-point heat map could transform the hoop into a volcanic crater. I propose that the Korean team be renamed the Civ Manufacturing Team. Watching the Koreans falter is more entertaining than watching a movie. Today has been a delight. What is there to celebrate about defeating the Koreans? Competing against formidable teams like the USA, France, or Sevilla remains a challenge. Goodness, my brother, I almost felt compelled to unleash my 50-meter sword. Truly. Maiko's post-game remarks were even more impressive, igniting my passion and making me want to have a serious confrontation with my Korean girlfriend until she concedes. What if she refuses to submit? Can I call upon JRS? Get lost. The discussion then devolved into a heated exchange between the two, with onlookers occasionally stirring the pot. Unlike the men's focus on Hupu, several trending topics have emerged on Weibo. Maiko scored 66 points, transcending the realms of gods and mortals. Musk's commanding remarks. The gaze of Mike as he observes the female reporter. A youthful profile photograph of Mike. Does the McKay three-point shooting tutorial charge fees? The reviews beneath are predominantly from young ladies. Various portal websites and official media have also published striking news. TV5 Sports on this night. The Chinese men's basketball team returns with valor. Maiko, he is truly a marvel within the FBA system. Wang Sports, Zhou Qi, a transformation from boyhood to manhood. Zhou Qi has stepped forward, and in this moment, he has taken up the torch of the mobile Great Wall. Penguin Sports, the three-point dominance of the Huaxia team. That man is called Maiko. In a fit of rage, the divine being unleashed chaos upon the world. In a single battle, 6 remarkable records were shattered, showcasing the pride of Chinese basketball players. On a certain novel website, a literary work inspired by the illustrious McGrady, titled NBA Three-Point King, has suddenly surged in popularity among global female stars, with daily readership soaring by 180,000. Meanwhile, the real McGrady himself is leisurely indulging in a massage from his classmate, Zheng Xiuyan. Just then, a notification chimed. Detection of the host's first violation of the game time restriction has occurred, and a penalty has been imposed. Please review the details. Mike suddenly sat up, feeling a surge of frustration. What the hell is this? I timed my exit perfectly. Sister Tong, I only played for 27 minutes and 58 seconds. Not even reaching 28 minutes. The system replied, our detection is infallible. Please review the penalty results yourself. You must be joking. I was in the midst of something delightful. And now I'm disturbed. He exclaimed in exasperation. Is there no room for questioning or debate? With no other option, Mike reluctantly accessed the system panel. System, 3-point god of basketball level. LV1 upgrade progress. For 3100 host. Mike height. 198 centimeters weight. 99 kilograms wingspan. 211 centimeters overall physique. 58 achievement points. 43 earnings. 291. 000 items. 1 super 3-point card. Lifetime usage. 1 LeBron James Chase block skill card. Lifetime usage. Items. 2. 88 bottles of Universal Injury Cure. Task 003. Lead the national team to victory in the Asian Championship. Penalty 001. Exceeding playing time by 5 minutes. The host is prohibited from any form of engagement for 5 days. The final penalty glaringly appeared, deepening his dismay. 5 minutes over. And I can't even engage for 5 days? This is utterly absurd. Upon opening the detailed content, Mike was left speechless, hands raised in frustration. He inwardly cursed. What a cunning little tyrant this Sister Tong is. The text read, total duration of international matches is 40 minutes. The host's playing time must not exceed 23 minutes. Exceeding this will result in penalties. Penalty formula, 1 minute 1 day. If the host engages during the penalty period, their 3-point shooting percentage will drop to 0. Sister Tong was blatantly forcing him out of his blissful reverie. With a heavy sigh, Mike got up to dress. Zhang Xiuyan looked perplexed, unaware of the unfolding events. Appa. What's wrong? I just remembered that Rich Paul sent me an email regarding an endorsement. I need to take a good look at it. All right. The endorsement fee discussed with Sprite is $3 million for 1 year. Maiko spoke in a perfectly normal tone. However, Zheng Xiuyan was utterly unsettled. $3 million. What a staggering concept. Previously, when their girl group secured a group endorsement, it was only $150,000 to be divided among 9 members. For individual contracts, Yune, Tion, and she herself would receive approximately $75,000 each, with the company taking a 50% cut. Yet now, after leaving the group and venturing into China, she found herself able to command 4 times the brand endorsement fee, with the company taking only a 20% share. Just how much more was she earning? Thank you, Appa. Zhang Xiuyan exclaimed, leaping onto Maiko and planting a hearty kiss on his cheek. If I were to tell you that Sprite had no intention of approaching you for the endorsement and that I fought tooth and nail to secure it for you, and that they subsequently altered the shooting plan after agreeing, how would you express your gratitude to me? Maiko gently placed the petite Zheng Xiuyan onto the sofa. Their faces mere inches apart. Zheng Xiuyan's small head was adorned with a large question mark. Surely, you must be acutely aware of your current market value, right? Maiko gently tapped Zheng Xiuyan's forehead. Zheng Xiuyan offered an awkward smile. Following her solo debut, her career had faced significant setbacks, and her market value had diminished to almost nothing, were it not for her development in Huaxia. it would likely have taken much longer to emerge from this low point, with her own man, her boss, personally securing high-paying endorsements for her. It was not merely to maintain her popularity, but also to provide her with bragging rights among her group of sisters. Upon realizing this, Zhang Xiuyan embraced Maiko's neck. "Appa, you are truly wonderful," smiled without a trace of distraction, and said, "Are you merely speaking words? I desire the autographs of Yune and Tion. Can you procure them for me? You wish for their signatures? Surely, you mean you wish to present them with autographs, yes? During our competitive matches. How often have you mentioned those two? Humph, I am not oblivious to your little intentions." Zhang Xiuyan felt utterly speechless and rather disheartened. "Next season, I shall take them to witness your matches. As for the rest, it shall depend on your abilities." Chapter 51. A Chance Encounter with Yangmi. The new season media day arrives while Maiko and Zhang Xiuyan discussed endorsements, the ambitious student whale, eager to monetize through social media. Finally released a new video after an extensive recording session. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to Fish Speak Sports. I am Whale. Today, let us discuss the match between the Chinese men's basketball team and the South Koreans. First, let us talk about those players, namely Something and Hyun. They are akin to an elderly woman fumbling in the kitchen, both provoking and igniting flames. Pulls up footage. Look at this slap. What a powerful strike it is. And observe that push. Those in the know would think it was basketball, while others might mistake it for Ip Man practicing on a wooden dummy. This duo could easily grace the WWE. Slaps thigh. In my opinion, the sportsmanship of the South Koreans is akin to an elderly woman sipping porridge, shameless and despicable. Slams the table. The performance of Maikina was akin to a water gun, while the referee seemed to take his time in blowing the whistle. In my opinion, his vision must have been obscured as if smeared with a phone screen protector. Everything appeared hazy. The whistle he blew was more leaky than the drafty windows in my home. Sipping goji berry water tactically. To speak candidly, this generation of netizens is truly lacking. All they do is endlessly scroll through protecting my best brother. Do they think they are raising an electronic pet? I say they should promptly crowdfund a steel helmet for Maikina. So next time the opposing team knows what it means to win with virtue. Producing my own electric scooter helmet. Moreover, let us discuss Maikina's 18 three-pointers. That fellow is like Yama himself, extinguishing one after another. The downpour of three-pointers was heavier than the rain that night when Yiping sought financial assistance from her father. Suddenly impassioned, the opposing players defending against Maikina resembled futilely attempting to scoop water from the Yangtze River with a bamboo basket. Contemptuous laughter, in the end. The technical statistics left me in stitches. I believe that following this match, the opposing basketball association will need to urgently contact their patriarch to borrow Thanos' gauntlet. Otherwise, the next time Maikina raises his hand, their hoop may very well turn to ashes. Suddenly lowering my voice to summarize. This match can be distilled into 3 phrases. Maikina shoots accurately. The opposing team suffers a humiliating defeat without any shame. And from this day forth, the son of the Huaxia men's basketball team shall rise from the west. Concluding the meeting, upon awakening, it seemed as if everything had changed. Anti-stock price soared. And Maikina's fans flooded the official blog with comments, clamoring for the swift release of his signature sneakers. Zhou Qi's draft prediction rankings skyrocketed, with ESPN columnists asserting that Zhou Qi showcased the potential to become a space-oriented center, capable of establishing himself in the NBA. The video featuring Whale went viral on Bilibili, garnering a multitude of comments, likes, and bullet screens daily, with his follower count rapidly surpassing 10,000. Upon awakening, it also seemed as if nothing had changed. The Huaxia men's basketball team maintained a steady performance, securing victories in 4 consecutive matches with ease. It was not merely a matter of overcoming obstacles. It was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. On the 25th, the Huaxia men's basketball team triumphed over Jordan with a score of 115-67, with Maikina achieving 31 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists, shooting an impressive 10 out of 15 from three-point range. On the 27th, they defeated Kazakhstan 106-62, with Maikina again scoring 31 points, along with 3 rebounds and 4 assists, maintaining the same three-point accuracy. On the 28th, they triumphed over Lebanon with a score of 120-72, with Maikina contributing 30 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists, once more hitting 10 out of 15 three-point attempts. On the 29th, they achieved victory against Qatar, 122-65, with Maikina notching 33 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists, yet again shooting 10 out of 15 from beyond the arc ultimately. The Huaxia men's basketball team advanced to the knockout stage with an impeccable record of 6 wins in the group stage. As time progressed to the 30th, Maiko did not join the team for training, instead requesting leave from the coaching staff, as he had 2 engagements to attend to that day. Before 6 p.m., Maiko and Zhang Xiaoyan filmed 3 sets of Sprite advertisements. Subsequently, Sprite officially announced on Weibo, Twitter, Instagram, and other platforms that Maiko had become the global ambassador for Sprite, while Zhang Xiaoyan was appointed as the brand ambassador for the Asia-Pacific region. Maiko and Zhang Xiaoyan also released official announcements on their respective platforms, which naturally sparked discussions among a group of curious netizens. Particularly, the online community from Korea was notably perturbed. Among those most affected were the executives of a prominent entertainment company in Korea and the members of Girls' Generation. The executives were seething with envy towards Maiko, while the group members were filled with longing, eager to meet this esteemed figure. At 8 p.m., Maiko, accompanied by Zhang Xiaoyan and Bai Lu, attended the recording of Mango TV's Happy Camp. A few days prior, Teacher he had personally invited them to the competition site on 2 occasions. Considering that the artists under his management needed a platform to garner public attention, Maiko agreed to participate. Moreover, Teacher he is well regarded in the industry, possessing extensive connections and resources. Happy Camp is also a program with extraordinarily high viewership ratings. To Maiko's surprise, another group of guests that evening included Yongmi, Li Shirue, Lu Han, and Zhu Chuanwu from a film crew. While the recording was straightforward for others, it proved challenging for Maiko and Bai Lu, who felt like mere outsiders caught up in the festivities. Ultimately, tone-deaf Maiko even sang the offering of love with Yongmi, throwing her off her rhythm and eliciting uproarious laughter from the crowd. Teacher he even praised him, saying he understood the essence of entertainment. After a delightful late-night meal, Maiko bid farewell to them, naturally exchanging contact information. After all, he had a good rapport with Yongmi, having collaborated on a song and held her hand, and shared common interests with Li Shirue, who had studied in Los Angeles during high school. Who knows what future intersections might arise? Upon returning to the hotel, Maiko, having endured 5 days of restraint, engaged in a fierce competition with the pent-up Zhang Xiaoyan. Bai Lu, in the adjacent room, could be heard scolding them. The following day, while Maiko was still lost in sweet slumber, the Los Angeles Lakers were already commencing their new season's media day interviews across the ocean. The training facility was bustling with people, with no fewer than 50 reporters surrounding Kobe. One reporter inquired, "What are the team's goals for the new season, and what are your personal objectives?" "To reach the playoffs and to complete the entire season," Kobe replied confidently and succinctly. The reporters seemed unfazed by this statement, especially given the team's acquisition of Maiko and Rondo, both of whom possessed championship experience. If they failed to make it to the playoffs, the $20 million man would become a laughingstock. One reporter pressed further, "Will you have any restrictions on your playing time this season?" Kobe candidly admitted, "I have been plagued by injuries over the past 3 years. Last season, my playing time averaged around 34 to 36 minutes. This season it will likely be even less. But it all depends on the circumstances." It appears that everyone is aware of this fact. Over the past 3 years, Kobe has suffered from a torn Achilles tendon, a fractured kneecap, and a torn rotator cuff, which have severely hindered his ability to maintain his peak performance. Thus, it is only natural that his playing time in the new season will be reduced. A journalist well-versed in current affairs posed a question. "Kobe, this is the final year of your contract. Will you consider retiring after this season?" The room fell silent, as everyone was eager to know, yet hesitant to voice their curiosity at such a delicate moment. This question struck at the very heart of Kobe. He paused for several seconds, deep in thought. Perhaps, he mused, or perhaps not. It all depends on McCoy. Chapter 52, System Upgrade. Preseason begins depend on McCoy? What does that mean? Everyone was intrigued. A local journalist in Los Angeles attempted to shift the conversation away from the previous topic and quickly inquired, "Kobe, the team has many newcomers now. As someone who has battled in the NBA for 20 years, could you share your thoughts on this?" Kobe responded with enthusiasm. "I am thrilled to see so many young talents in the team. We are now very balanced, and I have had numerous discussions with McCoy, Platten, and others. They are excited to join the Lakers, and I am also pleased that Boozer and Artest have returned. They are incredibly dedicated and hardworking." Elder Zhang Weiping, representing Penguin Sports, asked. During this media day, McCoy was unable to attend. "Has he shared anything regarding the new season with you, Kobe?" Noticing it was Zhang Weiping, Kobe smiled and picked up his phone. "We can win the championship," he declared, displaying his chat history with McCoy to the cameras. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in astonishment. Journalists were taken aback, some even displaying expressions of disdain. A 37-year-old veteran, a player who had only performed well in 2 games, and a group of youngsters, merely making it to the playoffs with such a lineup would be impressive, let alone contending for the championship. What audacity did this young man possess? Yet, they were also delighted, for they now had ample material to write about. With both Kobe and McCoy, the Lakers were indeed a treasure trove of news. A reporter further inquired, McCoy is currently participating in the Asian Championship in China. What is your assessment of his performance? He has yet to achieve his goal of making 100 three-pointers. He still needs to work hard. Upon waking and seeing the interviews from Media Day, McCoy couldn't help but smile. The prospect of whether the veteran would retire truly hinged upon him. If so, perhaps if he provided the veteran with an all-purpose injury remedy and secured another championship, he might choose not to retire. This possibility was indeed tantalizing. In high spirits, McCoy immediately engaged in an intense practice match with Zhang Xiuyan. She exclaimed that she could hardly keep up, wishing to introduce her friends, Yune and Tion, to him soon. After all, sharing blessings among sisters is only right, wouldn't you agree? McCashin was utterly astonished to discover that Zhang Xiuyan had completed a self-conquest. He continued his pursuit in the Asian Championship with a target of 100 three-pointers. On October 1st, during the quarterfinals, the Huaxia men's basketball team triumphed over the Indian team with a score of 134-58, where he amassed 30 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists, achieving an impressive 10 out of 15 from beyond the arc. On the 2nd, in the semifinals, Huaxia defeated the defending champions, Iran, with a score of 109-57, during which he scored 39 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists, with a remarkable 13 out of 23-point shots. Finally, on the 3rd, in the championship match, Huaxia overcame the Philippine team with a score of 109-67, where he recorded 33 points, 4 rebounds, and 8 assists, sinking 10 out of 15 three-pointers. In the end, the Huaxia men's basketball team returned to the pinnacle of Asia, dominating their opponents with an astonishing average victory margin of 57 points. With an astonishing average of 36 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists per game, along with a remarkable tally of 2 three-pointers. McCoy undoubtedly claimed the title of the tournament's most valuable player. That evening, after celebrating with his team, he participated in an hour-long interview with TV5. Upon returning to the hotel, he was utterly exhausted. After a quick freshen up, he intended to retire for the night. At that moment, the system administrator made an appearance. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing task 003 and receiving a surprise gift package. Ding. The gift package has been distributed. Please check it at your convenience. Another self-collection? Never mind. The system administrator must be preoccupied with her romantic pursuits. He had nearly grown accustomed to it, and quietly opened the system panel. System, 3-point god of basketball level, LV2 upgrade progress, 116, 500 host, McCoy height, 198 centimeters weight, 99 kilograms wingspan, 211 centimeters overall fitness, 58 achievement points, 116 earnings, 699. 000 items, ultimate 3-point card, LeBron's chase down block skill card, Yuming's hook shot skill card, all with lifetime usage rights, items, universal injury recovery potion 2. 88 bottles task 003. Lead the national team to victory in the Asian Championship. Completed, will no longer be displayed, seeing that his level had risen to LV2. McCoy eagerly clicked to view the detailed information, elated by the news. His heart swelled with joy. Can you believe it? His 3-point shooting percentage had increased once more. The specifics of LV2 are as follows. 1. Corner shooting percentage, 82. 45-degree shooting percentage, 73. Top of the arc shooting percentage, 74. Half-court shooting percentage, 65. Backcourt 3-point arc shooting percentage, 20. The first 4 categories had each improved by 10, and a new category for backcourt shooting had been added. How absurd. Moreover, the rewards had doubled. Can you believe it? For every 3-pointer made, the reward is 6,000. For every 3-1, the reward is 60,000. Hitting 10 3-pointers and 1 3-1 in a single game amounts to a whopping 120,000. Over the course of a season, that totals nearly 1,000,000, surpassing his annual salary with the Lakers. One has to wonder, is this not exhilarating? If the beloved Stephen Curry were to find out, he might very well kneel before him, pleading for the system to be bestowed upon him. In the depths of Maiko's heart, a sense of delight blossomed, intensifying his desire to swiftly ascend to level 3. Upon accessing the achievement section, he discovered that accumulating 100 achievement points would enhance his overall physique by 1 point, thereby extending his playing time correspondingly. Presently, with only 116 achievement points, it felt inadequate, allowing only a singular enhancement of physique, which seemed unworthy of exchange. Perhaps he would reconsider later. Upon noticing the addition of another Yao Ming skill card, a flicker of understanding illuminated Maiko's mind. Having secured the NBA championship alongside LeBron James, he obtained the coveted chase-down block skill. Likewise, winning the Asian championship with Yao Ming granted him the hook shot skill. This indicated that if he were to win a championship with Kobe in the upcoming season, he would acquire one of his skills as well. Quite promising indeed. The system had crafted this feature rather well. However, the hook shot skill from Yao Ming held minimal utility for him. As a center, Yao utilized this technique by leveraging his height and strength to impede his opponents, allowing him to execute a delicate hook shot into the basket with ease. As a small forward or shooting guard, Maiko found no advantage in employing this method. Nonetheless, he decided to regard it as an unexpected scoring tactic. With a smile, Maiko seamlessly fused this skill card, and an exhilarating sensation instantly flooded his heart. The preseason for the 2015-16 season is about to commence. Due to Maiko's unexpected rise and his participation in the Asian Championship, the NBA has specially arranged 2 preseason games this year in the enchanting cities of Huaxia and Pengcheng. The Lakers versus the Clippers. Maiko, Kobe, Rondo versus Paul, Griffin, DeAndre Jordan, and Pierce. The height of these stars is undeniably at the pinnacle. One must ponder the NBA's regard for the Chinese market, and whether Adam Silver comprehends the secrets to generating wealth. Thus, upon the announcement of these 2 matches, they swiftly captivated the fervent attention of fans nationwide. Ticket prices soared to exorbitant heights. Chapter 53, Jenna's passionate madness, Maiko's ecstatic laughter. On October 4th, Maiko boarded a flight to the vibrant metropolis, joining his team. Accompanying him were Yao Ming and all national team players, who were there solely to catch a glimpse of Kobe and secure his autograph. As a local, Yao Ming guided Maiko and the entire Lakers team to indulge in a grand feast, allowing them to experience a traditional Chinese foot massage, which they found utterly delightful, save for Kobe, who, having visited China numerous times, had long since become accustomed to such experiences. The following day, when Maiko stepped onto the court at the Mercedes-Benz Center, he was taken aback by the sheer number of entertainment industry celebrities present. Superstars like Chen Qiqi, Xiao Lu, Pan Shui, Jay Chou, and others were in attendance. However, it was Kendall Jenner who immediately caught Maiko's attention. She had come for love. The NBA preseason can merely be viewed as a warm-up before the regular season commences. Its purpose is twofold: to allow teams to refine their rosters and to expand the NBA's international market. Consequently, once the games begin, teams tend not to play with utmost seriousness, providing more opportunities for substitutes to take the stage. Today's game was no exception. Nonetheless, the debut of the 20 million man, Maiko, representing the Lakers, and Kobe's return to the court after 255 days were sufficient to elate Lakers fans beyond measure. Throughout the match, the arena, which holds 18,000 spectators, resonated with chants of Kobe's name and Maiko's name, with Kobe's popularity seemingly eclipsing that of Maiko. In gratitude for the enthusiastic fans, Kobe played nearly 25 minutes, while Maiko had a rather unfortunate stint, being on the court for only 12 minutes. He attempted 10 three-pointers from a 45-degree angle, successfully making 7, earning 42,000, and promptly exited the game. He then engaged in friendly interactions with the celebrities at the sidelines, exchanging contact information. Naturally, Kendall also approached him, presenting a fervent kiss in front of the entire audience, which sent photographers and fans into a frenzy of celebration. This incident stirred a surge of jealousy within Zheng Xiuyan. Despite being aware of the rumors surrounding Maiko and Kendall, witnessing it firsthand still tugged at her heartstrings. She found herself lacking in height, physique, and beauty compared to Kendall. Yet, she was reluctant to part ways with Maiko and his. What was she to do? She quietly resolved to take action. Soon, the results of the competition emerged. As anticipated, the Lakers faced defeat. During the post-game interview, when confronted by the inquisitive Xiaoyi from Penguin Sports, Maiko jested. After a summer of back-to-back games, I'm exhausted. Everyone must be tired of seeing me, so let Kobe take the court more. The interview area fell into a state of bewildered silence. Was this even coherent? Throughout the entire Asian Championship, the most playing time he had was a mere 28 minutes against the Koreans. In the other 8 games, he barely clocked in 2 quarters. What was he complaining about? Could he not spare a little more time for the loyal fans? Moreover, Kobe had not played for 255 days. How could he bear to let the elder compete for so long? Most reporters silently echoed their incredulity. Maiko could not hear their innermost thoughts. After answering a few questions and adding Xiao Yi's contact information, he returned to the hotel. Jenna felt as though she had finally encountered a long-awaited blessing after a prolonged drought. In the hometown of Maiko, she encounters him. Their meeting ignites an intense struggle, commencing with fierce entanglements and concluding with a tumultuous battle. Throughout the entire ordeal, both parties engage in a relentless clash, their bodies intertwining in frequent contact, leaving no part untouched. Ultimately, Maiko bestows upon her a magnificent sum of 800 million. Moved to tears, Jenna weeps profusely. Maiko, considering I traveled across oceans to see you, might you extend my contract? She implores, her eyes glistening with longing as she gazes at him, yearning for a new agreement. She believes her performance over the past 2 months has been exemplary, fully meeting Maiko's expectations. Your ability to traverse great distances for me has truly taken me by surprise. Thus, you have become my official girlfriend, and the duration of the new contract shall depend on your future performance. Maiko stroked his chin, pondering earnestly. Jenna had come to Huaxiao and had deliberately performed a bold kissing gesture on the court, perhaps with an air of provocation. Regardless, it had been captured by the media worldwide, especially by the press in Huaxia. She might as well acknowledge him as her official boyfriend. I knew I would score full marks with this move. As for that boyfriend, Jenna's face instantly lit up with glee. Yet, a profound sense of crisis loomed over her. At tonight's match, so many beautiful women in the front row were fixated on Maiko, many of whom were likely female celebrities from Huaxia. And then there was Jessica, someone she recognized, who had previously been rumored to have an affair with Maiko. Therefore, she had to exert herself. What do you want? Just look at these sheets. How will we sleep tonight? Maiko was oblivious to Jenna's true thoughts. Yet he found himself utterly overwhelmed. Zhang Xiaoyan and Jiali and Marloy had never exerted such pressure upon him. Could this be the prowess of the best defender? He desperately needed a golden kidney from his sister. Otherwise, managing multiple women simultaneously was proving to be quite arduous. Aspiring to be a sea king was far more challenging than he had anticipated. He often envied Chamberlain. Sleeping on the sofa? My boyfriend is so formidable. He must be up to the task, right? With that, Jenna once again showcased her skills in basket licking. Maiko gritted his teeth and relished the moment. Thus, the 5th confrontation between the two commenced. Upon the conclusion of the match, Maiko picked up his phone and was pleasantly surprised to discover that Zhang Xiaoyan had created a new WeChat group chat. The group included himself, Zhang Xiaoyan, Yuna, and Tion, and was whimsically named Maiko and the Sisterhood. Maiko chuckled, a rather mad laugh, and casually changed the group nickname to God Maiko and the Gui Honey Squad. The following day, Jenna appeared in the public eye, linking her arm with Maiko, solidifying her status as his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Maiko occasionally tended to his back. And upon reuniting with his teammates, they all expressed their envy and jested at him. Kobe candidly advised him to take it easy. On the 7th, during a game in Pingcheng, Maiko played for 20 minutes, successfully sinking 10 three-pointers from the arc and half-court, including a 3-1 that earned him a delightful sum of $114,000. Time flew by, and after the team returned to the United States, they faced the Jazz, Raptors, Kings, Trailblazers, and Warriors twice in 6 preseason games. Notably, Maiko opted to rest during both encounters with the Warriors, while Kobe sat out 3 of the games. The team's preseason record stood at a disappointing 1 win and 7 losses. Although the outcomes of these matches bore little significance, the results led many to cast doubt on the Lakers' prospects for the upcoming season. On the 22nd, following the conclusion of the preseason games for all teams, ESPN released the inaugural power rankings for the new season. The Cavaliers, Raptors, and Heat occupied the top 3 spots in the Eastern Conference, while the league's bottom dwellers, the 75ers, were still in disarray. The Warriors, Spurs, and Thunder claimed the top 3 positions in the Western Conference, with the Lakers ranked 10th. Additionally, a list of the top 100 players for the new season was unveiled, featuring LeBron, Curry, and Durant in the top 3, while Kobe was positioned at 13th. And Maiko found himself at 89th. This somewhat controversial ranking immediately sparked heated discussions, particularly among Chinese basketball fans. What a ridiculous ranking! Is ESPN doing this on purpose? How dare they place God Mike at 89, who among the top 88 could possibly set a three-point record in the finals? Step forward and prove it. It's just the same old trick. How else can they spark controversy? I hope God Mike unleashes a spectacular performance and smacks those Americans in the face. Let me ask, how come someone who has played for so long can still be ranked 13th? It's all about their impact on the game, isn't it? Do you have an issue with that? Honestly, for God Mike to make the list for the first time and rank this high is already impressive. I remember last season. Green was at 99, Clay at 78, and Curry also at 13. So, my brother is quite remarkable, aiming for the top 10 next season. God Mike must be in the top 3. Winning the championship and securing the FMVP will be a sure thing, huh? Are you daydreaming, brother? The championship in the new season belongs to the Warriors. Fans have been fervently discussing online. Many rational supporters are aware that McCoy's rise has been remarkably swift, and he has yet to prove himself in the regular season. The true extent of his performance and statistics in the upcoming season remains uncertain. Similarly, the discourse among American fans is equally animated. Notably, the outspoken Charles Barkley, during a program, asserted that McCoy should not even be considered among the top 100. Although he set a three-point record in the finals, Barkley dismissed it as merely a fleeting outburst from a benchwarmer. Even with a lucrative $20 million contract, it is merely a reflection of the team's interest in the commercial potential he represents. His performance in the Asian Championship can only be attributed to the relatively low level of basketball in Asia, which does not suffice for serious evaluation. The record in the preseason, however, is a more accurate representation of his true abilities. As a mere tool for generating revenue for the Lakers, he lacks the prowess to lead his team into the playoffs. Under the influence of his former partner Kenny Smith, Barkley became increasingly animated, ultimately declaring that if McCoy manages to score 30 points and make 5 three-pointers in the season opener, he would kiss a donkey's rear end. Upon hearing this bold proclamation, Smith displayed a mischievous grin. Regardless of McCoy's performance or whether Barkley would follow through on his promise, this exchange undoubtedly spiked the program's viewership. As the show aired, Barkley's remarks gained traction, with many fans hoping for a spectacular debut from McCoy, envisioning him sinking 10 three-pointers, leading to a second instance of the infamous donkey kiss. The spectators were thoroughly entertained. One NBA rookie joined in on the fun, Joel Embiid. After undergoing surgery during the offseason, he has transformed into a Twitter aficionado once again. Why do I say once again? Because last year, during his recovery, he publicly attempted to recruit LeBron James on Twitter. When LeBron ignored him, he blocked him in frustration. Subsequently, he flirted with the second Kardashian sister, posting 3 tweets in 10 minutes without receiving a response. He then announced that he had shifted his focus to Rihanna, inviting her to dinner and even sharing a photo of their supposed date, which she also ignored. Feeling somewhat slighted, Embiid created a personal MV rankings list, placing himself at the top, followed by LeBron in second and Kobe in third, while the already illustrious Kevin Durant was conspicuously overlooked. This tweet sparked considerable debate among fans, firmly establishing Embiid's reputation as a playful provocateur. Upon seeing the player rankings and Barkley's comments, Embiid tweeted consecutively, "Are McCoy and I not worthy of the top 50 in the NBA? This ranking is utterly unjust. The shining stars of the 2014 draft, myself, McCoy. Andrew Wiggins, who agrees? McCoy, please score 31 points. I want to witness Barkley kiss a donkey's rear end. McCoy, follow me quickly." Upon encountering Barkley's disparaging remarks, McCall exhibited an unusual calmness. In fact, he was eager to create such a narrative himself, having promised CK's manager, Veronica, and the model, Cauliflower, that he would score 50 points in the opening home game and set a record for three-pointers. Seeing Embiid's tweet, McCall erupted into laughter. It was as if a pillow had been delivered just as he was feeling drowsy. He replied to Embiid with a tweet, "Embiid, brother, take care of your injury and watch as I dominate the court." As time progressed, it was now October 28th, the commencement of the 2015-16 season. The NBA had scheduled 3 highly anticipated matchups for the day. The first contest featured the Bulls hosting the Cavaliers. During the previous season's Eastern Conference semifinals, the Bulls, led by Rose, had succumbed to LeBron's Cavaliers with a 2-4 defeat, ultimately leading to the Cavaliers claiming the championship. The choice to feature this matchup as the season opener was a continuation of their storied rivalry. During the offseason, the Cavaliers, having achieved their championship goal, made a significant acquisition by signing Mo Williams from the free agency market. From the outset, the game was fiercely contested, with the score remaining exceptionally close. In the final 10 seconds, the Bulls led 97-95 over the Cavaliers. Following a timeout, James attempted a layup, only to be thwarted by the 35-year-old Gasol, who deflected the ball out of bounds. After another timeout, Mo's pass was intercepted outright by Jimmy Butler. Ultimately, the highly scrutinized Cavaliers suffered their first defeat of the season. Next, the Golden State Warriors faced off against the Pelicans at home. In the previous season's Western Conference first round, the Warriors' triumvirate had effortlessly swept the Pelicans, led by the formidable Anthony Davis, with a 4-0 victory, propelling the Warriors into the finals. In the season opener, despite the Pelicans welcoming new recruit Perkins, they proved no match for the Warriors, who overwhelmed them with ease. The final score was 111-95, granting the Warriors a 16-point triumph and their first victory of the season. The final game of the opening night was the highly anticipated matchup between the Timberwolves and the Lakers. This duel was laden with intrigue. One major storyline was the return of the 37-year-old Kobe, making his first appearance in a regular season game post-comeback. Fans were eager to see how he would commence the new season and what statistics he would produce, as well as how he would compare to the 39-year-old Wolf King. Another focal point was the debut of the 20 million man, Maiko, representing the Lakers. Would he achieve 30 points? Could he sink 5 three-pointers? The comparison between him and 2014's Rookie of the Year, Wiggins, drew considerable attention from fans in China. Lastly, the matchup featured two centers from the 2015 draft class, the first overall pick, Towns, versus the second overall pick, Porzingis. Who would emerge victorious? Who would ultimately revel in triumph? The outcome of this match, along with the statistics of the two players, may have a direct bearing on the contest for the Rookie of the Year. For key highlights include the clash between the prodigious Rubio and Rondo, who will seize the title of Assist King. There are also those who ponder the fifth point. Will Barkley humorously engage with the antics of the crowd? With such queries in mind, countless fans gather before their computers and television screens, eagerly anticipating the commencement of this thrilling encounter at 7:30 p.m. as the referee's whistle pierces the air. Chapter 55, Kobe's struggles and Barkley's unkind laughter at 7:25 p.m. The Staples Center buzzes with excitement, every one of its 997 seats filled to capacity. A constellation of stars in attendance. Jeannie Buss, Magic Johnson, Kupchak, Adam Silver, Rich Paul, Pelinka, among them, Nicholson, Leonardo DiCaprio, Beckham, Tom Brady, Taylor Swift, Kendall Jenner, Zhang Xiwan, Yuna, Tion, and the Kardashian sisters. As the arena's DJ calls out the names of the players, the starting lineups emerge under the dazzling lights. The Timberwolves starting 5, Rubio, Prince, Wiggins, Garnett, and Towns. The Lakers starting lineup, Rondo, Kobe, Maiko, Randall, and Porzingis. With a piercing whistle from the referee, the game begins. The basketball is tapped by the towering Porzingis, landing in Rondo's hands. He surveys the court, keenly aware of his surroundings. Kobe navigates a pick set by Porzingis, positioning himself at the three-point line on the right. Rondo passes the ball to Kobe, who takes a swift, confident shot. Clang. The Lakers' first attempt of the season, missed by a wide margin from the open Kobe. TNT commentator Kenny Smith solemnly assesses the unfolding situation. Kobe remains quintessentially Kobe. This miss heralds his return. Shaquille O'Neal, half-joking, remarks, "You still know Kobe well. But I'm more interested in Maiko's upcoming performance." Barkley had previously made bold predictions, hoping fervently that Maiko would falter throughout the game. The ball is soon claimed by Towns, who swiftly passes it to Rubio. Rubio advances rapidly into the front court, launching a jumper just outside the free throw line, only to be thwarted by a defensive block from Porzingis. The first overall pick and the second overall pick from the 2015 draft each showcase their skills. The ball fortuitously lands in Maiko's possession. He strides to the mid-court line, seizing the moment as the opposing defense remains unsteady and unleashes a three-pointer. Swish. McCoy drew back his bow, and the basketball soared through the net. The Timberwolves found themselves trailing the Lakers 0-3. An awe-inspiring wow erupted from the crowd. McCoy was back. His iconic three-point shot from beyond the half-court line. Good heavens. The distance of that release, the arc of its flight. The Penguin commentator, Kafan, struggled to widen his small eyes, his voice breaking in astonishment. Wiggins was still 2 meters away from McCoy, utterly unprepared for his audacious shot. This former first overall pick from 2014 appeared somewhat bewildered. Yangi adjusted his glasses and offered his commentary. After the basket, McCoy approached Wiggins with a friendly smile. Hey, have you started drinking goji berry water yet? Goji berry water? What nonsense is this young man spouting? I cannot comprehend it at all. Wiggins was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in silence. His demeanor endearing and innocent. The Timberwolves commenced their offensive play. Rubio, positioned at the top of the arc, lofted the ball to Garnett in the paint, who then passed it to the advancing Wiggins, who executed a layup with a seamless cut. McGee followed closely behind, leaping high to deliver a resounding block. The ball was retrieved by Kobe, who dribbled a couple of steps before passing it to Rondo. Rondo advanced into the frontcourt, orchestrating his teammates' movements. At the top of the arc, he feigned a handoff to Porzingis, only to make a sudden cut in the opposite direction. McCall evaded Wiggins with Porzingis' sturdy screen, receiving a bounce pass from Rondo before executing a smooth pull-up from just beyond the three-point arc swish. The basketball traced a high arc of 47 degrees, finding nothing but net. 0-6. Garnett threw up his hands, exclaiming to Rubio, "What happened to switching on defense?" Observing the movement, the coordination, and the quality of that rookie Porzingis screen was nothing short of spectacular. Kenny Smith exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm, then deliberately glanced at Barkley. "Come on. McCall has already hit 2 threes. Do you still think he can't score 30? Shaquille teased, chuckling as he inquired. "He's only made 2. These youngsters just love to throw up threes." Barkley's expression darkened, yet he remained defiant. On the court, McCall exchanged high fives with Porzingis after the basket, smiling. "Brother, your screen was excellent." Porzingis beamed with pride at McCall's praise, replying, "Thanks, McCall." Such camaraderie among teammates often spurs even greater performance. And indeed, during the Timberwolves' offensive possession, Porzingis ruthlessly blocked Towns. In less than 2 minutes into the game, he had already delivered 2 emphatic rejections and set a superb screen. Porzingis' confidence surged dramatically. As possession changed, the Lakers initiated their offense. Kobe posted up, drawing the double team from Wiggins and Prince, while McCall stealthily slipped to the corner, receiving Kobe's signature cross-court pass. With an almost impossible angle, he shot. Clang. The ball ricocheted off the backboard, spinning twice around the rim before rolling out. However, Porzingis secured the offensive rebound, returning the ball to the stationary McCall. This time, the three-pointer was on target. Swish. 0-9. Kobe internally grumbled. "You've just hit 2 in a row. Why do you miss my assist?" "Damn it." The Timberwolves called for a timeout. "Mr. Young, what do you think of McCall's recent three-pointer?" The scene returned to the commentary booth, and Koof Fan eagerly asked. The Lakers' execution of that play was classic. Kobe drew the double team, Rondo faked a run on the weak side, and McCall maneuvered into position with screens from Randle and Rondo, only for Kobe to deliver a perfect pass. It's a pity McCall didn't honor Kobe's setup and missed that brilliant assist, but thankfully, Porzingis has gained some confidence. Yangi analyzed. Subsequently, Shawi interjected with an advertisement. For beverages, choose Sprite, McCall's energy drink for more vitality. As the game paused, the Timberwolves replaced the 39-year-old Garnett, their spiritual leader, with Jellica, who took his place as a nominal starter. They substituted Prince for Kevin Martin, a player who had once been a teammate of Yao Ming for a year and a half with the Rockets, during which he averaged an impressive 23.5 points per game. Subsequently, he became a key asset in the trade that brought Harden from the Thunder to the Rockets. Known for his rapid, slender scoring prowess, his shooting form was unconventional yet remarkably accurate. However, at the age of 32, injuries had severely hampered his defensive capabilities, leaving him at a disadvantage in physical confrontations. Kobe provided the answer to this predicament. Upon Martin's return, he executed a series of crossovers, preparing to isolate Kobe. Seizing the moment, Kobe executed a precise steal, launching a fast break that culminated in his signature fadeaway jumper, an effortless swish. The crowd at the Staples Center erupted in euphoria, for the Kobe they had longed for had returned. The echoes of MVP resonated throughout the arena. Kobe cast a brief smile toward his wife and daughter at the sidelines before swiftly transitioning back on defense. Mike observed the heartwarming scene with a deep sense of reflection. His teammates shared similar sentiments as they continuously fed Kobe the ball during the subsequent rounds. However, Kobe's shooting was cold, hitting only 1 out of 6 attempts. The Timberwolves seized the opportunity, scoring 3 points. As the clock ticked down to 5 minutes and 48 seconds, the score stood at a meager 7-13. Such a low score might lead one to believe both teams were engaged in a defensive struggle, but in truth, it was a battle of missed shots. The Lakers called for a timeout. Kobe's intensity surged, which was not a favorable sign. He ought to minimize his shot attempts to create opportunities for his teammates. Kenny Smith, witnessing Kobe's transformation into a player akin to a rusty iron, shook his head. This is Kobe, he mused, yet now he had a capable ally in Mike, who had recently found his rhythm, albeit perhaps a bit too fervently. Shaquille O'Neal understood his closest companion well, and just as Mike's shooting streak was interrupted, Barkley chuckled mischievously. As the timeout concluded, the Lakers substituted Rondo, Kobe, and Porzingis for Clarkson, Nick Young, and Harrell, transitioning to a small ball lineup. The Timberwolves, in turn, replaced Rubio and Bellinelli with Zach LaVine and Garnett, maintaining their dual tower strategy that appeared to confer a significant defensive advantage over the Lakers. Yet, Garnett, at 39 years of age, could hardly keep pace with the youthful vigor of his opponents. The Lakers lacked a rebounding advantage but focused on speed, having the veterans sprint back and forth across the court. During their offensive possessions, all four players sought out Mike, particularly Clarkson, who had seemingly become Mike's devoted admirer. However, Mike seemed reluctant to continue shooting, transforming instead into the playmaker. Was this truly appropriate? After all, such responsibilities typically fell to the point guard. Nevertheless, perhaps this could serve as an early adaptation. When he eventually acquired playmaking skills, he would be ready to implement them seamlessly. Thus, an unusual spectacle unfolded on the court. Clarkson passed the ball to Mike, who dribbled a few times before returning it to Clarkson. Nick Young passed to Mike, who made a brief move before sending it right back to Young. This pattern continued, leaving Coach Scott bewildered. Kobe and Rondo were equally perplexed. This isn't how the strategy was designed, they exclaimed. If Mike wasn't shooting threes, what threat did he pose? Before long, the first quarter came to a close. Although Garnett was visibly exhausted, gasping for breath, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 9 points, 31-22. Young, did Mike play the point guard in the latter half of the first quarter? He didn't take a single shot and even committed 3 turnovers. Kufan found this utterly perplexing. I perceive that McCoy is an accurate three-point shooter, undoubtedly not suited for a playmaking role. However, it could also be a strategic decision made by the coach prior to the game. Perhaps a new role and new positioning? Young emitted a couple of puzzled sounds, filled with curiosity and confusion. Shawi swiftly identified a promotional angle. Even when confronted with new roles and challenges, he remains undaunted. That is McCoy. Much like Inta, he never falters. Kufan and Young each chuckled, impressed by her cleverness and agility of thought. As Penguin Sports aired their commercial, the 3 prominent figures at TNT were fervently critiquing the situation. What on earth is the Lakers coach doing? After rotating several players, he still refuses to bench McCoy. Has he lost his mind? Shaquille O'Neal's excitement was palpable, as if he were still a member of the Lakers. I'm not worried about McCoy taking ill-advised shots. I'm concerned that he won't shoot at all. At this rate, he won't reach 30 points today, sighed Kenny Smith, casting a glance at Barkley, his meaning unmistakable. This half has been utterly abnormal. I can't shake the feeling that McCoy is deliberately holding back a significant play, Wong Defa. Barkley suddenly recalled a tweet from McCoy a few days prior. No way could it be? As they deliberated, the second quarter commenced. McCoy did not take the court. He played for a mere 12 minutes and needed a respite. The Lakers lineup comprised Rondo, Kobe, Clarkson, Harrell, and Porzingis, a blend of 1 veteran and 4 youngsters, with 2 seasoned players guiding 3 newcomers. Kobe continued to struggle, yet Rondo delivered exquisite passes, while Porzingis unleashed his prowess, scoring 12 points single-handedly. Within 6 minutes, the Lakers equalized the score, bringing it to 40-40. Following a timeout called by the Timberwolves, both teams returned, and McCoy re-entered the game. However, he exhibited no semblance of being in the zone. From a 45-degree angle, he missed 3 consecutive shots, all set up by Kobe's assists. Relying on Rondo's brilliant setup, he managed to exploit a mismatch against Rubio, executing a hook shot to score 2 points. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 58-51, with the Lakers trailing by 7 points. McCoy's statistics reflected 4 out of 8 shooting, totaling 11 points with 3 turnovers. It appeared decent, yet it was utterly disappointing. His time on the court yielded a plus-minus of -16, the lowest on the team. Consequently, the internet erupted in ridicule. Is this the level of a $20 million man? Pathetic. Clearly a cold shooter and a fraud. It's disheartening to witness. 3 turnovers in the first half, and he likely won T reach 6 for the entire game. McCoy truly is a spectacle. A -16 at halftime? Even my grandmother, with a cane, could perform better. 3 turnovers plus a 16-point deficit. and my remote control is shattered. McCoy cursed in frustration, predicting a continued struggle in the second half. Urging the Los Angeles area to prepare for the chill. Have some people forgotten? McCoy once sank 11 three-pointers in the finals and 18 in the Asian Championships. It's merely halftime, and they criticize him for trifles. Yet, his performance is undeniably dismal. Observing McCoy's defense, one might think that Shin Meizhuang's kneeling technique lacks scrutiny. Chao Guerin's strategies are of little use, and Hua Fei's fragrance, though seemingly luxurious, is utterly worthless. Ha ha ha, you up there are impressive. I am in awe. In the TNT commentary booth, what a revelation. Kobe shot 3 of 14 in the half, while McCoy's plus-minus stood at -16. What on earth are these two doing? They are unequivocally the Lakers' poison. O'Neal slammed the papers on the table in frustration. Congratulations, Charles, you need not kiss a donkey's behind anymore. Kenny Smith, with a hint of disappointment, glanced at Barkley. If McCoy fails to score 30 points, dinner is on me tonight. Let us feast. Barkley uttered this. Yet an uneasy feeling lingered in his heart. There is no way McCoy will reach 30 points today. If he does, I'll join you in that absurdity. Each on one side. O'Neal, boiling with anger, blurted out a harsh comment without thinking. All right. I am eagerly anticipating that scene, McCoy. You must strive in the second half. Kenny rubbed his large hands excitedly, a broad smile illuminating his face. In the commentary booth of Penguin Sports, Kufan inquired. Teacher Yang, having observed the first half, what are your thoughts on Maik's debut performance with the Lakers? After finishing his question, he chuckled softly. Well, it was rather standard, Yang replied, glancing at the halftime statistics, somewhat hesitant to elaborate. Maik has just joined the team. He needs to acclimate to the coach, adjust to Kobe, and adapt to the new system. It's a gradual process. What adjustment should he make in the second half? Kufan pressed on, recalling that Barkley had wagered that Maik would score 30 points, and if he did, he would have to kiss a donkey's rear. I must admit, I am rather eager for Barkley to lose, he chuckled. Thus, Maik should revert to his true self. He possesses the capability to score. Xiao Yi, glancing at her phone, suddenly interjected with a grin. Let me share a little insider information. Maik is going to go wild in the second half. You absolutely cannot miss his scoring extravaganza. Yang Yi was left in a state of bewilderment, his mind swirling with questions. Kufan also paused for a few seconds before recalling that Xiao Yi had Maik's contact information. Could it be that Maik sent Xiao Yi a message during halftime? Xiao Yi, would you mind sharing your phone messages with the audience in the live stream? Kufan unexpectedly posed this personal inquiry, leaving Xiao Yi somewhat stunned. Of course, she was not in a position to disclose that. The nickname she had assigned to Maik was hardly suitable for public viewing. After shaking her head, she sent a message to Maik across the ocean, which was promptly replied to. Maik just messaged me, essentially saying that he plans to break an NBA three-point record in the second half. That's about it. Instantly, the live stream was inundated with a flurry of comments. Soon, the number of viewers surpassed 15 million. Following the commencement of the third quarter, it soared beyond 20 million. Chapter 57 will Maik outshine Garnett. Maik earns a new nickname. Before the start of the third quarter, as Maik stepped onto the court, he first gestured towards the area where the female celebrities congregated, then playfully blew them a kiss. To whom exactly was it directed? He himself could not say. One could only infer that it was meant for whoever in their hearts harbored feelings for him. What a predicament! The moment Maik began to showcase his antics, it signaled the onset of his prowess. Upon observing Maik's apparent ease, O'Neal had an epiphany. This young man had merely been feigning during the first half, or perhaps he was meticulously assessing the team's dynamics and the state of his teammates. Ha ha ha, how many three-pointers do you think Maik will sink in the second half? Kenny had scrutinized Maik's various performances in the finals countless times, and he was acutely aware of this. 10, perhaps. Surpassing Kobe? Barkley had completely resigned himself. He likely understood that an embarrassing defeat was inevitable. Oh, Charles, you truly dare to speak such words, yet there is a possibility. O'Neal, too, was invigorated. A minor embarrassment was inconsequential compared to the joy of witnessing the Lakers' triumph. His loyalty to his former team remained steadfast. With the referee's whistle signaling the commencement of the third quarter, the Timberwolves seized the initial possession. Rubio held the ball, directing the movements of his teammates, while Rondo stood merely a meter away, defending against him. At this moment, Maik deftly evaded Wiggins, advancing to double-team Rubio alongside Rondo. Seizing the opportunity, Rondo executed a swift steal and promptly passed the ball to the sprinting Maik. At this juncture, The front court lay devoid of any defenders. Mike positioned himself beyond the three-point line at a 45-degree angle, raising his hand to take the shot. The three-pointer pierced through the air, finding nothing but net. Following a transition in their offense, the Timberwolves saw Towns back down Porzingis, subsequently passing the ball to Rubio, whose shot unfortunately missed. Randall seized the defensive rebound. Kobe advanced the ball to the front court, entrusting it to Rondo for further handling. Like a panther, Wiggins closely shadowed Mike, his goji-colored mouthguard trembling between his lips. As Maiko suddenly sprinted towards the corner, Randall positioned his robust frame to obstruct the defensive route. In the fleeting moment of receiving Rondo's pass, Maiko shifted his weight 15 degrees to the left. And what of it? With a slight adjustment, he unleashed a shot, the basketball gliding past Wiggins' fingertips toward the hoop. Swish! Another three-pointer found its mark. Garnett, visibly agitated, bellowed at Wiggins. Wiggins felt a sense of frustration. He had exerted considerable effort in his defense. Yet, what could he do when Maiko consistently found the net? "Where's the help from you, King?" he thought. What good was mere shouting? Meanwhile, Kobe signaled to Maiko, an indication to maintain composure. The score shifted to 58-57, with the Timberwolves still in the lead. Thus, their coach refrained from calling a timeout, opting instead to direct from the sidelines, urging Garnett to apply more pressure on the young player from Huaxia, standing at 211 centimeters. Garnett towered over Maiko by a full 13 centimeters. Surely, this strategy should prove effective, right? However, the reality was that Maiko never allowed Garnett the opportunity to defend him closely. After the Timberwolves managed a challenging mid-range shot, Maiko received Rondo's pass at the logo near midcourt. Garnett, positioned 2 meters away, struck a pose and shouted at Maiko, "Kid, if you're capable, go ahead and shoot." Mike leapt high into the air after uttering a mere 3 words, executing a stunning jump shot. The basketball's trajectory abruptly curved downward, as if drawn by an invisible magnet toward the hoop. Swish! It found nothing but net. The score was tied at 60-60. The spotlight atop the Staples Center seemed ignited by this remarkable shot, and the audience erupted in a wave of astonished cheers. Yune spilled her popcorn all over the floor. Tion wore an expression of sheer disbelief once more. Having just experienced a breakup, Taylor Swift was suddenly filled with thoughts. Meanwhile, Jenna sent a kiss to Mike from afar on the court. The Wolves finally assigned Garnett to guard Mike, believing that KG's long arms could disrupt any shooter. However, Mike would not be denied. Was that smile of his a subtle jab at KG's age? Following Mike's astonishing long-range three-pointer, Kenny Smith remarked on the play. Barkley nodded in agreement, acknowledging that KG indeed seemed aged and perhaps it was time for him to take up commentary. O'Neal chuckled, saying, "Charles, had you possessed this shooting range in your prime, you would have won a couple more championship rings." Yet, truthfully, Mike's three-point shooting was absurd, surpassing even Reggie Miller and Ray Allen. "Gentlemen, Mike has already hit 6 threes and scored 20 points. Shall we prepare for a donkey?" Kenny exclaimed with laughter. Barkley and O'Neal shrugged their shoulders, signaling their acquiescence. At that moment, the game continued without a timeout. In the previous possession, Garnett, incensed, took matters into his own hands after receiving the ball and ended up hitting a brick. The Lakers were on the offensive. Garnett pursued Mike, while Porzingis suddenly sprang from the free-throw line, erecting a golden barrier with his towering 2.21-meter frame. As Maiko received Rondo's bounce pass at a 45-degree angle, he did not rush his shot. Waiting for Garnett to approach, he executed a series of between-the-leg dribbles, followed by a deceptive prayer motion. The seasoned veteran, the old Wolf King, remained unfazed by this feint and did not leap but instead advanced forward toward Maiko. In this moment of convergence, Maiko was faced with a choice to either pass or take a contested shot. He opted for the latter. With a powerful push off the ground, he leaped, his right hand tracing a quarter-circle arc as he delivered a hook-shot three-pointer. The basketball gracefully passed over Garnett's fingertips, bouncing twice off the rim before settling into the net, reminiscent of a divine game of marbles. "What a spectacular play!" Garnett exclaimed in awe. The score was now 60-63. The Lakers had surged ahead with a 12-2 scoring run, taking a 3-point lead, prompting the Timberwolves to call a timeout. Once again, Maiko showcased his hook shot. "Mr. Young, did Maiko learn that from Big Ya during the Asian Championships?" Kufan inquired. "It seems so," came the response. Previously, Maiko's offensive arsenal consisted primarily of three-pointers and slam dunks, but this game revealed his hook shot. After all, Big Yao's hook shot is truly exceptional. Although Yangi was uncertain, he felt compelled to elaborate. Such an extraordinary talent, yet so eager to learn. Maiko is truly a player worthy of the admiration of our 23 million viewers in the live broadcast. Alright, the timeout has concluded. Please continue to enjoy the game. With that, a sweet smile graced Xiaoyi's face. Upon resuming play, the Timberwolves saw Towns score a mid-range jumper. When the Lakers took their turn on offense, Rondo continued to seek out the on-fire Maiko. Kobe proactively moved up to set a screen, marking the Black Mamba's first time providing a pick for Maiko. Garnett charged in like an enraged lion, with Wiggins also sprinting in to assist. After receiving the ball at a 45-degree angle, Maiko unleashed a shot without hesitation. Garnett was unable to halt his momentum and collided with Maiko. As the mighty Make fell to the ground, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Whoosh! The basketball swished effortlessly through the net. Rising from the floor, Make emulated the celebratory gesture of the Wolf King, pounding his chest in a fierce roar. His eyes ablaze with fiery passion. The entire arena erupted in a fervor. It was unclear who among the fans shouted Maiko, but soon the crowd echoed in unison. This three-pointer seemed to unlock Pandora's box. With each subsequent three-point shot Make made, nearly 20,000 fans collectively chanted Maiko. Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson. All belong to the Make family. All are global superstars. What a splendid nickname. Standing at the free throw line, Make reveled in the cheers of the fans, filled with joy. Chapter 58, 11 three-pointers in a single quarter, a dazzling 39 points. This shot from Make must rank among my top 5 highlights. No, top 5 plays. 3-1. KG was almost riding on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Shaquille mimicked Make's shooting form while commenting. Barkley, lacking in romantic flair, quipped, Shaq, if only your free throws were half as accurate as his, you could have scored an additional 5,000 points in your career, having sunk 5 consecutive three-pointers. Make now tallied 27 points, with 8 of those from beyond the arc, my 2 old comrades. Kenny reported Make's statistics while glancing at the 2 who had previously boasted. Kenny, there's no need for constant reminders. Let us first enjoy Make's performance. After Maiko successfully executed a free throw, the score stood at 62-67. With the Timberwolves now in possession, Rubio advanced the ball and lofted a pass to Garnett. Garnett, backing down Maiko, encountered resistance as Maiko pressed back twice before retreating. In an unexpected turn, Garnett stumbled precariously, nearly losing his balance. Taking advantage of the moment, McCollum seized the opportunity to intercept the ball and advanced it himself. Just crossing the half-court line, he unleashed a powerful shot. Clang! The ball hit the rim. Then he sprinted swiftly, leaping high to snatch the basketball from Wiggins, and executed a thunderous slam dunk over him. Wow! The speed, the vertical leap, the sheer force were utterly astonishing. Is it possible he is just as impressive off the court? My handsome boyfriend is incredible. I must treat him well tonight. Hee hee. Oh, my dear brother is truly remarkable. But alas, he already has a girlfriend. Sob sob. My brother is so formidable. Tonight, the 3 of us sisters must enjoy a late-night snack with him. Kendall, perhaps you should step back a little. Humph. The women on the sidelines were each lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, McCollum continued to defend against Garnett. This time, Garnett did not receive the ball. Rubio passed it to Wiggins, who then passed it to Prince. Prince took a shot but missed. In the next possession, with only 5 seconds left on the shot clock, Garnett and Wiggins double-teamed McCollum. Unexpectedly, McCollum passed the ball back to Rondo at the arc. Could it be that this handsome fellow is willing to share the spotlight with his teammate? The Timberwolves players were collectively taken aback. As the opportunity arose, Mike ghosted to the left side at a 45-degree angle, receiving a no-look pass from Rondo to successfully sink an open three-pointer. The moment the ball swished through the net, the lights illuminated. This timing-based strategy, imparted by Nash to Rondo and subsequently refined by Rondo himself, was replayed repeatedly on the large screen above the rim. After McCollum scored 5 points, the Timberwolves found themselves trailing the Lakers 62-72. The Wolves coach called for a timeout. McCollum had already amassed 21 points in this quarter. 21 points. You need to double-team him, and if necessary, triple-team him. Ensure he cannot touch the ball. Do you understand? He exclaimed, brandishing the tactical board. Both furious and helpless, the aging Wolf King was indeed showing his years. Under his defense, McCollum astonishingly scored 5 consecutive baskets. This was utterly unacceptable. Consequently, he substituted Garnett for the more explosive, faster, and younger Zach LaVine. Meanwhile, the Lakers replaced Kobe with Clarkson. Upon returning to the court, LaVine swiftly executed a powerful dunk, while McCollum continued to respond with 3-point shots. The 7th, the 8th, the 9th of the quarter, Good heavens. McCollum had already made 9 three-pointers in this quarter, equaling the single-quarter three-point record set by Klay Thompson last season. At present, with 12 three-pointers, he matched the NBA single-game record held by Kobe and Marshall. Kufan excitedly tapped the table a few times, his voice trembling as he inquired, "And now?" With 3 minutes and 12 seconds remaining in the third quarter, what is your current sentiment, Teacher Yang? Yang feigned profundity and replied earnestly, "To be honest, ever since McCollum hit 18 three-pointers in the Asian Championship, I anticipated he would either equal or surpass the NBA single-game three-point record. I just didn't expect this day to arrive so swiftly. He is the pride of Chinese basketball and will also become a pride of the NBA. Therefore, at this very moment, I hope to see him make 2 more." Little E was overjoyed and tossed another topic to the viewers. McCollum has scored 30 points in this quarter. He might even break Klay's record of 37 points. To the 28 million fans in the live stream, do you think he can set a new record? At this moment, the Lakers bench was wildly waving towels, while Coach Scott held the tactical board, devoid of any drawings. He merely uttered one sentence: "Keep giving the ball to McCollum." On the Timberwolves side, the head coach furiously slammed the tactical board down. McCoy single-handedly overwhelmed their entire team with a staggering score of 30-10. What a disgrace. An unabashed humiliation. But how does one defend against such a player? It was evident he was on fire today, making every shot he took with ease. Oh, Almighty, grant me some guidance. You 3 must double-team McCoy, and if necessary, send in another defender. He must not be allowed to score another three-pointer. Upon returning to the court, the Timberwolves continued to struggle offensively. When it came time for defense, Towns, Wiggins, and Levine swiftly converged upon McCoy. A familiar scene immediately emerged in McCollum's mind. He recalled the time when the Hawks, in a desperate attempt to prevent Harden from scoring over 30 points, resorted to a frenzied strategy of double-teaming with 5 players in the final moments of the game. Ultimately, their tactic proved effective, halting Harden's consecutive 30-point games at 32. But is our current standing truly inadequate? Do the Timberwolves really need to resort to such measures? Mike was deeply troubled. Glancing up at the remaining time in the third quarter only added to his dismay. Was it possible that they would exceed the time limit once again? The thought of facing the consequences from the coach was unbearable. After all, many lovely ladies had come out tonight. A night shift was essential. Seeing his opponent deploy such formidable defense against Mike, Rondo couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. At that moment, scoring for the team seemed all too easy. Yet, recalling the coach's directive to entrust the ball to Mike, he resigned himself to the situation. Collaborating with his teammates to break records was perfectly reasonable. Thus, he called upon Porzingis, Randall, and Nick Young to create a wall of impenetrable defense for Mike. As Maiko seized the opportunity to slip into the corner, he received a pass from Rondo and immediately executed a sudden stop for a jump shot. Rubio and Kevin Martin rushed in to block, but arrived a moment too late. Swish. It found the bottom of the net. 10 three-pointers in a single quarter. The score now stood at 68-84. The arena's DJ shouted Maiko, and a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. With 3 defenders closing in and 3 screens set, Rondo fed the ball once more, and Maiko unleashed an exquisite three-pointer. It was good. 10 three-pointers in 1 quarter. A total of 13 throughout the game. This marked a historic first. Kenny screamed in exhilaration. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we witness a legend. Maiko's three-pointers are more outrageous than my dunks. O'Neal stood up, breaking into a comical dance. I have just one question. Shaq, would you dare to defend him in practice? Barkley had completely forgotten his earlier wager, utterly convinced by Maiko's prowess, and deliberately posed the question to O'Neal. Me? I would just carry him to the locker room and let him cool off. Huh? O'Neal continued his antics. Meanwhile, Maiko, upon landing, rested his hands on his knees. Gasping for breath, he felt his stamina reaching its limit. During the finals, he had relied on his iron will and skills, but now, it was becoming increasingly challenging to keep up. Yet, he still had one more three-pointer to shoot. Chapter 59, Klay collapsed in the restroom. Where's Kobe? Mike jogged leisurely towards the halfway line, neglecting his defensive duties. Consequently, he watched helplessly as the basketball was emphatically swatted away by Porzingis. Miraculously, the ball fell directly into his hands. Grasping the sphere, he took a couple of strides forward, only to turn and see Wiggins lunging towards him. In an effort to conserve energy, he executed a rather unconventional toilet bowl shot, releasing the ball with precision. Just as the sphere left his fingertips, Wiggins tugged at Mike's oversized shorts, causing them to slip down considerably, revealing his fitted undergarments. Stumbling awkwardly, he fell to the ground. Yet the basketball swished effortlessly through the net. The referee's whistle echoed in the air. The situation for McKay is undeniably awkward. He exclaims, "What on earth is happening?" This scene is destined to become a classic in NBA history, brimming with dramatic flair and comedic essence. He quickly rises to adjust his shorts and exchanges a greeting with Wiggins. "Hey, buddy, we've made a name for ourselves." Wiggins, equally embarrassed, scratches his head and reveals his signature smile. "My apologies, McKay." Mike returned his smile. This unassuming, gentle giant, warm-hearted and innocent, is even 2 years his junior. From now on, he shall be addressed as Brother Mike. Wiggins was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Coach Byron Scott, well-versed in the nuances of human relationships, called a timeout to allow Mike to bask in the applause and celebration of the entire arena. After McGrady descended, he embraced Kobe tightly. "You are truly a madman," Kobe exclaimed, praising McGrady with unique words. "My friend, there is an ancient saying in our culture, one cannot thrive without a touch of madness. That perfectly describes us, ha ha ha." Mac's response, laden with intricate vocabulary, momentarily stunned Kobe, who then broke into a smile. Following this, Mac exchanged high fives with each of his teammates and coaches, and subsequently blew kisses towards the gathering of female celebrities. At that moment, the TNT commentary team erupted in exuberance. This play has undeniably secured a place in my top 5 comedic moments. It is the epitome of splendid material. Mac, the jester, remains my absolute favorite. Shaquille imitated Mac's shooting motion, wiggling his hips as he did so. This moment will undoubtedly be replayed for many years. The mere thought fills me with delight. Mac's iconic scene rivals my own, bringing me sheer joy. Barkley was doubled over with laughter. Such a magnificent visual, a remarkable record, all complemented by Mac's extraordinary prowess. Kenny could hardly contain his excitement in that moment. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Penguin Sports Live broadcast room, Kafan's voice broke in excitement. 14 three-pointers. Mac, he has personally cast Kobe's record into the Pacific Ocean. His shots aren't merely celestial, they transcend the very atmosphere. Yang chuckled heartily. Never did I anticipate that Mac's shot would be so spectacular, so dramatic, encapsulating every conceivable narrative. It's simply, how should I put it? I'm utterly astounded. Professor Yang, could you evaluate this shot from a technical perspective? Kafan inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Yang adjusted his glasses and pondered for a moment. Was this shot reasonable? It was not, but a made shot is a good shot. The logic of modern basketball has shifted. Crossing half-court equates to shooting range. From the few games Mac has played, he has ascended to the status of a sci-fi level shooter. Little E beamed with delight, her lips curling upwards. Mac's 14th three-pointer sent our live stream's viewer count soaring to 30 million. Fans are currently experiencing adrenaline surges that eclipse even the frenzy of Double 11 sales. They have gone utterly mad, bombarding the chat with messages, rendering my vision nearly blinded. Mac is incredible. Mac is formidable. Mac is magnificent. Oh, how can one bear to look away? My brother is truly remarkable. Though Mac is indeed impressive, I must admit, I am utterly astounded. The expression on Wiggins' face is equally amusing. Just look at Kobe's reaction on the sidelines. This spectacle has provided me with an entire day's worth of laughter. The live chat is inundated with an array of comments. On the court, Mac attempted a free throw, which he missed, allowing Towns to seize the rebound. The score stood at 68-87. This necessitated his continued presence on the court, signifying that the punishment from Sister Tong was now inevitable. However, it mattered little, at most. It would mean a 2-minute overtime and merely 2 days of self-imposed confinement. It is indeed a hardship for Zhang Xiuyan, who has traveled a long distance. And she must endure even more. During the offensive possession of the Timberwolves, Levine executed another thunderous dunk. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, McColl was still surrounded by 3 defenders. Macau cast a knowing glance at Rondo, who instantly comprehended the unspoken message. He then lofted the ball gracefully to Portsea, is beneath the basket, who effortlessly secured 2 points. McCall jogged along, deliberately refraining from engaging in defense. However, this time the Timberwolves were not to be taken lightly, as Wiggins remained steadfastly beside him. In a departure from the expected play, McCall decided to break the mold. When Towns missed a jump shot, and the players became entangled in a fracas for the rebound, he stealthily retreated to the front court, with Wiggins now a mere 2 meters away. Rondo seized the ball and executed a precise quarterback-style long pass. McCall summoned all his strength. Sprinting forward, and upon receiving the ball at the free throw line, he prepared to employ the most reliable method to secure those 2 points. However, Wiggins was closing in. With a mere tap from McCollum, Wiggins ascends into the air. McCoy leaned against Wiggins, taking a shot. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded as the basketball struck the backboard and swished through the net. My goodness. At the free throw line, Maiko closed his eyes to steady his breath. 10 seconds elapsed, yet the referee remained silent. Then, Maiko successfully made the free throw. With only a few moments left in the third quarter, both teams exchanged three-pointers, concluding the period with a score of 73-95. Maiko was on fire today, sinking 11 three-pointers in a single quarter, amassing a remarkable 39 points, and achieving a total of 14 three-pointers in 3 quarters, setting 3 new NBA records. Truly astonishing. Fan, brimming with excitement, nearly uttered an expletive, quickly suppressing his enthusiasm. I just reviewed the statistics and made an astonishing discovery. Yang paused before continuing. Maiko shot 16 out of 22, with 15 of those baskets assisted by Rondo. Isn't that terrifying? Their synergy is extraordinary. Xiao interjected. Gentlemen, the 2 single-quarter records that Maiko shattered were both held by Klay Thompson. I bet Klay is currently weeping in the restroom. Klay's records? They are now a part of history. Tonight belongs to Maiko. His shooting heat map is even more incendiary than my emoji collection. O'Neal gazed at the statistics, shaking his head in disbelief. Did that lad bring an 8-fold scope tonight? Even his grandmother, with a remote control, could hardly achieve such precision in shooting three-pointers. It seems the Divine has donned the Lakers' number 6 jersey this evening. Young Maiko is no mere flash in the pan, but rather a formidable weapon capable of leading this Lakers team to resurgence. By the way, the production team should promptly prepare for the celebration. Barkley has raised his hands in surrender. He fully acknowledges Maiko's prowess. This moment transcends merely a 3-point record. It epitomizes the triumph of team basketball and showcases the pinnacle of modern basketball's spatial warfare. Rondo's passing, Kobe's strategic distractions, and Maiko's finishing create a flawless triangle. Kenny offers his analysis of the Lakers' performance in the third quarter. Although Kobe may not have taken the court later, he deserves a mention. Kobe? Where is he? On the sidelines, waving a towel. O'Neal chuckles lightly, adding with his characteristic sharpness, it should be noted that Rondo's passing, Maiko's distractions, and Maiko's finishing. Chapter 60. Garnett. You, my friend, have some nerve. The game continues with Kobe leading the Lakers on the court. Meanwhile, Maiko and Rondo engage in cheerful conversation off the court. On the sidelines, Wanaka is in close communication with her team. Meanwhile, Chinese media has commenced extensive promotion and coverage. Penguin Sports. With 11 three-pointers in a single quarter, Maiko sets a new NBA record in his debut game with the Lakers, racking up an astounding 39 points in 1 quarter, making him the first in NBA history. 14 three-pointers in 3 quarters, Maiko establishes a new NBA record. The online viewership for Penguin Sports live broadcast has surged past 32 million, achieving a new high. TV5 Sports, breaking 3 major NBA records in succession. Has Maiko become synonymous with three-point shooting? With a performance of epic proportions, he has emerged as a supernova in the NBA firmament. The fervent anticipation surrounding Maiko's performance has fans of the Chinese men's basketball team speculating whether they can create history once again at the upcoming Olympics. Hoopoo Sports reports an astonishing display of skill, with Maiko achieving an incredible 11 three-pointers in a single quarter, amassing a total of 39 points. Truly a celestial feat. Maiko has continuously shattered 2 significant records previously held by Klay Thompson, showcasing an impeccable synergy with his teammate, Rondo, who assisted on 15 of his baskets. The exhilaration was palpable as Maiko shared a heartfelt embrace with Kobe, while Jenna's eyes sparkled with admiration. The Lakers fans, overwhelmed by his prowess, have affectionately bestowed upon him a new nickname. In a humorous turn of events, Maiko found himself momentarily disrobed by Wiggins, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Fans have plunged into a fervor, inundating various news outlets with comments and flooding discussion boards. Maiko is astounding, they exclaim, likening his three-point shots to arrows piercing the heavens. Some suggest he should adopt the moniker Maiko Haotian, likening his three-point prowess to a torrential downpour. Maiko's whirlwind performance is said to cure all dissent. His statistics are so impressive they would require adjustment in any video game. As a fervent admirer of Curry, I must assert that Maiko's performance was akin to cheating. He surpasses Curry, Clay, Ray Allen, and Reggie Miller, as I boldly declare. With 14 stunning shots, he has silenced his critics, leaving the rim in tears as he records their downfall. In the realms of social media, Hoopoo encountered an unprecedented surge in traffic, resulting in server crashes. The Lakers' discussion area soared beyond 80 million in engagement, while the broader excitement eclipsed 120 million. Other sections also witnessed record-breaking levels of enthusiasm. Furthermore, 12 trending topics related to Maiko emerged on Weibo, underscoring his immense impact. McCollum's 14 three-pointers, explosive performance. McCoy made an astonishing 11 three-pointers in a single quarter. Micah scored 50 points, explosive. Microwave kiss Mac and Kobe embraced each other. The connection with Myron, the divine passer Rondo, and the hilariously amusing background of Wiggins. Female fans are expressing a myriad of comments beneath Myron's meager posts. Sisters, with that face, those legs, that talent, and those three-pointers from the divine Myron. I am utterly overwhelmed. My brother is not merely a prodigy. He owes it all to the sweat of 4 o'clock in the morning. Alas, the client had me revise the proposal 14 times, and I simply had to express my frustration. Rondo's adoring gaze while passing to my brother is simply enchanting. I shall provide you with all the three-pointers you desire. To worship everything will only lead to your detriment, unless you bring me along. May I timidly inquire, why is everyone praising Myron's appearance? Male fans seem only to discuss statistics. My dog watched Myron's impressive shots and is now running around the house with a basketball. May I ask if I can register for the NBA draft? Sisters. Shanji Kaiwa has posted a new tweet, and I am drooling over it. After viewing, I have nearly nosebleed. This time I truly cannot handle it. Goodness. This. Myron is truly extraordinary. What is happening to my mind right now? Domestic fans are discussing while those abroad are even more fervent. Beyond the trending topics about the game on Twitter, there is yet another. The latest promotional poster featuring McCoy has ignited a fervor among female fans, who inundate him with an array of audacious photographs. Meanwhile, NBA stars remain actively engaged in discussions, consistently voicing their opinions. Reggie Miller remarked, "That kid McCoy has just obliterated all the three-point records. He is even more insane than I was." Curry added, 14 three-pointers. McCoy, let us have a proper showdown next time we meet. The legacy of historical sharpshooters shall not fade. LeBron James declared, McCoy, see you in the finals. The crown awaits. Embiid chimed in, from this day forth, I shall be known as the Shaquille O'Neal who can shoot three-pointers. He further commented, McCoy, are you joining the 75 next summer? Together, we could capture 10 championships. Klay Thompson expressed, congratulations, Buddy McCoy. I believe this record will eventually belong to me. Durant provocatively stated, is McCoy superior to Klay? Absolutely. Klay requires a system, while McCoy can create a nuclear explosion on his own. This was swiftly deleted. Switching to a different account, he mused. What do you think if I were to join the Lakers? Harden congratulated, congratulations, Buddy McCoy. Come to Houston, and I'll take you out to enjoy the nightlife. Doncic asserted, McCoy, when I enter the NBA, I will dominate you. Cousins warned, McCoy, we're facing your Kings in 3 days, so take it easy. Mac is oblivious to the commotion online. The match has just concluded, with the Lakers triumphing over the Timberwolves with a score of 125-112. He clutches the game ball tightly, embracing Garnett in a gesture of camaraderie. Young man, this jersey is truly befitting of you today. Garnett then removes his number 21 jersey and presents it to Mac, conveying his utmost respect for this young talent from China. Mike flashed a grin. Old Garnett was gifting him a collectible. Representing the Lakers in his inaugural game, he set a new record, earning a signed basketball and jersey, both of significant meaning and value. Thus, he disregarded Garnett's words, took a few strides to borrow a signature pin from a fan, and approached Garnett once more. Garnett could only shake his head in disbelief. This kid truly a remarkable talent. After signing, he remarked, Kid, if I were 5 years younger, I could easily shut you down with one hand tonight. How about that? Though 34, Garnett was nearing the twilight of his prime. Yet he had been named to the All-NBA first team. Defending against a mere rookie standing at 198 centimeters was a trivial task for Garnett at that time. Even if he returned to his championship season, he could still score 50 points, chuckling to himself. McCoy is not one to back down, with a sister like his. Who does he have to fear? You've got guts, my boy. Garnett patted McCoy on the shoulder and walked away, leaving those words behind. As he gazed at the aging figure of the Wolf King, McCoy felt a surge of emotions. Indeed, the NBA is a realm where the old makes way for the new. Now, it is his time to shine. Shortly thereafter, he was interviewed by TNT reporter Christine at the sidelines. After answering a few questions, he hurried back to the locker room. Christine stood there momentarily stunned until her colleague broke the silence. "Christine, did you notice the way McCoy looked at you? He has got a girlfriend now." "Indeed. McCoy is dating none other than supermodel Kendall." "And what about her?" "Just an ordinary journalist, really. A single fast food meal suffices. To wish for more is merely folly." Christine suppressed her inner desires and returned to her duties. Chapter 61. McCoy's Versailles-like speech. Refrained from laughter for 2 days in the locker room. Upon McCoy's return, he was immediately drenched by his teammates Nick Young, Clarkson, and Randall in a celebratory display. Such revelry is entirely fitting and indicative of the team's harmonious atmosphere. After a period of playful antics, McCoy took the game ball and his worn jersey, requesting each player to inscribe their signature upon them, filling his heart with immense joy. Subsequently, he picked up his phone to find an abundance of congratulatory messages waiting for him. Rather than replying to each one, he engaged in brief conversations with a few prominent female artists. Moreover, he shared a basketball-themed post on social media to express his gratitude. Following this, he participated in the post-game press conference alongside Kobe Bryant. McCoy has made an astounding 11 three-pointers in a single quarter, totaling 14 for the game, and scoring 39 points in one quarter. These are all new NBA records. What is your assessment of his performance? A reporter eagerly inquired as soon as McCoy took his seat. "He reminds me of my younger self, but 14 three-pointers? I envy his range." Kobe had anticipated this question and had prepared his response. "However, not a single one of my passes found its mark for him, which frustrates me. I wonder if McCoy did that on purpose." He shrugged his shoulders and smiled at McCoy, eliciting laughter from the entire room. Max shook his head. Reporter B pressed on. "Do you believe Max's three-point shooting ability surpasses your peak performance?" Kobe raised an eyebrow. "Surpass me? Certainly not." After a 2-second pause, he continued, "If, a month from now, he can maintain this level of three-point accuracy, then we can discuss further. Tonight, Ma has astonishingly achieved 14 successful three-point shots out of 20 attempts. Such a remarkable accuracy, can it be sustained for an entire month? Are you serious, Captain Ku?" Reporter C immediately turned to Mai, inquiring, "Mai, having become the all-time single-game three-point champion in NBA history, who do you wish to express your gratitude towards the most at this moment?" Mai responded, "The trust bestowed upon me by Kobe has alleviated all pressure. Legion's passes always find me. Kristaps and Julius provide impeccable screens, and my teammates at Knicks. Each and every one of them has contributed to creating these opportunities for me, and I must extend my heartfelt thanks to all my teammates." McCoy scratched his head and continued, "Of course, the one I am most grateful for is myself. I am invincible in the realm of three-pointers." A gasp of astonishment followed by laughter erupted from the multitude of journalists. Seeking the latest newsworthy scoop? Look no further than McCoy. Even if you remain silent, he will concoct a story all on his own. As you sank your 14th three-pointer, Andrew yanked down your shorts, and the Wolves bench was already in despair. What were you thinking at that moment? A reporter inquired with a hint of gossip. Mike, with a serious expression, mused, "I can't help but think. If Andrew had worked so diligently on defense, wouldn't it have been preferable for that shot to miss? Having already shattered Kobe's record with 13. If I am to surpass my own with the 14th, the challenge has undeniably intensified ever so slightly. Goodness. Isn't that rather ostentatious? Kobe, teach him a lesson." In conclusion, the reporter posed the final question. If you were to assign a score to tonight's performance, what would each of you give? Kobe furrowed his brow and quickly responded, "I would say a 7. We were far too lax on defense in the final quarter, allowing the Timberwolves to accumulate a staggering 112 points throughout the game." McCall shrugged, stating that in a game with such a significant score disparity, Kobe should take a well-deserved rest and allow the younger players more time on the court. "Look at me. I didn't step on the court for the last minute of the final quarter. Ahaha," he remarked. "A grand gift crab? What a statement. You have your reasons for not playing, but where's your sense of shame?" He added, "Our Kobe is already of an advanced age. It's not easy for him." Nevertheless, the journalists silently applauded McCall's audacious remarks. Kobe chuckled, fully aware that McCall was genuinely concerned for his well-being. During an interview with the Timberwolves, Garnett wore a grim expression while Towns wiped the sweat from his brow. "KG, prior to the game, you mentioned you would contain the Lakers shooters, yet McCall scored 50 points. Where do you think the problem lies?" asked reporter F. Garnett glared and slammed the table. exclaiming, "The problem? Our defense is akin to a traffic cone." At 48, I still have to personally guard McCall. These youngsters can't even muster the energy to call for switches. He suddenly turned to Towns and continued, "Buddy, you can't even hold your ground against that second overall pick?" Internally, the reporter reflected. KG's outburst, though delayed, was impactful. Reporter F stirred the pot further. "Carl, you recorded 14 points and 12 rebounds tonight, while Kristaps achieved 16 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 blocks. Statistically, you seem evenly matched, yet you were blocked by him twice. How do you feel about that?" Towns managed a wry smile. When your opponent has a 7-foot, 3 spider-like figure raising his hands, it's quite challenging to dominate in the paint, but that's no excuse. I will work on my low-post footwork. As for McCall's three-pointers, it has nothing to do with our defensive communication. He was simply on fire. As Garnett appeared ready to explode, reporter G interjected with a final question. "KG, what specific advice do you have for the younger players?" Garnett suddenly calmed down. "Listen, losing isn't terrifying. What's truly frightening is becoming accustomed to it. In our next practice, I will bring my championship ring. Anyone who slacks off will receive a mark from it on their face. Rising to leave." He turned back once more. "And Carl, I expect you for extra training at 6 a.m. tomorrow." Towns offered a pained smile to the camera. "See, this is the price of becoming a legend, but you will witness a different Timberwolves team, I promise." 11 p.m. Upon returning to his rendered abode with Kendall, Make found Jenna effortlessly making her way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. He could only sigh and shake his head, as he had already perused the crucial reminder from his manager in the locker room. Level, LV2, upgrade progress, 175, 500, achievement points, 175, earnings, 1, 149, 000, penalty 002, exceeding 2 minutes of playtime results in a 2-day prohibition on indulgences. With a match against the Kings on the horizon, he could not afford a 3-point shooting percentage of 0. Thus, when Kendall emerged clad in alluringly scant attire, Make resolutely chose to disregard her. No matter the seductive tactics she employed, he maintained an air of indifference. "Humph, what's the matter with you? Why the exaggerated reaction? Don't you desire me? Have I lost my allure?" Jenna huffed, her tone laced with pride. Having spent these days in close proximity to Make, she could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy, especially with the presence of numerous starlets at the arena tonight. Did he entertain new thoughts? "Did you not observe that my legs turned to jelly during the third quarter? That was all you're doing. Hence, I must exercise restraint for 2 days. You know these upcoming games are of utmost importance to me." Mike presents facts and reasons. Indeed, he is quite right, hee. Jenna, with a kiss for Mike, instantly donned a smile. However, despite the seemingly faultless nature of his words, she couldn't shake the feeling that her boyfriend was rather peculiar. "Darling, do you have time in the next couple of days to visit the villa? I'm considering purchasing one that is ready for immediate occupancy." Mike swiftly redirected the conversation. He currently holds 3 endorsements, complemented by over $1 million provided by his sister, resulting in nearly $13 million in savings. It is indeed time to consider purchasing a house, a car, and making investments. Chapter 62. Signing contracts with Yuna and Tion? You know what I mean. Buying a villa? Where do you intend to acquire it? Upon hearing this, Kendall expressed keen interest. Despite her rising fame and her family's considerable wealth, she has yet to purchase a villa. Living at home has always been somewhat inconvenient. Perhaps Beverly Hills? It is said that many international celebrities reside there. As someone in the modeling and entertainment industry, it is essential to engage with others within the field. Mike wrapped one arm around Kendall's waist while skillfully controlling the ball with the other. "Oh dear, that hurts," Jenna playfully complained. The two engaged in delightful conversations about the villa before happily drifting into slumber. The following day, Mike continued with his training routine. Meanwhile, the NBA's official website was inundated with coverage of the previous day's matchup between the Lakers and the Timberwolves. His name was mentioned repeatedly, becoming the unequivocal focus of attention, overshadowing elite players such as LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Derrick Rose, and Stephen Curry, who participated in the season opener. By 4 p.m., a sensational piece of news emerged. Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal simultaneously kissed a donkey's rear end during a broadcast. The reluctant little donkey, caught in the middle, displayed a most unwilling demeanor. Related video clips swiftly circulated online, trending on Twitter and captivating fans. At 6 p.m., the team concluded their training. Shortly after finishing his shower, Mike received a video call from his father. "Son, a Korean artist has come to our company, and she is interested in signing with Yin Yin Entertainment. Would you like to take a look? Upon seeing his father's exuberant expression, Mike inferred that the artist was female. Sure, let me have a glance. As the camera shifted, a face exuding an ethereal charm appeared. Mike studied her intently, momentarily lost in thought. This individual seemed truly familiar. The unforgettable image of her in a flowing red dress from the film The Lover lingered in his mind. He had watched it numerous times. Hello, Mr. Mike. I am Clara. She spoke, her voice laced with a captivating charm, articulating her Mandarin with commendable fluency. Greetings, I am Mike. Let us finalize the contract now. With terms akin to those of Jessica. Should you harbor any reservations, feel free to visit Los Angeles, and we can discuss matters in person. How could Mike possibly decline the goddess's invitation to sign with this company? He was on the verge of drooling, for goodness sake. Well. Clara was momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated Mike's agreement to come so swiftly. The first time she learned that Zhang Xiaoyan had signed with this Huaxia company, she felt an irresistible urge to pay a visit. After all, she too had been ostracized by the entertainment industry. When Zhang Xiaoyan appeared in the Sprite advertisement, her desire to come intensified, particularly since she had been the spokesperson from 2013 to 2015. After witnessing last night's electrifying competition that captivated the entire internet, she resolved to take action. Upon arriving at the company and reviewing the terms of the contract, her eagerness to sign became even more pronounced. The conditions offered here were vastly superior to those presented by Xiaoming. All right, I shall sign the contract first. Mr. Make, may I add you on WeChat later? Is that convenient? Clara's face radiated a gentle smile. Of course. I am about to meet Jessica, Yuna, and Tion. We can have a video chat later. I shall hang up now. Goodbye. Mac deliberately mentioned these three individuals while feigning a sense of urgency. He feared that if he lingered too long, he might inadvertently reveal to Clara his yearning for her sense of justice. At 71 Above, the highest restaurant in Los Angeles, one could marvel at the transformative skyline stretching from Santa Monica Beach to downtown during sunset. In this moment, Mac was dining with three stunning members of a top-tier girl group. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Appa, didn't you say you wanted signatures from Yuna and Tion? I went through great lengths to bring them to you. Hehe, Zhang Xiaoyan, acting as the bridge for communication and the initiator of their close-knit circle, proactively sparked the conversation. Yuna observed the occasional intimate exchanges between Zhang Xiaoyan and Mac, showing no signs of reservation. She understood all too well. She had already realized that their relationship extended far beyond that of mere artist and manager. Maiko has a legitimate girlfriend, which means that Aoni can only be his secret lover, perhaps merely one among many. She is acutely aware of the sordid nature of the entertainment industry in Korea. Even the most renowned female artists possess limited choices, ultimately having to accompany various powerful figures. This is one of the reasons why Aoni, as a minor affluent second-generation individual, would rather face a ban than continue with the group. However, now that she has withdrawn from the group, why would she choose to submit herself to someone from Huaxia? The answer is simple. Maiko is not only handsome and talented, but most importantly, he offers far too much. Yuna cast a meaningful glance at Tion, then smiled gently, cautiously inquiring, Maishin, could you reveal your true intentions to us? This private meeting with Aoni already contravenes the company's principles. Well, is it customary for you to speak so candidly? As Maika gazed upon the visage of the nation's first love, with dimples subtly appearing, his heart had already fluttered with excitement. The moment he beheld her gentle smile, his heart was struck with fervor. I must secure her, without a doubt. Of course. I aspire to bring both of you under my agency's contract in Huaxia. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback. She had never contemplated such a notion, previously believing that her boss merely sought an autograph. Yuna was also surprised, for she had indeed considered this possibility. She could feasibly sign with a company in Huaxia, as long as the earnings were distributed in a fixed ratio to her agency. For instance, the film Zhao Zilong, which she shot in Huaxia during the first half of the year, was facilitated by a certain media company. Now, with her older sister leading by example, she felt encouraged to follow suit. After all, money in Huaxia is certainly lucrative. Furthermore, her proficiency in Chinese had significantly improved. I am open to signing, but I must first discuss it with my company, Yuna stated decisively, which pleasantly surprised Maiko. However, Tion appeared somewhat hesitant, as she was not proficient in Chinese. Nevertheless, she echoed the same sentiment, motivated by none other than Maiko's undeniable charm. Having recently experienced a breakup in September, her heart yearned for solace. Soon, the conversation flowed with delight. As the meal approached its conclusion, Maiko initiated a video call with Clara to confirm her signing news. The four girls were left astounded. Jung Shoyin's inner thoughts. Appa, just how many signatures of Korean female artists do you intend to collect? Yuna's inner thoughts. Lee Sungmin? The second most beautiful woman in the world in 2014 has also signed with Yin Yin Entertainment? Tion's inner thoughts. Great, yet another competitor. I must take action tonight. Clara's inner thoughts. Compared to Yuna, I possess no cinematic advantage. I need to hasten to Los Angeles to meet the boss. As dinner concluded, the moment of parting arrived. Mike signed autographs for Yuna and Tion, and in turn, they signed for him as well. Zheng Shuyuan then reminded him to watch the upcoming episode of Happy Camp, which was about to air, and gave him a knowing glance. Maiko naturally comprehended Zheng Shuyuan's intentions, yet he refrained from seeking her out. Upon returning home, he announced on Weibo the signing of Yin Yin Entertainment with Keela, igniting fervent discussions among Chinese netizens. They lauded Maiko's exquisite taste and extolled Keela as the quintessential Asian beauty devoid of any controversies regarding cosmetic enhancements. They fervently urged Maiko's company to sign more talented female artists from Korea. Chapter 63. A lesson for Angeli, accompanying Tion for late-night snacks the following day. The Lakers faced off against the Kings, led by Cousins, at their home arena. The Staples Center was once again filled to capacity. However, due to the Lakers' acquisition of Rondo, the Kings were compelled to recruit last season's sixth man of the year, Lou Williams, which significantly diminished their strength. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed with a decisive score of 132-114, securing victory effortlessly. Maiko scored 37 points, earning 114,000, though he felt he could have been more assertive, especially in consideration of Cousins. Rondo once again delivered over 20 assists, while Porzingis exhibited a remarkable performance with 26 points, 14 rebounds, and 3 blocks, boasting statistics even more impressive than Cousins. Newcomers Powell and Harrell also received ample playing time. It could be said that, aside from Kobe, everyone was content. He managed only 13 points in this match, having made just one of 8 attempts from beyond the arc. Consequently, he opted out of the post-game press conference and immediately commenced a rigorous three-point shooting practice. Following 2 consecutive victories, the majority of media outlets remained skeptical about the Lakers, as the Timberwolves and Kings were not considered playoff-caliber teams. Nevertheless, Lakers owner Jeannie Buss was elated, as were the team's fans. And NBA Commissioner Adam Silver was even more pleased. Silver explicitly highlighted the promotional direction for the season: Curry versus Maiko, who is the premier three-point shooter in the league. Consequently, the NBA's official website discreetly introduced a new section dedicated to comparing the statistics of the two players after each game. The Warriors had completed 2 games against the Pelicans and the Rockets, with Curry scoring 40 points, grabbing 6 rebounds, and dishing out 7 assists in the first game, making 5 of 12 three-point attempts. In the second game, he recorded 25 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists, with 4 of 9 from beyond the arc, actual statistics for the season. Meanwhile, the Lakers also concluded their 2 games against the Timberwolves and the Kings. In the inaugural match, Maiko achieved an impressive tally of 50 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists, with a remarkable shooting performance from beyond the arc, sinking 14 out of 20 attempts. In the subsequent game, he amassed 37 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists, showcasing his prowess by hitting 10 out of 15 three-pointers. While the official website provides a plethora of additional statistics, it predominantly emphasizes his three-point shooting to offer fans a clearer perspective. Initially, the newly launched section garnered little attention as people awaited the opportune moment for coverage. However, an intriguing subplot began to unfold: the rivalry between Chandler Parsons and Maiko, the former and current partners of Kendall Jenner. Maiko was preoccupied and had no time to focus on such trivial matters. He had just returned from his suspension and was engaged in a post-match technical analysis with the Kings coach, Angela. He first pointed out Angela's weaknesses with his finger, to which she responded with an acknowledgement. Subsequently, he deconstructed the game through specific movements, allowing Angela to swiftly comprehend the reasons behind her team's defeat. As he employed both his hands and thighs to flawlessly illustrate the nuances of basketball, Angela shed tears, pleading with Maiko to be gentler on her team in their next encounter, for she did not wish to endure further losses. Mike would certainly not acquiesce. He must achieve a resounding victory over his opponent before he could be satisfied. Thus, the second technical analysis meeting continued. The duration of Mike's lecture had stretched on for so long that Anjali's mind had become a blank slate, leaving her devoid of any inclination to pay attention. Tears streamed down her face once more. Ultimately, she acquiesced to the teacher's unreasonable demands, promising that after the Bucks were soundly defeated, she would attend the class alongside her dear friend Malloy. Mac willingly acquiesced. "Humph, you scoundrel. After finishing, you just run off while Kendall waits for you at home?" Angela's tear-streaked face made her appear even more pitiful as she uttered these words. "She has returned to her residence. While I have arranged to meet Rich Paul to discuss a new endorsement, he is waiting for me at the bar." Maiko concocted a tale. In truth, it was Tion with whom he had made plans. His appointment with Rich Paul was scheduled for noon tomorrow, merely advanced by 12 hours. Given the substantial commissions Rich Paul earned from him, isn't it unreasonable for him to take the blame? "Oh, very well then. I shall not impede your pressing matters," Anjali remarked with palpable reluctance. The opportunity tonight was exceedingly rare, and it saddened her deeply that Maiko could not accompany her for the evening. Such a trifling role, utterly devoid of status. "Very well, I shall seek you out next time." Mike donned his attire, tenderly caressing Angela's hair before bestowing upon her a passionate kiss. He then hastily departed, exemplifying the pinnacle of a cad's time management. After the encounter between Maiko and Tae-yun, a discussion regarding the contract signing emerged prominently. Initially, both parties were somewhat unfamiliar with each other, resulting in a rather unfruitful negotiation. Furthermore, with Tae-yun standing at a mere 158 centimeters, she found herself tilting her head upward while speaking, which was quite uncomfortable. In order to accommodate Tae-yun's height, Maiko seated himself on the sofa. Tae-yun, in turn, squatted down on the floor and proactively stated her offer. Mike did not directly agree, but instead initiated a bargaining mode, which caused Tae-yun to roll her eyes in exasperation. Fortunately, Mike only reduced the price by half before ceasing further negotiations. After all, there are limits to what one can bear. After a few persistent coughs, Tae-yun reluctantly accepted Mike's terms and signed a middle-class contract. Upon the completion of this agreement, both parties felt a sense of elation. They then decided to enjoy a late-night snack together. The feast was abundant, and within 3 minutes of the first dish, Tae-yun found herself already satiated. However, Mike had yet to begin his meal. It was only after the 10th dish that he began to feel a semblance of fullness. Meanwhile, Tae-yun could scarcely eat another bite. It was her first experience of such indulgence. As they reached the 20th dish, Mike, aiming to enhance the ambience, moved the table to the spot by the floor-to-ceiling window. In that instant, Tae-yun felt she could manage a little more. Thus, the two of them completed this delightful late-night repast. Afterward, Tae-yun dutifully wiped the kitchen scraps off the floor, which led Mike to realize that the status of women in Korean households might be rather low. Once everything was tidied up, Tae-yun flashed a shy smile. "Appa, thank you for this delightful late-night snack. It was absolutely delicious. I've never felt this full before. I'll make sure to take you out for more food in the future. There are still many snacks you haven't tried." Jessica told me that after she tried them, she craved them every day. Mike gazed at Tae-yun, whose skin resembled the luster of milk, and cheerfully recounted his late-night snack with Seo-yun. Upon hearing his words, Tae-yun's cheeks flushed even more. She certainly surmised the nature of Mike's relationship with Seo-yun. Yet upon learning the explicit details, she felt a twinge of guilt towards her dear friend. After all, it was rather unusual to clandestinely share a late-night meal with her friend's partner. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, it seemed inconsequential. She, too, had her own secrets. What difference did it make? Humph. I knew you had shared a late-night meal with Jessica, and afterward, she specifically recommended it to me and Yuna, did she not? Oh, this girl is remarkably astute, isn't she? Indeed, it was I who encouraged her to make that recommendation. However, whether or not to indulge in late-night snacks is a decision for you all to make. To be honest, I did not anticipate that you would meet me so swiftly to discuss the contract details. Mike shrugged, indicating his passive acceptance of the invitation. Humph. It had only been 2 months since the breakup, and with that one approaching, it seemed he would have his way after all. Tae-yun playfully punched Mike's chest with her small hand. Suddenly, a pressing question struck her. Does Jessica know about our plans for tonight? Such matters are significant, if you disagree. I certainly want to speak of it. Well, that's good. I must hurry back to the suite. I can't let them discover I've been out. Thus, Tae-yun quickly tidied herself and stealthily returned to the suite upstairs, her legs feeling weak. Meanwhile, Mike remained unperturbed, happily drifting off to sleep. Chapter 64, Mike's new endorsement. Kobe injured again. The following day, Yuna returned to Korea due to her schedule. Tae-yun, wishing to clear her mind post-breakup, chose to stay. Seo Hyun also decided to remain in Los Angeles to meet fellow artist Clara from their agency. Meanwhile, Mike was oblivious to their decisions and slept in until late morning. On the day following a game, team training typically lasted only half a day. Upon waking, Mike did not rush to the training facility. Instead, he headed to the restaurant where he had arranged to meet Rich Paul. They discussed endorsement deals over lunch. Mike, 2 mobile brands have approached you, both from China, Xiaomi and Huawei. The Xiaomi model is the Xiaomi Note 1, which was launched in May and is touted as their first entry into the high-end market. You are their inaugural brand ambassador, with a 2-year endorsement fee of 40 million yuan. As for Huawei, they are promoting the Huawei Mate 8, a flagship device, and are inviting you to their launch event at the end of November. They are also in talks with football superstar Messi and are offering you a 2-year endorsement fee of $10 million. Wow, he wants to endorse both brands. What should he do? Mike thought. CEO Lei had once been his favorite entrepreneur, with a life story that seemed almost fantastical, so remarkable it was indescribable. It could be said that his entry into any industry immediately disrupted market prices. After entering the automotive sector, he released the SU7 and SU7 Ultra, both of which Mike adored, though he lamented his inability to purchase them. Huawei CEO Ren was equally impressive, with products so formidable they sent shockwaves through the West, leading to constant suppression. However, logically speaking, the endorsement fees offered by both companies were not particularly high. At that time, Sprite had given him $7 million and even insisted on including Seo Hyun in the deal. But who could deny that they were the pride of domestic products? How should he choose? Mike found himself momentarily ensnared in a dilemma. As for Xiaomi, I am willing to be the pioneer in embracing this opportunity. They have already launched their device, allowing for direct advertisements in the United States. Unfortunately, I am unable to attend Huawei's press conference due to my competition schedule. Moreover, if they manage to secure Messi as their spokesperson, it would undoubtedly yield far superior results compared to my endorsement. Maiko provided a rather detailed explanation regarding his reasoning. Although Rich Paul was perplexed by Maiko's choice to endorse a brand with a lower endorsement fee like Xiaomi, he was somewhat taken aback by Maiko's attitude towards the endorsement. After all, this young man is remarkably decisive in his actions. Well, I shall respond to them. Furthermore, several designs from Anta are set to be produced imminently, and they plan to bring them for you to try on around November 15th. So soon? It has only been 3 months since the signing. Have they been working overtime? Or is it that our efficiency is superior? In the case of the Americans or the French, it would typically take at least 1.5 years. Please notify me in advance when the time comes. By the way, Rich, could you assist me in hiring a female assistant? Ideally, a Chinese international student or someone similar. Also, a few female security personnel, all of whom should be attractive, as I plan to purchase a villa in a couple of days. Upon hearing about the search for a Chinese female assistant, Rich Paul could understand. After all, Maiko is alone in America without any Chinese companions, which must be quite lonely. However, when he heard about the villa purchase and the hiring of female security, Rich Paul became unsettled. My dear friend, I can help you manage investments. I can also assist in finding properties for your villa. Why didn't you mention this to me? Well, I purchased it for Kindle, and she has been house hunting these past few days. Seeing the bewildered expression in Rich Paul's eyes, Mike remarked, a lavish gift of a crab? Is it truly necessary? Surely not. To purchase a villa for a woman of the Kardashian clan? They could discard you in a matter of months, you know? Ma, your intellect is truly remarkable. Rich Paul is even more astonished. Ma, as your partner, I must cautiously advise you to invest your earnings wisely and not squander them on a woman. What do you mean by squander? Kendall is my legitimate girlfriend. Spending on her is only natural, isn't it? Maiko spoke with an air of certainty that left Rich Paul utterly speechless. However, he refrained from further commentary. Personal matters concerning clients were not his domain to interfere in. All right, if there's nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave. Conversing with you is driving me to the brink of madness. He exclaimed, damn it. I am imparting the wisdom of becoming a good man. Why can you not grasp this? After exchanging a few retorts, they parted ways. Upon arriving at the training facility in the afternoon, Kobe was already drenched in sweat. Maiko, let us engage in a one-on-one three-point shootout. Following a lackluster performance against the Kings, Kobe was resolutely practicing his shots. At that moment, he tossed the ball back to Maiko. As the basketball struck his chest, Maiko noted the perspiration and residual warmth from Kobe's exertion. 20 shots. Let me see if you have the guts. Wait, what? Winning against me in practice means nothing. My friend, even when I trained, I was not as exceptional as Nick Young, yet I still dominated the court. he thought, though he dared not voice it aloud. Kobe's piercing gaze suggested a fierce desire for a true showdown in a three-point contest. All right, my friend. If I win, your playing time against the Mavericks cannot exceed 20 minutes. Do you dare accept? Of course, Kobe could not refuse. His aim was victory, and defeat was not an option. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the coach and teammates, an unprecedented three-point contest commenced. On the first shot, Maiko was swiftly intercepted by Kobe, who then executed a smooth fadeaway jumper, hitting the backboard with precision. The second shot, the third shot, as they reached the 17th attempt, sweat dripped from Maiko's chin, creating dark stains on the wooden floor. When his three-point attempt ricocheted off the rim, Nick Young's taunts echoed from the sidelines. Maiko, it's 7-9. Isn't that embarrassing? You should really step it up. The boss can't possibly beat you. His three-point shooting is far inferior to mine. Seriously? Young, must you embellish the truth? Maiko thought, noticing the fire igniting in Kobe's eyes. Indeed, as Kobe charged forward with the ball, he unleashed his full intensity. On the NBA court, without the assistance of his sister, Maiko could merely attract the attention of defenders, relying solely on his height, wingspan, and weight advantage when guarding others. However, Kobe possessed attributes that were entirely on another level, rendering him incapable of effectively defending against such prowess. Yet, an unexpected incident unfolded. As Kobe made a decisive drive, Maiko closely adhered to him. Subsequently, Kobe stepped back to the left rear and took a shot. Upon landing, he twisted his left ankle. Instantly, a wave of panic swept through the training facility, for in 2013, Kobe had suffered a complete rupture of his left Achilles tendon. After a brief moment, Kobe attempted to rise, leaning on Maiko's arm, and managed to take a couple of painful steps before sitting down again. A somber atmosphere permeated the training center. The leader had just recovered from a serious injury, and now, in a training session devoid of significant physical contact, he had sustained another injury. This was an ominous sign. It was a devastating blow to the team. Everyone, please leave. The voice of Maiko startled him, leaving everyone in a state of confusion and uncertainty. Give me 30 minutes. I shall administer a mysterious therapy to the boss. Chapter 65. Maiko. Boss, you should sell that private jet. Indeed, Maiko was prepared to unveil the panacea. Initially, he intended to administer it to Kobe during the latter part of the season. In a typical timeline, during the 2015-16 season, Kobe participated in 66 games, missing 16 due to recurring injuries and rest. Unexpectedly, due to circumstances beyond his control, Kobe, who should have remained injury-free this season, encountered an ankle sprain after only 2 games. It was simply, the butterfly effect was proving to be quite troublesome. Give me 30 minutes. I must conduct therapy for the boss. Everyone, please leave. No one is to enter. Maiko shouted at the crowd, startling Judy Cito, Kobe's dedicated physical therapist. What is happening? You, a young man, what do you know about physical therapy? As fellow Chinese, we must not speak without basis. Maiko, what are you doing? Aside from treating Kobe, I occasionally attend to you as well. Are you unaware of your own limitations? As Judy spoke, she briskly approached Kobe, meticulously examining him. Maiko had a certain understanding of this lady. As the head physical therapist for the Lakers and Kobe's guardian of health, she made significant contributions to Kobe's recovery following 2 major injuries towards the end of his career. After Kobe ruptured his Achilles tendon in 2013, Judy managed to reduce the typical rehabilitation period of 9 to 12 months down to just 8 months. Following Kobe's right shoulder tendon tear in 2015, she designed an underwater shooting training system post-surgery to maintain Kobe's muscle memory and prevent excessive strain on his shoulder joint. With the onset of the new season, she customized a daily 3-hour therapy regimen for Kobe, which included myofascial release, acupuncture, and cryotherapy. Thus, her standing within the team was exceptionally elevated. In the presence of true professionals, Maiko found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After thorough examination, Judy observed a pronounced swelling around Kobe's ankle, diagnosing it as a grade 2 sprain, which would not require surgery and could heal with 4 weeks of rest. Upon hearing this, everyone exhaled in relief. However, Kobe's eyes brimmed with tears, and after forcefully striking the floor a few times, a bittersweet smile of resignation appeared on his face. The thought of retirement suddenly loomed larger in his mind. Witnessing this, the coaching staff decided to dismiss everyone early. Maiko remained behind, offering to assist as a helper. In truth, he had conceived an ingenious justification for utilizing a universal remedy. Aunt Judy, I brought some anti-swelling medication from my home country. Let's first address the swelling for the eldest. I had used it after fracturing my nasal bridge and brow bone during the Asian Championships, and it proved remarkably effective. Judy turned to glance at Mike and smiled, saying, "Some medications work exceptionally well for us Easterners, but that may not necessarily hold true for Westerners. Please bring it over. I shall examine the medication's instructions." Upon hearing this, Mike returned briefly to the changing room. After summoning the team manager, he retrieved the bottle of medicine he had previously used. Such an action bore a certain persuasive weight. "What is this? Huaxia bless you?" There isn't even an instruction manual. Judy, upon receiving the bottle, found herself at a loss for words at the sight of its packaging. She opened the cap, inhaled, and examined the colorless, odorless liquid. Could it possibly reduce swelling? In her many years of practice, she had never encountered such a thing. She dared not administer it to Kobe recklessly. What if there were side effects? What should she do? "Judy, give it a try. Make wouldn't harm me." As Judy hesitated, Kobe spoke up. After confirming several times, Judy noted Kobe's resolute attitude. Thus, following Make's instructions, she applied 5 drops of the medicine to Kobe's ankle, spreading it evenly. Instantly, Kobe felt a cool sensation, and the visibly swollen area began to shrink. Subsequently, he experienced tingling, followed by itching and warmth. He sensed his ankle's cells rejuvenating fervently. In less than 2 minutes, the swelling completely vanished, along with the peculiar sensations in his ankle. Judy's eyes widened in astonishment as she witnessed this incredible scene. What miraculous medicine is this? She had never encountered anything like it in her life. She must investigate the composition of this remedy. Kobe was equally stunned. He now felt as if his Achilles tendon had never been torn. What was happening? He cautiously stood up, first moving his ankle gently, then jogging a few steps, and finally leaping off the ground with force. After this series of movements, he was utterly beside himself with joy. He dashed over to Mike and enveloped him in a huge embrace, brimming with gratitude. "Boss, I know you're excited, but please, calm down for a moment." Mike first patted Kobe on the shoulder before breaking free. "And Judy, you are aware of all the places where Kobe has been injured. Please apply 10 drops on his major injuries and 1 drop on the minor ones. It should yield a similar effect." Half an hour later, Kobe appeared to be a transformed individual, feeling utterly at ease in his body. He sensed that his physical condition had reverted to that of 5 years prior, the year he played all 82 games, marking the only time in his illustrious career he achieved perfect attendance. Quite extraordinary. As for today's events, I shall refrain from inquiring further or discussing them in depth. Brother, I sincerely appreciate you. From this moment onward, regardless of the troubles you may encounter, I will offer my unwavering support." Kobe was overwhelmed with joy, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Yet, as he made this solemn promise, his gaze was resolute, and his expression was both grave and earnest. "Boss, please spare me the sentimentality. I currently require $100 million. Perhaps you could sell your private jet?" Mike contemplated for a moment, while Kobe responded without hesitation, "All right. When do you require it? I will arrange the funds for you as swiftly as possible." With that, Mike casually remarked, "Not too urgent, perhaps before January 1st, 2016. After all, your aircraft deserves to fetch a handsome price." Kobe nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Judy, who had been quietly observing, interjected, "Mike, may I have a drop of that serum? I would like to conduct some research." "Research, you say? If you were to succeed?" "I fear there might be commercial aspirations involved," Mike replied. "Human intentions can be profoundly inscrutable, especially when immense profits are at stake. Even blood relations can turn adversarial. As of now, that is not feasible. You are well aware of the serum's value, and Judy, so I suggest we draft a confidentiality agreement first. Our friendship remains. But business is business, wouldn't you agree?" Mike refused half and agreed to the other half, granting her ample room for imagination. Judy pondered for a moment before readily acquiescing, for she understood all too well the potential of the medication. Meanwhile, Kobe silently applauded Mike's approach. The following day, the team flew to Dallas. The sight of Kobe boarding the charter flight left everyone astonished. When they learned that he had completely recovered from the swelling and was fit to play that evening, their disbelief only deepened. What on earth was happening? Kobe, the central figure, chose to remain tight-lipped, while Mike opted to enter a state of repose. The night prior, he had taken the culinary enthusiast Zhang Xiuyan and Tion out for a delightful experience of Huaxia barbecue, being their first encounter with such a feast. The two ladies initially deliberated on how to partake but soon found themselves unable to resist the delectable offerings, indulging until the early hours of the morning. After satisfying their appetites, the two entertainers quickly succumbed to slumber. Yet, as Mike reminisced about the exquisite flavors of that midnight snack, he found himself yearning for more, resulting in a bout of insomnia. Chapter 66. Mike versus Parsons. A violent clash approaches American Airlines Center. The Lakers faced off against the Mavericks in an away game. Initially, this match garnered little attention across the United States. But the media's sensationalism surrounding the confrontation between Kendall Jenner's current and former partners drew a significant number of spectators eager to witness the unfolding drama. McKay remained unfazed, as it is quite normal among peers. Having experienced one or two romantic entanglements with his girlfriend, including intimate relations, is commonplace in contemporary China, let alone in America. Thus, from the very outset of the match, he played at his own tempo. Opposing him was Wesley Matthews, who had recently returned from a serious injury, rather than Parsons. In the first half of the initial quarter, Kobe unleashed his prowess, consistently sinking challenging fadeaway jumpers, showcasing an invincible form. Once Kobe took a breather, the Lakers employed a swift and agile small ball lineup, allowing McKay to capitalize on screens set by Randall or Harrell to swiftly launch from beyond the arc. After successfully netting his third three-pointer, Mavericks coach Carlisle altered the defensive strategy, assigning Parsons to guard him. Consequently, the atmosphere on the court began to simmer with intensity. As the first quarter drew to a close, McKay, during a play, evaded the sluggishly lateral-moving Parsons. The home crowd, reveling in the drama, jeered at him mercilessly, leaving his expression darkened with frustration. Mack received a pass from Nick Young, and as Parsons retreated to defend, he executed a step back to sink his fourth three-pointer, extending the Lakers' lead to 11 points. Parsons complained to the referee about a foul on the Lakers' screen, but to no avail. He then approached Mack and whispered provocatively, "Guess what? I'm tired of the taste of Kendall." Mike shrugged with a cold smirk, gesturing with his hands to indicate something diminutive. "She said you're quite short." Nick Young imitated Mike's shrug, and Parsons, having been mocked, grew increasingly irritable, his anger escalating as he gave Mike a gentle shove. How can McCollum possibly endure this? Let's turn the tables. The referee issued verbal warnings to both players. This match is evolving into a cinematic drama of love and hatred, quite literally. "Charles, do you sense the tension in the air?" TNT commentator Ernie Johnson stated earnestly. "Ernie, what I perceive is the scent of Parsons' wallet burning. This fellow, earning the third highest salary on the Mavericks, cannot defend against McCollum on the court and fails to retain his ex off the court. How humiliating. If I were Cuban, I would file a workers' compensation claim right now." Barkley chuckled heartily. "McCollum is quite fierce. If you're going to trash talk, just do that. What's with the gestures? I wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. Shaq, what about you?" Kenny Smith turned to O'Neal with a grin. O'Neal replied, "What the hell do you mean? Do you want to fight? I bet $5 worth of popcorn that these two will end up in a brawl, with Parsons coming out on top." With 5 minutes and 57 seconds left in the second quarter, McCollum returned to the game. After missing 3 consecutive three-pointers, the Lakers' lead dwindled from 16 points to 9. Parsons was overjoyed. He rushed over to McCollum, reveling in his moment. "A clown who relies on women for attention, your three-point shooting is as poor as Kendall's taste." Mike was taken aback. What on earth? Those previous instances were certainly not this little rascal's defense against him. "Your character is as abysmal as your defensive skills." Mike countered with a remark, extending his pinky finger, and added, "Oh, by the way, Kendall mentioned that you are quite delicate." In this regard, Parsons remained confident. Thus, he was not overly concerned. Nevertheless, he still swapped positions with his teammate. In the first quarter, Maiko astonishingly sank 4 three-pointers, an outcome he could hardly tolerate. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent's shooting rhythm faltered, he aimed to intensify his defense and reclaim the momentum. However, fate had other plans. During a fast break, Maiko found himself unmarked and effortlessly converted another three-pointer. In the subsequent possession, he skillfully maneuvered against Parsons to score a three-point play. Shortly thereafter, Rondo delivered a brilliant bounce pass, allowing Maiko to execute a thunderous dunk over Parsons, casting a fierce glare at the feeble defender. In retaliation, Parsons intentionally collided with him. Sensing the escalating tension, Rondo swiftly restrained Maiko, advising him not to fall into provocation, as securing victory was the ultimate means of retaliation. Meanwhile, Parsons taunted, "Kid, if you've got guts, don't back down. Tonight, I'll show you the might of the Texas Cowboys." Mike clenched his fist, exuding an air of confrontation, retaliating with a flourish of national pride. The referee issued yet another verbal warning. They had received directives from higher authorities prior to the game. Coach Carlisle of the Mavericks, already discontented with Parsons' performance on the court, decisively called for a timeout upon witnessing the current situation. Parsons had intentionally provoked Mike, and it seemed that Mike had responded with a powerful retort. Teacher Sue, what is your perspective on the unfolding events? Wang Zixing glanced at the statistical data and adjusted his glasses. Frankly speaking, such situations are commonplace in competitive sports. However, the relationship between Mike and Parsons is rather unique. Mike must remain composed, as engaging with Parsons would be unwise. Wouldn't you agree? Teacher Sue chuckled awkwardly and offered her analysis. Xiaoyi scrolled through his phone and exclaimed, a comment among the barrage of messages is truly remarkable. A netizen, my cell phones, proclaimed that Mike's dunk should undoubtedly secure the top spot in today's highlights, adding that Parsons cannot guard against his predecessor. Nor can he withstand the fury of a Chinese man. Wang Zixing stifled a laugh. Let us return to the game. Both Mike and Parsons were stationed on the bench, while Artist, Meta World Peace, was conversing with Mike, a smirk playing on his lips. When the timeout concluded, Mike did not return to the game. During the third quarter, the coaches deliberately refrained from placing both players on the court simultaneously, staggering their appearances. As the game approached its final 4 minutes in the fourth quarter, the Lakers led by a mere 5 points at 98-93. Both coaches synchronously deployed their starting lineups. In the Lakers' offensive possession, Kobe held the ball high to attract a double team, passing it to Mike, who lay in wait at the corner. With a feint that left Matthews off balance, Mike took the shot. Parsons, attempting to defend, leaped high to contest the ball. He smiled slightly, confident that he had successfully blocked the shot and that it would not find its way into the basket. Swish. The ninth shot. Astonishingly, the ball sailed cleanly through the net. The Dallas crowd fell into an immediate hush. You're quite fortunate. Without your shooting prowess, you wouldn't even stand a chance. Haha. Mike clapped his hands mockingly. Thick-skinned crab. Parsons exclaimed with disdain, deliberately bumping his shoulder against Mike's chest as he headed towards the sideline to take the throw-in. Mike should hold on a little longer. The team has a slim lead, and he still has yet to make a three-pointer. However, there will always be some foolish individuals looking to stir up trouble. Just as the ball was on the verge of being called for a violation, Parsons unexpectedly struck the ball towards Mike's abdomen. How can one possibly tolerate such an act? McCoy immediately stepped forward and shoved his shoulder. Parsons, in a moment of impulsive fury, swung his fist directly at McCoy's face. How dare you strike my visage? Can my exquisite countenance be tarnished by your hand? With a reflexive dodge, Mike instinctively grasped Parsons' jersey and delivered a punch aimed squarely at his left chest, causing him to stagger backward a couple of steps. As Mike lunged forward to strike him in the face once more, Kobe swiftly entered the fray, securing Make's arms with both hands and pulling him backward. Initially, he struggled to gain control, and Make retaliated fiercely with a kick aimed at Parsons. Dirk Nowitzki quickly intervened, positioning himself between the enraged Parsons and Make, tugging him back while soothingly patting his back. Meanwhile, Pachulia attempted to ambush Make from the side, only to be pushed aside by Randall. With Porzingis roaring at Pachulia in their native tongue, Meta World Peace leapt from the bench, positioning himself defiantly in front of the Maverick substitutes, glaring menacingly to intimidate the opponents. Evoking the fierce atmosphere of Auburn Hills, Nick Young, on the sidelines, mimicked Make's boxing moves to incite the crowd but was forcibly restrained by an assistant coach. Everyone, just stop it. Chapter 67. Make is ejected, unleashing the Love Strike skill card. Everyone, just stop it. Kobe's furious shout momentarily quelled the chaos on the court, such as the commanding presence of the Black Mamba, when the referee finally blew the whistle and intervened. Darren Williams stepped forward to plead. That kid from Huaxiao initiated the altercation. He should be ejected. Rondo also chimed in. Chandler started it. He has provoked us countless times. He must be thrown out. The officiating crew signaled for both to calm down, having witnessed the incident clearly and prepared to review the footage. At that moment, the American Airlines Center felt like a powder keg ready to explode. The Mavericks' loyal fans leaped in unison, some smashing beer cups onto the floor, chanting, "Throw him out. Eject him." Meanwhile, the Lakers supporters erupted in a mixed chorus of encouragement in Chinese. "Keep beating him up." As the three referees approached the scorer's table, the four TNT commentators could no longer contain their excitement. Ernie Johnson slammed the table and shouted, "Oh my goodness. They are indeed brawling." Parsons threw the first punch and missed, and Make landed a hit. "This is unbelievable. Parsons is a full 8 centimeters taller than Make." Barkley laughed heartily, remarking, "But when you put Kendall Jenner's ex-boyfriend and current boyfriend on the same court, it's hard not to witness some thrilling antics." Shaq, Did your altercation with Kobe ever have this kind of script? O'Neill feigned seriousness and replied, Charles, mind your language. Make and Parsons were merely engaged in a spirited discussion. But honestly, Make's quick movements, that punch, that kick, were both swift and fierce. Parsons initiated the fight, but gained no advantage. He ought to learn from Dirk how to execute a punch with finesse. Kenny Smith, however, noticed something else. Did you all catch that? Meta World Peace actually refrained from participating in the brawl, and Rondo's subtle expression when looking at Make was hilarious. It seemed to say, rookie. Strike when the referee has his back turned. That's why he is a championship point guard. Even in the aesthetic of violence, timing is paramount. On the court. After reviewing the replay, the referee promptly ejected both McCollum and Parsons. He issued a technical foul to Pachulia and Randall. There was little disagreement from either side regarding the outcome of this decision. Indeed, any dissent would have been futile. Mac's visage was clouded with displeasure as he was compelled to return to the locker room, accompanied by Meta World Peace and 5 security personnel. The team had dispatched Meta to ensure that the opposing side would not persist in their confrontations beyond the court. Mac's incessant tirade was fueled by the fact that he had yet to make a crucial 3-point shot, which would subject him to Sister Tong's penalties. Was the referee's decision to penalize Mac justified, Teacher Sue? Wang Zixing inquired upon witnessing Mac rise from the bench. Indeed, it was justified. I suspect both players will face further repercussions post-game. To be candid, it is the NBA that has erred. They ought not exploit the players' off-court relationships to sensationalize the game. Tell me, what benefit does Mac's suspension bring to the NBA? It is akin to losing a watermelon while picking up a sesame seed. Teacher Sue expressed her dissatisfaction with the NBA's pre-game antics. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge Mac's audacious character, unafraid to provoke yet equally unperturbed by trouble. That left hook, dubbed the love punch, was truly spirited. Xiao E, perusing the live chat, felt a twinge of regret and infatuation, pondering, the love punch? If Kendall were present, what delightful scenes might unfold. Suddenly, with a chuckle, he remarked, I just came across a meme featuring Mac's fist with the caption, those who offend my Huaxia girlfriend shall face retribution. No matter the distance, alongside Parsons clutching his head with the Texas fried chicken requests to enter the fray. This generation of netizens is truly remarkable. Wang Zixing stifled a laugh and said, let us return to the game. Currently, the Lakers lead 101-93. Teacher Sue, do you believe the Lakers can secure victory in this match? The contest raged on with fervor. Not long after Make returned to the locker room, he received a video call from Kendall. Her sweet words and expressions of concern greatly lifted his spirits. Zhang Xiaoyan and Tion also sent video requests upon seeing him unscathed. They cheerfully inquired if any part of him had been injured, even insisting on a personal examination, which was quite absurd. Subsequently, he received greetings from Angela, Marlo, Clara, Bailu, Yamagishi Chawa, Li Shirue, and others. The most surprising message came from Yang Mi, who sent a photo of herself with Li Shirue on set, accompanied by a voice note. Make, your boyfriend energy is at its peak. Sister and Shirue are cheering for you on set. Listening to Yang Mi's sweet and bubbly voice, Make felt a delightful shiver run through him, igniting a mischievous thought. After briefly responding to a few of them, he quietly checked his data panel. System, 3-point god of basketball level. LV2 upgrade progress, 194. 500 host, Make height, 198 centimeters weight, 99 kilograms wingspan, 211 centimeters overall physique, 58 achievement points, 194 earned amount, 1. 371, 000 items, godly 3-point card. LeBron's chase down block skill card, Yao Ming's hook shot skill card, Love critical hit skill card. Items, universal injury medicine 2. 25 bottles. Why was there no penalty for missing a 3-pointer? Has the system overseer become distracted by romance? And what exactly is this love critical hit skill? System overseer. As Make contemplated voicing his thoughts, Sister Tong interjected, offering a direct response. Congratulations, host, for having earned the title of NBA's new powerhouse with a single punch. As a reward, we shall revoke 1 penalty and grant you a skill card for Love's critical strike. After a lengthy explanation, Make came to appreciate the card's remarkable capabilities. In a particular match, should his girlfriend be present in the audience, this skill would reduce the opposing team's shooting accuracy by 5. If 2 girlfriends were in attendance, the accuracy would plummet by 10, and so forth, with a maximum decrease of 30. However, the skill was somewhat lacking. As it required a prerequisite, the goddesses must acknowledge their status as his girlfriends for the effect to apply. Otherwise, it would only benefit his legitimate girlfriend. This was undeniably absurd. Thus, under the current circumstances, Mei could only utilize this skill when Kindle was present at the game. The other 5 Zhang Xiuyan, Tion, and Jieli, Marlowe, and Christine were not applicable. This was exceedingly unrealistic. Although he had shared intimate moments with them, none had officially recognized him as their boyfriend. They mostly regarded him as a secret weapon to be employed occasionally, hidden from the public eye. Moreover, who on earth would willingly share their boyfriend with others? McCoy lamented. To emulate Wei Xiaobao is a formidable journey ahead. Just as McCoy sighed in despair, the match concluded. The Lakers ultimately triumphed over the Mavericks with a score of 111-103. The fervent discussions among Chinese basketball fans online reached a crescendo. Chapter 68, Kobe. The indomitable protector of his team, Curry secured the title of Player of the Week. Truly, McCoy is a force to be reckoned with. I would rate his punch a solid 9, reserving 1 point in fear of his pride. The Chinese fans, like a powder keg, shook the very foundations with every strike. This round of Chinese martial arts triumphs 1-0 over the Texas Cowboys. We demand an overtime bout, a special boxing match. Was Meta World Peace intervening? This scene rivaled the spectacle of Shaquille O'Neal sinking a three-pointer. What an extraordinary sight. I suggest the Mavericks medical staff arrange a psychological recovery program for Parsons, as he initiated the trash talk and subsequently lost the confrontation. Parsons' career highlights consist of 3 moments: signing a lucrative contract, dating Kendall Jenner, and being thrust into the spotlight by McCoy. When your looks cannot compete with your current partner, your skills pale in comparison, and even in a brawl, you fall short against your rival. It is wise to remain silent for your own well-being. In this altercation, Parsons resembled my love life, initially bold, yet ending in heartbreak. The entertainment industry pales in comparison, observe the sports realm, where genuine confrontations occur. The script for Ex-Partner 3, The Temptation Beneath the Basket is ready. I seek investment from the big shots within the industry. My brother looks so dashing even in a fight. I yearn for him to spank me. LeBron and Durant, ever eager to bask in the limelight, posted 2 tweets. McCoy's vigorous assault on Parsons need not be overly intense. Safety first. Love, much like basketball, sometimes requires a strong defense, yet one must don protective gear in critical moments. Accompanied by an image of a basketball hoop resembling a ring. The reaction from American fans was equally fervent. However, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver found himself in a quandary. He had just convened a meeting with league officials, explicitly stating that McCoy's suspension should not exceed 2 games, meaning he must be eligible to play when the Lakers face the Knicks at home. This proposal, which aligned with the rules, was met with widespread disapproval. In their words, while McCoy possesses immense market appeal, he has affronted American sensibilities and must face strict repercussions. Adam then referenced the 2012 incident involving Meta World Peace elbowing Harden, resulting in a concussion, which led to a mere 7-game suspension and a fine of $50,000. Yet, they insisted that McCoy should be suspended for 5 games, at the very least 3. Consequently, Adam Silver reached out to Knicks owner James Dolan and Heat president Pat Riley to seek their opinions. Upon hearing the news, Dolan was indifferent. The team was in disarray. And winning or losing mattered little. Profit was the priority. Riley shared a similar sentiment, with Wade and Bosh on his roster. Defeating the current Lakers would be a walk in the park. The home team is required to pay the visiting team 6.5 of its net ticket revenue for that game as compensation for services rendered. When Make is present, ticket prices soar significantly, and their team will surely benefit as well. Isn't that delightful? Who would refuse to profit? With determination, Adam made a decisive decision. Maiko and Parsons have both been suspended for 2 games and fined $25,000, ensuring fairness in the matter. When this news broke the following day, it merely stirred a slight ripple. After the game against the Mavericks, Kobe and Porzingis attended the post-match press conference. Reporters were fervently inquiring about the altercation between Maiko and Parsons during the match. Kobe, as the leader of the team, how do you assess Maiko's conflict with Chandler after just 3 games? Will this affect the team's chemistry? Kobe leaned on the table, his gaze sharp as a blade. When the enemy throws a punch, do you not retaliate? Do you simply wait to be struck? Maiko's reaction is indicative of the valor expected from a man. I deeply admire it. As for team chemistry, such concerns are utterly unwarranted. We will transform this combustible tension into champagne. Reporter B then asked, as a veteran, what advice would you offer him? Kobe raised an eyebrow and smiled, a glint of sharpness in his expression. Maiko needs no advice. He must simply be himself. Behind him stands me, our team, the entire Lakers nation. A collective gasp echoed among the reporters, stunned by Kobe's powerful words, exuding an aura of dominance and protectiveness. Such banter had not been witnessed in years. Kobe, you scored 35 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists today, and you appeared effortlessly in command on the court. Can you share what transpired in recent days? Reporter C noted that Kobe seemed to have regained the form reminiscent of 5 years ago, expressing keen curiosity. I owe my thanks to Maiko for practicing three-point shots with me, and to my physiotherapist for getting my body in optimal condition. Kobe spoke with subtlety. Yet Maiko immediately recognized the acknowledgement, unless he chose to ignore it. When reporter D redirected the first question to Porzingis, the young star scratched his head and chuckled, tactically rubbing the back of his neck. I can only say, if it were me, I would also turn into a bulldog. I suspect that from this day forward. Anyone looking to provoke will need to consider whether they can withstand an enraged Maiko. Such audacity from a rookie at your first post-game press conference. Is it necessary to be so bold? The atmosphere within the Lakers team seemed rather unusual. Has everyone been led astray by Maiko? Kristaps, you faced Dirk today, who scored 25 points and grabbed 9 rebounds, while you achieved 18 points and 12 rebounds. Can you share your thoughts? Reporter E, evidently a statistics enthusiast, posed the question. Porzingis once again employed his tactical skills, wiping the sweat from his brow. I am extremely pleased. Dirk has always been a role model for me. I hope in the next game, I can outscore him. Haha. The next game? That will come swiftly. Your final home game in a 5-game series is a rematch against these two teams. Will there be another eruption of conflict? It is certainly worth anticipating. After the interview concluded, the team flew to Denver that very evening. This was a standard arrangement for away games and was not a result of any adjustment due to the on-court altercation involving McCoy and Parsons. The following afternoon, the NBA officially announced McCoy's suspension. Concurrently, they revealed the players of the week for the first week of the new season. In the Eastern Conference, the honor went to DeAndre Drummond, who led the Pistons to 3 consecutive victories against the Hawks, Jazz, and Bulls, averaging 18, 6 points and 16, 3 rebounds, including a remarkable double-20 performance against the Bulls. Meanwhile, the Western Conference accolade was undoubtedly awarded to the prodigious Stephen Curry, who propelled his team to 4 straight wins over the Pelicans, Rockets, Pelicans, and Grizzlies, averaging an impressive 37 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists, along with 25 three-pointers per game at an extraordinary shooting percentage of 48.8. As for McCoy, although he led his team to 3 victories, averaging 39 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists with an astonishing 11 three-pointers at an accuracy of 66, the league merely acknowledged him due to the violent incident on the court. McCoy expressed indifference to this. He had initially traveled to Denver to witness the debut of Nikola Jokic in the NBA, but with this suspension, he was barred from even entering the venue. With no reason to remain, he promptly booked a flight back to Los Angeles, where he had numerous girlfriends in need of consolation and a newly signed artist with whom he wished to deepen their acquaintance. Chapter 69. Purchasing Luxury Cars and Villas. Kendall participates in the Victoria's Secret show. Upon returning home, McCoy felt rather despondent. Clara was absent due to filming commitments, and he had hoped to introduce Kendall to the wonders of Chinese martial arts, only to find that she was indisposed. This was quite the unfortunate turn of events. After they settled in, Kendall playfully teased him, whispering sweet nothings while playfully gesturing and moving her limbs. Did you perhaps forget to say something? Maiko raised an eyebrow and playfully patted Kendall. Humph, you naughty one. Kendall playfully thumped Maiko's sturdy chest, feeling quite bashful. I plan to purchase the necessities for our home tomorrow, especially as we prepare to move into the villa. Her words indicated her delightful acceptance. Maiko was somewhat taken aback by this. Darling, how's the villa hunting going? I have a 2-game suspension, giving me 5 days to relax. Kendall replied, her speech slightly muddled. I found one I adore. Oh, I really love its style, sob. Shall we go see it tomorrow? All right. Tomorrow we'll first acquire a vehicle, then go house hunting. Here, 2,000 words are omitted. The following day, the couple made their way to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Instantly, they captured the attention of everyone present. After all, Maiko had recently made headlines in Los Angeles following a brawl, and Kendall, being a world-renowned supermodel from the Kardashian family, was equally famous, her name echoing globally. Good day. How may I assist you? A beautiful saleswoman approached briskly, wearing a charming smile and exuding polite enthusiasm. I'll take an SLR McLaren, a G65, and an S600. Please. It is only natural for men to possess an inherent fascination with purchasing and driving cars. And it is indeed quite normal to wish to experience various models. Mike is now affluent. In the United States, these three luxury vehicles amount to just over $1 million. Acquiring a sports car, an SUV, and a standard sedan is hardly excessive, is it? The stunning saleswoman was astounded. Isn't Make, this washed-out individual, exceedingly extravagant? Fighting for love and indulging in lavish expenditures. This is simply a blend of envy and admiration. If it weren't for Kendall's presence, he would surely be inclined to offer even more exquisite services. After a brief exchange with Make to confirm the specifications and color preferences, she hurriedly proceeded to complete the necessary formalities. Kendall couldn't help but think that Make had lost his mind. Purchasing such an extravagant number of cars seemed utterly unnecessary. Wouldn't it be more delightful to spend that money on a handbag for her? Curiously, she inquired, "Darling, why are you buying so many cars? Are you planning to alternate between them?" Hiki. Mike revealed a rather lecherous smile. Kendall, feeling somewhat embarrassed, linked her arm with Mike's and playfully pinched him. Following this, she flashed a charming smile that captivated all. Soon, the saleswoman had completed the paperwork for the car purchase. At a price of $18 million. Mike paid with his card, securing the vehicle outright. He then drove the sports car away from the dealership with Kendall by his side. As for the other two cars, they could simply be transported once the villa was purchased. At 3 p.m., Mike and Kendall arrived at a villa in Beverly Hills. A stunning real estate agent was already waiting for them. The previous owners, a couple of actors, also arrived, both strikingly handsome. "Hey Mike, I'm John. And this is my wife, Emily. Hello, I'm Mike." After exchanging warm greetings, John Krasinski led the group for a tour of the villa. Mike was exceedingly pleased. The expansive outdoor garden, the grand swimming pool, and the creamy sun loungers created a delightful and inviting atmosphere. The interior spans over 800 square feet. The living room on the first floor is predominantly adorned in shades of blue and white, featuring a white sofa, blue velvet cushions, and artworks in similar hues gracing the walls, all harmoniously blending to exude a sophisticated and stylish air. One side of the dining area boasts a chic bar counter, equipped with cocktail-making essentials, while the cabinets are filled with an array of wine and champagne glasses. Additionally, there exists a spacious and elegantly designed kitchen with a modern minimalist aesthetic. The second floor comprises 4 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms, one of which features a luxurious golden bathtub. The third floor reveals an idyllic relaxation space, serving as a family spa complete with a massage table. The rooftop terrace is equally stunning, offering breathtaking views of Los Angeles. Most importantly, the asking price is a mere $5 million, making it an exceptional deal. Make made a swift and full payment for the property. However, a minor complication arose during the transaction. In the United States, when one party purchases real estate for their girlfriend and transfers the title directly to her, it is considered a gift. Should the cumulative amount of gifts exceed the lifetime exemption limit of $12.06 million, one would be liable to pay a gift tax ranging from 18 to 40. Consequently, after acquiring this villa, Make's remaining tax-exempt allowance stands at $5.56 million. "Darling, are you certain you want to transfer the villa's ownership to me?" Kendall asked, her disbelief palpable as she was taken aback. For the past 3 months, she had regarded Make as her boyfriend. Yet, it seemed that his feelings for her were more physical than romantic. She found herself uncertain. However, upon witnessing Make decisively defeating his ex on the court, she became convinced that he harbored affection for her as well. Today, this man had just spent $5 million on her. She realized she had completely succumbed to her feelings. Of course, spending money on you is only natural. After all, you are my girlfriend. In a fleeting moment, Make's heart calculated meticulously. His willingness to lavish money on his beloved spoke volumes. To the onlookers, whether it was genuine love or not, the sentiment was apparent. Thus, it seemed that his reputation as a commendable gentleman in the NBA would soon resonate widely. Would the starlets then flock eagerly into his embrace? What would become of them when they ultimately discerned his true nature? We shall observe with bated breath. Upon hearing the news, Kendall let out a couple of soft cries and affectionately clung to Make, showering him with kisses. John and Emily could not help but commend Make, even as they found themselves perplexed by the thought processes inherent to Chinese culture. Meanwhile, the striking agent's eyes sparkled with desire, yearning to become Make's partner. Satisfied with a mere monthly allowance of $30,000 without the need for a home. Soon enough, the deal for the villa was finalized. After sending John and Emily's real estate agent on their way, Kendall could not restrain herself from wrapping her arms around Maik's waist, expressing her affection through passionate kisses. "I am about to purchase some essentials," she declared, as their fervent kiss drew to a close, Maik raising an eyebrow playfully. "Once I return from the Victoria's Secret fashion show, we shall continue this," she added, a hint of apprehension lacing her tone. "I fear it might affect my walking posture." As a supermodel, this year marked Kendall's inaugural invitation to the Victoria's Secret fashion show, a significant occasion celebrating its 20th anniversary. And she naturally wished to make a splendid impression on stage. The Victoria's Secret show? On what date? Why had you not mentioned it before? Prior to this, Maik had never witnessed such a spectacle, remaining entirely oblivious to the matter at hand. "Initially, the intention was to surprise you, on the 10th, in London. I must depart for there by noon tomorrow." Kendall affectionately wrapped her arms around Maik's neck, reluctant to part ways. "Very well. I wish my darling a flawless performance on stage. Now, what shall we engage in for amusement?" "What a ridiculous notion." Humph. Chapter 70, Jung Xiuyin's Love. The second encounter with Lake Nyo the following afternoon, Kendall flew to London. By evening, amidst the fervent match between the Lakers and the Nuggets, Maik enjoyed a candlelit dinner at the villa with Jung Xiuyin and Tion. The meal was delectable, and all three relished it heartily, thoroughly enjoying the experience. During dinner, they engaged in discussions about music. After the meal, Maik earnestly remarked, "Both of you are wonderful singers, and I admire you greatly. Jessica, Tion, which of you would be willing to be my girlfriend? She is the leader and main vocalist of a top-tier girl group. After all, a casual outing here and there is acceptable. Besides, this fellow already has a formal girlfriend in Kendall. What on earth is he thinking? Truly, so self-absorbed. I cannot comprehend." Tion harbored merely a physical attraction towards the handsome Maik. Rationally, she could never agree. Yet Jung Xiuyin's situation was different. She is now an artist signed under Maik's company, having long desired a formal status, only to find that Kendall had beaten her to it. Now, as she collaborates with her close friend, what harm is there in being with Kendall? At worst, she could be the first woman to bear Maik's child. "Husband, love me." Thus, Maik understood. "You are the first to call me husband. I shall reward you generously." Mike took out his phone and directly transferred $3 million to Jung Xiuyin. "Darling, I just purchased this villa and I don't have much cash left. Please hold on to this for now." Upon receiving the message, Jung Xiuyin was astounded. $3 million at once? That is quite an extravagant sum. However, her desire was not for money, but rather for Mike's affection. "Thank you, my husband. This is the first time you've called me darling." He. The two exchanged affectionate glances. Here, 2,000 words are omitted. At 9:30 p.m. With the sound of a whistle, the game between the Lakers and the Nuggets concluded. Ultimately, the Lakers secured a victory on the road, triumphing with a score of 120-109, marking their fourth consecutive win. For the next 3 days, Mike did not venture outside, indulging in a life of luxury within the villa. Jung Xiuyin was overjoyed, as this was the longest time she had spent with her husband. Conversely, Tion suffered, as she was on her period and could only play the role of a maid. By the fourth day, Jung Xiuyin flew back to China, while Tion returned to Korea. Maiko appeared in the training facility, utterly drained of energy. Upon seeing him, Kobe chastised him, lamenting that the youth lacked restraint. On November 9th, the Lakers faced the Knicks in the second match of their 5-game homestand. In the previous game against the Nets, Maiko had been sidelined due to a suspension. However, following the off-season departures of Paul Pierce and the release of Darren Williams, the Nets had entered a complete rebuilding phase. Veteran Joe Johnson, earning the league's second-highest salary, exhibited a significant decline in performance, contributing to the team's dismal start with 5 consecutive losses. Thus, buoyed by a fully healthy Kobe, the Lakers secured a comfortable victory over the Nets with a score of 114-98. In this matchup, Maiko returned, yet his performance was far from satisfactory. Fortunately, the Knicks were a struggling team, having set a franchise record with a woeful 17 wins against 65 losses the previous season. They had hoped to secure the first overall pick, but ended up with only the fourth. Initially aiming to select Porzingis, they were outmaneuvered by the Lakers, who instead chose Russell. Their aspirations to acquire Maiko were thwarted as well, as he too was snatched away by the Lakers without any opportunity for an encounter. The Knicks' off-season acquisition of Robin Lopez did little to bolster their roster depth, and Anthony found himself grappling within Phil Jackson's preferred triangle offense. Meanwhile, the Lakers continued their impressive 5-game winning streak. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Knicks with a resounding 125-99 victory. In this game, Kobe scored 27 points, along with 4 rebounds and 4 assists, while Rondo delivered an extraordinary triple-double with 10 points, 10 rebounds, and 20 assists. In a mere 20 minutes of play, McCallum managed to score 22 points with an impressive 7 out of 10 three-pointers, marking his least successful game since joining the Lakers. Fans, however, did not perceive McCallum's performance as lacking. They attributed it solely to the coach's strategy. Team owner Jeanie Buss expressed immense joy upon witnessing McCallum's return to the court. During his suspension, his jersey sales soared by 550,000 units, generating an astonishing revenue of $60 million. After the game, Buss made a point to share this remarkable news with the media, subsequently visiting the locker room to embrace McCallum warmly, offering him an encouraging kiss. On November 11th, in the third game of a 5-game homestand against the Heat, the team faced challenges following LeBron James's departure, which had left last season's Heat without a playoff appearance. Nevertheless, the team retained Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, while Hassan Whiteside began to rise as a prominent player. Additionally, Goran Dragic, acquired mid-season, had developed a solid rapport with the team. Preseason predictions had placed them as the third best in the Eastern Conference, and they began the season strongly, achieving a 5-2 record. With their losses coming from the reigning champions, the Cavaliers, and a narrow 3-point defeat to the Pacers. Against this formidable opponent, McCallum persuaded Kobe to take a rest day. The game, however, proved to be unexpectedly intense, with both sides exhibiting remarkable defense. With 39 seconds remaining, McCallum hit a 3-pointer to tie the game. With just 3.9 seconds left, Rajon Rondo made a difficult 2-pointer, nearly sealing the victory. Ultimately, the Heat succumbed to a 91-93 defeat against the Lakers, marking their third consecutive loss, while the Lakers celebrated a remarkable 7-game winning streak. In this match, McCallum scored 31 points, shooting 8 of 10 from 3-point range, while Rondo contributed a triple-double with 17 points, 10 rebounds, and 15 assists. On November 12th, in a back-to-back home game against the youthful Magic, Kobe and Rondo imparted a vivid lesson to the two young rookies. Victor Oladipo struggled under pressure, shooting 2 of 12, while Elfrid Payton fared even worse at 1 of 13. The Lakers triumphed with a score of 111-91, securing their 8th consecutive win. McCallum netted 27 points, hitting 7 of 10 from beyond the arc, while Rondo achieved another triple-double with 11 points, 11 rebounds, and 14 assists. On November 14th, in the final game of the 5-game homestand against the Mavericks, media outlets stirred the pot with sensational narratives about love and rivalry in the lead-up to the match. Headlines blared about the tumultuous relationship between McCallum and Parsons, referencing the dramatic turn from romantic rivals to archenemies, alongside the extravagant expenditures McCallum made for Kendall Jenner. The atmosphere was electric as Kendall graced the event wearing McCallum's number 6 jersey. ESPN repeatedly aired footage of their previous altercation, with commentator Stephen A. Smith adding fuel to the fire, suggesting that the intrigue surrounding McCallum and Parsons' rivalry surpassed the game itself. The question lingered: would Parsons dare to confront McCallum again after their last encounter left him humbled? During the TNT live broadcast prediction, O'Neal donned a traditional Tang suit, mimicking Zidane. "I shall defeat 10 Parsons. What about McCallum's performance tonight? I wager on 50 points, 10 three-pointers, and 15 moments featuring Kendall. Should I lose, I shall dunk over Charles. He will never be able to defend against me in his lifetime." Barkley, adding a theatrical flair, retorted, "Get lost. If you lose, shall we have a version 3.0 of kissing the donkey's rear?" O'Neal chimed in, "Then this time the donkey must wear Victoria's Secret wings. Ha ha ha." Chapter 71. McCallum, life and death are trivial. If you're unconvinced, let us settle it. Even some star players joined in the fun. Spectating the spectacle, Durant's alternate account remarked, "I just saw the villa photos posted by Kendall on Instagram. I'm considering purchasing one there. Oh no, I meant to say I will continue to practice. This gossip is truly delightful." Embiid, the next step in the process. 1. Beat the X. 2. Buy a villa. 3. Acquire the MVP. 4. Win the championship. McCallum, come join the 75. Trust the process. Green, in the last game, McCallum it was fierce enough. Next time, I'll offer him free lessons on groin kicks plus a double roar, ensuring Parsons will seek psychological counseling post-game. Defensive training. Garnett, McCallum, if you're a man, go score 50 against that soft Parsons. We cannot allow one player to suffer alone. Thus Adam, secretly pleased with the surge in viewership for this match. Specifically instructed the officiating referee, Brother Tony, to closely monitor the physical interactions between the two. The league also arranged for additional security personnel to prevent any further conflicts. During the pre-game interview segment, reporters continued to stir the pot. At the Mavericks interview site, a reporter from the Los Angeles Times pointed at Parsons' chest area and inquired, "In the last match, you initiated the contact and were subsequently struck and kicked by McCollum. Facing him again tonight, do you feel any psychological pressure? Will you still defend against him on the court?" Parsons, visibly displeased, chuckled lightly. "The one who should feel psychological pressure is him. I hear someone just purchased a villa in Beverly Hills. I suggest he hangs several mirrors in the living room so he can admire his foolish face from all angles. By the way, I wonder if his credit card, accustomed to swiping for Victoria's Secret angels, can still manage to hold up tonight." The reporter smirked inwardly. What a pretentious show-off. "Tonight, Mike is going to unleash a torrent of emotions upon me. I have just noticed that Kendall has arrived at the venue, and she has liked a tweet proclaiming, 'You rank third on the NBA softies list.' What is your response?" A female reporter from TMZ ambushed with gossip, and Parsons donned his sunglasses, exuding an air of bravado. He declared, "Tell her my new girlfriend is a gymnastics champion. Finally someone who can execute a triple somersault on me. Can you do that? Only McGee possesses the capability to execute such a maneuver, does he not?" The female reporter wore an expression of disdain. "If this match were to be likened to a WWE event, what fierce words would you direct at McGee?" ESPN posed the question more directly, while Parsons revealed a sinister grin. "Some novices ought to grasp the essence of true NBA competition. This time, I shall exert my utmost effort to dominate the opponent." At the Lakers interview venue, a reporter from the Dallas Morning News was the first to inquire, "McGee, will your on-court and off-court grievances with Chandler affect your performance in this game?" Mike smiled calmly, stating, "There are no personal grievances off the court. He simply does not measure up on the court. Is it truly as straightforward and blunt as that? Will you not elaborate further? I am eager to hear more." The TMZ reporter continued her gossip, inquiring, "In the last match, you confronted Chandler, and afterward, you purchased a villa for Kendall. Many comments on Kendall's Instagram suggest that you were using wealth to solidify your love. What is your perspective on this?" Mike raised an eyebrow at the camera. "Indeed. Money cannot purchase love, yet it can certainly strengthen it. Well, I am quite wealthy." The response from Mike was simply magnificent, leaving me in a state of envy. Amidst the fervent admiration of the female journalists, Joe Lingen, a correspondent from Penguin Sports, posed an intriguing question. Parsons has boldly declared that he will overpower you. What is your response?" Mike had seen her photo collection and naturally recognized her as Joe Lingen. However, he felt indifferent. He preferred Xiaoyi's carefree attitude towards life and death, ready to confront any challenge. "Bring it on. I assure you will regret uttering those words." As the players began to enter the tunnel, a Lakers player remarked, "Bro, if you're thinking of throwing down, just give me a subtle nod beforehand, and I'll capture your best angle on video." Nick Young, with a cheeky grin, joked as he passed by Mike, "Get lost. You can just mimic my celebration on the sidelines." Mike lightly kicked Nick Young, missing his target entirely. Nick turned his head and broke into a grin. "Remember, Kobe, the Black Mamba, patted Mike on the shoulder. When you seek to dismantle your opponent, keep your eyes fixed on the hoop. All right, boss? Just make sure to pass me the ball, or else my focus on the basket will be in vain." Micah spread his hands, mimicking Nick Young's grin. Kobe exclaimed, "What a generous gift. Have I not passed you enough? It's all on you. Just look at how effortlessly Lodge Injan delivers the ball. You can shoot like Kobe the moment you catch it. You still need to practice more." Maiko exhibited an audacious boldness that was nothing short of remarkable. Rondo, in turn, offered a hearty thumbs up in acknowledgement of her bravery. As the lights within the Staples Center abruptly dimmed, a spotlight swept across the front rows of the audience. There sat Kendall, accompanied by her entourage of supermodel friends, all adorned in the illustrious purple and gold jerseys emblazoned with the number 6. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers, intermingled with whistles. The DJ, relishing the moment, elongated his vocalization, exclaiming, "Number 6, Maiko." As McGee strides out of the tunnel, he delivers a powerful fist to his left chest, emblazoned with the Lakers emblem. Upon entering the arena, he gestures towards the audience, directing his hands towards Kendall and forming a heart with his fingers. Kendall, with a playful smile, presses her index finger to her crimson lips and then blows a kiss. The close-up on the big screen sends the crowd into a frenzy, their cheers nearly lifting the roof off. McGee is undeniably a master of theatrics. Just look at that palpable energy. He is not here merely to play basketball tonight, but to star in a spectacle reminiscent of Fast and Furious. In the commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal bursts into laughter, sensing the excitement in the air. Our young Chinese talent is evidently sending signals to his opponents. Where's Parsons, you may ask? Barkley, ever the astute observer of his longtime partner, knows the game well. Meanwhile, the camera captures the audience's anticipation, quickly honing in on Parsons, whose veins are visibly bulging as he rips off his warm-up attire, while Dirk gives him a reassuring pat on the back. Ernie Johnson stirs the excitement further, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, the temperature at Staples Center is rising hotter than backstage at Victoria's Secret. The referees are already wiping their brows. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for is about to commence." With a sharp whistle from the Toney brothers, the rematch of Mavericks versus Lakers officially begins. Porzingis tips the ball into their possession, and Rondo swiftly seizes it, propelling the play forward, while Kobe has already positioned himself at the left corner, ready to draw attention away from Parsons. With a robust screen set by Randall, McCollum deftly evaded Matthews, receiving a pass from Rondo at a 45-degree angle and executing a composed shot. Swish! The three-pointer rippled through the net. The Staples Center erupted in jubilation. Kenny formed a heart gesture, shouting to Gigi, "This is just the beginning." Chapter 72. Kenny invites the wolf into the house, the power of Eastern mysticism. In familiar McCollum fashion, the game commenced with a three-pointer reminiscent of a primary school student in military training. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, Kufan nearly slammed the table in excitement. Zhang Weiping commented with a smile, "The strategy is sound. Randall's screen was solid, and Matthews was too slow to navigate around it, leaving him to watch helplessly." Shawi clutched his chest, while Kenny leapt up, making a heart sign. This wave of affection was irresistible. Is there a sponsor for this love? Hurry up. In the Mavericks' offensive possession, Parsons aggressively attacked McCollum head-on. McKinnon stood his ground resolutely. The sound of their muscles colliding reverberated through the floor as Parsons suddenly lowered his shoulder to charge, only to be caught by the brothers Toney and called for an offensive foul. Nick Young leapt into the air, brandishing a towel and roaring, "This is our territory." Parsons, filled with rage, sought to argue with the referee, but Darren quickly grabbed hold of him. McCoy scoffed disdainfully and sprinted towards the front court. Subsequently, he received a long pass from Kobe that crossed half-court, making a slight adjustment at the arc before releasing his shot. Parsons, defending from behind, made contact with McCoy's arm. The ball swished through the net, accompanied by the referee's whistle. And one. Kendall clasped his hands together in laughter, while the supermodel squad collectively snapped their fingers. Meanwhile, the front-row fans erupted into a mocking rendition of Who's Your Daddy? Parsons' complexion was greener than the Mavericks' jerseys. His fists clenched tightly. Mavericks head coach Carlisle pondered his options: 3 possessions, 2 fouls, and less than a minute had elapsed. Should he call a timeout? He refrained, instead summoning Parsons during McCoy's free throw to offer a few words of advice. As the Mavericks initiated their offensive sequence, Dirk attempted his signature one-legged fadeaway, only to miss. Porzingis secured the rebound and passed it to Rondo, who then relayed it to Kobe. In the elbow area, Kobe backed down Parsons, suddenly pivoting for a fadeaway jumper. No, he had just assisted someone and now craved the spotlight. Mid-air, he altered his course, executing a challenging behind-the-back pass to the cutting McCoy at the 45-degree angle. In the fleeting moment when McCollum received the ball, he swiftly drew his bow and unleashed a three-point shot with the precision of a rapier, making no adjustments whatsoever. Quick and decisive, swish. Another three-pointer. With the score at a staggering 0-10, the Mavericks had no choice but to call a timeout. The camera panned back to Kendall, who was high-fiving Gigi and Bella beside her. "Isn't my boyfriend handsome?" she teased. Gigi, witnessing her friend's infatuation, felt a twinge of envy. Just months prior, she had advised Kendall against pursuing a Chinese boyfriend. And now, during the Victoria's Secret show, they shared meals, accommodations, rehearsals, and runway walks, with Kendall incessantly praising McCollum, to the point where Gigi felt her ears might develop calluses. Upon learning that McCollum had purchased a villa for Kendall and that their romantic life was thriving, jealousy washed over her. After her breakup in May, she had to fend for herself. "So handsome, so charming. I want a boyfriend just like him," Bella chimed in. "Given that you're Gigi's little sister, I'll have McCollum introduce you to someone of similar caliber." Kendall beamed. Little did she know that remark would inadvertently invite trouble. As the timeout concluded, Parsons was substituted due to foul trouble. giving way to 2014 second-round draft pick Dwight Powell to assist in defending McCollum. During the Mavericks' offense, Darren managed to score 2 points through a difficult breakthrough. Kobe immediately responded with a back-to-the-basket move, landing an answer ball. The atmosphere on the court became increasingly bizarre as Mavericks players collectively struggled, committing numerous errors. Dirk's 3 consecutive mid-range shots clanged off the front of the rim. Darren's layup circled the rim 3 times before rolling out. Pachulia's alley-oop dunk struck the back of his own head and bounced out of bounds. Matthews finally found himself wide open, took a moment to breathe, and released his shot, only for it to hit nothing but air, flying directly into the popcorn bucket in the audience. Powell attempted a hook shot, and the ball lodged itself on the rim. The most ludicrous moment came when Darren, on a fast break with no defenders in sight, jumped but suddenly lost his balance mid-air, crashing to the ground in a heap. Meanwhile, the Lakers capitalized on this chaotic stretch, extending their lead with a 9 o'clock run, pulling ahead 19-2. Watching the absurd series of events unfold, Mavericks head coach Carlisle was left bewildered, angrily calling for another timeout. What was happening? Was one player merely daydreaming on the court? Why was the entire team off their game? Had they celebrated too vigorously at a nightclub the previous night? Even Lakers head coach Byron Scott was left dumbfounded. This was Tia's doing. He hadn't orchestrated anything extraordinary, just the usual rotations. How had they gained such a substantial lead before even starting to rotate? Even McCollum began to question whether the Mavericks were simply out of sorts tonight or if the effects of love had impacted their performance. If the opposing team attempts 80 shots and collectively experiences a decline in shooting accuracy by 5, resulting in merely 4 fewer successful baskets, it is indeed perplexing. The Mavericks have missed 8 consecutive shots, which seems utterly unreasonable. Starting with a dismal 1 out of 10, their shooting percentage transforms them into the Dallas Blacksmiths. With Dirk's gaze appearing as if he has been possessed, Kevin observes the statistical analysis. In my opinion, this can only be attributed to the mystical forces of the East. Just look at it. Once Parsons is off the court, the Mavericks seem incapable of playing. I propose we reinstate Parsons to match up against McCollum, as it may invigorate the team's spirit. Zhang Weiping devises a strategy to address the current dilemma facing the Mavericks. Xiaoyi is eager for some melodramatic twists, indeed. Once Parsons is sidelined, McCollum stops shooting, and the spotlight on Kenzo diminishes. What is there left to behold in this match? Upon returning from the timeout, the Mavericks head coach indeed makes a personnel adjustment, substituting Matthews for Parsons with a clear intent to have Parsons defend McCollum. The Lakers proceed with a standard rotation, bringing in Nick Young, Clarkson, and Harrell in place of Kobe, Rondo, and Plank. As Zhang Weiping noted, the atmosphere on the court is indeed charged with fervor. With 4 minutes and 22 seconds remaining, McCollum utilizes Randall's screen to run to the other side, causing Parsons to slip after being collided with, while Pachulia overcommits on defense. McCollum, receiving a pass from Nick Young, takes a precarious shot while off balance. The referee's whistle pierces the air, signaling a foul by Pachulia. The basketball arcs in an unusual trajectory, striking the backboard before finding its way into the net. A 3-point play. Kenzo cheers exuberantly from the sidelines, marveling at the beauty of the shot. Meanwhile, Ernie, observing the replay, notices something amiss. Look here, Pachulia's left foot moved forward. Was that intentional? Fortunately, McCollum landed without stepping on him. Barkley scrutinizes the footage. It appears somewhat, yet his expression seems innocent. O'Neal exclaims, "This kid is absolutely intentional. Call up Meta World Peace. Call up Meta World Peace. Let him take care of it." McCoy was oblivious to the situation. Following McCoy's successful free throw, Parsons initiated face-to-face defense, and he was thoroughly outmatched 3 times tonight, which was rather frustrating. He spat out trash talk, and the intensity of his actions correspondingly escalated. If you're capable of taking action, refrain from merely talking. If you're unconvinced, let us settle it once more, you coward. McCaw glared at Parsons, showing no sign of weakness. Chapter 73. Only 31 points at halftime? That seems rather insufficient. For the next 4 minutes, McCaw and Parsons engaged in a relentless struggle, with the referees issuing verbal warnings to prevent any further altercations. During this time, Nick Young became the focal point on the court, capitalizing on McCaw's distraction to sink consecutive open 3-pointers. With each successful shot, he blew a kiss to Parsons, continually expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for leaving me open." In the Mavericks' final offensive play, Parsons made a cut to the basket only to be met with a thunderous volleyball-style rejection from Randall. McCoy retrieved the ball, launching a long pass for a fast break to Nick Young, who executed a rare 360-degree dunk. Upon landing, he pointed at Maiko, exclaiming, "Brother, your pass was absolutely stunning." Haha. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 13-33. Maiko scored 14 points, surpassing the entire Mavericks team by a single point. During the intermission, he approached Kendall, who eagerly offered a passionate kiss. The fans erupted in cheers, exclaiming in excitement, "What a grand display of affection." One can only imagine how intense the evening will be. I envy Kendall, longing for a kiss from Maiko, while Maiko enjoys the company of a beautiful foreigner. I can barely afford an onion at home, constantly making a fool of myself. It's truly disheartening. The look in Xiaoyi's eyes suggests jealousy and envy. She should be seeking a partner as charismatic and affluent as my brother, a toad aspiring to dine on swan meat, but Xiaoyi belongs to Maiko. No, she's mine. The comments in the Penguin live stream surged. On the court, Parsons witnessed all of this, his face turning a shade of green. Humiliated repeatedly, jealousy and shame boiled within him. He tore off his wristband and hurled it at the bench, kicking an advertisement board in frustration. Dirk intercepted him, growling, "Do you want the entire nation to witness your disgrace? Lose control one more time, and you're heading back to the locker room." Chandler must be feeling utterly shattered right now. He could certainly use a stiff drink to clear his head. Nevertheless, he performed decently while on the court, as the Mavericks managed to rack up 11 points. Barkley chuckled mockingly, "You're absolutely right, Charles. The matchup between Chandler and Maiko is filled with tension, energizing the teammates, even as the score gap widens. Furthermore, McCoy's recent flashy moves were simply dazzling." Shaquille added, "I believe the Mavericks will fervently chase after points in the second quarter. They're gaining momentum, and their shooting percentage should improve, right?" McCoy will also be resting during the first half of the second quarter, just as Ernie had analyzed. The Lakers implemented a lineup they had never used before in the second quarter. Powell and Royce O'Neal, two rookies, received ample playing time. However, their teamwork was somewhat lacking, resulting in several rookie mistakes. Meanwhile, the Mavericks indeed found their rhythm, scoring 26 points in the first 7 minutes, narrowing the score to 39-48. Mike was unperturbed, for he had yet to unleash his full potential, having only made 4 three-pointers. Upon his return to the court, he swiftly sank 2 consecutive three-pointers over the Mavericks' backup point guard, Beria, compelling Parsons to eagerly re-enter the fray. With 3 minutes and 17 seconds remaining, Mike executed a feint that left Parsons in his wake, inciting the latter's wrath as he retaliated from behind, shoving Mike, who lost his balance and tumbled to the floor. "You absolute fool." Ken was incensed, rising to his feet to vociferously chastise Parsons, even gesturing with a too small sign. Kobe dashed to Mike's side, as the 3 referees promptly intervened to separate Parsons from the Lakers players. Seizing the moment, Rondo maneuvered behind Parsons and delivered a discreet elbow, while the Mavericks players yanked Parsons backward. Meanwhile, Nick Young appeared to have procured a mobile phone from an unknown source, intent on capturing the unfolding drama. Yet, Mike managed to rise, shaking off the incident and signaling for calm with a gesture of his hands. He had a confrontation with Ken to prepare for. What if a moment of impulsivity led to ejection by the referees and punishment from the league? He could not allow this petty individual to thwart his plans. The referees reviewed the footage, deeming Parsons' foul to be a flagrant one. Before the free throw, McCoy sneered at the Mavericks players, proclaiming, "Welcome to hell." His gaze seemed to carry a menacing weight. Subsequently, teammates sought him out, and he, in turn, looked for Parsons. The Mavericks coach, stubbornly steadfast, refused to substitute him, believing that McCoy alone could not turn the tide of the game. However, once McCoy entered his explosive mode, he was capable of widening the score gap. On his 7th attempt, McCoy utilized Porzingis' screen to maneuver around, receiving a pass from Rondo. Facing Parsons, he executed a step-back three-pointer with precision. Parsons erupted in outrage towards the referee, exclaiming, "He traveled." Yet, upon review, it was evident that McCoy's footwork was more audacious than Wall Street's finest. The officials had overlooked a mere 0.1 seconds of traveling. The Mavericks bench expressed their discontent by tossing towels in frustration. On his 8th attempt, the Mavericks' box one strategy faltered. McCoy received the ball at the top of the arc, feigned a move, adjusted his position, and sank a three-pointer. Parsons raised his hands in exasperation, complaining about a foul on the screen, but the referee signaled to continue the game. For his 9th attempt, during a fast break with a 3-on-2 advantage, McCoy halted abruptly on the left wing, faked an assist, and as Parsons shifted his weight, he launched a quick three-pointer. As the ball swished through the net, Parsons, with his shoelaces untied, stumbled and fell awkwardly to the ground. McCoy provocatively stomped on his calf, prompting the referee to issue a warning. In the final round, the Mavericks launched an offensive, and during Darren's drive, McCoy delivered a thunderous block, sending him crashing into the board. He pounded his chest and roared. This epitomizes his relentless spirit. On the court, he unleashes his prowess to overpower any opponent. Instantly, the chant of Maiko reverberated through every corner of the arena. Kendall felt a surge of passion, shouting my MVN. Bella's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped and cheered incessantly. As the halftime whistle blew, the score stood at 47-65. At that moment, the big screen repeatedly showcased Kendall and the supermodel entourage. Bang! McCoy had gone berserk. Barkley howled and roared. His touch tonight was hotter than a Texas steak, finishing the half with 9 3-pointers out of 9 attempts, accumulating 31 points. Wait, only 31 points? Why does that feel a tad insufficient? Ernie Johnson, glancing at the statistics, thought he must have misread them. Given McCoy's current form, I hope he nets 60 points tonight. Shaquille O'Neal banged on the table, mimicking a sob. Please, just don't exceed 61 points. In the Mavericks locker room, head coach Carlisle encouraged his players. Our team performed admirably in the second quarter. Chandler, you were exceptional. Although McCoy managed to score a few on you, his accuracy cannot remain this high. And he alone cannot decide the game. As the second half commences, if the Lakers continue to place the ball in his hands, you will be our primary defender. Come on. I've been overshadowed, all right? I've become a laughingstock in Los Angeles. So, am I to sacrifice myself for the team and everyone else? How will I secure a lucrative contract next summer? Parsons slumped in a corner with an ice pack on his face, nodding vacantly. If, and I mean if, McCoy makes his 10th three-pointer, we will then implement the Hack-McCoy strategy. We will employ a zone defense, with 3, 4, or even 5 players swarming him. Whatever it takes to prevent him from exceeding 14 made threes. Do we all understand the implication? Exceeding 14 three-pointers? That would mean McCoy has once again shattered the NBA's single-game three-point record. Just days ago, the Timberwolves served as McCoy's backdrop. Our Mavericks cannot swiftly become the next victims. Is this Hack-McCoy strategy for real? McCoy is certainly not O'Neal. His free throw percentage has soared to an impressive 90. As Dirk quietly ties his shoelaces, he suddenly exclaims, "Rest assured. Coach, I will assist in defending him during the second half." Chapter 74. Choked by Parsons, McCoy wins with virtue. As the third quarter commences, the game resumes. During the Mavericks' first offensive possession, the ball is passed to Dirk. Anticipating that he would employ the one-leg maneuver against Porzingis, McCoy cleverly darts out of bounds. Parsons, bewildered, wonders what is happening. However, as McCoy re-enters the court and positions himself beside Dirk, Parsons realizes the situation, though it is regrettably too late. In the moment Dirk pivots to shoot, McCoy leaps high, swatting the ball away. Kobe seizes the ball and swiftly advances. Approaching the arc, he executes a series of crossovers that leave Matthews off balance. Retreating beyond the three-point line, he waits for Matthews to regain his footing before launching a shot. No. With such a prime opportunity, Kobe opts to pass. He delivers the ball to McCoy, who has just evaded Parsons' defense. As Make received the ball, he shot instantly. With Dirk barely a fingertip away from making contact with the basketball. Whoosh. His three-point shot soared like flames from the depths of hell. Make. Once again, it is Make. This marks his 10th three-pointer. The roar of coup fan reverberated through the Penguin Sports Studio. The coffee cup before shower rippled slightly. Make's positioning was astutely clever. And Kobe's assist was nothing short of extraordinary. He left Matthews bewildered, and despite the wide-open shot, Kobe's trust in Make was evident. Zhang Weiping expressed his admiration for Make, vocally praising Kobe's brilliance. On the court, Make's offense and defense adeptly countered Dirk's efforts. Gasping for breath, Dirk shook his head at Parsons, exclaiming, "He doesn't even need to dribble." Yet, it was after this three-pointer that the Mavericks altered their defensive strategy. Matthews and Parsons began to double-team him relentlessly, while Dirk and Pachulia were poised to assist at any moment. This left Make struggling to receive the ball. However, with Coach Rondo directing from the sidelines, the issue was swiftly resolved. If Dirk and Pachulia went to assist, he would lob the ball to Porzingis or Randall for an easy score beneath the basket. If they didn't assist, he would hand the ball to Kobe for a one-on-one. After 3 such exchanges, the Mavericks' defensive formation began to weaken, and the score shifted to 49-72. On the sidelines, Carlisle's expression resembled a man who had swallowed a live octopus, yet he ultimately refrained from calling a timeout. Consequently, Make finally had an opportunity to receive the ball. Without hesitation, he took it upon himself. Initially, however, he clanged 2 shots amidst the interference of Matthews and Parsons. Then, under Dirk's defensive challenge, he was blocked. The Mavericks seized the opportunity, scoring 6 consecutive points. Carlisle couldn't help but commend his earlier decision. Byron Scott, witnessing another potential catastrophe, was the first to call a timeout. Timeout. The Lakers have called a timeout. Kofan's voice dropped suddenly. The score difference had reverted to 17 points, and makes performance over these 3 possessions. The commentary booth fell into a brief silence. It was unreasonable. It appeared to be reckless, and Kobe should have taken the shot. The name Waping Bryant was not without merit. Yet Kobe held a different perspective. He had missed countless shots himself. Make was merely at the beginning of his journey. Listen, missing shots is inconsequential. If you miss 100 times, take the shot on the 101st. This is your moment to utterly dismantle them. Kobe gazed intently into Make's eyes, his tone resolute and filled with unwavering trust. McCoy mockingly reassured, "Rest assured, my friend, in terms of reckless investments, we are utterly alike, both brimming with confidence for our next move." A generous gift, you say? I am merely trying to alleviate your pressure. Can you not respond with some seriousness? Kobe gave McCoy a hearty pat on the shoulder as they both took to the stage together. Upon resuming play, Rondo noticed that only Parsons was attempting to guard McCoy. Good grief. The Mavericks coach Carlisle is indeed a benevolent soul, creating ample opportunities for McCoy to rack up assists with his 3-point shots. He orchestrated the play, with Kobe feigning an attack to draw defenders, while McCoy maneuvered around Randall's screen. As he received the ball at a 45-degree angle on the left, Dirk attempted to catch up for a defensive play. However, McCoy skillfully dribbled backwards, then unleashed a shot with finesse, the ball sailing through the air with precision. That marked his 11th three-pointer. Gasping for breath and resting his hands on his knees, Dirk silently cursed. What a generous gift. Observing this, Carlisle shouted for Matthews from the sidelines, signaling for a double-team strategy to commence the campaign against McCoy. In the next sequence, Darren committed a turnover, which was promptly intercepted by Rondo. Witness this swift transition. McCoy had already outpaced Chandler by 2 positions. Suddenly, Ernie Johnson's tone shifted. From the diagonal rear, Parsons lunged forward. His right hand splayed as if reaching for the basketball, but in reality, it aimed directly at McCoy's throat. The 3-point shot launched by Make traced an unusual arc. His body plummeting to the ground like a bird with broken wings, his mouth agape as the mouthguard flew out, bouncing off the floor. Meanwhile, Matthews embraced Make's waist from the opposite side. In no time, Make found himself sprawled on the floor. Kobe rushed in immediately, his number 24 jersey swirling into a purple whirlwind on camera. Darren also charged in from the side, using his robust chest to shield the Black Mamba. Damn it! Kendra exclaimed as she sprang to her feet, her crimson nails digging deeply into her palms. She attempted to storm onto the court but was forcibly restrained by Gigi and Bella. For crying out loud, Nick Young on the bench echoed Make's frequent expletives. Ripping off his warm-up suit and preparing to rush in, only to be firmly held back by 3 assistant coaches. I'm going to take that wild dog down. Arteist kicked over a chair in his fury and charged toward the court, only to be restrained back into his seat by 5 security personnel. Oh my God. This isn't a basketball move at all. This is the prelude to a UFC chokehold. O'Neal bellowed, pounding on the table. Chandler had completely wrapped his arms around Make's neck. The referee had to review the footage. Barkley slammed his tactical pen down onto the table. The large screen began to replay the slow-motion footage at the perfect moment, eliciting a tsunami of gasps from the crowd. Amidst the chaos, Make struggled to rise, 5 red finger marks glaringly visible on his throat. He tore open the ice pack handed to him by the trainer and yelled hoarsely at Parsons, who was being restrained by the crowd, "You scoundrel, don't leave tonight." His voice was raspy, akin to sandpaper scraping. "Brother, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it." Parsons, not quite grasping Make's words, offered a sincere apology, albeit one lacking in conviction. After reviewing the footage, the officiating referee, Brother Tony, wore a grim expression. He crossed his arms and signaled for an ejection. Parsons appeared to find relief in this outcome, calmly accepting it. As he passed through the player tunnel, he suddenly turned and saluted Make. "Ladies and gentlemen, Parsons has been humbled. He is tipping his hat to Make. I suspect this moment will be etched into NBA history." Kofan's voice soared an octave higher. Make spoke through his basketball prowess, earning genuine respect. "Our little Make is truly remarkable." Zhang Weiping couldn't help but give Make a thumbs up. What Make had just said to Parsons was likely in Chinese. Those who can read lips, feel free to share in the live chat. Shawi sighed in relief upon seeing Make unharmed. When he noticed the barrage of comments, he couldn't help but chuckle. This is the embodiment of virtue. The revered truly exemplifies the power of moral integrity. In Chapter 75, the elbow strike of Futile unleashed a formidable 64 points. While committed a flagrant foul of the second degree, allowing to convert both free throws effortlessly. In a moment of brilliance, the Lakers executed a sideline play. Kobe feigned a position to attract a double team, enabling to maneuver around 2 screens to the arc's pinnacle, where he received a bullet pass from and executed a perfectly timed shot, swish. The basketball found its way through the net with exquisite precision, within a mere span of seconds, orchestrated an astonishing offensive surge of 3-2-3, bringing the score to 55-83. Observing the giant screen, shook his head with a wry smile. He has 13 out of 16. How can this lad's three-point shooting percentage be so remarkably high? His claim of invincibility in the realm of three-pointers is not mere bravado. In frustration, foolishly provoked him. Is it certain that the Mavericks are destined to become mere background players this time? With 13 three-pointers already made, just 1 more would equals personal record, and 2 more would set a new benchmark. With fervent enthusiasm, shouted in exhilaration. Having recently been penalized for a foul, the Mavericks were hesitant to closely guard. Thus, he seized the opportunity to strike back with a devastating three-pointer against them. Pounding his leg, provided tactical analysis. The director, adept in capturing the moment, showcased a flying kiss from his scored. One wonders if today will indeed establish a new three-point record before. The chat erupted with excitement. Ever engaging, posed a question that flooded the live stream with enthusiastic shouts of 666, praising his prowess. On the court, following's departure, the Mavericks dispatched into shadow closely. Though they refrained from overtly aggressive defense, their subtle actions were relentless. The moment received the ball, they swiftly committed fouls. It appeared that, for them, the outcome of the game was inconsequential. What mattered most was preventing from making any further three-pointers, as the penalties rained down upon him. McKay found himself deceiving the referees with 3 three-point fouls. When he secured his 60th point through free throws, the Staples Center reverberated with the sounds of MV. For the first time, Make heard the home crowd chant his name, and he felt a sense of elation. However, the thought of having missed his 14th three-pointer soured his mood. Darn it, Matthews and Powell were like tenacious leeches, doing nothing but clinging to him during both offensive and defensive plays, never leaving his side. To add to his frustration, Dirk and Pachulia were providing additional defensive support. Lakers head coach Scott was also exasperated. Come on, we have such a significant lead. What are you striving for on the court? There will be plenty of opportunities to break records in the future. If you get injured, it would be a terrible loss. Mavericks head coach Carlisle was even more annoyed. For heaven's sake, our Mavericks have thrown in the towel, yet you refuse to leave the court? Make? Parsons, who offended you, has already been ejected. Do you really intend to break the three-point record over our heads? Shaquille O'Neal, witnessing the potential for his career high score of 61 points to be surpassed, was equally irritated. This kid is ruthless and lacking sportsmanship. He has already scored 60 points and still won TX at the game. I have reasonable doubts he is padding his stats. Barkley mercilessly mocked. Ernie suddenly pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Look at that off-ball positioning." There, Make was sprinting from the baseline, while Pachulia pretended to switch defenses, suddenly shifting laterally and, in the process, forcefully driving his left elbow into Make's diaphragm. McCall stumbled and fell, the back of his head striking the advertising board at the sidelines with a dull thud, his body curling up like a cheetah struck by a bullet. In an instant, the referee's whistle pierced the air, while Pachulia raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, repeatedly claiming that the floor was too slippery. The players from both teams converged once more, tension palpable in the atmosphere. In a surprising turn, Kendall managed to break free from security, leaning down to whisper into McCall's ear, inquiring about his well-being. In slow motion, the subtle maneuver of the Georgian was revealed. He used his 228-pound frame as a shield, his elbow deftly striking McCall's ribs. O'Neal gasped, recalling Robert Horry from the 2002 finals. But more insidious was Pachulia's immediate gesture of goodwill, hands raised. Barkley slammed the table, asserting that such actions warranted an immediate ejection, insisting that the league must investigate these underhanded tactics. At this moment, Maiko knelt on the floor, retching, his complexion ashen. He had been struck in the elbow, causing him to experience a sharp pain in his breath. The Lakers team physician approached for a brief examination and suspected he might have fractured a rib, advising him to withdraw from the game. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persisted. He possessed a miraculous remedy, and fear held no sway over him. The pain would only last a moment. He could endure it. However, Kendall, filled with concern, shed tears and clung to him, indulging in a display of affection. What a sight this was! Mac commanded with a firmness that brooked no dissent. You should not have come down. Now, return to your seat obediently, and I shall escort you back to the locker room shortly. Kendall, charmed by his authoritative demeanor, bestowed a gentle kiss upon him before complying. Mac then made his way towards Petrulia, eyes blazing with intensity as he declared, "Fool, I shall remember you." In the Penguin Sports Studio, Kufan froze the frame at the moment of the elbow strike. Director Zhang, could you provide your analysis? Does Petrulia's action constitute intentional harm? How will the referees adjudicate this? Zhang Weiping magnified the footage threefold. Observed Petrulia closely. He exhibited a distinct contraction just 0.2 seconds prior to the contact with McGee. This indicates he was preparing to strike, warranting at least a level 1 flagrant foul. However, the NBA has been excessively lenient towards such conduct. Upon hearing this, Shui suddenly choked up. This 22-year-old youth bears the hopes of countless individuals. He has been shoved, choked, and elbowed before his beloved. Yet he avenged himself in the most masculine manner. After tonight, the NBA shall embark on a new chapter. The live chat exploded with comments. Some comforting Shao E not to weep, others vehemently cursing Petrulia, while many expressed sympathy for McGee. On the court, after reviewing the footage, the referees rendered their decision. Petrulia was assessed a level 1 flagrant foul, resulting in 2 free throws for the Lakers. Still feeling the pain in his ribs, Mac converted one of the free throws. As the game resumed, Clarkson swiftly passed the ball to Mac, while the Mavericks Powell and Matthews approached him in a token defense. They all presumed the ball would merely graze Mac's hands, believing he would not attempt a three-pointer. Unexpectedly, without regard for the consequences, Maiko launched the ball with fervor. And with each throw, the crowd erupted in jubilation. The illustrious Crab, Powell and Matthews exchanged glances, both deeming the other a fool. Subsequently, the Lakers called for a timeout, and Maiko gestured a signature goodnight to the fans, plunging the Staples Center into a frenzy. MV, MV. The roar of the fans could lift the very roof. Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed history. 64 points in 3 quarters, 14 three-pointers, and 3 fouls. Maiko inscribed his legend with fervent passion. Ernie's voice cracked with excitement. This is the most ferocious display of individual prowess I have ever witnessed. Parsons? He resembled a chihuahua tossed into a tiger's den. Petrulia? Nearly a jester. Mavericks? You deserve this. O'Neal smashed the table. I hereby declare Maiko the greatest shooter in the universe. Even Jordan would have to bow before him. Barkley was beside himself, rambling incoherently. As Maiko took his seat on the bench, Kobe suddenly wrapped his arm around him, whispering, Maiko, you have transformed enmity into art. But what do you mean by scoring 64 points? Chapter 76, Clarkson. You go ahead. I'll call for reinforcements. It's just a mere 64 points. What has the significance? This number doesn't even surpass your 81. Mike shook his head, indicating his confusion. I've achieved a new personal best score. So how about I treat everyone to a night out at the club? You party? What nonsense. Was encountering Kendall, the supermodel girlfriend, not enough? I'd certainly like to give you a piece of my mind. Kobe was momentarily speechless. You better hurry back to the locker room and take some medicine or something. All right, boss. Please keep that game ball safe for me. And if possible, could you also get Dirk's autograph? Mike rose with a smile, and as he was about to leave, he mischievously voiced his little request. Just get lost. Kobe fumed with irritation. He gazed at Mike's departing figure, listening to the enthusiastic cheers of the fans, and a smile crept back onto his face. This young man, Mike, is currently basking in the limelight, seemingly becoming the new darling of Los Angeles, and may very well evolve into its new emblem. Perhaps, this season, the Lakers might indeed clinch the championship. If that were to transpire, he would find himself adorned with 6 championship rings, much like Michael Jordan. As this fleeting moment of daydreaming fades, one glances again at the scoreboard, which reads 63-102. With the conclusion of the third quarter, the Mavericks have scored 63 points, falling just short of my 64 by a solitary point. The script is almost identical to that of a decade ago when he faced the Mavericks. Albeit then the Mavericks had only amassed 61 points while he had achieved 62. This realization brings a wave of frustration. He genuinely suspects that Mai is deliberately trying to overshadow him. In the locker room, after completing his grooming, Maiko found himself in perfect condition. Kendall, visiting this place for the first time, glanced around before settling onto Maiko's lap. One arm encircled Maiko's neck, while the other gently massaged the area around his ribs. "Darling, how do you feel now? Does it still hurt?" Mike lifted Kendall's chin, his gaze both alluring and commanding. Just by observing her unruly demeanor, one could discern that her husband was currently in a splendid state. "Darling, call me husband." Kendall's eyes drifted downward. Her hands began to wander. "Husband, shall we indulge in something exhilarating? Kiki, how about a little thrill?" This excitement is indeed tempting. However, the time is rather short. Hardly sufficient for him to showcase his prowess. "Are you not aware of my capabilities? We'll discuss this further when we return home. Do you remember what you promised me?" Kendall shyly nodded, and the two began to kiss passionately. Meanwhile, in the locker room, Parsons was restless. He had intended to seek Mike out to apologize in person, hoping to resolve their entirely unnecessary feud. However, upon learning that Kendall had also entered the locker room, he hesitated and wavered. Ultimately, he took out his phone and tweeted, "Once again, I sincerely apologize. I respect the true victor. I am unworthy." Just as Parsons had expressed his heartfelt admiration, Mike scored an astonishing 64 points, igniting the league. Prominent stars took to Twitter to express their astonishment. Embiid, what a magnificent feat, 64 points. Mike is phenomenal. I think I'll apply for Chinese citizenship. Durant's alternate account. Mike's three-pointers are more numerous than my times of bathing with Scarlet. Kendall, are you certain he isn't a robot? Real damage. Correction, Mike's three-pointers surpass even my alternate account. I misspoke. Harden, now we're practically family, Mike. Come to Houston. I'll treat you to a grand feast. Curry, Mike, brother, see you in 10 days for a showdown? Lillard, I'm not convinced, but please go easy on me. Respect. Garnett, Mike, I love your roar. Please keep performing. LeBron, crowning glory, no need to count. 64 points are worth so much. Jordan, this game took me back 15 years. It feels exhilarating. Mike, let us play golf together sometime. Media outlets across the United States and around the globe began to fervently report on Mike's recent astonishing performance. ESPN, tonight, Mike rendered all defensive strategies futile, transforming them into mere futile prayers. In a remarkable display of individual prowess, Maiko scored 64 points in 3 quarters, while the Mavericks managed 63 points. We witnessed one of the most ruthless personal showcases in NBA history. Sports Illustrated proclaims, a divine performance with 64 points in 3 quarters. A striking demonstration of personal firepower overwhelming the team. The torchbearer of Kobe, the Mamba spirit flourishes in the land of China. F0X Sports Highlights. Parsons' defensive highlights resemble the essence of human struggle, while Mavericks owner Mark Cuban contemplates legal action against Kendall for interfering with the game. Bild, Germany, reports, Dirk shakes his head as the Chinese prodigy Maiko rises to prominence in the NBA. Daily News of Japan states, a legend from China is born. With 64 points and 14 three-pointers, detonating a significant bombshell in the NBA. The Times of India marvels, the miraculous Maiko, a script even Bollywood would hesitate to write. The Korean Daily asserts, in the Asian Championships, we did not suffer defeat. Historical evidence suggests that Maiko's ancestry traces back to Korea. In a fervent display of passion, McCollum and Kendall engaged in a heated kiss on the court, while Parsons crumbled into a villainous role, having since deactivated his social media account. Onion News humorously suggested that Parsons is poised to announce his entry into the CBA, vowing to prove himself in McCollum's hometown. Meanwhile, media outlets from Huaxia grew increasingly animated, and fans exhibited fervent enthusiasm. The peak viewership for Penguin Sports Live broadcast astonishingly reached 50 million. The end segment of Hoopoo Sports experienced a dramatic collapse, with the Lakers section surpassing a staggering 100 million in popularity, while the Mavericks section was similarly overwhelmed. On Weibo, the trending topics soared to 16, including McCollum's explosive 64 points in 3 quarters, the passionate kiss, and incidents of him being elbowed and choked. Influential figures took to social media to join the conversation, with stars like Bai Lu, Zhang Xiuyan, Deng Ziki, Yang Mi, and Li Shirue adding to the excitement. Even the central media chimed in with a congratulatory post. Huaxia basketball shines in the NBA. McCollum exemplifies that sports transcend borders with his 64 points, uniting the spirit of perseverance. Among the comments, one stood out, suggesting that McCollum should feature on the 7 o'clock news, as his 64 points are rarer than victories for the men's football team. As various news stories continued to brew, the game between the Lakers and Mavericks concluded. with the Lakers triumphantly securing a resounding victory of 134-86, marking their 9th consecutive win. When the jubilant players returned to the locker room, they noticed McCollum's absence, which felt amiss. Could it be that he and Kendall were pursuing thrills in a clandestine location? After all, he had insisted on attending the post-game interview. If he could spend an hour in a nightclub, surely he would linger longer at his home court. This called for someone to find him, to summon him back, and to prevent any mischief. Naturally, this daunting task fell to Nick Young and Clarkson. Initially driven by curiosity, they began their search in the restroom and office areas. But soon panic set in. Damn it, has he left the arena early? Or worse? Nick Young suddenly realized, holy crap, McCollum wouldn't be waiting at the visiting team's locker room, would he? You go ahead, I'll gather the others, Clarkson exclaimed, turning back with alarming speed. Nick Young watched the blur of his figure and muttered to himself, damn it, he runs faster than a rabbit. It's just a fight. But he is acting like a coward. Chapter 77, Kobe. McCollum is rewriting the script. Outside the visitors' locker room at Staples Center, Mike stands here, a serene smile gracing his face as he engages in pleasant conversation with Dirk. A few days ago, after the Timberwolves suffered a defeat, the legendary Kevin Garnett gifted me one of his signed jerseys. Today, after your Mavericks faced a loss, might you, Nowitzki, bestow upon me one of your signed jerseys? Is this a jest of sorts? If you desire a signed jersey, just ask. Your tongue is sharper than mine. You have a knack for stirring the pot. Dirk chuckles and shakes his head, then proceeds to remove his jersey. The Mavericks players linger nearby, quietly observing, initially believing that Mike intended to confront Parsons and Pachulia. After all, blocking the visitors' locker room door is a notorious occurrence in the NBA, often fraught with tension. Yet here we are, on the court. Maiko showcased his prowess, overwhelming them with his skills, yet off the court, he sought Dirk's autograph with an audacious request. They found themselves unable to refute or decline, which was utterly infuriating. Parsons, standing in the locker room, felt a deep sense of frustration. He had not approached Maiko, but it was Maiko who sought him out. Following his sincere apology, Maiko graciously responded, from now on, let the basketball speak for itself. He even advised Parsons to take care of his health and wished him well in securing a lucrative contract next year. But then, before departing, he bluntly declared, when you join that team, I will obliterate them. It was simply outrageous, wasn't it? Just as Maiko obtained Dirk's signed jersey and cheerfully remarked about seeing them next time. Nick Young arrived, followed closely by Kobe and a flurry of teammates rushing in. They initially believed Maiko was looking for a confrontation. Their hurried arrival was twofold. First, to prevent Maiko from escalating matters, and second, out of concern that he might be overwhelmed alone, particularly Kobe, who felt the need to support his young ally in reclaiming his honor. Upon seeing Maiko holding the number 41 jersey with an evidently cheerful demeanor, they were all taken aback. Ma, is everything all right? Maiko, how are you? They inquired in a chorus of concern. Kobe scrutinized Maiko and glanced at the Mavericks players, clearly noting that no altercation had occurred. He let out a sigh of relief and scolded, thick-skinned crab, you came here just to snag a signed jersey? As Mike gazed upon his numerous teammates approaching, a warmth blossomed within him. Indeed, Dirk is my idol. He suffered a loss while I shattered records. Is it too much to ask for a jersey? Upon hearing this, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. Yet, is this truly how you treat your idol? Dirk. This lad behaves this way because of his overwhelming prowess and sharp tongue. Ha! After Kobe finished speaking, he draped his arm around Make's shoulders and departed, leaving Nowitzki in a state of bewilderment in the corridor. Soon after, Make and Kobe arrived at the post-game press conference. The room was filled with cameras and equipment, with photographers eagerly capturing every nuanced expression of Make and Kobe. Reporter A approached and directly inquired of Make, with 64 points and 14 three-pointers in 3 quarters. You have set a new scoring record for yourself while almost single-handedly overpowering the Mavericks. How do you assess your performance tonight? I am grateful for my teammates' trust, appreciative of the Mavericks' defense, and thankful for their strategic approach in the third quarter. Without those factors, I would not have achieved such a high score, nor would they have suffered such a significant defeat. Micah speaks the truth. He had merely prepared for 14 three-point attempts. The Mavericks head coach is indeed a genius, having devised the strategy to hack Micah. However, to the ears of numerous reporters, Micah's words come off as sheer arrogance, unmistakably belittling the Mavericks' defense. Reporter B sees the opportunity to inquire, Chandler Parsons, your opponent, has been defending you almost throughout the game, even resorting to 2 intentional fouls. Can you comment on whether your outburst is related to this conflict? Did Kendall's presence on the sidelines inspire you? My performance is independent of others. However, Kendall's arrival undoubtedly hindered the Mavericks' performance. Mike once again speaks the truth. His on-field achievements are entirely attributed to the formidable support from Sister Tong. Before heading to the locker room, Chandler tipped his hat to you. What is your assessment of his gesture? Reporter C continues to dig deeper. He possesses a degree of self-awareness. I hope he secures a lucrative contract and has the opportunity to transition through several teams. McAllister toyed with his wristband, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The reporters, however, failed to comprehend the latter part of his statement. Consequently, reporter D turned to Kobe and inquired, Kobe, a decade ago, you scored 62 points against the Mavericks in 3 quarters. Now, McAllister has achieved 64 points against the same opponent in 3 quarters. Do you believe his performance tonight embodies the Mamba mentality? Can he surpass your remarkable 81 points? Mike finally comprehended the meaning behind Kobe's earlier inquiry regarding his 64-point game. With a raised eyebrow and a smile, Kobe remarked, I suppose he intentionally scored 2 points more than I did, aiming to provoke my ire. By the way, should you happen to break the 81-point record next time, do remember to treat me to a glass of red wine. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Subsequently, Kobe turned to Mike and exchanged a fist bump, stating, the times have changed, yet the killer's gaze remains unchanged. Tonight, I am well acquainted with Mike's eyes. Reporter E pressed Kobe further. If you had to encapsulate Mike in a single sentence, what would it be? With a piercing gaze, Kobe stood and patted Mike on the back, declaring, in 1996, a high schooler returning from Italy was underestimated by all, and in 2015, a young lad from Huaxia is rewriting the script. My friend, your script is rather lacking. I do not fancy it. Haha. McGrady picked up the microphone and added, jokingly, well, I suppose I should have 7 championship rings too. Hiss. It's no surprise that Kobe has such high expectations for McGrady. How could Maiko dare to criticize Kobe's script? The Black Mamba boasts 5 championship rings, and Maiko claims he aspires to achieve 7? Such youthful arrogance. Nevertheless, this young man certainly knows how to generate headlines. Is this talent something you learned from the Kardashian family? In the interview with the Mavericks, Carlisle appeared distracted, while Dirk wore a solemn expression. Reporter F posed a pointed question. Dirk, tonight Maiko scored an astonishing 64 points, including 14 three-pointers. How do you assess his performance? Dirk rubbed his forehead and sighed. That could unleash a Kobe-esque display against us. His 3-pointers fell like a torrential downpour, and we were caught without an umbrella. Reporter G continued, when you were defending Maiko, you seemed to shake your head and smile ruefully. Were you reminded of the fear of being overshadowed by youth? Dirk rarely grinned. In 2006, it was Dwayne Wade. In 2011, I exacted my revenge. Tell Maiko I'll be waiting for him on the golf course, provided he doesn't bring Kendall along. Reporter H, accustomed to Dirk's dry humor, interjected, Maiko just expressed gratitude for your defense and tactics. As a leader, how would you evaluate the team's defense and strategy tonight? Dirk raised a bottle of water, pretending it was beer. Our defense was tenacious, but ultimately it was a pile of rubbish. Those fouls, never mind. As for the strategy, you'll have to ask Coach Rick. The reporters turned in unison to Carlisle, who scratched his head and fell silent for 5 seconds. The strategy worked, yet it failed. Tonight is my night of shame. I bear full responsibility for the team's defeat. Seeing Dirk's somber demeanor, reporter A pressed on, what is your assessment of Maiko? Carlisle replied without hesitation. He is the most extraordinary 3-point shooter I have ever encountered in my basketball career, bar none. Meanwhile, Maiko was driving, accompanied by supermodels Kendall, Gigi, and Bella, on their way to a villa in Beverly Hills, where discussions about the Victoria's Secret fashion show were about to unfold. In the villa, Kendall aimed to surprise Maiko by bringing back 2 distinctive outfits from the fashion show and immediately began to strut her stuff. Maiko watched, parched and exhilarated, struggling to suppress his excitement. Some even claimed Kendall's feathered accessories were as simplistic as a duster, likening her to an AI robot kidnapped to the stage, and criticized her twitchy fake smile and casual walk as an affront to the Victoria's Secret runway. Absurd. Darling, I absolutely adore the cool and sassy way you walk the runway. Indeed, the Victoria's Secret stage isn't suited for you. They're far too lowbrow. Ha ha ha, right? I share the same sentiment. My husband truly appreciates beauty. Hee hee. Kendall is elated that Maiko has lauded her so profusely. During the live broadcast, she was subject to a torrent of criticism from viewers and netizens alike. Although her Instagram followers surged by 3 million overnight, she bore a lingering sense of frustration. Darling, I am ready for tonight. As Kendall completed her second lap and nestled into Maiko's embrace, her gaze was intensely fixed. How could Maiko endure this? He lifted her and ascended to the second floor. Gigi and Bella were left speechless, as if they were mere specters in the room. Such impatience. Hey, where are Bella and I supposed to sleep tonight? Gigi shouted in inquiry. Any room will suffice. If you wish to join us in our bedroom. I wouldn't mind at all, Kendall remarked without a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing the news, Meg staggered in disbelief. Soon enough, a private Victoria's Secret show lasting 2 hours commenced. The two sisters, captivated by the enchanting melodies of the performance, found themselves restless, tormented by their inability to sleep. They began to express their discontent, albeit with differing inner dialogues. Goodness gracious, is the noise truly this overwhelming? I shall never return to Kendall's villa again. How joyous Kendall seems. Meg indeed carries herself with such poise. I yearn for a partner akin to her. The following morning, Meg, panting, paused to glance at the sports watch adorning her wrist for the 6th time. This habit of morning runs had developed since her relocation to Beverly Hills, motivated by a desire to encounter Hollywood starlets. Covering 6 for kilometers in 64 minutes felt rather auspicious. She found herself grinning foolishly, sweat beads from her forehead inadvertently landing in her eyes. The resounding echoes of the previous night's monumental music video still reverberated in her ears, alongside the exuberant melodies that lingered in her mind from Kendall's villa. Just as she thought her outing would yield no encounters, fate intervened, rounding the 7th corner. She nearly collided with a platinum-haired girl watering a rose bush. Well, I never. The conditioned reflex of Maiko manifested in a swift, evasive maneuver. A delightful surprise. The young lady stumbled backward a few steps, while Maiko steadied her by encircling her waist and guiding her forward. Once they regained their balance, Maiko finally discerned the pair of cerulean eyes beneath her curled lashes, as well as the sweatshirt emblazoned with the year 1989. Who else could this be but Taylor Swift? My apologies, Taylor. Mike, flustered, hastily released his grip. A few words in Chinese slipped from his lips before he realized, swiftly switching channels. My apologies, he said. Taylor, regaining her composure from the initial shock, recognized the new darling of Los Angeles, Mike, and beamed her signature smile, her lips curving upward with a 48-degree angle. Oh, Mr. 64 points, it's you. Mike felt a warmth radiating from the nape of his neck. Taylor's smile was utterly disarming, leaving him breathless. Did you watch the game? He instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow, while Taylor playfully brandished her phone, saying, Your highlights are spreading faster than my breakup announcement. Pfft. Mike nearly choked on his own blood. So it turns out you are the infamous Taylor. I suppose you are once again inspired to create a new song? Taylor was initially taken aback, but soon realized that Mike was aware of her inside joke. Tilting her head and focusing on a particular spot, she playfully inquired, Not really. Do you want to collaborate this time? This is happiness arriving so unexpectedly. But I have Kendall as my legitimate girlfriend. And the whole world knows it. At that moment, Mike was uncertain whether to agree. I am your fan. Could you grant me an autograph? Taylor Swift smiled slightly, her beauty captivating. Of course, I am also your admirer and would love to have your signature. Shall we return to the villa to find a pen? Mike nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation, hoping to acquire Taylor Swift's autograph just as he had once sought Jung Xiuyan's signature. 2 hours later, upon unlocking the villa door, he was greeted by Bella, who swiftly rose from her lounge chair by the pool. She immediately approached him, circling around as if to demand an explanation for her dark circles. You. Bella began, but was interrupted by the scent of lavender wafting from Mike. This was peculiar. Wasn't Kendall averse to that fragrance? With a feigned accusation, she inquired. You carry the scent of another woman. Confess, where have you been? The frequency at which her nose twitched reminded Mike of the previous night's strategic breakdown of the pick-and-roll play. This woman possessed an extraordinary sense of smell, sharper than any scouting report. Exercise. Do you have a problem with that? I'm 19, okay? Kendall is just a year older than me, all right? Bella stood tall, embodying righteousness. The thought of Mike S. and Kendall's athletic endeavors from the previous night caused Bella's cheeks to flush as she asked, Do you usually spend so much time exercising? I was here for 90 minutes. Mike glanced at Bella's sophisticated, world-weary expression, feeling an undeniable connection. It was precisely his preferred type. Typically, I jog for an hour each morning, but today I encountered Taylor on the road and invited her to join me for a workout. No wonder I caught a whiff of her fragrance. Who? You met Taylor? Did you get her autograph? Bella, upon realizing this, excitedly grasped Mike's arm. No. She is a fan of mine, and I provided her with an autograph. Mike is savoring the gentle caress of newfound tenderness. Surely, you must have her contact information, right? Could you kindly obtain an autograph for me during your next encounter? I have truly come to adore her. Bella has completely transformed into a devoted fan. No problem at all. Mike made a solemn vow. Kiki, it would be even better if you could take me to meet her. Bella, ever ambitious, pressed on. If the opportunity arises, if you are also a fan of mine and wish for my autograph. The words of Mick carry profound meaning, yet Bella. This little girl fails to grasp it. Rather than seeking an autograph, I would prefer you to introduce me to a quality Chinese boyfriend. A quality Chinese boyfriend? Well, every reader present here would perfectly meet that criterion. Please specify the conditions, and I shall help you find one. Bella continues to maintain her embrace of Mick's arm. He should be of the same height as you, equally handsome, athletic, and possess strong capabilities. The latter three attributes are indeed agreeable. But the mere requirement of height could eliminate 99. 9 of the candidates, wouldn't it? You simply wish for me to be your boyfriend, if Kendall agrees. I have no objections. If Kendall does not agree, we could always keep it a secret. Maiko is straightforward, playing his cards openly. Chapter 79, The Assistant Huang Yilin, the clash between the Lakers and the Warriors approaches. Abundant gifts of crabs. You, how shameless of you. Just wait until I inform Kendall. Bella finally released Maiko's arm and rushed towards the second floor. Maiko was not the least bit concerned about the girl as potential complaints. After all, it was merely a jest, wasn't it? Last night, she had expressed similar sentiments to Gigi, had she not? Now, he found himself engaged in a phone conversation with Rich Paul, discussing 3 matters: the Antas signature sneakers, the endorsement for Xiaomi, and the recruitment of a female assistant. He was quite pleased with Antas' decision to expand into the American market, as the company had been considerate enough to postpone their meeting by a few days, knowing that the team had back-to-back games on the 16th and 17th. However, he was rather displeased with Xiaomi's stance, though he understood the reasoning behind it. Following his suspension due to an on-court altercation, the marketing director hesitated to proceed with the endorsement deal. Yet, after breaking records against the Mavericks, approval was granted. One wonders if it was a directive from Lei Jun himself. Consequently, Maiko raised his asking price to 60 million yuan over 2 years. Whether they agreed or not was of little concern. He was unbothered by the loss of an endorsement. As for the recruitment of a female assistant, Maiko was even more displeased. Rich Paul had been utterly unresponsive. He had the audacity to expect Maiko to conduct the search himself? This was utterly frustrating. With no other option, he resorted to posting a recruitment advertisement on Weibo. Soon, his phone was inundated with notifications. Exhausted from 2 back-to-back games, Maiko reclined in a chair by the pool, scrolling through the comments. To his astonishment, the Maiko god had finally surfaced. His Weibo was filled with either advertisements or recruitment posts, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Scoring 64 points warranted a reward of a female assistant. Didn't it? Did Kendall even know about this? The requirements were rather excessive, weren't they? A major in accounting, proficiency in English, a height of over 170 centimeters. A beauty score of at least 85, and culinary skills. Was this a search for a wife? What was going on? A monthly salary of $50,000, over 300,000 yuan. Were these expectations too high? Was it too late for me to undergo surgery? Maiko, you are handsome and skilled, and I am beautiful and capable, a perfect match. Reply to me. As he scrolled, he eventually dozed off, a smile on his lips and drool escaping. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Huang Yilin was excitedly tossing and turning in bed after seeing Maiko's Weibo post. She perfectly matched every requirement in the job listing. Was this not tailored specifically for her? Summoning her courage, she sent Maiko a message on WeChat. However, after waiting for 2 hours without a response, her spirits sank into disappointment. Just as she lamented the bittersweet nature of unrequited love, Maiko replied. Not only did he respond, but he also initiated a video call. She immediately straightened up, hurriedly tidied herself, and nervously accepted the call. Hey, Huang Yilin, long time no see. Mike greeted her warmly. Although he and Huang Yilin had only been deskmates for half a year, they still occasionally chatted on social media after arriving in the United States. However, as she entered her senior year, their communication significantly dwindled. Now, they could barely be considered friends who simply liked each other as posts. Hey Mike. Huang Yilin's cheeks flushed. She had initially planned to study abroad in the But due to her family's business troubles in her sophomore year, those plans fell through. For a time in college, she even fantasized about whether they would have been in a relationship had she gone to the U.S. After all, she was undoubtedly a high-achieving beauty, while Mike struggled academically, often seeking her help with English back in the day. Well, Mike gazed at Huang Yilin in the camera, momentarily entranced. His former classmate was undeniably stunning, reminiscent of the now-famous actress Zhang Runan at first glance. Over the years, why had she refrained from sharing photos on social media? Had she done so earlier, he would have pursued her without hesitation. The two remained in silence for a brief moment before embarking on a delightful conversation. Ultimately, Huang Yilin confirmed her intention to come over as an assistant. Maiko happily agreed. Subsequently, he spent the afternoon at the training facility and accompanied Kendall in the evening. The following morning, after a jog, he was with Taylor. His schedule was fully packed. While Taylor scolded him for being a scoundrel, she found musical inspiration. On the afternoon of the 16th, the team arrived in Detroit to face the Pistons. Despite Drummond securing the Player of the Week title for 2 consecutive weeks, the Pistons were merely on the fringes of the playoffs, allowing the Lakers to secure a comfortable victory. However, the overworked Maiko had a mediocre performance, scoring only 20 points, with 4 out of 5 three-point attempts, marking his lowest score since joining the Lakers. On the 17th, in a back-to-back home game against the struggling Suns, Kobe rested, yet the team managed to dominate effortlessly. In this match, Maiko scored 29 points, hitting 7 out of 10 three-pointers. Notably, Booker's scoring talent had yet to be fully uncovered by Suns coach Hornacek. He only managed to score 3 points in 2 minutes during garbage time. In the following days, the team had no games scheduled. Maiko met with the staff of Anta to finalize the design of his signature sneakers and determine the launch date for their sale. He also signed an endorsement deal with Xiaomi and filmed an advertisement. It was a rare occasion for Mr. Lei to personally attend, showcasing his sincere dedication. Consequently, Maiko earnestly suggested that he venture into the new energy vehicle industry, even proposing a joint investment, emphasizing the weight of Mr. Lei's influence. On the 21st, the team traveled to Toronto to face the Raptors. Last season, under the leadership of Lowry and DeRozan, the team achieved its second-best record in history, only to be swept 4-0 by the Wizards in the first round, earning them the moniker Trash Brothers. This season, the team parted ways with their best sixth man, Lou Williams, while bringing in Carroll and Joseph to initiate a defensive upgrade plan. After an initial 5-game winning streak, the team encountered a brief slump, currently suffering 3 consecutive losses. A victory is desperately needed. As the game commenced, the Raptors' defensive intensity escalated to playoff levels, catching the Lakers off guard. The Lakers struggled, missing shots throughout the match, resulting in a dismal shooting percentage. Ultimately, they faced their first defeat of the season, ending with a score of 91-102. In this game, Kobe shot 3 for 16, while Randall managed only 2 for 10. Maiko, however, excelled with 31 points, hitting 8 out of 10 three-pointers. On the 23rd, the team faced the Trail Blazers on their home turf. The Blazers lost 4 starting players during the offseason: Aldridge to the Spurs, Matthews to the Mavericks, Batum to the Hornets, and Robin Lopez to the Knicks. While many predicted the Blazers would be a lottery team, Damian Lillard demonstrated undeniable leadership qualities, and second-in-command C.J. McCollum began to rise. Currently, they hold a record of 6 wins and 8 losses, emerging as a surprising contender. However, the backcourt duo's chemistry has yet to reach its peak. In this match, Kobe rebounded in performance, and Maiko maintained his steady play, allowing the Lakers to avoid a losing streak with a final score of 107-93. 2 days later, the league's best teams faced off, the 12-1 Lakers versus the Warriors, who boasted a remarkable 15-game winning streak. The highly anticipated first showdown between the Lakers and Warriors was imminent. Chapter 80. Maiko. I was previously boasting without a script. Even before the game commenced, the NBA had already begun to generate excitement. On the eve of the match, Adam Silver issued an order to prominently feature the newly added Maiko vs. Curry segment on the NBA's official website. Upon entering the site, fans would immediately see a clear comparison of the two player statistics. In the realm of basketball, McCoy has participated in 11 matches, averaging an impressive 33.5 points per game, thus securing the top position on the scoring leaderboard. He has successfully made an average of 8.6 three-pointers per game, boasting an astounding three-point shooting accuracy of 78. Meanwhile, Curry, in his 15 games, has achieved an average of 32.6 points per game, placing him second on the scoring chart with an average of 5. 1 3-pointers made per game, and a commendable three-point shooting percentage of 44.9. Detailed statistics for each match of these two players have also been meticulously compiled, and greetings have been personally extended to various broadcasting channels. Consequently, major media outlets and renowned commentators have eagerly engaged in the discourse. ESN headline: Warriors 15-0 versus Lakers 12-1. Who truly reigns as the king of the season's outset? The historic showdown between McCollum and Curry. Who truly deserves the title of the greatest three-point shooter? From stepping on toes to seeking vengeance. McCollum versus Bodog. The unfinished battle of the 2015 finals. The entanglement between Kobe and the Warriors. Is this the script for the Mamba's revenge? A. Smith's furious outcry. Warriors, do not underestimate McCollum. He obliterated you last season. TNT's in-depth analysis and daily banter. If McCollum triumphs in this match, has he surpassed Curry as the premier shooter in the current NBA? The clash between McCollum and Curry is destined to redefine the era of three-point shooting in the NBA. The trio of McGee, Kobe, and Rondo. Can the new Lakers triumvirate unravel the Warriors' formidable small ball lineup? The Lakers bench trio of Nick Young, Clarkson, and Harrell. Will they be able to overpower the Warriors' second unit? Barkley predicts a 20-point victory for the Warriors. Shaquille O'Neal quips that Charles has indulged too much. O'Neal wagers that if the Lakers win, he will kiss Kenny's bald head. As for the discussions surrounding prominent players like Durant and Embiid, both active and retired, there are countless opinions that need not be elaborated upon. Naturally, the media in China is keenly following the trending topics. Penguin Sports exclaims with fervor, "Pride of China." McGee averages 33, 5 points and 8, 6 three-pointers, claiming the title of scoring champion. Mac, from Cavaliers bench to Lakers core, can he once again become the Warriors' nightmare? A preview of Lakers versus Warriors. Can the trio of Mac, Kobe, and Porzingis overturn the Warriors' streak of 15 consecutive victories? A retrospective of McCoy's 15 three-pointers in last season's finals. Warriors fans will be left in silence. Hwaseong fans are fervently scrambling for tickets. Staples Center is set to become McCoy's home court. Poo-Poo Sports has once again established a dedicated discussion area, along with two polls. Who will triumph, the Lakers or the Warriors? In the debate between McCollum and Curry, the question arises, who is currently the premier sharpshooter? Enthusiastic fans have taken to playful banter, proclaiming in 5 words, Lakers for the championship. The Lakers stand at 12-1, largely due to a favorable schedule and weaker opponents, while the Warriors' impressive 15-game winning streak carries greater significance. The Warriors are the true champions. The Warriors system remains unparalleled. McCollum has faced relentless critique, with excuses given for losses citing injuries. When the intensity escalates, Curry falters, while McCollum possesses the heart of a champion. With a defensive efficiency ranking of 218 in the league, perhaps a name change to McCollum, the unyielding, is in order. Lakers fans shed tears, lamenting that had McCollum remained with the Cavaliers, victory would have been assured this year. Regardless of the outcome, the game is a triumph for the fans. With an imminent IPO on the horizon, Curry is expected to score 7 points with 3-pointers tonight, while McCollum faces foul trouble with 5 in the first half, and Green is ejected. The Lakers narrowly secure a 1-point victory. If they lose, I shall consume my keyboard during the live broadcast. McCollum shines brightly. If the Lakers win, I shall run 3 laps around the court in my birthday suit. My brother scores over 30 points, and I shall present 30 artistic photographs. Oh dear. Let me share one now. I have my tissues ready. As the game approaches, the media room buzzes with up to 120 journalists. However, during the interview segment, it seems both teams conspired, as the Lakers sent only McCollum, while the Warriors dispatched merely Curry. At the Lakers interview site, the Los Angeles reporters received the first opportunity to pose questions. McCollum, how do you assess the Warriors' impressive 15-game winning streak? Do we stand a good chance of victory tonight? Undoubtedly, the Warriors are the finest team in the league. Their system has evolved to be even more formidable than last season. Therefore, I suggest the Warriors consider parting ways with Steve Kerr, as Luke Walton's coaching prowess is evidently remarkable. Upon the conclusion of McCall's remarks, a ripple of laughter ensued. At the commencement of this season, Kerr was absent for 43 games due to back surgery. During this span, Walton adeptly led the team to an impressive record of 39 wins and 4 losses, including a remarkable 24-game winning streak, marking the first time in Warriors history that they achieved an undefeated record in November. The league subsequently announced Walton as the Western Conference's Coach of the Month for November. Although the NBA officially credited this achievement to head coach Steve Kerr. In the timeline of events, Walton was appointed as the new coach of the Lakers on April 30th, 2016. Regardless, McCall seemed to suggest that it was merely a matter of time before he would create a stumbling block for them, which did not seem unreasonable. He then casually added, as for the victor, it would undoubtedly be the Warriors. Their prowess and the synergy among their players far surpass our own. We still require the Warriors to refine our lineup. As for the Warriors, they are merely a defeated foe. This season, the Warriors aim for a record of 73 wins and 9 losses if they were to lose 2 games to the Lakers. Would they still be able to achieve that goal? Without those 73 wins, a playoff victory over them would feel less gratifying, wouldn't it? Upon finishing his statement, the local journalists in Los Angeles were left astounded. Ah, my dear, you are merely undermining your own aspirations while elevating the prowess of others. Although the reasoning may hold merit, is it truly appropriate to so bluntly assert that the star player of the opposing team will lead them to victory? At this moment, the Golden State Sports Report seizes the opportunity to inquire. Despite the Lakers' impressive record of 12 wins and 1 loss, fans claim you are merely a fade of strength. While you currently lead the scoring charts, critics allege that you rely solely on 3-point shots. How do you respond to such assertions? Mike revealed a composed and self-assured smile. The fans were correct. Our team is indeed a facade of strength. My proficiency lies solely in 3-point shooting. Thus, we must strive harder to demonstrate our true capabilities on a grander stage. Hiss. The reporters were left utterly perplexed. Such a modest Mike during the interview? This is most unusual. Is he perhaps concealing something malicious? Could he be planning to unveil a spectacular performance tonight? A diligent reporter from Cleveland promptly inquired, Mike, you once led the Cavaliers to victory over the Warriors. At the onset of the season, you also expressed confidence in guiding the Lakers to a championship. Do you still hold that belief? Indeed, McCoy harbors such thoughts and will undoubtedly strive to realize them. However, it is rather premature to engage in such discussions at this juncture. Boasting without preparation? Do you truly believe it? The West is home to formidable adversaries such as the Warriors, Thunder, Spurs, and Rockets. Let us first secure our place in the playoffs before further deliberation. What is the situation today? It seems as though Mike has transformed into a different person, lacking vigor. Could it be that Kendall has drained this young man of his essence? Much like how Khloe Kardashian often causes Harden to falter in his performance. TMZ's entertainment journalists have detected an intriguing shift. Mike, will Kendall be attending the game tonight? When she came to watch you face the Mavericks, you scored an impressive 64 points. Mike shook his head, spreading his hands with a smile, saying, she won come. She doesn't want to see me lose. Kendall wanted to come, and even Jung Xiuyan called in advance to express her desire to attend. But I want to allow them. If they come, the Warriors' shooting percentage might drop by 10. What if the Lakers win? Young players must experience failure to understand the gap in strength between their team and the top-tier teams. Only then can they grow rapidly, right? Chapter 81. The Awakening of the Black Mamba. Kobe's powerful strike Warriors interview scene. The Golden State Sports newspaper was the first to pose a question. Steven, Mike just personally acknowledged that the Lakers are a false powerhouse and that the Warriors will win tonight. Do you agree with his statement? How do you evaluate Mike's current performance? Curry paused for a moment, surprised by Mike's response, which seemed out of character for him. False powerhouse. No, the Lakers are formidable. We will strive for consecutive victories. He shrugged and continued. Mike is a fierce competitor. He has proven himself in the finals. Since joining the Lakers this season, both his team performance and personal statistics have astonished everyone. He certainly deserves consideration among the top 5, perhaps even the top 3 in the league. Well, top 5 in the league? The Los Angeles media reporters were delighted, although the questioning rights were seized by TNT Sports. So far this season, Mike's 3-point shooting percentage stands at an astonishing 70. How do you plan to defend against him and limit his impact in this game? Curry, whose own 3-point shooting was already exceptional, found it surprising that there was someone even more extraordinary. The efficiency could only be described as terrifying. He felt a persistent sense that he and Mike were not on the same tier when it came to 3-point shooting. Once Mike found his rhythm, it became exceedingly difficult to contain his performance. However, our coaching staff has made the best arrangements. Our defensive system can withstand any challenge. Joe Lingen, a special correspondent for Penguin Sports, was deliberately assigned as the third questioner. Steven, this season you have made 76 3-pointers, while Mike has made 95. Do you think it is possible for you both to surpass 400 or even 500 3-pointers in a single season? Curry raised an eyebrow and smiled. wearing an innocent expression reminiscent of a schoolboy. 400 for me, 500 for Mike. Anything is possible. We'll know by the end of the regular season. After the reporters posed several questions to interim head coach Walton, the pre-game interview concluded. They felt that Mike and Curry's responses had been rather ordinary. No one knew how the game would unfold. 10 minutes before the game, others were warming up on the court. Maiko sat quietly on the bench, engrossed in reviewing the information on his device, subsequently redeeming his achievement points. Level: LV2, upgrade progress, 256, 500, comprehensive constitution, 60, remaining achievement points, 56, earnings, 283, 000. Items: 12 bottles of universal injury medication. This meant he could now play for 29 minutes per game, an increase of 1 minute from before. Introducing an element of uncertainty for today's match. 5 minutes before the game, Xiaoli, seated at the sidelines, pointed at his phone screen, astonished as he exclaimed to his model companion, "Can you believe it? Maiko's Instagram followers have soared to 15 million. That's double my count." The model companion smiled silently, having previously sent numerous revealing photos to Maiko, which he had overlooked. 3 minutes prior to the game, as Maiko made his entrance, a fan in the third row, known as Mei Mei, exchanged a playful wink with him. When the camera captured this moment on the big screen, a thunderous cheer erupted from the audience, reminiscent of a tidal wave. At 2 minutes and 45 seconds before the game, Kobe was the last to emerge from the tunnel. Under the glaring lights, the Black Mamba raised his index finger, igniting the arena into a boiling cauldron of excitement. With 1 minute remaining, Jeannie Buss swirled her wine glass in the private view room, whispering, "The live viewership in the Chinese market has surpassed 35 million. Meanwhile, Adam Silver displayed a professional smile. Maiko's market potential still needs to be maximized. Perhaps next year he could lead the team on a tour of Asia? Jeannie Buss nodded in agreement. Soon, with the referee's whistle, the players began to jump for the ball, officially commencing the match. The Warriors' starting lineup included Curry, Thompson, Green, Barnes, and Bogut. The Lakers' starting lineup featured Rondo, Kobe, Maiko, Randall, and Porzingis. The tall and agile Porzingis dribbled, the basketball landing precisely in Rondo's hands. Everyone on the Warriors was aware of Maiko's ability to shoot from beyond half-court, prompting Green to close in immediately. Rondo brought the ball to half-court, spotting an opening on the left wing. Kobe received the ball, lowered his center of gravity, and before Barnes could react, the purple and gold lightning had already sliced through the defense. The rim trembled under Kobe's pull-up dunk, sending a gasp through the nearly 19,000 spectators. This was unmistakably the Black Mamba from 2.5 years ago, facing the Warriors once again. Indeed, during that period, Kobe was still at the twilight of his prime. In the 2012-13 season, he formed a formidable quartet with Nash, Gasol, and Howard. However, due to the burden of age, the team struggled under D'Antoni's frenetic system. In a desperate bid to reach the playoffs, the 34-year-old Kobe entered a relentless mode as the season neared its conclusion. On April 12, 2013, during a match against the Golden State Warriors, he suffered the most severe injury of his career, an entirely ruptured left Achilles tendon. This occurred with just 3 minutes and 8 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter while he was driving past Barnes for a layup. At the moment he exerted force on his left leg, he felt a sharp pain and collapsed, clutching his ankle. He endured the pain long enough to complete 2 free throws, both successful, before being assisted off the court. Ultimately, the score stood at 118-116, with the Lakers emerging victorious. By the end of that season, the Lakers barely secured the 7th spot in the Western Conference. However, without Kobe, they were swiftly swept by the Spurs in the first round, and Howard departed soon after. This incident marked the conclusion of Kobe's peak and plunged the Lakers into a prolonged rebuilding phase. Today, Kobe, having found a miraculous remedy, is no longer plagued by injuries. Although his physique is not as youthful and omnipotent as it was a few years ago, he has managed to regain around 80% of his former prowess. "Bang!" exclaimed Mike Breen, passionately opening the commentary from the ESPN booth. "A gift from Kobe. Just look at his gaze. Observe this deft maneuver. It conjures memories of his form in 2013. Mark Jackson loosened his tie, reflecting earnestly on his encounters against the Lakers during his tenure with the Warriors. The Warriors employed Barnes to guard Kobe, yet McGee's off-ball movement drew Green's attention away, creating precious one-on-one space for Kobe. Jeff Van Gundy immediately provided tactical analysis. Meanwhile, Mike Breen, after a half-year journey in China, had finally returned to his work. As the foremost admirer, he continued to extol. This exemplifies McGee's value. His three-point threat magnetizes defensive resources. The Warriors' counterattack was swift, with Green executing a high handoff pass to Curry, who released the ball in 0.3 seconds, launching an arc even as McGee's fingertips grazed the shot. There is no need for McGee to concern himself with the outcome. Curry's movement and shooting rhythm are simply impeccable. He swiftly traverses the court, receiving a pass from Rondo that crosses half-court, and responds with a shot from the corner, a resounding answer ball. From that moment, McGee initiates a mode of restraint, with the tempo of the game entirely dictated by Kobe. Remarkably, McGee is the first to be substituted. Meanwhile, Kobe, Rondo, and Porzingis remain on the floor. This is not the customary rotation employed by the Lakers. As the first quarter reaches the 6-12 mark, the Lakers lead 15-12 against the Warriors. Upon returning from the timeout, McGee takes a breather, prompting Mike Breen to exclaim that the Warriors must remain vigilant. McGee has only attempted a single three-pointer, while Kobe has already amassed 8 points. Tonight, Kobe appears markedly different. Has the Black Mamba awakened? Mark Jackson, with a teasing tone, mutters to himself, "Oh my God, Kobe strikes again." He navigates around the arc using Porzingis as a screen, fakes out Clay, and with the defense's delay, from beyond the arc, he executes a fadeaway jumper that finds the net. At that moment, Kobe on the court clenches his fists in celebration. The Staples Center ignites in fervor. Mamba mentality echoes throughout the arena. Chapter 82. Walton, the unconventional strategist. What a remarkable play. The 37-year-old Kobe employs his signature fadeaway, leaving Bogut unable to contest effectively. As the commentators speak, Yang E adjusts his glasses. Incredible. Kobe's current form is something to behold. He carries a fierce intensity in his gaze. Baldy interjects swiftly. Nearby, Maina, dressed in a short skirt and wearing a smile, stands demurely. As a newly arrived intern, she has diligently absorbed some basketball knowledge, yet feels uncertain about engaging in conversation with the two prominent figures. The camera shifts back to the sidelines where Nicholson, sporting sunglasses, raises his arms triumphantly. Meanwhile, popcorn from Leonardo DiCaprio's bucket has scattered onto the thigh of a female model. Mike waved his towel and shouted the boss is incredible. At the court, Warriors interim coach Walton gestured to Iguodala. In the next possession, the Warriors initiated an attack, but Barbosa's pass was intercepted directly by Rondo, allowing Kobe to dart towards the opposing paint like an arrow released from a bow. Iguodala and Barnes quickly pursued, attempting to trap Kobe. However, Kobe was already prepared, delivering a brilliant no-look pass to the trailing Porzingis, who executed a resounding dunk. The Latvian youth celebrated exuberantly, pounding his chest. On the bench, Curry wiped his sweat and shook his head, clad in the skin of the Black Mamba that evening. Green took a couple of swigs of water and chuckled. The game has just begun. The Warriors swiftly retaliated, with Thompson sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers, one of which was a forceful shot taken with Clarkson nearly contesting in his face. Splash. Klay Thompson. Mike Breen echoed his partner's iconic call, 2 three-pointers, and the deficit is suddenly reduced to 2 points. Mark Jackson remarked proudly. This is the terrifying aspect of the Warriors. If you're not vigilant, they can hit 5 or 6 threes in a row. However, Van Gundy pointed out the issue. The Lakers' rotations were too slow, and Clarkson and Nick Young's defense was lacking. As the game approached the final 2 minutes, Kobe received the ball at a 45-degree angle on the left side, closely guarded by Iguodala. The entire audience stood in anticipation, seemingly aware of what was about to unfold. Kobe executed 3 consecutive dribbles between his legs, suddenly breaking to the right, halting abruptly before stepping back. Iguodala momentarily lost his balance. In that fleeting 0.1 seconds of space, Kobe ascended. Barnes lunged in a desperate attempt to defend, his fingers nearly grazing Kobe's eyes. The referee's whistle blew. Swish. The ball went in. 3-1. The Staples Center erupted. Kobe's gaze was sharp as he maintained his shooting form while retreating 2 steps. Kobe Bryant. And 1. The three-pointer was made right in Barnes' face. Mike Breen's voice thundered. Jackson shook his head. Barnes got a fingertip on it. But that's the difference of 20 years of mastery. Van Gundy focused intently on the replay. Notice Kobe's landing. His front foot was perfectly beyond the three-point line. A 37-year-old veteran, and his technical details remain flawless. Incredible! He's 37? He has torn his Achilles? Barnes incredulously asked Iguodala during Kobe's free throw. Iguodala maintained a composed demeanor. For him, age was merely a number. Courageous and unyielding, Clay responded during the Warriors' offensive possession, utilizing Esley's screen to narrow the gap between the two teams to a mere 3 points. In the final possession, the Lakers held the ball, with Rondo skillfully managing the clock. Kobe meandered beyond the three-point arc in the corner, closely pursued by Iguodala. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Suddenly, Kobe sprang into action, leveraging Porzingis to break free, darting towards the basket to receive the pass as Esley raised his arms high. With no time to glance at the timer, he executed a deft mid-air switch with a layup. The buzzer sounded to signal the end of the first quarter. Swish. The ball sliced through the net immediately thereafter. 31-26, the Lakers led by 5 points. Kobe, with a stoic expression, walked towards the bench, merely exchanging a light high-five with Rondo. Yet, the cheers from Staples Center nearly threatened to lift the roof. The big screen repeatedly showcased the slow motion of that buzzer beater, emphasizing the magnitude of Kobe's finesse, as if time had rewound to his peak years. Kobe Bryant, 17 points in the first quarter. How could this be from a 37-year-old veteran? Mike Breen inhaled deeply. Fadeaway jumpers, penetrating layups, thunderous dunks, crucial three-pointers, and that final shot. It was nothing short of a distillation of Kobe's illustrious career. Jackson chuckled wryly, acknowledging Esley's commendable defense on the last shot, yet noting that greatness is often impervious to perfection. On the Lakers bench, Mac brought refreshments, Harrell passed a towel, and Randall excitedly chattered away. Kobe listened quietly, his gaze fixed on the scoreboard, seemingly pondering how many more points he could amass that evening. Goodness, the strength in Kobe's core is enviable. Just look at how he adjusted in midair during that final play, reminiscent of his championship days. During the intermission, Yang Yi from the Penguin live stream reflected on the game. The bald commentator emphatically pounded his thigh, declaring, "Wow, just wow. 17 points in the first quarter. This is a statement to the whole league. I am still in my prime." Yang Yi smiled knowingly. Look at the Lakers' strategy today. It's clear they intend to unleash Kobe first. However, despite the Lakers holding a slight advantage at the end of the first quarter, what kind of team are the Warriors? They often turn the tide of the game with a single surge. As the second quarter begins, Kobe will likely rest. And this is when Mac and the other substitutes must withstand the pressure. The bald commentator suddenly shouted, "Who cares about the Warriors' Splash Brothers or their runs? With Kobe and Mac, the Lakers have their own Mamba mentality." Dear viewers, don't go anywhere. More excitement awaits after the break. At this moment, an intriguing scene unfolded on the court, captured by the sideline camera. Mike glanced at Curry on the Warriors bench, his gaze laden with complexity. In the previous season's finals, it was Curry's remarkable performance that propelled the Cavaliers to victory over the Warriors. Now, this Warriors team exhibits an unparalleled synergy, their offense sharper than ever, and the death lineup more formidable, presenting an undeniably unstoppable force. Astonishingly, they have not even deployed their smaller lineup. Both Curry and Green, like him, took a half-quarter respite. This is undeniably impressive. In the second quarter, with Kobe, Rondo, and Porzingis all resting, he still led his team without being thoroughly contained. How can one possibly counter the Warriors' relentless defensive switches? Mike contemplated as Coach Scott outlined the strategies for the second quarter. "Mike, you're in. We require your perimeter firepower. Julius, you will occupy the 5 position, while Artest is tasked with guarding Green." With the sound of the whistle, the second quarter commenced. Mike observed the Warriors lineup with a grin on his face, yet a storm brewed within his heart. "What is this, Walton? Have you prepared the death lineup specifically for me? You typically reserve this for the tail end of the third quarter or pivotal moments in the game. Yet here we are at the mere onset of the second quarter. Truly, you are defying all conventions." He mused. "And what of Thompson and Barnes? Do they not require rest?" In Chapter 83, the strategy to dismantle Green left both coaches and referees bewildered. The death lineup made an early appearance, revealing the Warriors' trump card ahead of schedule. Mike Breen's voice escalated. Meanwhile, the Lakers positioned McCollum alongside 3 substitutes to face this challenge, which seemed utterly disorganized and devoid of defense, relying solely on isolation plays. "This is bound to be entertaining," Mark Jackson remarked with a shake of his head and a sardonic smile. Van Gundy continued his tactical analysis. "Byron Scott's rotation is indeed questionable. The 5 players on the court are riddled with vulnerabilities. Meta World Peace now resembles an old truck running on empty, utterly incapable of keeping pace with the Warriors' off-ball movement." As Van Gundy noted, during the Warriors' initial offensive possession, Curry advanced with the ball while Green orchestrated from the high post. Thompson, stationed in the corner, navigated a screen. And with Meta lagging by a beat, bang, Thompson unleashed a three-pointer that sliced through the air. Was the Warriors' counterattack about to commence? When the Lakers regained possession, Randall inbound to McCollum, who, upon receiving the ball in the backcourt, was immediately double-teamed by Green and Iguodala. Left with no choice, he passed to Nick Young, who launched a shot but missed. The Warriors surged forward like a tidal wave. Barnes seized the rebound and sent a long pass to Curry, causing chaos in the Lakers' transition defense. Yet, Mike remained fixated on Curry. Aren't you supposed to shoot on the court? Don't fall for that. As if schooling a novice, Green toyed with Randall, exploiting a gaping hole in the interior defense and easily executing a thunderous dunk. This was absurd. Meta may have faltered in his footwork, but why was Randall so easily faked out? Ridiculous. Observing Randall's position, he should have collapsed to protect the rim. Yet he stood frozen, watching as Green surged ahead. Young man, when facing a championship-caliber team in the death lineup, your mind has clearly gone blank. Mark Jackson scoffed. Van Gundy did not hold back either. Randall might still be reminiscing about last night's SpongeBob episode, thinking, I'm ready. No, my child. You are far from prepared. As the Lakers attempted to attack, Randall passed to Clarkson, only to have Barnes snatch the ball away. In a fast break, Thompson faked out Nick Young, took a sidestep, and launched a wide-open three. Damn. Fortunately, it clanged off the rim. However, just as Green was about to seize the rebound, Meta World Peace advanced to contest him. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul by World Peace for pushing while attempting to secure the rebound. This sharp sound jolted McGee awake. Unbelievably, the Mavericks shamelessly resorted to a hack-McGee strategy. The Lakers could likewise target Green. The Lakers might employ an aging player alongside two younger ones, World Peace, Harrell, and Royce O'Neal, as substitutes to continuously foul Green, unsettling his composure. His free throw percentage this season is merely 66. Furthermore, he is prone to emotional outbursts, often seeking to voice his grievances to the referees. When ignored, his frustration escalates, leading to more aggressive actions and frequently resulting in technical fouls. Shall we provoke his emotions further? Mac had made up his mind, a cunning smile gracing his face. As he became momentarily distracted, Curry and Green executed a magician's trick, feigning a pick and roll while making a swift cut to the basket. Mac appeared rooted to the spot, while Curry performed an aerial ballet, only to miss the shot. Yet, out of nowhere, Iguodala descended like a comet, scoring with a putback. A sudden 7-0 run propelled the Warriors to a 33-31 lead. The Warriors bench erupted in jubilation, while the Lakers bench fell into a heavy silence. Kobe wore a grave expression as he tied his shoelaces. What were the Lakers doing while attempting to secure rebounds? Were they collectively pondering the meaning of life? Randall's positioning was as soft as cotton candy, merely gesturing without exerting effort. The bald man slammed the table, adopting a theatrical tone. Mac is distracted and even smiling. His defensive attitude just moments ago was quite poor. Young sighed and criticized Mac, subsequently offering his advice. Scott must make a substitution immediately. Either Kobe or Rondo should return, or else the Warriors will run away with the game. On the sidelines, Scott indeed contemplated calling a timeout, but Mac was not allowing him the opportunity. Randall quickly passed the ball to Clarkson, who took a couple of dribbles before handing it off to Mac. Just as he crossed the half-court line, Iguodala and Green were preparing to double-team him. However, before they could fully converge, Mac, without hesitation, took his shot. Swish. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, kissing the backboard before finding the net. He then swiftly ran over to Meta World Peace, whispering something to him. The five Warriors on the court widened their eyes in disbelief, while the players and coaches on the bench shared the same astonishment. As memories of that haunting moment from the finals flooded back to them, bang, the Chinese assassin had finally drawn his sword. McCaw suddenly raised his voice and continued. This shot reminds me of McCaw's opening basket in Game 7 of the finals. It completely ignited the fans' enthusiasm. Van Gundy pounded the tactical board, exclaiming, "This is a textbook-level ambush, but it is only suited for McCaw. No one else has the range or precision like that." Mark Jackson shook his head in resignation, muttering, "What a ridiculous shot. That was just absurd." As the Warriors initiated their offense, Green, positioned at the top of the arc, sought to distribute the ball. However, Arteas charged forward to steal, only to be called for a pushing foul. Green cursed under his breath, but refrained from retaliating. Had it been someone else, he might have pushed back, but Arteas was a different breed, much too formidable to provoke. He could only obediently inbound the ball. After successfully tossing it to Curry, McCaw immediately rushed over, not towards the ball in Curry's hands, but directly at Green. Consequently, both players tumbled to the floor. The referee, standing nearby, promptly blew the whistle again. After getting up, Green attempted to shove McCaw, but Arteas stepped in to protect him, angrily accusing, "What was that, you little rascal? Was that intentional?" Mike chuckled and shrugged. "Am I wrong for intensifying my defense? If you think it's inappropriate, feel free to give me a push next time." Green scoffed, "All right, very well. Just watch as I obliterate your Lakers." Wong Defa. The referee was utterly bewildered. McCaw was so direct and straightforward, why not let Green give it a try? What if my boundaries differ, and I don't call a foul on you? This brief interlude soon came to a close. Green appeared unaffected. Following the next inbound, the Warriors swiftly transitioned. Curry, upon receiving the ball, retreated 2 meters behind the three-point line, executing a series of dribbles beneath his legs while facing McCaw's defense. Just as he found his rhythm and prepared to shoot, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Meta World Peace and Green were entangled fiercely, and once again, during their positioning, World Peace toppled Green. In a mere exchange, the Lakers had already reached their foul limit for the quarter. Observing the unfolding situation, the Lakers head coach was utterly bewildered. What was Meta World Peace playing at? He had de-strategized any fouls against Green. Just as he contemplated calling a timeout, he was thwarted by the astute Rondo, who seemed to grasp McCaw's intentions. Nonetheless, Walton called for the timeout. At that moment, a cacophony erupted in the arena, with the camera focusing on the scorer's table where Green was fervently arguing with the referee over the recent foul call. Classic Draymond. The second quarter had indeed entered playoff mode. Mike Breen remarked with a chuckle. Jackson defended, asserting he is merely advocating for fair officiating. Well, he did end up spitting on the referee's face. Van Gundy incisively noted, this is the Warriors' second tactic. When the game isn't going their way, let Green create chaos, apply pressure on the referees, and impose pressure on the opponents to regain control of the tempo. Jackson countered once more. This chaos wasn't instigated by Green. It was that rascal McCaw. In the two conflicts involving McCall and the Mavericks, Mike Breen, who was not present at the scene, was eager to witness how the man hailed by netizens as the NBA's new powerhouse would perform in battle. The Warriors had been harboring pent-up frustration all summer. McCall's audacity was remarkable. Did he not fear inciting their wrath to the fullest extent? Chapter 84. The unbiased strip, the Lakers' fouling tactics on the sidelines. Green's veins bulged as he kicked a chair away in frustration. What madness is this? He exclaimed. Curry hurried over, grasping his arm in an attempt to soothe him. Stay calm. Their dirty tricks are meant to provoke you. Walton forcefully tugged at his deep blue tie, the tactical board in his palm slapping with urgency. He pondered the situation. Although the team had quickly closed the gap in the last 2 minutes, the Lakers were not adhering to any conventional strategy. They had directly resorted to a hack-a-Green tactic. Green was the linchpin for the team's defensive switches, and he could easily lose his composure and receive a technical foul, which would significantly increase the likelihood of Curry and Clay being double-teamed. Should they risk his explosive temperament by continuing with the small ball lineup or substitute Esley, sacrificing speed and spatial advantage? Ultimately, a decision was reached. With the Lakers having reached their foul limit, it would be beneficial to observe their next move. Moreover, there was a possibility that the two teams could meet in the playoffs, so forcing them to reveal their strategy against the death lineup was advantageous. On the Lakers' side, things appeared more relaxed. Scott even heeded Rondo's advice to substitute Harrell for Randall. Consequently, the on-court lineup transformed to McCall, Clarkson, Nick Young, Arteas, and Harrell. Thus, McCall entered the fray alongside 4 substitutes. Back on the court, the Warriors regained possession. After effortlessly receiving a pass from Iguodala, McCall once again closed in. At that moment, Harrell was face-to-face with Green, while Arteas provided help defense, yet no physical contact occurred. Sensing the situation, Curry passed the ball to Thompson in the corner. Suddenly, Arteas made his move. He wrapped his arms around Green from the side, causing Green to leap into the air. The referee hesitated for a moment before blowing the whistle. Is that all you've got? Green scoffed as he broke free from Arteas' grasp. Arteas grinned, turning to Harrell and saying, Did you learn something? That is how you foul. This rookie center from the Lakers, sporting dreadlocks, flashed a toothy grin revealing diamond-studded incisors, resembling a hyena poised to pounce on its prey. Such madness, Green thought, feeling his earlier composure waver once more. As he approached the free throw line, the Lakers substituted Arteas and Nick Young for Royce O'Neal and Porzingis. The first free throw swished through the net. The second free throw Amidst a chorus of boos, the ball ricocheted off the back rim. Harrell and O'Neal successfully executed a screen, allowing Portsies to secure the rebound. A precise long pass found McCaw, who received the ball and sprinted to the corner, effortlessly launching a three-pointer. Swish. It went in cleanly. 34-37. This city feels so empty. That three-pointer stinks, as the strategy against Green has begun to bear fruit. My goodness, I must exclaim, the interplay between the Lakers' offense and defense is remarkable. Arteas' foul was worth it, and the intensity has suddenly escalated. Observe this anticipation. McCaw discreetly initiated his move as Green took his first free throw. And look at Green's current expression. After missing the shot, he instinctively attempted to return to defense. But after just 2 steps, McCaw has already made the three-pointer. What a psychological blow. Yangi stifled a laugh while providing commentary. Mina's voice suddenly changed to a youthful tone. One can only say, McCaw is operating at a different level. Meanwhile, McCaw on the court did not celebrate. He approached Curry with a grin and asked, Steven, tell your coach to switch back to the regular lineup. Shall we exchange three-pointers? Okay? Curry shook his head, grinning, and retorted, shut up. McCaw was utterly perplexed. What a splendid suggestion it was. The fans adored it, yet they seemed oblivious to his earnest intentions. As Harrell embraced Green in the manner of Arteas during the next play, he noticed the veins in Green's neck pulsating. Rookie. After breaking free, Green pressed his forehead against Harrell's nose. How dare you provoke me, you rookie? Do you think you're playing house? Harrell stepped back, raising his hands in an innocent gesture. Royce, have you learned? That's how you defend. O'Neal nodded. He was a pure-hearted youth who would never resort to violence on the court. Wong Defa. So, you Lakers are merely here to mentor, are you? Am I merely your practice target? Green was already teetering on the brink of fury. As the referee blew the whistle again, laughter erupted from the front row. McCall observed Curry twisting his mouthguard into a distorted shape. Green, slightly agitated, missed his second free throw. However, this time the Warriors sent Thompson to shadow McCall, leaving the Lakers with no opportunity for a fast break. Yet, Porzingis had an immense height advantage. Once his teammates positioned themselves, Clarkson lobbed the ball to the towering Porzingis beneath the basket, who executed a resounding dunk. The score now stood at 35-39. On the sidelines, Walton appeared shaken. Had their secret tactic been deciphered? But the last timeout had barely been called for 30 seconds. It would be inappropriate to call another so soon. So they decided to wait. The Warriors attacked again, with Iguodala setting a pick for Green, obstructing Harrell. Green then sprinted without the ball. But Royce O'Neal caught up and tugged on his stretchy pants, causing him to stumble to the ground. Beep. As the whistle blew, Green was already on his feet, shoving O'Neal's chest from behind. Fuck. Rookie, you think you can be a tough guy too? O'Neal raised his hands in retreat, feigning innocence. Harrell, however, was stubborn, pressing forward until their foreheads nearly touched. 2 sideline referees rushed onto the court, while Curry and Iguodala pulled Green back, and McCall quickly retrieved Harrell. Draymond, Royce, this was truly unintentional. We did not devise this strategy. Mike patted Harrell on the shoulder and then called out to Green from a distance. Upon hearing this, Green gritted his teeth, the veins in his neck bulging like coiled cables. He charged at the referee, roaring, saliva splattering onto the opponent's bald head. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? They were all intentional fouls. Those bastards deserve AT. Damn it. Consequently, the referee issued Green a technical foul. How dare he insult them? He could not be spared. The referee also handed Harrell a technical foul for his provocative actions. Both sides took their share of punishment, which was quite satisfactory. The Lakers executed their strategy brilliantly. Just look at the distribution of fouls. Arteas incited the volatile emotions, Harrell ignited primal rage, while Royce O'Neal created a cognitive bias with his obedient student persona. Young adjusted his glasses, adopting a storytelling tone, and continued, the Trinity has arranged Green so clearly, akin to a spicy hot pot with mild, medium, and extreme spice levels. And let us not forget Mike, the instigator. The bald man whispered, do you know what I'm thinking? Years ago, when Shaq was being hacked, a rookie Kobe was on the court. Today, he sits on the sidelines witnessing a bunch of rookies take down Green. Mina, with utmost seriousness, remarked, history is but a biased strip of cycles. Young and the bald man simultaneously looked up at the youthful and vibrant girl. Meanwhile, during Green's free throw, Walton took the opportunity to substitute Thompson and Barnes for Livingston and Esley. After 3 minutes of the death lineup, the Lakers had accrued 7 fouls and 1 T. Could this be deemed successful? Scott replaced Porzingis with the NBA's original internet sensation, the Lakers star center, bald man Saker. Chapter 85. Curry faces consecutive blocks. Saker shines brightly. Seeing Saker enter the game, Mike felt somewhat surprised. This fellow was a rookie from 2012, fortunate enough to be selected by the Lakers at the 60th pick just before the deadline. Known in the community as the Mop Hero, Suddy, or Saker Stone. He had limited playing time but was exceptionally skilled at fostering camaraderie, serving as the team's morale booster. Always brimming with enthusiasm, he single-handedly rendered the cheerleaders and mascots redundant. Whenever the Lakers made a top 10 play, he could be seen waving his towel or performing his uniquely quirky dance. In 2013, when Kobe ruptured his Achilles, it was Saker who helped him off the court as he limped away. In 2014, during the Team-S challenge against the Cavaliers, he fouled out but still managed to sink a crucial three-pointer in the closing moments, leading the Lakers to victory, a bizarre spectacle that still circulates through the NBA. However, Mike had never shared the court with him before. What was happening tonight? Was Scott truly experimenting with every possible lineup, or had he lost his mind? As Green stood at the free throw line, the Lakers bench collectively stamped their feet, creating a cacophony of sound. The Staples Center erupted in a bizarre amalgamation of boos and laughter. He missed both free throws. At that moment, Saker fiercely snatched a rebound from Ezeli's grasp. Without waiting to land, he swung his arm in a wide arc. He intended to emulate Porzingis, delivering a long pass to assist Maiko with a three-pointer. Thus, he launched the ball directly towards the left corner. Maiko found himself utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? He was still near the mid-court line, with Iguodala beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched forward like a cheetah, swiftly gaining a step on Iguodala. As the basketball soared in a graceful arc across half-court, he was already fully committed to the edge of the baseline. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he released the ball towards the hoop. Subsequently, he glided across the floor for a meter. Iguodala did indeed rush in, but he was taken aback by Maiko's ability to execute a shot at such an awkward angle. His attempt to block was futile. All he could do was watch in disbelief as the ball traced an uncanny arc and swished through the net. Swish! This three-pointer was simply unstoppable. Fans clutched their heads, exclaiming in astonishment at the miraculous feat. The Warriors stood in utter disbelief, gazing at the unfolding scene. The Lakers bench erupted in chaos, with Saker pounding his chest and shouting, "Damn, my pass was incredible." Bang! Saker's astonishing assist, Maiko's miraculous three-pointer. Mike Breen elongated his excitement. Mark Jackson quipped, "I bet Saker dreamt last night that he became Magic Johnson. But seriously, that long pass reminded me of peak Gasol. The ball's trajectory was as perfect as the Golden Gate Bridge." Van Gundy critically remarked, "The Warriors' defense is too arrogant." Iguodala failed to stay close to Maiko. Walton was on the verge of smashing his tactical board. Wait, is Saker signaling for Maiko to keep moving? This cheerleader captain is going to lose it. During the Warriors' offensive possession, Curry used a screen from Green to shake off Maiko, but Clarkson, who switched to defend, was slightly sluggish. Like a serpent, he slithered into the paint. Just as he prepared for his signature underhand layup, a shadow loomed from the side. Saker unexpectedly let go of Ezeli early. Shifting sideways for the help defense? Who does he think he is? In midair, he twisted and switched hands for a reverse layup. But Saker's long arms descended like a gate, pinning the ball against the backboard. Bang! As the backboard trembled, Curry stumbled to the floor. Green bellowed at Ezeli. "Shit, can you not box out?" After grabbing the rebound, Saker let out a furious roar. When Nick Young received his pass, he curiously asked, "Old Saker, did you become Shaquille O'Neal or something?" However, his voice was drowned out by the cheers of the crowd. Then, Saker did something even more outrageous. Instead of heading to the low post, he remarkably held the ball at the high post. McGee was aimlessly running without the ball on the court, utterly devoid of any tactical strategy. Not only were the Warriors coaches bewildered, but even Scott was at a loss. In a fleeting moment of chaos during Iguodala's and Livingston's defensive pursuit, Saker executed a fake drive, drawing Ezeli's help defense. With a deft flick of his wrist, the basketball sailed through Green's armpit and landed perfectly in the corner. McCoy nearly fumbled the catch, then deftly faked out the defending Curry, stepping back for a three-pointer. Swish. 34-43. May I inquire where the tavern lies? His three-point shot is as precise as can be. A sumptuous feast. Curry, caught in the throes of both offense and defense, found himself utterly outmatched, unable to restrain his expletives. "FCK, how on earth are you defending like that?" Draymond Green roared at Ezeli. Meanwhile, Saker pounded his chest. As the Lakers bench whipped their towels into a tornado, Kobe beamed with a radiant smile. Scott pondered, how has this bald-headed player become so formidable? In the subsequent possessions, the Warriors showcased their remarkable adaptability. Aside from Curry, each player managed to score, narrowing the deficit to 42, 43, and seizing possession. Steven, it's your turn. Sink a three-pointer and let me behold your prowess. As McCall relentlessly applied psychological pressure on Curry, the latter merely scoffed. Utilizing Livingston's screen, Curry circled around, receiving a bounce pass from Iguodala to penetrate towards the basket. This time, he opted for a high bank shot, yet Saker, like a spring, leaped into action, swatting the ball into the stands with one hand. He then turned to the Warriors bench, dancing with a playful sway of his hips. When warned by the referee, he cheekily saluted with a grin. Instantly, the entire arena felt as though it had been ignited. The loyal Lakers nation in the East stands rose collectively, stomping their feet in a rhythm reminiscent of a war cry, shaking the popcorn buckets in the corridors. Even Nicholson, seated courtside, pushed aside his sunglasses, trembling as he stood. Clutching his chair, he bellowed to young DiCaprio beside him. This kid is fiercer than the bear in your Revenant. DiCaprio promptly stood, engaging with the elderly man. Meanwhile, a sideline model gazed dreamily at McCall, as if she hadn't witnessed the incredible block moments earlier. Bang! This was not the sound of a successful shot. It was the eruption of the Staples Center. Bryn's voice nearly cracked as he spoke. Mark Jackson feigned lamentation, stating, Steven needs psychological counseling tonight. The last time he faced 2 consecutive blocks from the same player was back in 2013, when Dwight Howard schooled him. Van Gundy continued his data frenzy. Saker's vertical leap increased by 4 inches tonight. Adrenaline is surging. However, the Warriors should immediately exploit his sluggishness in pick-and-roll defense, allowing Easley for an alley-oop slam in response. Mark was left speechless. Jeff, the fans only want to witness Saker pound his chest and roar. Who cares about your pick-and-roll tutorials? On the court, the Warriors executed a brilliant play within the remaining 7 seconds of their possession. Curry made a remarkable long-range three-pointer from the logo. 45-43. The Warriors took a 2-point lead. Scott promptly called a timeout. As Saker exited the court, the entire Lakers bench surged towards him, some patting his shoulders, others thumping his chest, and a few rubbing his bald head. Head coach Scott rarely displayed such joy, flashing a broad grin at his haphazard substitutions. Kobe approached him, exclaiming, Kid, you've stolen all the spotlight in Los Angeles tonight. Meanwhile, McCall remained pragmatic. Robert, you'll cover the fine for black, right? Goodness. McCall, my salary this year is just $920,000. Saker lamented, touching his bald head and turning to McCall in mock despair. Chapter 86. The Unexpected Hero, O'Neal, with Curry once again in the background. During the timeout, the ESN commentary trio continued their lively discussion. This time, Van Gundy spoke first. Saker's explosion was undoubtedly a fluke. His mobility is limited, and the Warriors merely need to quicken the pace to render him a liability. Mark Jackson wholeheartedly agreed, but slammed the table and exclaimed, Come on, Jeff. Basketball is more than mere statistics. Just look at the reaction from the home crowd. This guy has ignited the very spirit of the Lakers. Mike Breen was poised to elevate the discussion when Van Gundy adjusted his glasses and interjected, It's not just the fans who have been ignited. It's also Royce O'Neal on the court. I've observed that this undrafted rookie can withstand Draymond Green and exhibits exceptional awareness on defense. He could very well become a crucial rotation player for the Lakers in the future. Mark Jackson recognized this as well. Initially, he assumed the Lakers had made a blunder by sending this young player into the fray, but after he managed to yank Green's elastic shorts once, he maintained a commendable defensive performance for the remaining minutes. Indeed, on such a grand stage as the Lakers-Warriors showdown, who wouldn't want to exert themselves? Especially the lower-tier rookies and undrafted players? Mike Breen suddenly raised his voice. Indeed, players like McCall, Joe Harris in the finals, and tonight Montrezl Harrell and Royce O'Neal. The Warriors truly serve as a formidable opponent for player assessments. Absolutely. Mark Jackson couldn't dispute this. He felt a brief sense of frustration before focusing back on the game. At that moment, Kobe, Rondo, and Porzingis returned, while the Warriors brought in Thompson and Bogut. During a Lakers offensive possession, Rondo held the ball at the top of the arc. Just when everyone anticipated an attack from Kobe or McCall, he executed a surprising play. Royce O'Neal darted out from the crowd, receiving Rondo's bounce pass, and decisively launched a three-pointer from the left wing at a 45-degree angle. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net. With a flourish, he made his exit after scoring. The Warriors countered swiftly. But O'Neal showed no inclination to celebrate. He hurried back on defense. As Curry maneuvered around Bogut's screen in search of a pass, O'Neal, with remarkable agility, intercepted the basketball. Instantly, a 2-on-0 scenario unfolded. He surged toward the basket, faking out the trailing Curry, then passed the ball to McCall, who had sprinted to the left corner. A wide-open shot. He did not disappoint. The three-pointer soared like a dragon, piercing the heavens. The Lakers took a 4-point lead. "Oh my heavens!" the bald commentator exclaimed. O'Neal's steal, assist, and three-pointer have allowed the Lakers to reclaim the lead. What a remarkable impact he has made on the court. Yang Yi raised his voice, analyzing the situation with admiration. This young man, O'Neal, possesses extraordinary defensive instincts. Just look at Kobe's expression. He is absolutely thrilled with that steal. His transition was clever. Instead of forcing a play, he perfectly avoided Curry with a pass. The Warriors must remain vigilant. Maina chimed in excitedly. O'Neal's steal was stunning, and McCall's three-pointer was so impressive. I absolutely love it. And on the court, in that moment, O'Neal, the undrafted rookie, clenched his fist and roared toward the Lakers bench. Nick Young leapt into the air, brandishing a towel, while Clarkson imitated Curry's bewildered expression after a steal. Saker performed a cheeky hip dance and playfully shouted at the camera, Royce F0, our MV. Scott, initially standing with his arms crossed on the sidelines, suddenly widened his eyes and turned to the assistant coach, exclaiming, "This kid dares to steal and shoot. He possesses a heart of steel." The Staples Center erupted once more with an astonishing roar. However, the Warriors swiftly retaliated. Iguodala first posted up Rondo to draw a double team, then delivered a brilliant pass to a cutting Green, who executed a thunderous dunk. Following this, the Lakers encountered difficulties in their offense, with Porzingis' high post play resulting in a turnover. Curry seized the opportunity to steal the ball, and, with his signature trailing three-pointer, the basketball ricocheted off the rim twice before settling into the net. The Warriors regained a lead over the Lakers by 1 point. In a crucial moment, Kobe activated his Mamba mentality, immediately backing down Iguodala for a turnaround jumper. It swished through the net, 50-51. Thus, the competition escalated, with each team exchanging leads in a thrilling back-and-forth. Fans watched in rapture, while Adam Shaw delightedly noted the soaring viewership ratings. As the second quarter approached its final 45 seconds, the moment belonging to O'Neal re-emerged. At this juncture, Curry's dazzling ball handling had just crossed half-court when he abruptly abandoned his matchup with Green, sprinting towards Curry to attempt a gamble-style steal, deftly poking the ball toward midcourt with his fingertips. McCaffrey leaped to save the ball and passed it to the fast-breaking O'Neal, who received the pass and took the shot. Swish. The basketball sailed straight into the net. 57-58. Bang. Royce O'Neal. Another steal and a three-pointer. This fellow is playing like a man possessed tonight. The Lakers bench sprang to their feet. Mike Breen exclaimed with fervor. Mark Jackson expressed his admiration. Wow. It's Royce O'Neal again. That steal was magnificent. He accurately anticipated Curry's dribbling rhythm. Van Gundy, analyzing the statistics, remarked, in just a few minutes, O'Neal has contributed 6 points, 2 steals, and 1 assist, all while defending the Warriors' key player Green and stealing from the league's superstar Curry. He resembles the legendary Shane Battier, never demanding the ball but always appearing in the right place at the right time. The Lakers have truly struck gold. The peak version of the Mule is indeed a treasure, tirelessly performing the dirty work and often logging over 40 minutes on the court. Renowned for his solid defense, consistent three-point shooting, and team-oriented play style, he, like Tucker, epitomizes the ideal role player in contemporary NBA, a perfect piece for championship contenders. However, he is still in his formative years. Maturing. O'Neal, you rascal. Just like Robert. I've hit the floor twice already. After Maiko rose, he shouted at Donkey Brother. Royce O'Neal fiddled with his headband and responded with a grin that means you're in exceptional physical condition, with impressive core strength. Can you believe it? Truly a novice in the workplace, he readily praised the team's vice-captain. You can't help but feel envy. Now, get back to defense. McCall forcefully slapped O'Neal's backside, and the two of them swiftly moved to block the ball handler, Curry. Under pressure, Curry was compelled to pass the ball to Green, who instantly redirected it to Thompson. Thompson attempted a mid-range shot. Clank. Portsea secured the rebound, unfazed, as the Lakers prepared for their final offensive play. With 2.3 seconds left, Kobe, with his back to Iguodala, suddenly feinted to the right, pivoted, and executed a fading jumper. Iguodala's fingertips grazed the basketball as he attempted to block. The ball spun through the air. Swish. The net danced. The ball went in, and the red light flashed. My goodness, the cold-blooded assassin, the Black Mamba, strikes again. The bald man slammed his fist on the table in fury, nearly leaping out of his chair. This is what a superstar is. This is Kobe. Still performing at this level at 37. What more can one say? Yang Yi raised his hands high, his voice cracking with excitement. Maina let out an ear-piercing shriek. Ah! How incredibly cool is that? Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the Penguin livestream flooded the screen. On the court, Kobe remained stoic, raising a finger to the camera, quietly uttering the classic line, "Job's not finished." Chapter 87. The Warriors' death lineup unleashed, Lakers overwhelmed? During halftime, Swift shared a snapshot of McCall's airborne save and three-point shot on her Instagram, captioning it, "That man is so handsome." She then messaged McCall, "I want to see you make more three-pointers. Waiting for you at the hotel tonight." McCall, however, did not see her message. But her Instagram post caught the attention of Kendall. At that moment, Kendall was seated in her villa, watching the live broadcast of the game. Her expression a blend of emotions difficult to articulate. She was acutely aware of her boyfriend's remarkable talents. It was only natural for him to attract the admiration of numerous female celebrities. But what did it mean for a top-tier singer to post such content publicly? Was she a fan? Or was it a confession of sorts? Did McCall even know about her as his official girlfriend? Kendall initially scoffed at Swift's actions. Then she realized that she had never posted a picture of McCall on her social platforms, which felt somewhat unjustifiable. What happened to her once bold pursuit of McCall? Had she forgotten to cherish him after winning his affection? What if a wild woman like Swift swooped in and stole him away? Absolutely not. Thus, she too posted on Instagram, sharing a snapshot of McCall embracing and kissing her, captioning it, "My love." Soon, fans of both women ignited a frenzy of rivalry online. While many others watched the drama unfold, McKay was utterly oblivious to the matter at hand. Within the confines of the Lakers' locker room, Kobe diligently wiped the sweat from his neck with a towel, the dangerous flames of determination flickering in the depths of his eyes. As the third quarter approached, the Warriors were poised to launch a frenzied counterattack. Kobe's voice was as coarse as sandpaper. Walton was no fool. He would adapt the strategy accordingly. Mac leaned casually against the locker, his fingers absent-mindedly stroking the Lakers emblem on his jersey. Boss, Royce, and Robert performed admirably in the first half, did they not? In the second half, Nick and Jordan must step up. Otherwise, what face shall they show? Thick-skinned crap. To listen to the nonsense you speak. High-stakes games have always been a duel of superstars. It is indeed a rarity for role players to shine even for a few minutes. You, my friend, ought to speak properly. Kobe rotated his wrist, the joints emitting a crisp sound. Our head coach has tactics, after all. Just observe how adeptly he orchestrated the first half. Simply follow his lead. It's a guaranteed win. Shucks, why does this kid curse without using foul language? Yet, since you claim victory is assured. Byron Scott had already devised a plan in his mind. Very well. Then let us proceed with my arrangements. Meanwhile, an eerie calm enveloped the Warriors' locker room. Green pounded the tactics board with his fist. That punk Mac managed to get me AT in the first half. If I don't obliterate him tonight, I shan't bear the Green name. Curry, tying his shoelaces, glanced up, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his blue eyes. Leave it to me. His voice was soft, yet as sharp as a scalpel. Walton drew a complex cross route on the tactics board with a marker. The current Lakers are overly reliant on Mac. In the first half, the contributions of their role players were all thanks to Mac's influence. In the second half, we must tightly clamp down on Mac. Andre, I need you to shadow him like a shadow, denying him even a breath of space. Iguodala nodded emphatically. The whistle signaling the start of the third quarter shattered the din of the arena. The Lakers sent out their original starting lineup. The Warriors countered with their signature death lineup: Curry, Clay, Green, Barnes, and Iguodala. In the Warriors' first offensive possession, Lee dribbled into the front court and suddenly executed a behind-the-back pass to Green. Draymond held the ball at the arc, while Thompson and Iguodala zipped through like two bolts of lightning. The Lakers' defensive formation was swiftly torn apart as Green delivered a bounce pass to the cutting Barnes, who effortlessly scored with a layup. Goodness, little Curry's behind-the-back pass is quite flashy. Impressive indeed. When the Lakers commenced their offense, Rondo immediately sensed the difference. Iguodala clung to Mac like glue, while Green consistently obstructed Mac's running lanes with his body. In the past, Mac would always find openings through off-ball movement. But now the Warriors' defensive switches were astonishingly swift. Is this the true power exhibited by a fleet-footed small lineup? Rondo was compelled to pass the ball to Kobe in the low post. The Black Mamba, faced with Barnes' defense, executed a signature fadeaway jumper, only to miss the mark. Green seized the rebound and launched a full-court pass to the streaking Curry. The young prodigy effortlessly completed a layup, making the score 61-60. Focus on defense, Kobe bellowed, his voice echoing through the arena's rafters. Bang! Curry found himself in a 1-on-0 situation on the offensive end. The Warriors took the lead. Mike Breen's pace quickened. Filled with fervor, the death lineup. They are about to embark on a true hunt. Mark Jackson remarked with calm authority. The mismatched lineup was evident. McCollum was effectively neutralized. Kobe appeared fatigued after running a couple of laps, and Randall and Porzingis clearly struggled to adapt to the fast pace. The Lakers were on the verge of being overwhelmed. Jeff Van Gundy provided sharp, incisive commentary. In the next possession, McCollum continued to be relentlessly hounded by Iguodala. Kobe was also heavily guarded, prompting Rondo to loft the ball high to Porzingis. This should be easy, right? The unicorn towers over Green by 20 centimeters. However, Green delivered a forceful nudge from behind, causing Porzingis to lose his grip on the ball. The Warriors swiftly transitioned into another fast break, operating like a finely tuned machine. After 5 precise passes, Barnes found himself open in the corner and sank a three-pointer. Oh my, they have evolved, once again evolved. It's as fluid as mercury, utterly breathtaking. In McCoy's heart, he exclaimed in astonishment. During the Lakers' offense, McCoy finally managed to evade Iguodala with the assistance of 2 screens set by Randall and Plankton. Receiving a pass from Rondo at the right corner, the moment he released the ball, he felt it was utterly perfect. Yet this time, the basketball circled the rim before bouncing out. Keep shooting. Do not hesitate, Kobe briefly advised as he sprinted past McCoy on defense. As McCall chuckled, he noted that they had only just begun to forge ahead, with much more to accomplish. All right, Chief. The Warriors' offensive onslaught persisted. Curry, utilizing Green's screen, seized the fleeting moment when Porzingis switched defenses to execute a swift three-pointer. The basketball traced a magnificent arc, swishing through the net effortlessly. 67-60. The Warriors unleashed a staggering 10-0 scoring run. Bang! McCall faltered. Bang! Curry succeeded. Bang! Will the Lakers not call a timeout? Mike Breen dramatically paused. Mark Jackson sighed, remarking, "This is the tuition young players must pay." The Warriors applied some pressure, and they crumbled. Van Gundy slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming, "What on earth is Lakers coach Scott doing? A timeout is long overdue." Byron's reaction is 3 beats slower than my grandmother. Meanwhile, Scott stood at the sidelines, arms crossed over his chest, observing quietly, seemingly bewildered yet composed. As the clock ticked down to 3 minutes and 58 seconds, and the score shifted to 73-62, Scott finally shouted for a timeout. At that moment, the atmosphere in Staples Center felt as if it had frozen. As Curry exited the court, chewing on his mouthguard, he exchanged high-fives with Thompson. The Splash Brothers understood that the game had fallen into their rhythm. The Warriors' system of basketball operated like a finely tuned meat grinder, gradually dismantling the Lakers' resistance. McCoy sat on the bench, devoid of any sense of disappointment. Were the Lakers truly overwhelmed? Certainly not, for he understood that the Warriors' small ball lineup also harbored its flaws. Chapter 88, The Lakers' Cautious Assault. Powell is also rising. The Warriors' death lineup has a significant drawback. The high-intensity switching defense and fast-paced execution impose a tremendous physical toll on the players. Consequently, during the regular season, the Warriors typically refrain from deploying this lineup for extended durations. They primarily utilize it for a brief span of 3 to 5 minutes at the end of the second or third quarter, seeking to exploit the opponent's primary rotation and create a gap in the score. This is how the Splash Brothers make their mark. To safeguard core players like Curry and Thompson, they limit their time on the court to approximately 6 to 10 minutes per game. As for the Lakers in this match, enduring just 2 additional minutes would be entirely feasible. However, by that point, it is likely that the score difference would have already swelled to 20 points. Another flaw lies in their lack of height, resulting in a weakness in rebounding, particularly when faced with teams boasting formidable interior presence. Consider the likes of Kevin Love and Tristan Thompson from the Cavaliers, Clint Capella from the Rockets, and Nikola Jokic from the Nuggets. Jokic, in particular, possesses the ability to pass, drive, rebound, and shoot from beyond the arc. Porzingis shares some of these attributes, but his current inexperience renders him prone to errors. A third drawback is their dependence on the accuracy of outside shooting. When Curry and Thompson falter, the offense tends to stagnate. During the 2016 NBA Finals, the Cavaliers successfully stifled the Splash Brothers by implementing a strategy that allowed Draymond Green to shoot, leading to their victory. Furthermore, Curry represents the most vulnerable link in their defensive scheme. Opposing teams with powerful wings, such as LeBron James and Kawhi Leonard, or elite isolation scorers like James Harden and Chris Paul, can exploit this weakness by targeting Curry in their offensive strategies. The former has seen success in this regard, while the latter, despite not achieving victory, came perilously close, had it not been for the referees and an abysmal three-point shooting performance of 0 for 27. The outcome might have been different. Currently, the Lakers possess Rajon Rondo, a master of orchestrating plays who excels at dismantling defenses with minimal effort, facilitating scoring opportunities for his teammates. Kobe Bryant, a maestro of isolation scoring, boasts a diverse array of scoring methods surpassing even those of Harden. Thus, the team could easily replicate the Rockets' cautious assault from years past. After all, they have Royce O'Neal, who can fulfill the role of Tuck. As both players exhibit comparable defensive capabilities, though O'Neal boasts a superior three-point shooting percentage, with Montrezl Harrell and Julius Randle serving as the equivalent of Capella. The former embodies a ferocious style, while the latter offers a more spatial approach. Although both may possess average finishing and rim-protecting abilities, they are well suited for a small ball configuration. Additionally, Norman Powell could assume the role of Eric Gordon, as his defensive prowess and three-point shooting slightly outshine those of his counterpart. McCaw's three-point prowess is unmatched. While he may not be able to defend others, he certainly draws double teams, much like Ariza did in his prime. As McCaw contemplated his role, Scott leveraged his advantages as a coach. He was receptive and willing to listen to advice. He made a substitution, bringing Norman Powell and Royce O'Neal onto the court. "Norman, it's your time to shine." Powell nodded earnestly. Previously, he, like Saker and O'Neal, had only seen playing time during garbage minutes. But now, both had made significant contributions in crucial moments. This deeply resonated within him. He knew he had to perform superbly to earn the coach's trust and justify McCaw's endorsement. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lakers have changed their lineup. Will they be able to turn the tide? Mike Breen was somewhat taken aback to see Powell enter the game. The Lakers' lineup was intriguing, even smaller than the Warriors. If both teams engaged in a shootout, Walton would surely be amused. Mark Jackson expressed his skepticism, while Jeff Van Gundy offered a tactical analysis. "No, Mark, I actually believe the Lakers' arrangement is quite clever. They can play fast or slow. Rondo controls the tempo. Kobe can drive or shoot. McCaw draws defenders. And Royce has just proven himself. It all hinges on this young man, Norman. If he can both shoot and defend, the Warriors will be in trouble." Upon returning from the timeout, the Lakers initiated their offense. Rondo advanced the ball, surveying the court and directing movements. Taking advantage of Green's slow defensive switch, he suddenly delivered a bounce pass to the cutting Powell. After receiving the ball, Powell faked out Barnes, stepped back to the left corner, and calmly took the shot. Swish. That three-pointer was powerful, leaving the Warriors momentarily stunned. What is going on? How can every rookie manage to hit threes against our formidable Warriors? Walton recalled past moments and couldn't help but shake his head. Powell, a cold-blooded three-pointer. The Warriors completely underestimated him. Barnes was late to contest. The bald commentator excitedly exclaimed. The Warriors' defensive strategy was flawed. They presumed rookie Powell posed no threat. Yet he proved them wrong. Rondo delivered a brilliant pass, penetrating to attract defenders before distributing the ball. Yang nodded in agreement, analyzing the tactics further. During the Warriors' offensive play, Curry swiftly advanced, using an Iguodala screen to lure O'Neal into a switch, then passed to Thompson in the corner. Thompson faced Kobe's lengthy arms as he attempted a shot, but it clanked off the rim. Miraculously, the ball found its way into McCaw's hands. He handed it off to Rondo, who orchestrated a half-court offense at a deliberate pace. He directed O'Neal to set a fake screen, then suddenly cut back to draw Curry away. Kobe, using Powell's off-ball screen, caught the pass and rose for a jumper. Thompson couldn't get there in time. Swish. The crowd erupted, and the arena echoed with chants of Kobe. The score stood at 73-68. The margin between the two teams has narrowed to a mere 5 points. My goodness, Kobe. This is the essence of Kobe. You are fully aware that he intends to shoot, yet you find yourself utterly unable to defend against him. The excitement is palpable. Thompson's defense was commendable, yet Kobe is simply Kobe. Grant him the slightest opportunity, and he will exact his retribution. The Warriors must tread cautiously now, as the Lakers' momentum is surging. Yang Yi also expressed his astonishment, when suddenly, Maina interjected, "That shot by Kobe was magnificent." The spectators in the arena rose to their feet in unison. Before long, the Warriors responded decisively. Curry, with the ball in hand, engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with Rondo, executing a series of swift crossovers that nearly left Rondo off balance before releasing a mid-range shot that secured 2 points. Rondo, however, is not one to succumb easily. In the following play, he charged at Curry, drawing a double team that compacted the defense. He then cleverly passed the ball to McCall, who was meandering near the midcourt line. The pass was filled with creativity. Yet, much to the dismay of the spectators, McCall's initial shot clanged off the rim. Fortunately, Powell fought for the offensive rebound and subsequently passed it back to McCall, also seeking to emulate the likes of Saker and O'Neal, aiming to notch an assist upon entering the game. After making adjustments, McKay took his second shot but unfortunately missed again. He remains formidable nonetheless. However, what is truly remarkable is Kobe. He secured a long rebound, driving powerfully and drawing the attention of 3 defenders before passing the ball to O'Neal in the corner. O'Neal received it and shot. Swish. It went straight through the net. 75-71. McCoy immediately gave O'Neal a thumbs up. "Brother, did you steal my three-point skill set?" He jested with a playful grin. O'Neal scratched his head, beaming with a smile. The commentators erupted in laughter. Bang, bang. That's the sound of McCoy missing 2 shots. Bang. That's the sound of Royce scoring. Mike Breen chuckled, teasingly. What a gift from the heavens. How on earth can the Warriors fail to secure a single rebound? Mark Jackson shook his head in disbelief, amused. The Lakers' small lineup is formidable. 3 players possess championship experience, and the 2 rookies are playing with relentless determination. They are playing slow against fast, and aside from Rondo, everyone else is shooting from the perimeter. If McCoy finds his rhythm, the Warriors will be in peril. Walton should call a timeout. Shuntihi? Van Gundy adjusted his glasses, smiling as he analyzed the situation. Chapter 89. McCoy with a potential game winner against the Warriors? At this moment, the Warriors had called a timeout. Coach Walton was visibly furious. He was deeply dissatisfied with the team's defense. Accepting the disadvantage in rebounding against a larger lineup was one thing, but now facing a small lineup from the Lakers was intolerable. To be out-rebounded on consecutive offensive boards? Unthinkable. He yelled at Green and Iguodala, unleashing his frustration. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the Lakers side was much more relaxed. Scott continually praised the 2 rookies, encouraging them to maintain their enthusiasm. Kobe, rarely seen with such a wide grin, addressed the group, "Boys, keen shotting." Upon resuming the game, the Warriors made adjustments, bringing Bogut onto the court. In the first possession, they leveraged their height advantage, with Bogut easily scoring 2 points in the paint. When the Lakers took possession, Rondo controlled the ball, aiming for a measured offensive approach. However, McCoy called for the ball at the half-court line. He had enough of missing shots from that position. Yet, considering his recent misses, Green refrained from tight defense. What was there to hesitate about? Receiving the pass, dribbling, adjusting. Green merely watched as McCoy executed his movements, doubting McCoy would dare to shoot again. Rising, lifting his arm, flicking his wrist, releasing. All in one fluid motion. Like silk, the basketball arched gracefully under the spotlight. Swish. It hit the backboard and went in. 75-74. Green slapped himself in disbelief, cursing under his breath. On the sidelines, Taylor Swift gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my God." As the Warriors initiated their offensive play, the ball was once again handed over to Bogut. However, O'Neal and Powell swiftly closed in on him. In response, Bogut passed the ball to the unguarded Barnes, who, unfortunately, missed the open shot. The basketball ricocheted off the rim and out of bounds. In the subsequent possession, McGee awaited the ball at midcourt. This time, Green maintained close coverage, even pulling Bogut away from the paint. Consequently, Rondo executed a breakthrough and passed to Kobe, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the right side. With a feint that deceived Thompson, he made a cross-court pass to Powell, who received the ball without hesitation and swish. Another three-pointer. The momentum surged, with the score at 75-77 as the Lakers finally took the lead. The arena erupted in excitement. Kobe, on the court, enthusiastically high-fived Powell, and playfully patted him on the head. Rondo maintained his poker face throughout, discreetly signaling a 3. The entire Lakers bench surged to the sidelines, with Saker nearly hitting Nick Young with a towel. Meanwhile, Lakers assistant coach Madsen, in a fit of exhilaration, knocked over the tactical board. "Byron, this strategy is brilliant." Scott, appearing composed as he adjusted his tie, concealed the tremor in his fingers, elated within. The players are truly in form. In the streaming room, the bald commentator slammed the table, shouting with fervor, "Goodness, another three-pointer. Powell has gone berserk. The Lakers have taken the lead. What a game, my friends." Youngie, with tactical excitement, noted, "The Warriors' defense is in disarray. They are too fearful of Kobe and McGee, allowing O'Neal and Powell to punish them consistently. Rondo's breakthrough is crucial, and Kobe's selflessness and trust in the newcomers are commendable." Mina smiled, remarking, "It seems the entire Lakers squad is vying for tomorrow's headlines." In the Warriors' next defensive sequence, Green's baseline pass was disrupted by Kobe, causing Curry to fumble the reception. McGee seized the opportunity for a steal and, just past the half-court line, launched an extraordinary long-range shot. Whoosh. Bang. It went in. 75-80. An explosive 18-4 scoring run had completely bewildered the Warriors. Walton's expression darkened as he slammed the tactical board and called for another timeout. Who dares to label the Lakers a pretender? Nonsense. This season, the Warriors have never encountered an opponent as formidable as the Lakers. Their small ball lineup seemed ineffective against the Lakers, and even more daunting was the emergence of the Lakers' own 5-small lineup. As Curry exited the game, he shook his head with a wry smile, wiping the sweat from his brow, his eyes reflecting resignation. "Is this McGee? This is indeed McGee. Such a long-range shot, with a remarkably stable and high shooting percentage. How has he honed this skill?" In stark contrast to the subdued emotions of the Warriors coach and players, Mike Breen was brimming with enthusiasm. Bang. That was McGee's long-range three-pointer. He has proven himself. A 73-point shooting rate is no fluke. Mark Jackson lamented, "It's too exhilarating." The Lakers surged from an 11-point deficit to a 5-point lead. Four players sank 6 three-pointers, effectively halting the Warriors in their tracks. It was simply astonishing. McCollum's three-point shooting was utterly unreasonable. "Unbelievable." Then Gundy transformed into a fervent admirer of McCollum, exclaiming, "This is the allure of basketball." The Lakers showcased an impressive array of data, tactics, superstars, and unexpected heroes tonight. If McCollum can sustain this level of performance, he may even contend for the MVP title. Upon resuming play, the Lakers returned to their regular rotation, and the Warriors did likewise. During this period of leading the team solo, McCaw, taking advantage of Green and others' rest, unleashed a flurry of three-point shots. By the time he made his 10th, the Lakers had established a 13-point lead. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 80-91. However, due to the erratic performance of the younger players and McCaw's sudden refusal to shoot, the situation became precarious. With only 42 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the score tightened to 108-110, with the Lakers leading by a mere 2 points, and the Warriors in possession of the ball. In such a tense moment, McCaw naturally remained on the court, and both teams deployed their small ball lineups. At that juncture, Curry utilized Green's screen to maneuver to the top of the arc. Rondo was momentarily delayed by the pick, allowing McCaw and Kobe to converge. Yet they were still a fraction late. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Curry launched a three-pointer. The ball soared in a high arc. Swish. It found the net with a perfect touch. 111-110. The Warriors surged ahead by 1 point. The Lakers were left with just 25 seconds on the clock. The Staples Center fell into an eerie silence, only to erupt moments later in a cacophony of astonishment and dismay. Many fans clutched their heads in disbelief, exclaiming, "F. New. Several young fans clad in Kobe jerseys slumped in despair. A Lakers fan wearing a headscarf covered her mouth, wide-eyed, as if struck by Curry's gravitational pull. Meanwhile, the commentator was nearly hoarse with excitement. For them, this game was exhilarating and captivating. "Oh heavens, Curry. This is Stephen Curry." A lethal blow in a crucial moment. An unreasonable three-pointer, leaving no room for response. The bald commentator shouted passionately. The quality of Green's screen was exceptional. Rondo was completely caught off guard, and both McCaw and Kobe lunged forward, yet Curry's release was too swift. Just that sliver of space was enough for him. This exemplifies the prowess of a superstar. Youngie fervently praised Curry. Mina was equally exhilarated, yet she yearned to see McCaw triumph. "Oh my, that shot from Curry was magnificent." "McCaw, respond quickly." You can definitely do it. The Lakers did not call a timeout and went straight into their offensive play. The Warriors players understood that the final shot should be entrusted to the most pivotal player on the court. In the fourth quarter, McCall's desire to attack was alarmingly low, as he did not attempt a single shot. Thus, the Lakers had a 90% likelihood of entrusting the ball to Kobe for resolution. The reality unfolded as anticipated. Rondo advanced with the ball and passed it to Kobe, positioned at a 45-degree angle, with deft dribbling beneath his legs. He quickly drew the attention of both Thompson and Iguodala, who converged to double-team him. In a swift motion, he returned the ball to Rondo, who then made a decisive drive, only to be confronted by Green and Curry. Rondo subsequently distributed the ball to McCall, stationed in the corner. Mike receives the pass. Barnes is a tad slow in his defensive response. Maiko decisively took action, the basketball bouncing off the rim. A buzzer beater. Chapter 90. Iguodala's counter buzzer beater. Maiko. It went in. The shot was successful. From the land of Huaxia, the super sharpshooter, the Lakers took the lead once more. The Staples Center erupted. Mike Breen's voice soared to new heights. The Warriors' defense faltered significantly. Barnes was slow to rotate, leaving a shooter with a 73% percentage wide open. Maiko was as steady as a machine, executing with precision, even surpassing Curry in his uncanny prowess. Mark Jackson marveled. Rondo's pass was exquisite. He drew two defenders. His eyes locked on Powell, who was open on the far side, and with a flick of his wrist, he delivered the ball to Maiko. Such artistry could earn an Oscar. Maiko had the audacity to shoot, 11 out of 15. A staggering 73% shooting accuracy. After Van Gundy's exhilarating analysis, he glanced at the scoreboard. 9 seconds. Only 9 seconds left for the Warriors. What strategy would they devise? Would it be a counter buzzer beater or something else? On the sidelines, the Warriors called their final timeout. Walton, not allowing himself to dwell on disappointment, immediately began to strategize for their last offensive play. Meanwhile, the Lakers celebrated frantically for a brief moment after Maiko's basket. Now, Scott was also preparing the final defensive tactics. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The atmosphere was electric, the crowd chanting defense. Swiftly, Taylor bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the sleeves of her trench coat. Green inbound the ball. Curry executed a decoy run using the elevator door tactic, drawing 3 defenders to him. Green suddenly passed to Thompson in the corner, who, after a feint, delivered a bounce pass to Iguodala on the opposite corner. The defensive specialist faked out O'Neal, shifting laterally, while Maiko lunged a block as Iguodala leaned back for a shot. The basketball spun through the air. Players gazed at the hoop. Fans held their breath. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Swish. It hit the backboard and went in. The three-pointer, akin to a breath of pain, found its mark at the buzzer. In an instant, the Lakers fans covered their mouths in disbelief. The arena plunged into silence. A massive sigh erupted. A young boy in a number 24 jersey covered his mouth, tears welling in his eyes. An elderly woman in a purple and gold jersey trembled as she fished a pill bottle from her bag, while her spouse handed her water, muttering, "Damn those Warriors." In the front row, Nicholson removed his sunglasses, cradling his head in his hands, slumped in his seat. Taylor's shoulders instantly drooped as she despondently cried, "No. The mood of the Lakers coaching staff and players plummeted from the heights of elation to the depths of despair. Scott buried his face in his hands and crouched down, mimicking the classic, despairing pose of Rivers, exclaiming, "Damn it." The assistant coach closed his eyes and shook his head, quickly helping Scott back to his feet. Artist hurled his towel to the ground and struck the advertisement board, startling fans in the front row. Nick Young attempted to mask his anguish with a swaggy-style smile, but it appeared even more pitiable than tears. Saker widened his eyes and clutched his head, while Harrell slumped into his chair. Porzingis stared vacantly, muttering, "We were supposed to win." Kobe managed a bittersweet smile, trying to console McGee and O'Neal. In stark contrast, the Warriors coach and players radiated exuberance and excitement. Walton beamed with joy, raising both hands in celebration and colliding chests with his assistants, causing one of his suit buttons to pop off. Livingston sprang from the bench, nearly toppling the water cooler. Barbosa waved his towel like a madman, almost hitting a nearby young fan. Esley and Spites embraced and bounced like 2 hefty children. Thompson, with an impassive expression, nodded, yet his lips curled upward in a grin. Draymond Green enveloped Iguodala in a bear hug, nearly choking him with enthusiasm. Curry pounded his chest and roared at the crowd, then turned to McGee and the scorer's table. "My goodness. Iguodala. It's him again. This veteran is cashing in tonight." stealing the headlines in the final moments. As the referee reviewed the play, the bald-headed commentator in the Penguin live stream pounded his chest and stomped his feet. The defensive strategy of the Lakers was sound. They focused on Curry and Thompson, leaving Iguodala open, betting he wouldn't make the shot. Yet, he proved to be a clutch player, and he did score. The Lakers' luck was truly astonishing, but that is the essence of the game. Yangi sighed, shaking his head in deep regret. The referee has finished reviewing. 0 for seconds. Do the Lakers still have a chance? My hands are trembling. Mina's voice quivered slightly as well. On the court, the Lakers substituted in Porzingis. With merely 0 for seconds remaining, conjuring another miracle akin to Fisher's was exceedingly difficult. A lob to the basket for an alley-oop seemed like a viable strategy. Coach Scott of the Lakers shared this sentiment, prompting Walton of the Warriors to counter with Bogut. Thus, Rondo inbound the ball, attempting to lob it to Porzingis, but Bogut maneuvered in front, arms raised. McGee found himself double-teamed by Thompson and Iguodala. In this scenario, Green discerned Rondo's intentions and intervened mid-air, disrupting the pass. Ultimately, Kobe barely touched the ball before it hit the ground. He had no time to shoot. And the final buzzer sounded. 114-113. The Lakers fell to Iguodala's last second shot at home. In that moment, McGee shook his head with a wry smile. Although he had predicted the Lakers would lose, the experience of a significant defeat, devoid of suspense, was entirely different from that of a heartbreaking last-second loss. The latter was far more psychologically challenging to accept, and far more bitter to endure. As the clock ticked down to a mere 0 for seconds, there was an intense yearning to orchestrate a dramatic finale, an exhilarating sequence of clutch shots and countershots. Alas, the nature of competition is often unforgiving. For the first time in his career, he faced the agony of a last-second defeat, leaving him genuinely disheartened. With a final score of 114-113, the Warriors triumphed over the Lakers, concluding the night in Los Angeles with hearts shattered, as Mike Breen lamented. 0 for seconds? Such fleeting time allows for but a single shot, yet Green, with his exceptional basketball acumen, brought an end to it all. He anticipated Rondo's passing trajectory so astutely that Kobe didn't even have the chance to pivot. Mark Jackson chuckled knowingly. Let me reiterate. Why do coaches persist in attempting alley-oops with just 0 for seconds on the clock? This is not 2004, when Fisher eliminated the Spurs. You should have allowed McKinney to circle around for a catch and shoot. Given his rhythm tonight, he could have made that shot from the locker room. Van Gundy scoffed, launching into his classic critique. In the Penguin live stream, Young E and Bald Eagle echoed the sentiments of the ESN trio, agreeing that the airline strategy was ill-conceived. However, with the outcome already determined, they accepted it with grace. After all, the true victor of this match was the Penguin Sports platform. Friends, Curry's crucial three-pointer, McKinney's miraculous response, and ultimately, Iguodala's decisive strike made this contest utterly captivating. Though the Lakers fell short, they emerged with honor. Tonight, we are all witnesses to history, Bald Eagle concluded. Every Lakers player performed admirably, providing us with immense surprises. Yet, the Warriors showcased their seasoned prowess, executing strategies in the final moments that could be deemed textbook. This match might very well serve as a precursor to the Western Conference Finals, brimming with analytical potential and an ever-deepening allure. Yangi adjusted his glasses, elevating the discourse. Despite the loss, McKinney revealed the boundless potential of Chinese players. As well as the Lakers' vast possibilities, we eagerly anticipate their next victory. Mina's eyes glistened with emotion, her voice quivering. Instantly, 40 million viewers began flooding the chat with comments. Don't cry, Mina. Lakers for the championship. Manual doghead emoji. Chapter 91. Westbrook and Durant, I thank you both. The most anticipated game since the NBA's inception concluded in the most dramatic and iconic manner possible, prompting an avalanche of reports. ESN. Curry's three-pointer, Iguodala's game winner. Warriors narrowly defeat Lakers 114-113, showcasing the classic death lineup once more. Iguodala's lethal strike. McKinney's 11 three-pointers fell short. Kobe's 31 points in vain. Would the outcome have differed had he taken the final shot? Iguodala's reversal. Did Kobe recall his 2009 self? BBC Sports. Warriors snatch victory in the final second. Iguodala delivers a Hollywood ending. The globalization of the NBA, McKinney's performance has sparked one for billion searches. Even Taylor Swift is going wild. The highly anticipated showdown between the Lakers and the Warriors concluded in a mere 42 seconds. Despite the defeat, the Central Bank of Sports exclaims, glory and loss. The Lakers fell short by a single point against the Warriors, yet McCoy's performance garnered global attention. A source of pride for China, McCoy delivered an impressive 11 three-pointers against the Warriors. Basketball commentators suggest that the McCoy phenomenon heralds a new hope for Chinese basketball. Penguin Sports, Lakers vs. Warriors, a pinnacle clash, a preview of the Western Conference Finals. With McCollum sinking 11 three-pointers and Curry and Thompson contributing 7 and 8 respectively. The clash between the Lakers became a fierce battle of three-point shooting. The details of Iguodala's game-winning shot have emerged. Thompson's feint deceived the entire team. Experts are fervently debating whether, had McCollum been given the final shot, the outcome could have been altered. Meanwhile, the Hopu Sports server has crashed, and for half an hour, no news has surfaced. Fans have swiftly shifted their focus, engaging in fervent discussions on Weibo. McCollum's last-second shot secures victory over the Warriors. While Iguodala delivers a counter blow to the Lakers, McCollum scored 35 points, while Kobe was left with a mere 31 points. The Splash Brothers collectively sank 15 three-pointers, and topics related to McCollum and Swift gradually ascended the trending charts. This match was undoubtedly one of the most exhilarating NBA regular season games I have ever witnessed. McCollum was magnificent, and so was the rookie. Some of McCollum's ardent supporters should temper their enthusiasm in the final moments. Defensive lapses and being outplayed by Iguodala revealed the truth, merely a stat patter. My player delivered 8 assists but could not carry the team. Why don't you take the shot yourself? You're the first to complain after passing the ball. McCollum went 11 for 15. What more can you ask for? If you think you can do better, then step up. The game was intense, and as a Warriors fan, I sat back enjoying some sunflower seeds, laughing heartily. The Warriors' small lineup was utterly restrained, yet here I am, still snacking. If we meet the Warriors in the playoffs, defeat is inevitable. How dare you speak such words after a loss? What gives you such confidence? It was worth it. I purchased a membership with Penguin Sports. And it was worth every cent, ha ha ha. Swift watched Curry with a polite smile, but when she saw McCollum, she was ready to dance. The contrast is simply hilarious. My brother is truly a charmer. Even Swift has fallen for him. Numerous basketball players, such as Zhou Qi and Wang Zhilin, have also linked up with McCollum, sharing their insights. Naturally, the newly minted Penguin female host, Maina, would not miss out on this massive wave of attention. She shared 9 stunning pictures of herself clad in McCollum's jersey, accompanied by a poignant caption. He sank 11 three-pointers, but could not pierce through the jest of fate. He inherited the legacy of number 24, but couldn't grasp the fleeting 0. For seconds, the night rain in Los Angeles has drenched the dragon patterns of the East. So excited to commentate on the NBA for the first time. Lakers for the championship. Soon, this Weibo post was inundated with comments and shares from countless fans. And Maina's follower count surged by 1 million overnight. During the post-match media interview, the NBA's new sensation, McCollum, naturally had to participate. Initially, he was reluctant to attend. Swift was waiting at the hotel, and Kendall was at the villa, and time was fleeting. However, the conversation suggested that he was apprehensive about facing the media scrutiny. So they brought him along. McCollum, when you hit that crucial go-ahead three-pointer, what were you thinking at that moment? Before the game, you mentioned, we might not win tonight. What are your thoughts now? Asked ESN sports reporter A. The three-pointer felt effortless to me. I had no particular feelings about it. Mike casually shrugged and remarked. As for the subsequent question, the outcome of the match has validated my prior predictions. However, being defeated by a last-second three-pointer is quite disheartening. I have now experienced the emotion they felt when I clinched victory with a three-pointer in Game 6 of the finals. Sigh. As he spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed Mike's face. The reporters, upon hearing this, shook their heads, stifling laughter. How ironic. Despite his own team falling victim to a last-second shot, Mike still found the inclination to jest about the Warriors. The Los Angeles Times reporter, Brother B, continued with his inquiries. In the final moments, Andre made the game-winning shot over you. Whom do you believe is responsible for that defensive lapse? What were your emotions at that moment? The responsibility lies with me. Within the Warriors' death lineup, each player possesses formidable strength, and I underestimated Andre's three-point capability. Mike took the initiative to shoulder responsibility, a duty befitting his role as the team's vice-captain. He then continued to showcase his sharp tongue. I was feeling quite miserable at the time, pondering how wonderful it would be if Stephen Curry were here. Considering he is 10 centimeters shorter than me, I could block his shots, ha ha ha. The reporters were collectively taken aback, followed by fits of laughter. Who would have thought he would bring up Curry? Zhou Lingen from Penguin Sports then posed the question, speaking of Curry, he made 7 three-pointers tonight. How do you assess his performance this evening? McGrady offered a faint smile, and the latter part of his statement was in Chinese. Tonight, he emerged victorious. Thus, he stands as the formidable contender. The victors have always inscribed history. The Los Angeles Times reporter, known as B, transformed into a master of seizing the microphone. Kobe, did you sense prior to the match that your team would falter against the Warriors? Were you aware of that at the time? Kobe raised an eyebrow, gazing intently at McGrady. Of course I knew, which is why I warned him before the game. If you speak out of turn again, I shall bind you in the locker room. Mike pretended to choke on water beside him, then shrugged. Shortly after, he received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have been eliminated by a last-minute three-pointer for the first time in your career. Task 004 has been issued. Achieve the title of Player of the Month at least once this season. What the heck? I've just been eliminated by a three-pointer. And I'm being congratulated? How cruel can you be, system? Nevertheless, this task arrives at a fortuitous time. The end of the month is approaching, and the Player of the Month for October and November will soon be announced. The Warriors have achieved an impressive 19-game winning streak, and Curry will undoubtedly claim the title of Western Conference Player of the Month. Therefore, he can only aim for next month. I recall that in the normal timeline, the Player of the Month for December was the Thunder S duo, January belonged to Durant, February went to Curry, March was awarded to Westbrook, and April to Harden. From whom should I seize this title? Given the system's tendencies, the rewards will certainly be related to these individuals. According to the Lakers' schedule, December would be the most opportune and reliable time to secure this title. If the system were to grant me the peak skills of these two players, wouldn't I become invincible? As McCoy pondered, a delightful warmth enveloped his heart, and a smile graced his lips, more difficult to suppress than the might of an AK. He eagerly anticipated the upcoming match against the Thunder, yearning to express his gratitude directly to Westbrook and Durant. Thank you both. Chapter 92. Taylor Swift. Why not consider breaking up with Kendall? The Ritz-Carlton Hotel, conveniently located adjacent to Staples Center. Immediately after the post-game interview, McCoy strolled over to this luxurious haven. The Lakers had suffered a devastating loss, a heart-wrenching defeat. Leaving him in need of psychological solace, he sought the therapeutic melodies of Taylor Swift. Upon their meeting, Taylor swiftly serenaded him with songs from her latest album. The album showcased a diverse array of musical styles, ranging from electronic and folk to rock and dreamy pop. Taylor's melodies ebbed and flowed, at times soothing, at others soaring. She would softly croon, only to unleash powerful high notes moments later. After performing all 13 tracks, her voice was nearly hoarse, yet she still craved more. After taking a sip of water, she expressed her desire to continue singing, reminiscent of her usual concerts that often extend over 2 hours. Taylor, why not pen a song titled Welcome to Los Angeles? After distributing 200 million in red envelopes, Make paused for a moment to articulate his new request. Having just listened to Welcome to New York, he inquired if I could compose a special song for him. I seek inspiration. How shall we obtain it? Taylor Swift, with her enchanting blue eyes, blinked alluringly. Let us drive back to your villa in Beverly Hills. Perhaps the city's nocturnal splendor will evoke a unique sensation within you. What do you think? Nearly 2 hours have elapsed since the conclusion of the competition. Maiko must return home. After all, there is still Kendall awaiting him. Taylor understood. Seeing through the fade, her fingertips gliding across Mika's chest, suddenly leaving a crimson mark. TSK, your little schemes. She lowered her voice, imitating the tone of a Disney princess. Why not break up with Kendall? I could seamlessly step in as your new girlfriend. The final note was punctuated with a deliberately sweet wink. What? I never anticipated this side of you, Taylor. You seek to possess my body first and then my heart? A rather clever calculation, indeed. Since you desire it all, I too wish for everything. There is nothing wrong with that, is there? A mischievous smile spread across Mike's face as he lifted Taylor's chin, saying, You could be my girlfriend now. Wouldn't it be better for you and Kendall to share the sweetness together? Taylor, momentarily taken aback, widened her blue eyes in astonishment. As if she were a snowman from a fairy tale, her nose freckles revealing her shock. Pardon me, could you repeat that? Mike grinned, his expression akin to a Maine Coon cat that had just indulged in a forbidden delight, boasting nonchalantly about his multiple girlfriends. Taylor found herself momentarily speechless, her hands instinctively pausing. How could this man, who was supposed to embody the conservative nature often attributed to the Chinese, be so audaciously carefree? It was one thing to have multiple partners, but to brazenly share it with her? It shattered her perceptions entirely. After a tense 5 seconds, she suddenly seized a cushion and struck him playfully on his abs, exclaiming, "Seriously? While men worldwide pretend to be devoted, you flaunt your shamelessness, don't you? Believe me, I could write you into my next album and turn you into the epitome of a notorious womanizer." With that, Taylor tightened her grip on the pillow, relishing the moment. "Ah, the thrill of it. Mac is truly delightful. Indeed, it is my honor. But let us not forget, the next time you conquer the Billboard charts, my contributions will be among them." The lavish crab? Taylor has been utterly defeated by Mac's audacious shamelessness. However, she too has meddled in others' romances, exhibiting her own lack of propriety. Alas, she is merely a fish in the pond of the scoundrel Mac. Like Kendall, she is just another willing participant in this charade. Well then, let us depart. Do not keep your girlfriend waiting at home. You can accompany me during your morning exercise tomorrow. Oh really? Your girlfriend at home? The one from the hotel? Is that what Taylor implies? Regardless, as Mac gazes at the now standing Tay-Tay, his heart swells with joy. At this moment, how could he possibly abandon her and leave? Soon, in the reflection of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the two are once again entangled in a primal struggle amidst the chaos of the room. Outside, the neon lights of Los Angeles drown out the moral boundaries. Inside, the pulsating rhythm of the music carries an undercurrent of danger and allure. After Taylor concludes her performance with a quivering high note, "Do you know what Kendall is doing now?" She gasps and tosses her phone onto the disheveled sheets. The screen illuminating a 2-hour-old Instagram story of Kendall by the empty pool, half a glass of tequila floating beside her. The water's surface reflecting the unturned lights of the villa's second floor. Upon witnessing the scene, Mike was overcome with a sense of guilt for the first time. What was amiss? This was not the demeanor one would expect from a cad. At precisely 2:07 in the morning, as he returned to the villa, weary and worn, he found Kendall curled up on the living room sofa, enveloped in a luxurious Fendi blanket, seemingly awaiting his return. Consequently, Mike resolved to carry the slumbering Kendall upstairs. Just as his fingers brushed against the soft fabric of the blanket, Kendall stirred from her dreams. Her voice thick with a dreamy haze, inquired softly, "Darling, why have you returned so late?" Suddenly, Mike recalled Taylor's last words, calling him a master of time management. He swallowed the fabricated lie as he accompanied Taylor to the hotel. Upon seeing Taylor at the venue, Kendall, who had also posted about it on Instagram, anticipated that something was amiss when her boyfriend was later photographed by the media entering the hotel. However, when Mike uttered the truth, Kendall instantly became aware and shattered. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. "So, my 3-month contract has come to an end, hasn't it?" 3-month contract? Upon hearing this, Mike was transported back to the moment they first met. He reached out to touch Kendall's damp cheek, but she turned away to evade him. Resolutely, he chose to act decisively. "Haven't we extended our contract? By the way, my artist, Young Soo-yeon, signed recently as well. If you choose to terminate the contract, this apartment and the 2 cars will belong to you, and I will leave immediately. If you wish to continue, then let us live happily as a family of 4. Mikey spoke in one breath, patiently awaiting Kendall's decision. Initially, her expression was one of shock, which gradually transformed into confusion. She could not comprehend why a globally renowned singer and a former top-tier girl group's visual would both seek to be with her boyfriend. Had all the good men in the world truly vanished? And what of their family of 4? Might it soon swell to 5, 6, or even 7? Goodness! What could Taylor Swift and Young Soo-yeon possibly see in him? What did such a question intend to convey? Could Kendall truly accept this? Young Soo-yeon is enamored with my wealth, while Taylor Swift appreciates my lack of scent. Mike pondered thoughtfully. Ken, upon hearing the latter part of the sentence, nearly erupted into laughter. Taylor's perspective on affection is indeed rather peculiar. Nonetheless, this is also one of the reasons why she is fond of Mike. Maiko is unlike the people from Europe and America. He possesses not a hint of an unpleasant body odor, which makes his presence exceedingly pleasant. Haha, quite delightful. Now, tell me what it is that you like about me. If you answer correctly, I shall continue being your girlfriend. If not, you must leave this villa. Chapter 93. Maiko, I consider you my assistant, yet you wish to seduce me? The following day, Mac awoke in Taylor's villa. The previous night, he had offered several answers, all of which were dismissed by Kendall, leaving him uncertain whether it was a deliberate act or mere coincidence. In desperation, he was compelled to seek refuge with his new girlfriend, which elicited a hearty laugh from Taylor. As the saying goes, to straddle 2 boats is to court disaster. To straddle countless boats is to invite an endless tempest. Mike decided to take the initiative and seek out new vessels. Thus, during the 3 days without competition, he engaged in frequent conversations with the lovely women he knew in addition to his training. Upon learning that Clara's romantic hero was soon to conclude filming, she expressed her intention to watch her company's president compete. Furthermore, he discovered that his female assistant, Huang Yilin, would also arrive in the United States on December 1st. A subtle smile graced McCoy's lips. As for Kendall, he had not made any attempts to reach out. The intricacies of a woman's heart are unfathomable, so it is best not to speculate. Should he choose to depart, he would not be restrained. Should he wish to stay, he would be welcomed with open arms. On November 29th, the team faced the Trailblazers once more. In their previous encounter, the Lakers suffered a narrow defeat to the Warriors by a single point, while the Trailblazers fell short against the Bulls, led by Rose, Butler, and Gasol, by 5 points. Both teams were undoubtedly eager to secure victory and avoid consecutive losses. However, it was evident that the Lakers, playing on their home court, held the upper hand, particularly in the latter stages of the third quarter. Coach Scott deployed the Lakers' formidable small ball lineup, featuring McCoy, Kobe, Rondo, O'Neal, and Powell, which swiftly extended their lead to 28 points. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Trailblazers with a score of 118-96. Following the match, Lillard took to Twitter to express his thoughts. Maiko, after your defeat to the Raptors, you shall triumph over us next. After your loss to the Warriors, you should again emerge victorious against us. What do you mean by that? And why is it always we, the Trailblazers, who suffer injuries? In response, Maiko can only express his gratitude and remind himself to keep an eye on the schedule, ensuring he prevails next time. On November 30th, the team faces the Pacers on the road for a back-to-back game, with Kobe resting and not traveling to Indiana. Maiko does not pay much attention to this match, rather. He is concerned about whether Kobe will announce his retirement. On the regular timeline, Kobe is expected to publish a heartfelt article, Dear Basketball, from the Star's box, declaring his retirement decision. However, with Kobe fully recovered and the Lakers soaring to a remarkable second place in the league, could he still entertain thoughts of retirement? What if Maiko's rise prompts Kobe to contemplate matters from a different perspective? It remains uncertain. Thus, Maiko waits, and as the game begins, he finds no related reports, allowing him to momentarily relax. This season, after a severe injury, George has undergone a rebirth, excelling in both offense and defense, becoming the team's unequivocal core. His statistics are impressive, averaging 26 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 assists per game. He currently leads the Pacers to an admirable 10 wins and 5 losses. Facing this formidable Eastern Conference team and